Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel. Chapter 1. At the beginning of the 22nd century, the Earth's environment became extremely harsh, and the sky was gradually shrouded in a thick layer of black fog, and the sun in the sky was also obscured by it. Because the black fog contains toxic substances and is found on the streets of urban areas, people cannot go outside without protective equipment. Because of the black fog, there is a serious lack of sunlight, and most of the plants that rely on photosynthesis wither. At the same time, all kinds of insects and birds are on the verge of extinction, water sources are also seriously polluted, and the previously clear rivers have become muddy and smelly, and people's drinking water sources are also restricted. Due to the extremely harsh surface environment, the cultivation of various agricultural products in greenhouses has become the mainstream, and agricultural products have become unaffordable food for ordinary people. In recent years, the only people who can enjoy food freely are the wealthy and wealthy high-class residents living in the upper class, and the food of the poor and migrant workers has become a cheap synthetic product for the sake of nutrition. Entertainment, sports, cinemas, game arcades, etc., have become activities that can only be enjoyed by high-class residents. The entertainment of the poor class is limited to indoor activities such as chess and Go, as well as online watching movies and MMORPG online games. This is the world he is in now. He was originally an ordinary student from the Dragon Kingdom of the 21st century, but when he woke up, he traveled into the civilian neighborhood of this world on the body of a child who committed suicide by poisoning, and his parents died of overwork. This is the 17th year that he has been in this broken world. In the first 10 years, he would have been looking forward to the appearance of the necessary plug-in for the time traveler in the novels of his previous life. There is nothing to hope for now. After graduating from high school, he relied on his past life and newfound knowledge to become an elementary school teacher. The life of being crushed to death, seeing the head at a glance. It's barely a cog for the high-ranking residents. Speaking of which, because I'm busy with students' exams, I haven't been online for a long time. Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil is the most popular DMMORPG released 12 years ago in 2126. He uses the world tree as told in Norse mythology as the setting for the story. Its high degree of freedom makes it stand out from the crowd, with more than 2,000 of the most basic classes alone, including basic and advanced classes. Since the maximum level of each class is only level 15, players need to practice at least 7 or more classes if they want to reach level 100 at the limit of the overall level. However, as long as the player is willing to live, it is possible to practice even more. Even if each class only has one level, it can be practiced to level 100 in a rather inefficient way. Therefore, in this game, it is basically impossible for the exact character to appear as long as it is not intentional by the player. He was pulled into the pit by his original childhood friend Satoru Suzuki, and he made many friends through this game, which accompanied him for 12 years. And just today, this once popular game is about to be shut down. That guy will definitely still be online. After all, the guild is like his child. Since it is a DMMORPG, it is natural that the existence of the game guild is indispensable, and in Yggdrasil there is a guild leaderboard that has dominated the guild leaderboard for several years from the early days of its establishment. And even if there is a large loss of players, most of the members in the guild have never fallen out of the top 10 legendary alien guilds. The members of the guild are all members of the society, and students who have no spending power are prohibited from joining. That is, his guild, Inzurgong. Inzurgong is located in Helheim, one of the 9 worlds, a cold world of eternal night. Influenced by the eternal night, the atmosphere in Helheim is rather eerie, and the sky is often obscured by thick black clouds. The guild station Nazarick underground tomb located in it was originally an underground demon cave with only 6 floors, that is, a monster spawn point. After the Inzurgong strategy, it was transformed into a 10-story underground fortress. It was the brainchild of 42 guild members, including Rimuru. Let's go online tonight. The lesson plan is in a hurry tomorrow morning, after all, it's the day of the service. Well. Thinking so, he walked out of the school gate with an umbrella. The 9th floor of Nazarick at this time, in the Inzurgong conference room. 42 luxurious seats are placed around the giant obsidian round table. Most of the slots are empty, though. A once lively meeting room. Now only 2 people are left here. Hey, a skeleton sitting on the top side inwardly. He was dressed in a rather luxurious black robe embroidered with purple gold trim on the edges. The collar looks a little overdecorated. If you ignore the exterior of his skeleton, he looks like a scholar. In addition to the skeleton, sitting on another chair was a sticky black mass. It's like the surface of the tar is constantly wriggling, and there is no moment that remains the same. Yes, they are all aliens, archmages of the dead, rulers of the highest rank of death, and ancient pitch-black slimes, a pitch-black slime. In Yggdrasil, the race that players can choose from is broadly divided into 3 types, human, subhuman, and alien. The basic races of human beings include humans, dwarves, forest elves, etc., and subhumans with ugly appearances but stronger abilities than humans include goblins, half-orcs, ogres, etc. The last xenomorph class has the ability to be a monster, and although its ability value is higher than that of other races, it also has various shortcomings. Including these high-level races, there are as many as 700 races. Of course, the ruler of the dead and the ancient goo are among the high-level alien races that players can play as. Ah, thank you so much, Flying Squirrel-san. I'm also glad to be able to meet a friend I haven't seen for a long time after logging in. The slime said to the ruler of the dead. I'm glad to hear you say that. But it's almost time for me to go offline. Slime, aka Hilo, continued. I'm too sleepy, I still have work to do tomorrow. I'm sorry I can't be with you. It's all right, Black Lor-La-san. They. Flying Squirrel sitting in the first place hurriedly sent a smiling expression on the control interface. So, good night, see you where you have a chance. After saying this, Hey Luo didn't even wait for the Flying Squirrel's good night reply, and his figure disappeared directly with a special effect of data dissipation. The Flying Squirrel sitting in the first place couldn't help but feel lonely. In the past 12 years, he has not used A to play the game, and has been silently watching his relatives and friends leave him one by one, which is undoubtedly extremely painful for the Flying Squirrel who values friendship. But, where will I see you again? Yes. Hopefully see you somewhere later. Bye. I've heard this from my companion several times in the past, but I've never been able to do so. A person who dropped, no one chose to return to Yggdrasil again. Where can we see each other again? The Flying Squirrel's shoulders trembled violently, and the truth he had suppressed in the past finally exploded. What a joke! They. Flying Squirrel slammed the table and roared. -0. Perhaps it was calculated that this was an attack. A damage figure popped up from the table. Isn't this the place where everyone is working together to build the great underground tomb of Nazarick? Why can it be abandoned so easily? What are you doing, President? Just as the Flying Squirrel was depressed, a voice suddenly sounded from beside him. Is that sound, Rimuru? The Flying Squirrel looked up, and a blue round ball of water slime jumped onto the conference table. The art style is completely different from the previous Hi-Luo, one of the 3 slimes in the guild. This is a character based on the protagonist in the light novel that the time traveler liked in his previous life, and the character name is also Rimuru. At the beginning, Rimuru had a lot of krypton for this cute appearance that didn't match the style of the game. Rimuru jumped into his seat and said to the Flying Squirrel. Aren't you thinking about shutting down the service? Just come up and take a look. Are you the only one here? I was here just now, but I went offline before you showed up. It doesn't matter if Rimuru is online, you have to work tomorrow. Well, I'll wait with you until the game is over, and this is also Arinzur-Khan, President Flying Squirrel. Arinzur-Gong. Hearing this, the Flying Squirrel couldn't help but be stunned, recalling the bits and pieces starting from the suicide points of 9 people. Until. It's past 11 o'clock, are we still going to wait here, Satoru? Rimuru's words made the Flying Squirrel come back to his senses. It turned out that they had been waiting here until 11 o'clock, and no one showed up in the meantime. It doesn't look like anyone is coming. Do you want to go to the throne room? I'll go with you. With a pop, Rimuru jumped onto the flying squirrel's head. The flying squirrel couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and this guy Rimuru was really the same as before. He took a staff from the wall, a staff modeled after the description of the staff of Hermes in Greek mythology, with 7 serpents wrapped around the top. In the mouth of the snake, there are gemstones of different colors and different effects. The staff is made of a whole body like a whole crystal, emitting a strange light. This is the union weapon of Anzur Khan. The staff of Anzur Gong. The moment the staff was held in the squirrel's hand, the staff glowed with a dazzling red light. In the light, a painful expression of a human face appeared, and then gradually crumbled and disappeared. It can be said that it is extremely realistic, and it seems that you can hear the wail of pain. By the way, this is Rimuru's design. The highest level staff, which had not been used since it was made, was finally in the hands of its owner as the game came to an end. Chapter 2. Union Weapons. It took a lot of effort at that time. Rimuru on the flying squirrel's head looked at Anzur's staff and remembered it. At that time, everyone took risks together, discussed together, fought together against world-class leaders, and launched guild battles for treasures together, which is a unique weapon created by gathering the wisdom and strength of the entire Union. There is no point in feeling sorry for the past. Go to the throne room, the children should be there. That's right, at least there is a partner here to accompany him to the end, right? Thinking like this, the flying squirrel calmed his mood and slowly left the conference room. After passing through the corridor of Nazarick, greeting the maid designed by a friend, the Mount Flying Squirrel took Rimuru to the 10th floor of Nazarick. Corridor between thrones. The gate opened automatically, and the first thing that appeared in front of the two was a kind old man standing straight, with white hair and the appearance of a butler in a deacon's costume. Behind him were 6 maids of the Pleiades. This. I remember he was. Sabas, Rimuru? Yes, Sabas, it's Tukasan's child, you can't remember this in Vassal. Poof, it was the sound of Rimuru jumping from the flying squirrel's head to the ground. He casually opened the system interface, and their names appeared above the heads of each NPC. The Pleiades were originally battle maids, and their original duty was to protect this throne, but unfortunately, no one has ever invaded here since the establishment of Nazarick, so they are not useful. Rimuru muttered as she looked at the maids. With these words, Flying Squirrel pondered for a moment. As the president of the union, I really should have arranged work for them. I remember the instructions were. Hearing the order, Sabas and the maids bowed and followed the footsteps of the flying squirrel. And Rimuru had already jumped to the front with a pop. Entering the giant door at the end of the corridor, the vision of the two was suddenly opened. This is an extremely wide hall that can accommodate hundreds of people. The ceiling is so high that even mythical giants can stand here, and the chandelier is inlaid with several colorful gemstones throughout to emit a dazzling light. The surrounding walls are decorated with white accents and delicate gold decorations. At the end of the room is a dozen steps of stairs on which a gorgeous throne is placed, and the guild logo hangs on the wall behind the throne. From ceiling to floor, 42 flags representing the guild's 42 resident players hang around the room. No matter how you look at it, we were really messing around. The flying squirrel couldn't help but sigh. Rimuru couldn't help but smile, and the most messy was him, and he walked towards the bottom of the throne. The flying squirrel walked to the throne and slowly sat down, only then did he find another NPC who had been standing still next to the throne. Guardian between the thrones, Yalbed. This is Jade Lu's child, I remember. I've seen the setting of their 3 sisters before, but it's too long to finish it. I don't know when Rimuru jumped on the flying squirrel's head again, suddenly spoke up. Hearing Rimuru say this, the flying squirrel couldn't help but be curious and clicked on the setting information of Yalbed. Wow, it's really long. What caught his eye was the detailed setting of more than 20 pages. After all, it's the setting Madman Jade Lu-san. Rimuru's control interface gave a helpless expression, quietly watching the flying squirrel scratch and watching Yalbed's setting. Until the flying squirrel turned to the last page. It's a bith. At the same time the flying squirrel exclaimed, this word is really difficult to associate with the beautiful and moving guardian in front of him. Jade Luzon just likes contrasting cute. Flying squirrel, don't you know it? Rimuru was used to it. Anyway, it's too much, looking. At the tangled appearance of the flying squirrel, Rimuru moved. Flying squirrel, borrow me a guild weapon. Jumping off the flying squirrel's head, Rimuru took the guild weapon and clicked into the setting of Yal bed. Hey! Rimuru-san! What are you doing? Originally, wanting to see what Rimuru was going to do, the flying squirrel who had never reacted watched Rimuru change the setting of the last block. Deeply in love with flying squirrels. And when the flying squirrel hand reaches over, the setting screen is directly closed. Well, it's going to be closed anyway, just play a little. Jade Luzon, if he knew that you moved his setting, he would have used it to make you into a slime bath. Ha 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 ha, it's going to be closed anyway. Limlu snapped and jumped back onto the flying squirrel's head. He patted Rimuru on the top of his head, and the flying squirrel was also a little helpless, and his little Rimuru would always do something unexpected. I remember the instruction. It's worship. The flying squirrel stretched out a hand and gently waved it down from above, giving orders to the NPC. The NPCs received the order and fell to their knees in front of them. Now it's 23:55 in the evening, and it's only 5 minutes before the service is closed. Seeing this scene, Rimuru was a little stunned. Through these NPCs, he couldn't help but recall the time when everyone made NPCs together and wanted to set them. The flying squirrel leaned on the throne, looked up at the flags representing the players in the air, and began to count. Takamai, Dead Beast Heavenly Suzaku. Red Bean Wrapped Mochi. Rimuru, counting from the first side to the last, even though they had been separated for a long time, the IDs of the 42 players had always been remembered by him. Nah, Rimlu. I really didn't expect you to think about going live today. That's not to think of you, I thought I could meet other companions, but unfortunately I still didn't catch up, everyone is really busy in reality. Rimuru couldn't help but sigh. I'm still going to work at 4 o'clock tomorrow. I'm a little better than you, flying squirrel, but I'll also get up at 4 o'clock tomorrow to write lesson plans. Sure enough, everyone is so busy. Rimuru, don't forget to go to bed early when you get off the line. You guy has been staying up late since he was a child, and he said that he is a champion who stays up late. Is he not naive? I've wanted to say it for a long time. Where did you guy come from? Although he said this, Rimuru's heart couldn't help but warm. No one had told him for a long time to sleep too early. This society. Hey! 20.19.18.17.16.15.14.13.12. Well. It's about time, flying squirrel, you also go to bed early, have a chance to be realistic. Goodbye. And there is. It's been hard work to maintain the guild for so many years. Yes, there is a chance to see you in reality, there is a chance. 7.6.5.4. The flying squirrel smiled. Rimuru, good night. Well, flying squirrel, good night. Chapter 3. After the clock rang 12 o'clock, Rimuru was not forced to go offline as he had expected. The sound of wind, water, insects, and a smell that he had never smelled in this life, gave Rimuru the illusion that he had traveled to his previous life. And slowly opened his eyes, and saw that it was indeed a forest, so what he smelled just now was the aroma of the earthy peculiar to the forest? This is something that cannot be done in Yggdrasil. No, it's not just Yggdrasil as far as Limlu knows, none of the existing DMMOs on the market can do it, that is, he really traveled to another world for some unknown reason? Could it be that the golden finger of the crosser who had not appeared in his 17 years was finally online? Answer, my name is not Goldfinger, it is the Great Sage. Great Sage? This is a special unique skill that he obtained in the game according to the unique skill of Rimuru in his previous life, Raphael's use of hot stones, which integrates all the information in the 9 worlds, and is equivalent to a portable version of customer service staff in the game to answer his questions. But since the Great Sage has appeared, that is. Thinking of this, Rimuru stretched out his hand and saw the 2 small short hands that extended from himself, and he reacted. I really became the cute king I pinched. Flying squirrel. Where are you? Since they all waited until 12 o'clock, there was no reason why Rimuru was there and the flying squirrel was not there. Thinking of this, Rimuru quickly called the name of the flying squirrel. My voice has changed too. It's like the memory of Rimuru. After thinking about it, when the time came, he was teleported into the forest, but the flying squirrel was not there. Will he teleport elsewhere? Great Sage, report my current position. At this point, he can only hope for his Sage A's dream. Answer: the existence of the Great Tomb of Nazarick cannot be detected, the presence of the player cannot be detected, and this place does not match any known world. Rimuru jumped in place, which means that he did not travel into the world of the game. An unknown other world. While Rimuru was thinking, there was a sudden noise in the grass behind him, and Rimuru immediately turned his head to look. I thought it was something poofing here, it turned out to be just a slime. What appeared in front of Rimuru was a lizard man with strong limbs, a lizard's tail and a head, which seemed to be a lizardman in the subhuman race. Well, I'm not a bad slime. Wow, what is this, talking slime, it's hilarious. The lizardman laughed and said to his companion behind him. Low-level monster slime, Uncle Mud just lacks a bathing tool. After the lizardman finished speaking, without giving Rimuru a chance to respond, he raised his knife and slashed over. Wow! How is this guy like a flying squirrel? I can't fight. With a pop, Rimuru took a step back and dodged. Answer: convert the player's level to 10, infer mastery of low-level martial arts, suggest ways to deal with it, and ignore it. Huh? It turns out that you are only level 10? Rimuru stopped her beating body and stood in place and said defiantly to the lizardman. I'm too lazy to hide if you are at level 10, you guy can come if you want to split. As the knife was about to slash into Rimuru's head, a purple barrier appeared around his body to defend against the attack. What? You slime? Explain to you, it is estimated that you will not understand. To put it simply, there is a little gap between us, and you can't break my defense. It is slash resistance, and Rimuru's own resistance is enough to invalidate slashes below level 60. In other words, if it's still a game, then you guys die. Predator. When the lizardmen were still stunned, the black ominous fluctuations instantly devoured the two lizardmen, and they were brought back to Rimuru without even struggling. Intelligence update, current location, Top Great Forest. Sure enough, as previously set, the Great Sage will take everything that the predator devours the individual for his own use. A new adventure begins. Normal people may panic when they come to this world, but for Rimuru, no matter how bad the world is than the real world, it can't be worse, let alone he has already crossed once. Now it's just a crossing. For Rimuru, this is a truly other world, full of novelty and unknowns, the world of his dreams. Since he was here, the flying squirrel who was with him at the time may also be there, and Rimuru will still have to find him. He believed in the capabilities of his current body, and in any case, self-preservation must be enough. Now the primary purpose should be to get out of this forest and take a look. As for how to get out. Great Sage. Part of the map of the Great Tob Forest is generated in the brain. Sure enough, it is worthy of the dream of Sage A. Chapter 4. But before I get out of the forest, there's one more thing. As soon as the words fell, Rimuru's round body was shrouded in light and gradually enlarged, expanding to about 130 centimeters and gradually stopping, and after a few seconds, the light that wrapped him dissipated. The previous slime appearance has disappeared, replaced by a girlish appearance with long silver blue hair and golden pupils. Sure enough, human mimicry is the same as King Mo. Rimuru, who walked to the river, looked at his reflection and muttered. The communication between players can be used but does not get a reply, and now he can't contact the flying squirrel at all. Either there is a problem with communication, or it may be that the flying squirrel is too far away from him or has not come to this world at all. Anyway, you still have to find the towns in this world and so on to get some information. Thinking of this, Rimuru spread his wings behind him and flew into the sky. I heard, that alien species, or the country of the undead. Inside the adventurer's tavern in the fortress city of Urantir, a bearded adventurer said to his companions. Ah, I heard that the small country on the outskirts of the country has been attacked by the undead recently. There won't be an accident here in the kingdom. It's really dangerous, but fortunately there is a church country in front of us. If something goes wrong, there are big people above to worry about. What does it have to do with small people like us? Don't worry about this kind of thing. That, too, I'm curious about what you're talking about. Would you mind adding someone? The girl with long silver blue hair suddenly appeared in front of the two. Hi? How could you be here, your family? This is not something that a little pudding should know. The bearded man shouted, and then he saw his companion tremble and stretch out his hand, pointing his finger at Rimuru. Hey! Eldest brother! Hi? What's wrong? How did you shake like this? Following the gaze of his companion, the bearded man met Rimuru's golden pupils. He froze and broke out in a cold sweat. Although Lim smiled, at that moment, the momentum on his body far exceeded the understanding of the two. It was an aura that had never been seen in a steel-level adventurer. Demon King Domineering LV1 release. Then can the two tell me what is the situation of the so-called country of the undead? I am very concerned about this. Rimuru pulled out a chair and sat down in front of the two. That's right, this little miss. It was about 100 years ago, a country that was originally a human country suddenly became undead overnight, and the whole country became a country of the undead. Yes, moreover, listening to the grapevine, this disaster may be a ghost of a powerful undead, and the sect country has no way to interfere. The two trembled and said in a word. And not only the first country, but many surrounding countries have suffered since then. Where is that country? That original land of the undead. In the southern part of the continent, Little Miss, the name of the country is Inbaya. Thank you very much for your intelligence, this is a thank you gift, we have a chance to see you again. Rimuru threw down a bottle of red potion and walked straight out of the tavern. The two adventurers sighed in unison. This oppressive force, even stainless steel. It can't be done either. What a monster! But what is this bottle of potion, big brother? Blood red potions. I've never heard of it either. Go back and show it to my sister who is studying potions. Rimuru, who came out of the tavern, suppressed her excitement. It has been 4 days since he came to this city, and he can barely collect basic intelligence on this continent. The magic used by the people of this continent is almost exactly the same as the rank magic in Yggdrasil, and there are also subhumans and aliens in the game. However, it is rumored that hundreds of years ago, there was no rank magic in this world, and at that time, human beings were bullied by other races because of their physical weakness. At that time, other races and humans seemed to be the relationship between predators and predators. Even if they unite together to establish a settlement, they can only resist some weaker monsters, and in the face of higher subhumans such as giants, they will not play any role at all, let alone the existence of cannibals that will specifically target humans. At that time, humans were just food raised in captivity by cannibals. Until 500 years ago, perhaps the heavens could not stand it, and 6 great gods were born out of thin air. And in addition to the god of death, the other 5 gods have the same appearance as humans. Or rather, they are human beings. These 6 gods have a heart for mankind and continue to help mankind defeat foreign enemies in war after war. Until they subdued all races, humanity finally won the war. After the war, mankind established the world's first human kingdom, the Slan Church. And after the establishment of the church, it began to teach people rank magic. After collecting the information here, Rimuru couldn't help but suspect that the so-called 6 gods were actually players who had crossed over in Yggdrasil like him. Unfortunately, after all, it is limited by lifespan, and what makes Rimuru a little concerned is that everyone has mentioned that the appearance of the Grim Reaper is different from the other 5. He is most likely an alien, and if so, judging by the lifespan of the alien, he is likely to be alive. This made Rimuru a little excited. Chapter 5. The undead realm mentioned by the 2 adventurers in the tavern earlier, as well as a powerful undead, couldn't help but remind Rimuru of his companions. Flying Squirrel, he is the existence standing on top of the undead, the ruler of death. In other words, the so-called powerful immortal may be his companion Flying Squirrel himself. No matter how much chance it was, Rimuru had to take a look. Great Sage, call up the information of the Kingdom of Inbaya. Answer, in the Kingdom of Inbaria, the highest population in history once reached about 5 million people. The country is rich in dairy products, and compared to other countries, merchants can buy fresh cheese and yogurt, butter, and other luxury goods more conveniently. It is said that the table of its aristocratic banquet is often served with 3 or more types of cheese. For more than 150 years on record, there has been a balanced relationship with neighboring countries, there has never been a major war, and more than 90% of the population of the country's citizens are rainbow people. Rainbow pupil people are born with 7 colored shiny pupils, and the members of this group are slimmer than normal humans, and have special talents in magic, and are good at strengthening the magic of the 4 major systems. Great Sage, update the existing intelligence. The country is suspected to be destroyed, all members or become undead, the reason is unknown. Understand, the existing intelligence is updated. Update the route. Answer, from Urantir to the former Investelia, navigation is based on the existing continental map, the route is successfully drawn, and the arrival time required for the flight is inferred to be 4 days. It's really long enough, but it doesn't matter. Flying squirrel, I'm coming. A little earlier than expected, when Rimuru arrived at the ruins of the land of the rainbow pupils, only a few kilometers away, the time had just reached the 3rd day of nightfall, and this time happened to be when the undead were most active. Rimuru, who had already opened the communication on the road, kept shouting the name of the flying squirrel but never got a response, which made his heart a little heavier. I feel that my body hardly consumes much MP. Rimuru continued to fly forward, flying through the thick and eerie clouds, and the night sky of this world appeared before his eyes. He had been busy gathering intelligence and hurrying before, and he had not paid attention to the scenery of this world at all. It was a sight he had never seen in his 2 lifetimes. The clouds were at his feet, and the stars shone above him, and the real starry sky that could only be seen on the internet in previous lives appeared before his eyes. The hypocritical starry sky of the 6th layer of Nazarick was already very shocking, but in his current heart, it was completely inferior to what he saw in his eyes at this time. Shaking his head, Rimuru now had something more important to do than enjoying the scenery. With the wings borrowed by the predator of Rimluna, the remains of the town and the castle, as well as the dilapidated walls, soon appeared at his feet. Worthy of the country that once had a population of 5 million, the town at Limlu is very wide, but the broken walls around it, and the broken carriages and skeletons scattered on the town roads make it look more like a ruin. No, it's a ruin. Rimuru slowly lands on the road of the town and easily kills a zombie that appears in front of him. Houses collapsed due to wood corrosion all around, and zombie roars continue to be heard on the streets. This place is full of low-level undead, and there are no traces of human existence. That flying squirrel guy won't make such a low level. Undead, right? Answer, there is no life energy around, and there are no high-level undead, and a large number of zombies have been detected. Limlu nodded, he was completely uninterested in the zombies around him, but the city did seem to have become the land of the undead as the outside world said. Since he was here, it was better to go inside and explore. It should be my first adventure in the other world. After breath complete shielding blocked his breath, Rimuru walked towards the castle deep in the town. Since this is the royal capital of this country, then presumably that castle is the royal palace. The zombies dressed as soldiers who passed by Rimuru made him confirm that he was not in the wrong place. Flying to the entrance of the main hall of the palace, Rimuru blocked the sound of pushing the door and slowly walked in. After all, after he blocked the breath, the only way for zombies to determine the location of people was sound, and here was the palace of the entire undead country, and there were countless zombies wandering outside. A zombie's words can easily have a chain reaction when he finds out, and he doesn't want the entire town of zombies to rush here. Although these low-level monsters can't break his defense at all, they are very troublesome after all, aren't they? And he happens to be a person who is afraid of trouble. Stepping into the interior of the palace, Rimuru's eyes shrank, all kinds of precious porcelain fell to the ground at wool, windows, walls, various places had scratches. Seeing this scene, he could imagine how chaotic it was when the tragedy happened. All the rooms around the palace were visited by Rimuru, and the situation in each room was almost the same as the hall, except that strangely, there were not many zombies inside the palace, and no zombies appeared in the king's and queen's dormitories. It was only in a suspected princess room that he found 2 zombies in maid attire falling to the ground and already stinking. Gradually, Rimuru walked to the depths of the palace and stopped at the door of a room. There were no zombie scratches nearby, and when you opened the door, you were greeted by a bookshelf and a bunch of wooden frames, on which were neatly arranged with various books. Then this should be the so-called library or treasure house. He pulled out a copy and opened it, just glancing at the corner of Rimuru's eye and twitching. The 4th rank of rank magic, dehydration, is a magic used against living things. It can be used by players at more than 20 levels, which may be precious to the natives of this world, but it is useless to him. He put the book back and glanced at the bookshelf, as if the books in the other places in front of him had been taken away. That is, someone took the book before the disaster, or did someone come back after the disaster and take things with them? Judging by the accumulation of dust here, the books should have been taken away after the disaster. The judgment of the great sage must not be wrong, that is, has anyone returned here after the disaster or has someone from outside invaded this place? Continuing deeper, a countertop in the deepest part caught Rimuru's attention, with 4 items, or props, placed on it. Identification. The information of the items appeared in front of his eyes, and the 4 items were: Gauntlet of Griffin Lord, Mask of Irabia Hodan, Robe of First Invern, and Lost White. The first 3 props are only low-level magic props. As for the 4th, it made Lim interested. If he was not mistaken, the magic sealed in the rainbow light should be the 5th rank magic of the faith system, the resurrection of the dead, but there are some subtle differences in the technique. In addition, he noticed another thing. Great Sage, there should be no magic or props that can automatically clean ashes here. No, the inference is that someone cleans frequently. Yes, there is a clear difference between the countertop here and the bookshelves outside. It is so clean that someone has obviously come to wipe it down recently. In that case, it means that the people who come back here to take the books away should not be outsiders, but people who were originally in this castle or the descendants of the castle owner. It's nothing if it's the latter, but if it's the former. Thinking that this is an accident that occurred 100 years ago, the person who often comes back is most likely a high-level immortal? The chance of inferring that the target is a high-level undead is 75%. Chapter 6. Sure enough, the guess was correct. Rimuru picked up the rainbow light and looked at it carefully. This thing is still collectible. At this moment, he noticed a faint magic fluctuation in the direction of the door, and hurriedly turned around, and the petite figure that appeared in front of him was wrapped in a red cloak and wore a strange mask on his face. The unknown figure flashed an extremely dazzling magic array in this darkness at this time, and in the next instant, countless ice crystals appeared on the magic array and flew towards Rimuru. Predator. Before the attack hit him, the black fluctuation engulfed everything in front of him and fell silent. Hey, Sage the enemy is in front of you, why is there no hint? Rimuru couldn't help but complain to the great sage in his mind. The individual is not a threat, and previously the prompt was blocked by the non-threat target. Magic belongs to the category of rank magic, inferred to the 5th rank, and cannot break the defense. Thinking that it was Rimuru, who had previously let the great sage shield the detection of the weak, he was stunned for a moment, which is probably lifting a stone and shooting himself in the foot. Who are you? Why come here? A woman's voice came from under the cloak, which was in line with the immaturity of this little man. You're an immortal. Although he asked rhetorically, Rimuru's tone seemed to be affirmative. The great sage did block the detection of low-level creatures, but Rimuru himself could feel the movements of the undead in the palace, and he had sensed that the undead had entered the palace before, but the breath was too weak for him to think it was an ordinary zombie. Rimuru did not hear the reply of the figure in front of him, and hearing his words, the figure that had attacked him earlier directly turned around and flew out. Dimensional move. Using just one ordinary magic, Rimuru's figure appeared in front of the attacker who had fled from the entrance to the palace. Dimensional lock. An 8th order position enveloped the town, and before the attacker used the 5th order magic to attack him, he couldn't rule out the possibility that someone in front of him could use teleportation magic. Instantaneous transfer magic within the scope of the dimensional blockade effect will not be effective, which means that it is impossible for the person in front of him to escape. Then next, looking at the figure that was about to sneak into the zombie group in front of him, a complex magic array appeared on Rimuru's hand, which was the 9th rank. Temporal stasis. The figure in front of the zombie group instantly stopped and was fixed in midair. Just as Rimuru stretched out his tentacles to bring her back. Notice, affected by the effect of time stagnation, the lifting is successful. Just at that moment, Rimuru was also stopped. That is, the attacker in front of you, can use time stagnation? Answer, it is inferred that there is an innate power in the records. Sure enough, Rimuru did not think that the extremely weak aura of the undead in front of him could be used to the 9th rank. But is it born with supernatural abilities? The ability unique to this world, the undead in front of him has enough value, bringing the girl in front of him, and Rimuru lifts the effect of time stagnation. At the moment when the magic was lifted, the girl fell directly to the ground and began to cover her chest and gasp heavily. Sure enough, casting the 9th rank was still too expensive for this low-level immortal. With Rimuru's eyes, the girl in front of her converted the game level to only about 50 levels, and in the setting of the game, she crossed level 20 to use magic, and it was strange that the consumption of mana could keep up. However, being able to cross so many levels also shows that the innate abilities of this world do have merit. Little miss, don't play the escape game, after all, I'm not an evil slime. When the words fell, Limlu changed back to slime form in place, and landed on the ground with a pop. Wow! The girl made a strange sound, probably not expecting that the person with terrifying strength in front of her would be a slime. However, even if it was a slime, not to mention the depletion of the magic power in her own body, just thinking about the huge consumption of using that magic just now, and the performance of this slime only paused slightly, she understood that she could not resist the existence in front of her. This guy is even more terrifying than the demon god she once faced. When did this kind of superstandard existence exist in this world? Can the little lady take off the mask first? I think it's more polite to talk like this, right? Hearing Rimuru's words, the girl hesitated and took off the mask on her face that was used to cover her face. The girl who appeared in front of Limlu was indeed as he thought, her facial features were extremely delicate, her blonde hair was covered by a hood, and her eyes were red like blood. Notice, vampires of the lower race that is inferred to be the true ancestor of vampires. It's hard to imagine that there will be an undead like you in this country full of low-level undead zombies, so miss, I'm Rimuru, can you tell me your name? Kino. It's Ibaruat. Kino. Ibaruat. Rimuru repeated the somewhat strange names that the girl said, but the girl denied it. It's just Ibaruat. After saying this, the girl seemed to be caught in a memory, which was said to Rimuru, but as if it was said to herself. All right, Ibaruat. Then why did you come to this country, or why did you go to that library to clean? Don't try to fool me, that library has a magic that is very similar to yours. Ibaruat nodded. It's really me cleaning there, and I. Once the princess of this country. Lord Princess? For the two-generation commoner Rimuru, this status is a little too noble. It's a former princess, do you think the country needs a princess now? As for now, they call me Destroy the Country. Chapter 7. For Rimuru, a commoner of 2 lifetimes, this status is a little too noble. It's a former princess, do you think this country needs a princess now? As for now, they call me Destroy the Country. You are the undead who is rumored to destroy this country? Rimuru didn't believe what Ibaruat said at this time. She may indeed have some ability in the eyes of the indigenous people of this world, but this ability is limited after all. How long can she kill people in this country to solve it? That's 5 million people, and even he and the flying squirrel have to work a little harder. Of course not. How could I do such a thing, destroy the country? No kidding. This is our country. Ibaruat bowed his head slightly, and a look of grievance and pain appeared on his face. My country has suffered a disaster, and the survivors are forced to bear the name of destroying the country. Then I have one more question. Well? Did Miss Ibarua attack me because she treated me like a thief entering the palace? Or else, breaking into the treasury of the ruins palace, and holding the national treasure of this country? Speaking of this, Ibarua paused. She reacted, for Rimuru with this strength, these so-called national treasures in the palace were useless to him. That is, she herself misunderstood something. Poof. Poof. Okay. Since it's a misunderstanding, it's okay. If you continue to do this here, the zombies will be attracted over. Let's go in and talk slowly, Miss Ibarua. Ibarua looked at the slime jumping around in front of her and invited her into her former home with a serious look of a master, and sighed helplessly. So, Miss Rimuru, can you become what you were before? It's too strange to look like this. Huh? It's going to be weird. Rimuru always thought that his slime state was very cute, otherwise he would not have paid for it at that time. But in order to obtain information, he changed back after hearing Ibarua's complaint. But, to correct it, I'm a male, so it should be Mr. Rimuru. Huh? Is in a room inside the palace. Rimuru and Ibarua communicate with each other here. So, the time stagnation you can use is really because of your innate powers? It's amazing. I call it a magic storage copy, and it copies and stores any magic I've seen or received, and then it can be launched like my own magic. But it's almost useless. I have to say that it is really a terrifying ability, and Ibarua's words cannot even copy the super magic. I just don't know if those unique skills can. Although this innate ability, according to the use of Ibarua just now, is based on the strength of his own magical power. Otherwise, she would not have been emptied by this magic. In this other world, it really cannot be taken lightly, and according to Ibarua's explanation of innate powers, any ability may appear. So, do you have anything else? Ibarua sat in his chair and asked Rimuru sullenly. As to the reason why this country has become the way it is, can Ibarua tell me what you know? What happened 100 years ago? It is possible that the flying squirrel arrived 100 years earlier than himself, since it was ruled out that it was not the princess of destroying the country in front of him. It had to make Rimuru rethink whether it was the flying squirrel that caused all this. I don't know anything. Ibarua whispered. You were there when the disaster happened, including you who were originally just ordinary rainbow pupils, but now you have become an undead. You yourself will not believe it when you say this just now, Ibarua. What do you want to know? And what do you understand? And what do the affairs of this country have to do with you? Ibarua suddenly stood up and said angrily. Even if you have been an immortal for 100 years, is it still a child's nature? What a kid! I'm past the age of a child. You look unconvincing, Miss Ibarua, Rimuru complained in her heart when she looked at Ibarua's appearance. And when it comes to children, aren't you too? That's cute, hey! Rimuru turned her head away from the girl in front of her. After a while, he looked at Ibarua, who slowly calmed down in front of him. Sorry. I couldn't control my emotions. So you know what happened then, right? Well, I hope you can tell me about your experience at that time. I am very concerned about the changes that have happened in this city, which may be related to the whereabouts of my former companions. Your companion? Well, I can tell you about my experience. This matter is not a secret in the high level of the sect, but, listen to me, no matter how strong you are, don't go after the culprit of that incident, don't contact that guy. It is the existence that is truly at the top of this world. That guy. It is the soul, the ruler of death. Chapter 8. That guy. It is the soul, the ruler of death. Flying squirrel is a veritable ruler of death, and thinking of this, Rimuru realizes that he may have found information about his missing companion. Even if you see the power I show. Although you are very strong, it is true, but that guy is an existence that the sect country does not dare to provoke. From Ibarua's tone, it could be heard that she had no affection for the godland of the most powerful human country in existence, but yes, after all, she was now an undead. Then, from her narration, the catastrophe that occurred in this land 100 years ago surfaced before Rimru's eyes. Ibarua was once the princess of the land of the rainbow eyes, and the rainbow pupils had a special talent for magic. Her father, as a king, was a master of magic using the 4th rank, and her mother could use it up to the 5th rank. And Ibarua, as a descendant of those two, I was able to use low-level magic freely at a very young age. The country was peaceful and his family was happy, and the young Ibarua thought that this life could last forever. Until one ordinary day, the queen taught Ibarua to use perceptual magic, which is to close her eyes to sense fluctuations in the magical power unleashed by others. Young Ibarua closed her eyes and sensed the magical fluctuations released by her mother in front of her, and I don't know how long it took, she sensed a terrifying, indescribable huge magic force like a huge wave. It was different from the magic she had ever perceived, which made her suddenly open her eyes, and while she saw her mother in front of her, Ibarua suddenly felt a sharp pain. Severe pain invaded her whole body. It was a pain that she had never felt before. When she was still young, she fell to the ground, and when she fell to the ground, in Ibarua's tear-blurred vision, she saw the 2 maids who accompanied her also fell to the ground, and in the blink of an eye, she saw her mother with a twisted look and covered her chest and half crouched in front of her, enduring the pain and casting various defensive magic on Ibarua. Lesser mind protection. Protection energy negative. But even so, the pain she felt was not relieved in the slightest. Her mother grabbed her arm, dragged her to the door, and the maid chief also endured the severe pain to open the door for the 2, but after opening the door, she also fainted as if she was asleep. At this moment, the father with his crutches appeared from outside the door. "Are you all right? City. All. Teleport." It may be that she endured the severe pain in her body at that time and did not hear what her father said at that time. The parents chanted a spell, but did not succeed in casting any magic. In the last consciousness of Ibarua, she saw that her father and mother had also slowly fallen on her body like a former maid, although it was very heavy, but she could feel her parents' feelings for her at this moment, and tears welled up in her eyes that were completely different from the previous pain. When Ibarua was about to pass out, she suddenly had a feeling very similar to when she had studied magic before, as if something was coming towards her, and then she lost consciousness, and then, I don't know how long it took, she regained consciousness. The pain in her body had completely disappeared by this time, and her parents and the head maid stood in the center of the room as if nothing had happened. When she wanted to call her mother in front of her, before she could speak, Ibarua suddenly reacted to the empty and dull expression of her mother in front of her, as if she had lost her reason, slowly wandering around the room, which was simply, just like the undead ones depicted in the book. But they did not attack Ibarua, obviously not because it was her parents before she died. Thinking of this, Ibarua suddenly felt a cold feeling in her body. She rushed out of the room and found a mirror, which reflected herself at first glance as if she was no different from before. No, one point, her colorful pupils, which were a rainbow pupil, turned red like blood. The reason why her parents did not attack her before was to treat her as a kind. She also became an immortal. Thinking of the abnormal noise outside the palace before, Ibarua walked out, and at this time there was no noise outside that had been lively, only the roar of low and terrifying zombies, whether it was people or domestic animals in captivity. Everything in front of him turned into a zombie among the undead, and there was no trace of rationality in sight. At a young age, she obviously couldn't accept it. She shouted in horror and ran back to the palace like crazy, not even daring to step into the room where her parents were before. Thanks to the fact that Ibarua is now an immortal, even if she does not eat, drink, or even rest, there will be no problems with her body. She locked herself in a room without eating or drinking in a room free of zombies, and for a month at a time. Only she retains a rational existence in the city because of her natural ability, and no one can communicate with her. Ibarua stayed in the city. The undead are beings who maintain hatred for the living and are the common enemy of all the living. She believed that the church country sheltered mankind from intrusion, and if such a big thing happened here, the church country would definitely send people to investigate. Outcome: no one came. It seems that this matter has passed like this, and no one in the world seems to remember the existence of a country of rainbow people. She can't remember how long she waited here, a year? 2 years? There has never been half a living person in the city. Since I can't wait for people, then I can rely on myself. With this in mind, she found the library and began to research ways to transform the undead into humans. Because she is an immortal, she can study all kinds of magic books in the treasure house without sleep, and I don't know how long has passed in her studies. Decade? Decades? She didn't bother to remember, time meant nothing to her now. She was full of motivation to carry out this boring study year after year, thinking that one day everyone might be able to change back. During this period, outsiders also entered the city, but it was not the living but a powerful undead. The undead occupied the palace, and Ibaruat, who was powerless to make enemies of the undead, had to collect his things and flee into the sewers of the palace. Until that day, the real living came here. Chapter 9. Until that day, the real living came here. It was a small team of humans, giants, and forest elves, who entered the palace and easily slay the powerful undead who had invaded the palace. After listening to the team's discussion after the successful crusade that the undead might not be the culprit behind the destruction of the country, Ibarua summoned up her courage and appeared in front of the team. Initially, the adventurers unsurprisingly turned swords at her because she was an undead, but during her battles and conversations with the team members, or the team leader felt that she was not hostile, and let her team members stop. Seeing that the captain in front of her could accept her, Ibire took the initiative to tell these people about her experience. Perhaps, there was a slight possibility, they could help her find a way to free these undead. She hoped that the team in front of her, which was so strong in her eyes, would give her hope, and in return, she wanted her to give everything she could. But all who heard her plea were silent, even Ligurido Belsgolan, who was the most adept at the magic of the dead. The undead who have turned into zombies, their existence is irreversible. This is common sense that everyone on the continent is clear. Even killing them first and then using resurrection magic to resurrect them can't be reversed. It's not a negative state, their race is no longer undead. The cruel truth made Ibarua stunned in place, and she was silent for a long time, and at this moment, the captain of this team stepped forward and invited her to join her in the crusade against the demon gods that were ravaging the continent. Maybe you need to go out and have a look. We may not be able to find a way now, but this world is very big, maybe in a corner of the continent, you can find the hope you are looking for. She accepted the team's invitation to join them on adventures, grow stronger together, develop her own unique magic, and take down a worm demon god who was endangering the continent. The members of their squad are all powerful, so they are praised by later generations and are known as the 13 Heroes. Because of her status, Ibarua often acts in a mask and rarely shows her face to the public, so she is not widely admired by the world like her other teammates. But she didn't care about any of that. What she cherished now was the small hope that might exist somewhere on the continent, and the friendship that came from being with the team members along the way. It's just that any good things around her seem to fade, and this journey still comes to an end. During the final battle of the squad, the captain whom she revered dies and refuses to be resurrected after death. Because of the death of the captain, although they won the battle, everyone lost interest. Until the world-famous 13 heroes dispersed, she still didn't find that glimmer of hope. In the end, the Platinum Dragon King, who was also one of the 13 heroes with her, found her. Originally, Shirokane was going to hide it from the girl, but he was afraid that the girl would be too impulsive to find out the truth herself, so he told Ibarua everything he knew. Although he didn't know how to redeem the undead, he knew who the murderer was. It turned out that the real cause of a series of tragedies in the country of the Rainbow Pupil people and its surrounding countries was the rare existing true Dragon King in the world who was as famous as the Platinum Dragon King, the immortal Coffin Dragon King. That guy's strength is not weaker than Platinum, and he has a very strong origin magic. As well as Platinum, he and the guy are both members of a group called the Six Dragons Alliance. Because Ibarua had mentioned that maybe the team would work together to deal with the mastermind behind the scenes, and the undead could be reversed, Platinum was worried that Ibarua would go directly to the immortal Coffin Dragon King on impulse. As a true Dragon King, it is impossible for him to help others deal with his own kind. Platinum tells Ibire the identity of the murderer, so that he can let go of the desire for revenge on the murderer and find other hopes. Ibire, who had acted with the Platinum Dragon King in the past, knew in her heart the horrors of the true Dragon King and the origin magic. She endured the pain in her heart and kept it to the bottom of her heart, trying to continue to find other hopes. After the team disbanded, the members returned to their former countries, and Ibirae occasionally visited their countries, but it wasn't long before she continued to circle the continent. Perhaps she knew that this glimmer of hope was too small, and that Ibirae herself was already unsure whether she would succeed. After a long time, Ibirae returned to her homeland, and after nearly 100 years, the land did not change in the slightest, and there was no sign of invasion in the treasure house, but a thick layer of ash was piled up, and she settled down temporarily in her former home. And so it went on for a few more years, until Rimuru arrived. Chapter 10. And so it went on for a few more years, until the arrival of Rimuru. The nearly century-old experience told by Ibirae in front of her is an epic that belongs to her alone, to one of the legendary 13 heroes who destroyed the country. You've worked hard, Ibirae. Looking at the girl in front of him, Rimuru sighed sincerely. However, it was not the flying squirrel that caused the disaster, but the news of the so-called immortal Coffin Dragon King, which still discouraged Rimuru. The clues he thought he had finally found about his companions were broken here. However, the story of the true Dragon King and origin magic that Ibirae told about this world still made Rimuru a little concerned. The entire country's 5 million people were reduced to the undead, and the supernatural magic he could use could not do such a thing, and as for the flying squirrel had learned too much magic, and Rimuru had reservations about whether he could do it. As for that true Dragon King? If there is only the so-called origin magic, you can find an opportunity to test it. Looking at Ibirae, who was caught in memories in front of her, Rimuru reached out and touched her head. If he were to change to the role of the girl in front of him, he would be directly rotten on the spot. At only about 10 years old, he endured the kind of ordeal that could destroy an adult, and devoted himself to studying magic for decades for the sake of his people and his family. Just for the sake of an almost tiny ray of hope, he has traveled the continent for decades. Even if he has not yielded anything, he has been insisting on searching. Ibirae, what your captain said was right, your efforts are useful, I believe, hope must be somewhere on this continent. I know without you saying, thank you. After decades, in the same place, she once again told others about her past. He affirmed her efforts, and she said that the hope of believing was not empty talk. The figure in front of her seemed to coincide with the figure she revered decades ago. He knew that she was an undead, the common enemy of all living beings, but he did not show any hostility towards her. Strange slime. Muttering softly in his mouth, he bowed his head sharply, and Ibirae shook off Rimuru's hand. All said, I'm not a bad slime. Strange though. But, this feels not bad. So, I told you everything, the source of that disaster. Listen to me, no matter if your companion died in this city or whatever, it's best not to investigate further. However, Ibirae's words fell, but there was no response, and Rimuru in front of her seemed to be thinking about something. You guy wouldn't really be planning to go over, would you? That's the true Dragon King. To Ibirae, I can only be considered a stranger, right? And you will still care about me like that. Less come, who cares about you guy? I'm just worried that you're going to die and implicate other countries. You guy doesn't understand the horror of the true Dragon King. Yes, Rimuru didn't understand, he was different from the flying squirrel. The more he didn't understand something, the more curious he was and the more he wanted to investigate, otherwise how could he have created the great sage to obtain all the world information of Yggdrasil? Ibirae, how do you think my strength is compared to the Platinum Dragon King? You used to be a teammate of the Platinum Dragon King. How can there be ordinary monsters that can keep up with the true Dragon King? You guy is far worse than them. Oh, well, Rimuru knows that Ibirae can't set the strength of the so-called true Dragon King here. So, Ibirae, are you really? Don't want revenge? Hearing Rimuru mention this, Ibirae's expression instantly became cold. What you guy wants to know, I have told you all the information I know. The Ibirae in front of him obviously didn't want to continue talking with him. Then the last question, that true Dragon King, is he still near this country? It was a sentence that received no reply, but at the same time as Rimuru asked this sentence, Ibarua's body trembled violently. Rimuru got the answer. Sure enough, the girl in front of her still had the idea of revenge on the Dragon King, but she was pressed to the bottom of her heart. It's not that she doesn't want to avenge everyone killed in that disaster, it's just that she can't do it. Otherwise, she would not have investigated the location of the immortal coffin Dragon King herself. Okay, I don't have a problem anymore, but there's one thing I want to remind you. Just now, the great sage told Rimuru that a group of living people was coming here beyond the border. There is a group of people coming from the north, deducing that the target should be here, and there must be someone in that team who is better than you. Pack up the things in the palace and take them away. You don't want the treasures of this country to be taken away by outsiders. Being able to be reported by the great sage means that the person who came has at least enough ability to break the invalidation of Rimuru's low-level spells, that is. The person who came was at least a 7th rank magic chanter. Meeting minutes. The disaster of the unknown undead. The disaster that occurred in the kingdom of Anibaya 100 years ago. This led to the zombification of the inhabitants with a radius of more than 250 kilometers centered on the kingdom of Inbaria. The disaster led to the graduation of 4 countries from the mainland. Mission Executor, a god-man with a true artifact and the Sunshine Holy Book Force mission. Purpose, go deep into the heart of the ruins to obtain suspected true artifacts and investigate the whereabouts of the true Dragon King and its abilities as much as possible, and use dimensional move to escape back in case of crisis, giving priority to ensuring the safety of the gods and the true artifacts. Above. Signatory, Supreme Priest. After Rimuru and Ibarua bid farewell and explored alone, a small team from the church entered the capital of Imbaria. Although they had already used long-distance detection magic to probe before they actually entered the ruins, they couldn't help but feel shocked when they actually entered the city. Although he is only a low-level undead, he thinks that this king can accommodate nearly 800,000 people, that is, more than 800,000 zombies. The magic chanters first used flying magic to explore the entire capital city, and after confirming that there were no high-level undead, the entire squad scattered into the town. Because it is daytime, there are very few zombies roaming the streets, most of them are hiding in the materials, and it is inconvenient to explore when the zombies come out at night. They were the same as Rimuru's countermeasures, although it was easy to deal with the low-level undead with the existence of godmen, but there were too many gods, and the godmen could not protect each of their team members. After giving the order to explore quietly, the god-man, who was the temporary commander of the squad, rushed towards the royal capital with 2 soldiers. Just as the god-man stopped at the door of the treasure house, the voice of his subordinate came from behind him. "Sir, the castle zombies have all been cleaned up." These low-level undead had no pressure in the eyes of the direct subordinates brought by the godman Hill. After all, they were close to hero-level existences. Hill nodded and walked into the treasury. It was different from when Rimuru came before. Some of the books on the shelves are still there, but the most conspicuous place in the treasure trove where national treasures are placed is empty. "Lord Hill, someone has been here before." The details that Rimuru had noticed were also noticed by Hill and his subordinates. Chapter 11. At this time, in the sky of the royal capital, Rimuru hid his figure to observe the movement of this squad. Until they left, he turned and flew towards the other ruined cities. There was nothing more for him to explore in this ruin, and the information had been obtained from Ibarua before. Judging from the performance of Ibarua, who was asked the question last night, even if the immortal coffin Dragon King was not in this Infalia ruin, it was definitely not far away. Maybe Rimuru can't turn 5 million people into zombies, but just by exploring this affected area, with his existing perception ability, he can still do it. But 5 million people. Origin magic, it's really interesting. Thinking of the unknown that may be about to face, Rimuru couldn't help but feel active. Now, after spending a week perceiving the 250-kilometer radius, Rimuru has preliminarily locked onto the target. Notice, the anomaly is located in the neighboring country of Inbaya, the subordinate city of the Aina Alliance near the Ketanas Mountains. and is identified as Sluk 3 City, and the reason for the anomaly is that there are only low-level undead zombies here within the ruins. Inference result: the probability of the existence of high-level monsters is 97%, and the remaining 3% are zombies that have been eliminated for unknown reasons. In this way, the sudden appearance of a blank space in the dense zombies is indeed very conspicuous. So what about the flying squirrel, Sage A Dream? Answer: the probability of the identification name flying squirrel existing here is infinitely close to 0%. Infinitely approaching 0 does not mean equal to 0, and it is enough for Rimuru to have a chance, not to mention that it is very likely to be the Dragon King who interests him. As Rimuru approached Sluk 3, he sensed the difference between the land and the rest of the ruins. As previously detected, the densely packed zombies in other parts of the ruins have disappeared without a trace here. As Rimuru flew past the gates of Sluk 3, the full picture of the city built by the Kedanias Mountains appeared before his eyes. A variety of architectural styles, including the city gates, can be seen in the city, and this country is worthy of its full name, the Ainada Race Alliance. As he gradually moved deeper into the city, the possibility of the area being artificially cleared of zombies had dissipated from his mind. It is impossible to remove this place. City 3 is located inside the ruins and not on the periphery, and there are no traces of fighting left in the city. Soon, Rimuru, who flew high into the air, discovered something that he cared about very much. There were 3 gates in the entire city wall. However, one of them is a door in the direction of the Kedanas Mountains, and from this direction it looks as if it has cracked. It seems that Rimuru does not feel from the outside, but as if it is destroyed from the inside. But it still feels strange to him. Since you can't see it clearly, why don't you take a closer look? Landing in front of the door, Rimuru's eyes appeared in front of the figures of the former residents of this city. Yes, former residents. The front door of this door is littered with countless bones of various races and traces of corrupted clothing. They are running for your life? Just when Rimuru was about to make a judgment. Answer: no, there are no large pieces of luggage here, only bones and clothing, so it is inferred that they are the low-level undead created by the creation of the undead? In a flash of light, Rimuru came up with the answer before the great sage could report. He thought that if it was created using the undead, the low-level undead produced would obey the instructions of the creator. Definitely. So this is when the residents turned into immortals and followed the order to walk together into this gate. Then the existence that he may encounter outside this door now is very likely to be. Answer: the master of the undead, the true Dragon King, the immortal Coffin Dragon King. He actually found the location of this Dragon King so easily, and thinking of the things told by Ibarua he had met before, Rimuru couldn't help but feel a little stunned. Perhaps he can learn the way to save the Ibarua family from the Dragon King, the mastermind behind the scenes. Although most of the reason for coming to the Dragon King is to satisfy his own curiosity. Maybe not. He wanted to find out the true effect of the so-called origin magic, and find out the truth of that disaster. Remembering the cautious character of his former companion Flying Squirrel, in case, if the Dragon King's strength far exceeded him, if the origin magic and the magical effect he did not know caused him to die in battle, wouldn't it be that he would never see those past companions again, and never see Flying Squirrel again? If it's a flying squirrel, you must be prepared to go in. Rimuru couldn't help but hesitate in front of the door. Chapter 12. Lord Hill. The gates of Sluk 3 were built against the backdrop of the Kedanas Mountains, and there is a trade route that quickly leads to the Kedanas Mountains. According to the other adults of the pitch-black holy scripture, it was very likely that the true Dragon King was inside Mount Kedanias. Over time, the investigation team of the church also came to this city. Mount Kedanias? I remember there was a very famous legend there. Hill the God-man asked the adjutant beside him with interest. Yes, my lord, according to legend, there is a fountain of wisdom in the interior of the mountain range, and people can get wisdom by soaking in it. But before you see the spring, you need to go through trials, and there are legendary creatures such as flying dragons and dragons inhabited in the mountains, and it is said that no one has succeeded, but with your lord, you must be able to use the godlike power of the 7th rank. Another adjutant hurriedly added with a smile on his face. Ha 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 ha. It is still important to find the true Dragon King. After the task is completed, you can go to the so-called Wisdom Spring to take a look, or go to the mountain entrance first and talk later. As they talked, the squad slowly approached the gate where Rimuru had been. Lord Hill. Here it is? Ah, it seems that we really didn't find the wrong place, the culprit of the undead disaster, the territory where the mysterious true Dragon King is located has finally been discovered by us. Until then, though, Godman Hill did not care about the corpse in front of him, but his eyes emitted a blue light and looked into the air. Lord Hill's innate power, isn't it? Everyone also looked up, but it was dark in their eyes. This, Mr. Monster? Your means of concealing your figure are indeed superb, but you can't fool my eyes. As a monster, you still dare to peek at the team led by my God Hill, who gave you the guts, your master true Dragon King. Looking at the sect squad below him, the people in the air slowly revealed their figures, and it was Rimuru who came here first. He sensed the aura of someone rushing over, and he hid his intention to observe the group here. However, from their previous conversation, Rimuru learned that their purpose was the same as himself, the true Dragon King. That I'm not a bad slime. With this line in his mouth, Rimuru slowly descended from the sky. Since everyone had the same purpose, it was possible to reach cooperation, but he was not half behind, but he was greeted by an attack. You damn monster, disguised as a human being blinded when my eyes are blind? What is there to talk about between humans and monsters? Give me death, you fellow. 7th rank, Holy Smite. Pure blue-white light descended from the sky like a pillar, accompanied by countless fireballs and dragon thunder released by the sect squad. But just as the various attacks were about to hit Limlu, black ominous fluctuations gushed out from Limlu's body, engulfing all the attacks that came towards him. What? You guy, is it the 8th rank? Looking at Rimuru, who was uninjured and guarded against his own attack, Hill roared with a twisted expression. Impossible. That's a realm that only our gods and dragons can reach. How can you be an unknown little devil, how can you? Hearing Hill's words, his two adjutants also showed shocked looks. Well, they all said that I am not a bad slime, but since you attacked me first when I showed favor. That means you're a red name, right? Red name. What is that? No, it was mentioned in the records of the ancestors, you guy. As if he had received some incredible information, Hill muttered as he looked at Rimuru in the air with wide eyes. Later, when he came to his senses, he hurriedly took out a scroll and tore it open in a panic, and when he and the two adjutants were surrounded by a blue magic array, he sighed in relief and taunted at Rimuru. When I return to the sect country, I will definitely summon all the members of the Pitch Black Saint Book to come and fight you. You abominable evil god. Just when he thought that he would appear in the sect realm in the next second, the Dharma array on his body suddenly shattered and dissipated when it expanded to a certain point. Why? Why is this so? The magic has obviously been released, why didn't it take effect? Early, who had lost his mind, shouted at the adjutant beside him, and then Rimuru's voice came from mid-air. 7th order magic greater teleportation. Well, sure enough, space countermeasures are necessary, and there are also such props among human beings, and there are people like you. Looking at the flustered looks of the people below him, he continued to explain. Friendly reminder, this area was banned by me using dimensional lock when you came in. 9th rank? You bastard really is. I heard your previous conversation, I just wanted to have a good chat with you. You are the squad leader of the sect country, is it really good to provoke other enemies for the sect country during the mission? No kidding, what is there to talk about with you inhuman monsters? It seems to be an enemy. I thought I could become friends and talk and cooperate well, but it turned out that the red name is the red name, since you are enemies. So, capture mass hold species. Before the words fell, the magic that the two lieutenants of Hill had been chanting for a long time suddenly acted on Rimuru, a magic that limited the enemy's movement in scope, causing him to pause temporarily. Ha ha ha. You guy, you think my Godman Hill will succumb to you so simply, don't kidding. Rimuru watched with interest the roar of hill below him. He planned to see what he could do to himself. As for this level of magic, the great sage could easily crack it. It's just that hill in front of him actually began to take off his clothes after speaking, and Rimuru couldn't help but blush and complain. What kind of combat is this, you guy? Until Hill took off all his clothes outside, Rimuru instantly had a creepy feeling, but the scene that appeared on the scene made Rimuru quickly close her eyes. After all, the scenery in front of him is really too spicy for the eyes. The original cloak and armor on the god Hill were all thrown on the ground, and now he was wearing a cheongsam that was all white and embroidered with a golden dragon. Evil god, it is your honor to fall under the true artifact given by this god Sama. Hill's words fell, and the golden dragon he was wearing began to emit dazzling golden light, and under the golden light, the golden dragon seemed to come to life and rushed towards Rimuru. Notice, detected a threat, inferred that this is a world-class prop, suspected to be Falling City and Falling Country, which has a mandatory spiritual dominance effect, which can make the user completely control a character, and suggest ways to deal with it. Before the great sage finished speaking, Rimuru, who had just opened his eyes, was hit by the golden dragon, and the divine dragon quickly disappeared into Rimuru's body, and the golden dazzling light lit up on his body. When the light dissipated, Rimuru opened his eyes again, but this time his originally golden pupils looked extremely dim as if they had lost their highlights, and his body also stood in place. The falling city used by Hill really achieved its effect. Ha 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 ha, sure enough, how can an evil god be able to resist the power of the true artifact left by the god lord? As for Rimuru not being manipulated by him, Hill did not think about this possibility, and the true artifacts left by the 6 gods had never expired. Sir, this true artifact was originally used by us to deal with the Dragon King, is it a little inappropriate to use it here? Looking at Hill, who was getting dressed, the adjutant stepped forward and asked. You understand a fart, this thing is likely to have no effect on the Dragon King who has the origin magic. The old man of the priest chief originally let us carry it to prevent accidents. Isn't the appearance of the evil god unexpected enough? Not to mention that we also obtained a thug who can use the 9th rank, the true Dragon King? Just leave it to this guy. Take it down and rest well, this evil god has now been firmly controlled by Falling City and Falling Country. Take a day off tonight, tomorrow, just let the guys come to explore the way. Chapter 13. In the middle of the night, Rimuru, who was sitting alone in the tent, opened her eyes, and her golden eyes looked extremely dazzling in the darkness. World-class props. Fortunately, it was not a direct attack type, and fortunately this thing was not put back in Nazarick before. Rimuru pulled out a stone from his pocket that at first glance looked ordinary, and upon closer inspection, he found that the stone emitted a faint glow of 7 colors. This is the caloric stone, which is a world-class prop with the country. Thermal stones are synthesized by consuming a large amount of 7-colored ore of various types, and are the most special world-class items in the game, because they can be used repeatedly if they know how to synthesize. Using thermal stones can be used to make requests from game operators to make what players want. At that time, after Rimuru made the great sage who was of great help to him based on the hot stone, he made a piece of standing on his body from the remaining materials. As for why one of the world-class props, the Allure City, did not work on him, this is another characteristic of world-class props. As long as the player holds and equips world-class items, the player character will receive a special buff called World Guardian. This buff makes the holder immune to other world-class item special effects, except of course, for world-class items that deal pure damage. So the holder of a world-class item will not be affected in any way when subjected to an attack that is also a world-class effect. But world-class props? That is, the real artifact in their mouths, it seems to be the things left by the players who are known as the 6 gods. Really, you still have to be cautious about this world. The country and the like are still fine, if there is 20. Just as Rimuru was quietly thinking, an undead reaction that he had sensed before suddenly appeared within his perception, which was extremely conspicuous in this empty city of Sluk 3. Counter detect. Perfect unknowable. After releasing the enchantment that interfered with the detection magic in the tent, Rimuru, who completely disappeared herself, left the tent and rushed towards the undead lady who broke in. This is not a little lady. What is the little lady doing here if she doesn't stay in her own palace? But there is a terrible real dragon king ahead. Ibaruat, who was sneaking in a building and secretly looking in the direction of the camp of the sect squad, was startled by the sudden voice, and looked around carefully but found nothing. Ibaruat, who reacted that it was the voice of the slime, breathed a sigh of relief and responded in a low voice. "Why are you guys here?" "Yes, why, I'm looking for an answer, Maybe it's because I want to come over and find the little lady." "Don't call me little miss. You're a little guy too." In this dark night, Ibarua did not control his emotions and shouted these words, which could be heard even from a distance. Reflecting her own voice, Ibarua hurriedly tried to cover her mouth with her hand, only because she was wearing a mask. "It's just a cover for the bell." "Haha, but little miss, when you were in the royal capital before, you hid very well. Hiding in that kind of place, this squad searched so much and couldn't find you." "Don't call me small. Do you guys know where I'm hiding? The sewer chamber I made is obviously so hidden." Ibarua whispered angrily. "It's not hidden, the undead reaction on the little lady is still very strong. Anyway, I hid it, so what about you? How did you mix with the group of people in the sect country you can actually find here, for that? A real dragon king? That's a long story. First of all, it's not you, because we're not all the way. The God-man thinks he controls me, and I might stay in their squad for a while. As for finding here..." Rimuru in the air spun around and explained. "After all, this number 3 city does not exist in this ruin, not a single undead is a little too conspicuous. What about you? Little miss, here you come. This is it the same as my purpose? I just want to see the end of you guys who dare to provoke the true Dragon King." Ibarua folded her hands to her chest and pretended to disdain in response, but her voice grew quieter as she spoke. "And if you can, you guys try not to provoke the true Dragon King." Chapter 14. And if you can, you guys should try not to provoke the true Dragon King. Ibarua said at the end, and the small voice of Rimuru was barely audible. So this little lady is really worried about others, worried about a person who only has one side. Looking at Ibire below, Rimuru fell from the sky and revealed her figure in front of her, her hand gently pressing on Ibire's head. "Listen to me, little lady, I know what you have to say, and I value my life because I have a companion I must find. I promise, nothing will happen to me. It's said that it's not a little lady, and what else can I express? I just don't want you to provoke the true Dragon King into causing harm to this land." Feeling the touch of Rimuru's hand on his head, Ibire couldn't help but blush, and he lowered his head and shook off Rimuru's palm. "So you're still going to go anyway? When I think about it, I don't really have any reason to go, and at first I just thought I could get a message from my companion." "Then don't," shouted Ibarua in front of Rimuru. "But seeing that the little lady looks like this now, it seems that there is a little reason now." Rimuru smiled and slowly rose into the air. "It's to explore the secrets of the origin magic, Miss Little Man, and the god of the church has an innate ability to see through the hidden, and he may find you when he wakes up, so stay away, Miss Little Man." The words fell, and before Ibarua could reply, Rimuru once again hid her form and flew back in the direction of the church camp. Looking in the direction Rimuru had left, Ibire took off his mask and stared at it for a long time. "It's all said that it's not a small man is ready to enter the mountain, this evil god is in the lead, everyone is ready to fight. Hey! Evil god, if Uncle Ben is in danger, directly use the transfer magic to send me away. It's all you guy who caused Uncle Ben to waste a scroll that sealed the 7th order high-level teleportation." "Understood." Hearing Rimuru's response, the Godman Hill nodded in satisfaction and led the team to follow Rimuru on the road into the mountain. All members of the Cult Nation team unleashed their flying magic and flew close to the ground to follow behind Rimuru, surrounding the Godman Hill in the middle, which was the order of the Godman, which could give him more time to react when he encountered the true Dragon King. The crowd glided steadily towards the mountain. This road gave them a bad, creepy feeling from the moment they entered, as if to point them the way, and from time to time various almost weathered white bones would slide down from the rock walls on all sides, which stood out in this bare mountain with only rock walls. The bones slipped from above, leaving a very visible mark, guiding the crowd upwards. When they entered the mountain, the Sect Nation team was still worried that they would get lost, but now it seems that they were worried in vain. This scene guided the people as if these bones also wanted to take revenge on the enemy who had turned them into this, and as they went deeper and deeper, the people of the church were ready for battle. Notice, the undead have detected a large number of undead in front of them with a high energy response, and the route has been pointed out. The voice of the great sage came from the head of Rimuru, who was leading the way. In front of him, and at the same time, a radar-like map appeared in front of him, and a huge red dot flashed on the map, and as everyone got closer and closer in that direction, the red dots on the map became clearer and clearer, and the large red dot on the radar also turned into a dense mass of small red dots. Because there are too many red dots and they are clustered in the same place, it used to look like a huge red dot. Sure enough, are all the zombies that disappeared in the city here. What the hell does that true Dragon King want to do? As if sensing something, the Godman Hill caused the team to stop flying magic and walk slowly. Unfortunately, the rock wall is so high that you can't see what is there. Rimuru sighed inwardly as he looked impassive, but he couldn't help but get a little excited at the thought that he might be about to see the so-called origin magic that he didn't know at all. Perhaps, this is the adventure he wants. Leading the Cult Nation team step by step, each step increases, and the undead who appear in Rimuluna's radar reacts a little stronger. Notice, high energy response detected, threat level, high, it is impossible to guess the target level. As the great sage spoke, Rimuru sensed the energy reaction that was so striking in a crowd of undead that he could hear. Yes. Sage Amon, next, it's PvP. Chapter 15. Next, it's PvP. Sensing the huge energy reaction, Rimuru instantly perked up to the upcoming battle. Unfortunately, most of the equipment was given to the flying squirrel when he was a little before and placed in Nazarick's treasure vault, and he did not carry any artifact-level equipment on his body. Only some of the Krypton props that were previously placed in the backpack can be used. Sage A Dream, enable PvP countermeasures. Answer, false data life false data mana has been successfully activated. This is a means shared by friends flying squirrels. Players' PvP is prevalent, after all, the player's battle is intelligence warfare, through the opponent's martial arts or magic to find the corresponding coping strategy. These two skills can give themselves a false layer of blood bars and blue bars to make the opponent misjudge, is a universal means to deal with enemies with detection means. Rimuru is not so good at PvP like his companions, so he asked his companions who are good at PvP for a lot of things. As Rimuru crossed the last rock wall with the squad behind him, an open and surprising clearing appeared in front of everyone. Here the corner of the mountain became unusually flat, as if it had been plowed over by something, and it continued to expand. Visually speaking, it should be more than 2 kilometers long or wide. Obviously, this is not a place where nature forms, and there is no doubt that this is a miracle created by magic. Looking at the center of the square, the members of the Sect Country team, including the God Hill, all turned pale, and at this end, they finally found the whereabouts of the residents of City 3. In the middle of this square, countless former residents of this city, and now the undead gathered together to emit a strong stench, and the undead jointly built an indescribable object with their bodies. It was an oval-shaped block formed by the stacking of countless people's bodies, and the giant sat in the center of the square. It's huge enough to make people sigh. It turned out that as long as 400,000 people gathered, such a huge object could be formed. Lord Hill, are so many undead gathered just to build a building? The adjutant of the Godman Hill asked, and Hill, who heard the question, also frowned and looked at the huge corpse in front of him. I guess let them come to watch the door for themselves. Hey, go, evil god. Stunned for a while, Hill, who reacted, urged Rimuru to go forward, and Rimuru once again moved towards the corpse. But when we are looking at the opponent is looking at us. This is what who's in the guild saying. Forget it, forget it. Thinking that the takeoff rat had told him, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Rimuru's mouth, and as he gradually approached, he seemed to regain the feeling of attacking the boss with his companions. Hey! Are you the Dragon King? Why? Aren't the Dragon Kings all guarding the existence of this world? Why do it to the inhabitants here? At this moment, a pale-faced magic chanter beside Hill the god inside the sect squad shouted at the distant corpse mountain. Feeling it, the unconcealed malicious gaze came from the corpse mountain. It seems that what is hidden inside is really the so-called true Dragon King, and he didn't react when he saw himself and the others so close to the corpse, or is he the type who wants my side to strike first before counter-attacking? Then it means that it is not a red name, but a yellow name. Rimuru couldn't help but think in her heart. Hey, evil god, directly to that hand, with your most powerful magic, Uncle Ben felt it, there is something quite bad there. Hill covered his eyes and pushed Rimuru in front of him, and said to him in a trembling voice. It seems that he just looked at with his eyes. But the most powerful, after all, this is PvP. Understood. After answering the godman Hill, Rimuru took out a prop from his backpack and slowly raised his hands upwards. As if to echo his arm, a huge wide-area dome-shaped magic array rose up from Rimuru's side. The sect magic chanters behind them were all stunned in place. This is the magic of the God-man. No, even the God-man can use the magic. This complex magic array has long exceeded the 9th rank, no, maybe even the highest magic, the 10th rank is not comparable. Countless runes appeared in front of everyone, which made them look at it, and even the gods were stunned in place. You guy! Can the real artifact really control this kind of guy? Seeing the scene in front of him, Hill couldn't help but start to doubt. I hope that this corpse mountain in front of me can be regarded as the ranks of buildings, not me and you. Limlu, who was unleashing the magic, muttered in his heart. As he waved his hands, the magic array gradually emitted a pale light, countless runes in the center of the magic array began to surge, and a huge magic power began to gush out. At the same time, a huge storm vortex appeared above the pile of corpses, and the corpses that had not moved before began to surge violently. This is just starting to move? It's a little late. 9th rank? 10th order? No, the magic he is using now and about to unleash is the super-level magic. Sword of the Heavens. Or rather, Sword of Damocles. Chapter 16. In the game Yggdrasil, there is a magic that is powerful beyond all ranks. If someone tries to cast a superposition magic, they will be targeted by the enemy first. In fact, the magic of the superposition is too long before casting. Under normal circumstances, that true Dragon King can still avoid it if he starts to dodge now. But that's just the general situation. Sword of Damocles. A single-point overposition magic that focuses its attack power on a building and all individuals underneath it. What will happen in this world that has become a reality? Rimuru is looking forward to it. Many professions use their skills in the form of sword, the hard and sharp appearance, like an extension of the player's own arm. Such sword symbolizes the most primitive attack concept and will of people. On the basis of all swords, there is a very special. On top of the corpse mountain, the huge magic force formed a vortex and flowed towards the sky, and after reaching a sufficient height, this magic power was gradually compressed. The space was distorted, all the magic power of this plane was absorbed, and the broken space and huge amount of magic gradually began to form a huge crystal. As Rimuru crushed the hourglass he had taken out earlier, it was a Krypton gold prop obtained in Yggdrasil. Sand spilled from the hourglass he crushed, flowing into the runes around his body with a surge of mana. At the same time, the crystal, which originally took a long time to condense, instantly condensed and shattered, revealing its true posture. It was a huge silver weapon. It is both a sword and a bomb, symbolizing the power of the explosion, but also symbolizing the heavenly punishment. The transposition magic is activated at this moment. The huge sword fell towards the corpse, and as the tip of the sword touched the corpse that was constantly surging and exuding a disturbing aura was instantly quiet. A huge roar and white light covered the entire plain, not only corpses, but also the sect country team. What happened? None of the people in the sect squad could understand. Except for Hill the Godman, all the other members were pierced in their eardrums by this roar, resulting in detonating deafness. When Rimuru opened the formation, Seal understood what kind of magic he was going to unleash. It was only recorded in the texts left by the ancestors of the gods, and it was magic that only gods could use. At that moment, he understood that this evil god in front of him was a real monster that could destroy the country in an instant. A burst of ecstasy ensued. He hadn't forgotten that this monster had been controlled by his mind using a true artifact. This level of monster will be his in the future. As the white light gradually dissipated, where the corpse mountain was originally located, a giant pit appeared in front of them, and at the bottom of the giant pit, the corpse mountain was less than half of its original size. In other words, the magic just now wiped out at least 200,000 and above undead. However, the huge energy response that Rimuru had previously sensed had become much weaker, but it was still there. The layers of the undead were like armor, layer by layer to defend the Dragon King from damage. A moment later, a creature stood up leisurely inside the giant pit. It was like a broken cocoon, slowly standing from the pile of undead corpses that had become scorched black, and the surviving undead slowly gathered towards it, gradually turning into a certain shape. It has a long neck and a head reminiscent of reptiles at first glance, as well as wings. It has 6 legs. Elongated tail like a whip. It's just that compared with the image of an ordinary dragon in Rimuru's cognition, this Dragon King's neck is very long. And because its tail is also very slender, it looks like a combination of Western and Eastern dragons. Or rather, it is the appearance of combining 6 legs and a winged beast into a snake. And probably because of the relationship of barely using zombies to make such a shape, it looks very ugly, and it does not have the grace that Rimuru imagined on the dragon. This is not the magic of this world, damn it, the filth of the Dragon Emperor, have you come to this world again? With the zombies in the face of the Dragon King, the zombies continue to surge. A deep voice came from the mouth of the Dragon King in front of him, and even though the tone sounded extremely angry, it was strange that it did not directly attack Rimuru and the others. Notice, the target True Dragon King was directly hit by the sword of Damocles and was severely damaged, and the individual is using zombies to fill himself. That is, dragging time. Chapter 17. That is, dragging time. Ugai is the true Dragon King who caused that disaster, evil god, and the magic just now directly destroyed it again. The filth of the Dragon Emperor, is this reptile that has been barking a pet you keep? As for disasters? Do you mean these humble reptiles and me? Hey, reptiles, can identify my identity. The most I can admit is that you are not those ordinary ignorant reptiles. I am a true Dragon King, and it is their honor that those reptiles can make contributions to me. As the gaps in its body were gradually filled by the zombies that kept surging up, it slowly stood up. You came here following the filth of this Dragon Emperor and ruined my carefully prepared body. If you are still disrespectful to me as a true Dragon King, then I will start with you first. The wings behind the true Dragon King flared violently and fanned in the direction of the true dragon team, and the Godman Hill hurriedly tried to hide behind Rimuru, but Rimuru suddenly turned into a slime and jumped away directly, and the sect country team behind him was all killed by the true Dragon King's blow except for the god Hill. Evil god! What are you doing? Take me away! Or find a way to kill this true Dragon King directly for me! Hill yelled incredulously at Rimuru, but then an incredulous voice reached his ears. Why would I do that for you? You are my enemy. The blue slime floating in the air said. Immediately afterwards, the shocked Hill was directly shot into the ground by the giant claws that the true Dragon King then attacked. I'm afraid that in his next life, he won't be able to think of why the true artifact that was used to be invincible in the past will fail. When the giant claw was raised, the place where Hill was originally located was only a blood stain and the white cheongsam embroidered with the appearance of a golden dragon. The country was overwhelmed. The world-class item could not be destroyed by this simple physical attack, and Rimuru, who landed on the ground, received it in his backpack. The existence that got in the way has been ruled out. Then the next thing is the round between him and the true Dragon King in front of him, and he cares a lot about the filth of the Dragon Emperor in the mouth of the true Dragon King. Sure enough, Mr. True Dragon King, is your current status an immortal? And also, are you the immortal Coffin Dragon King? The true Dragon King stared at the little dot in its eyes as he asked it. Just as fulfilling the wishes of a guy like you before he died, if the name of the past can no longer be used, oh, yes. That's right, I'm Jui Rimuru, I'm Elder Coffin Dragon Lord. But no matter what I think, Mr. Jui Rimuru, you are just a collection of undead people, and you also call yourself the Dragon King. Just as Rimuru expressed his doubts. Notice, this individual is an aggregate, consistent with the previous corpse mountain, and the energy reaction is still in a deeper place. In other words, Sage A Dream determined that it was not someone who manipulated this pile of polymers from a distance, but that it was essentially the armor of the true Dragon King's dragon suit. Definitely. The words it said before, it seems that the so-called filth of the Dragon Emperor refers to the same players as Rimuru. Seeing that the true Dragon King in front of him was so angry, Rimuru began to think about the plan to defeat the true Dragon King. Notice, this individual uses armor made of a large number of undead zombies stacked, and it needs to be completely destroyed, otherwise it will not be able to inflict a blow on Jui Rimuru's body. Oh, yes. This is where this guy is troublesome. Using ordinary magic can slowly peel off layer by layer, but it can continuously summon zombies, although I don't know how much its ability to call zombies can cover, but once it is successfully replenished with zombie shields, it becomes more troublesome. In other words, it is better not to procrastinate. If you think so. Answer, requires offensive magic that can shock the body with one hit, and it is recommended to use a wide range of magic for clarity. Is it possible to use a predator for predation, Sage A Dream? Answer, the initial judgment level of this individual is about 95 levels, although it is lower than 100 levels, but the target mana content is extremely high, and the probability of successful digestion using predators in this individual's state is only 15.5%. The proposal was rejected. He was really too impulsive, Rimuru couldn't help but think. If it was a flying squirrel, it must have begun to fold buffs before meeting this Dragon King, and that guy's temperament has always been cautious. Now that there are only 3 super magic bits left, there is only one magic that can deal with the current situation, but not until then. Time stop. The wind stopped flowing, the world suddenly became quiet, and after using magic to jam the gears of world time, Rimuru flew high into the air and began to chant double with the great sage, but at this moment, the inside of the body composed of the undead made a sound, and Jui Rimuru itself was not affected by the time stop, but fortunately, the shell of the undead was like a shackle at this moment, locking Jui Rimuru firmly inside. Next, there is the traditional craft that Rimuru passed down from his friend Flying Squirrel, the name of the dish. Chapter 18. Then use the next 3 opportunities to use super magic to completely solve the guy in front of you, but unfortunately when you retreated from the pit before, you gave all the artifact level equipment and your own world-class props to the Flying Squirrel. Otherwise, there is no need for such trouble, and most of the player's strength in DMMORPG comes from equipment. So start now, our war. With the snapping of his fingers from Rimuru, who had changed back to human form, the time stop was lifted, just as Jui Rimuru was about to roar out angrily. Magic range maximized Kaze Arashi. The fierce wind accompanied by the wind blade poured out of Rimuru's hand, almost quickly swept the entire plane, and a large number of zombies were blown up by the wind and then cut by the wind blade that followed. The fierce wind blew up, and countless winds and sands completely obscured Jui Rimuru's vision. As long as it was enough to block its view, Rimuru must now drag enough time to get himself through the transposition magic's built-in CD as soon as possible so that he can use the next transposition magic. Then next magic effect is the most enhanced holy burning. After the strengthened faith system flame magic was released, the fiery Saint Yan flew towards Jui Rimuru's head, burning at the place of his eyes. Due to the special attack on the undead, countless zombies in Jui Rimuru's eyes were incinerated and quickly filled by later zombies, and gradually its eye sockets were completely sealed. At this time, inside the city of Sluk 3, outside the mountain range, Ibarua watched with stunned eyes as the fierce wind swept the entire mountain, and she had been paying attention to it from the beginning of Rimuru and their entry into the mountain, until a loud bang not long ago. She understood. The battle between the slime and the Dragon King began. Thinking of the conversation between Rimuru and her before, she suddenly wanted to follow and see, but her trembling legs could not step out of her steps anyway. She may also be looking forward to the slime being able to accomplish something that she saw as impossible. At the top of the mountain, the wind and sand not only blocked Juya Irimu's vision, but also Rimuru's own vision, but the huge undead reaction he sensed in his mind was enough for him to confirm the location of Juya Irimu. Suddenly, the barrier formed by the fierce wind was instantly broken by Juya Irimu, and the countless zombies on his body were swept by the wind blade, wailing, and countless zombies fell from the air but were quickly filled by the latecomers. There is still a while, hold on a little longer. Estimating the CD of super-level magic in his heart, Rimuru's body instantly reduced to slime and fell down after dodging Juya Irimu's huge mouth, and sang quickly at the same time. Summon Monster 10 St. Countless monsters poured out from under Juya Irimu, entangled its body and the undead tore at each other. The level of this group of monsters was only about 69, but it was still enough to drag Juya Irimu a little. Next is Multiple Vision. Magic Quantity Polarization Rib Binding, Hold of Ribi. Slime's body instantly split and scattered, and at the same time, countless bone spears gushed out from the ground beside Juya Irimu, tightly inserting its body composed of undead. Notice, after the analysis, the best countermeasure is derived, and it is recommended to use the inner fragmentation of the 10th rank to destroy its armor from the inside. Wouldn't that save a superposition magic? Rimuru, who was floating in the sky in the form of a slime, couldn't help but be a little excited. He didn't have as much magic as the flying squirrel, but it wasn't too little. And usually many of them have not been used after learning, so he forgot about this magic that directly destroys a large number of creatures from the inside. Magic effect is most enhanced internal breaking. No need to chant, this magic that can make the opponent burst from the inside like a balloon is instantly released, and the shell of Juya Irimu pierced by the bone spear under Rimuru instantly becomes expanded and broken. Countless undead burst out from him, and countless zombies poured on the land like rain. At the same time, Juya Irimu on the ground finally revealed its true appearance as a true Dragon King. In this way, the armor piled up by the undead before was indeed made according to the body of Juya Irimu, but the excessive accumulation of the number of undead was a little too bloated. Compared with the collection of the undead just now, Juya Irimu's body looks somewhat elegant, with feline-like limbs and a long tail and neck. But will the so-called true Dragon King also be an immortal? Rimuru originally thought that the previous undead induction was emitted by the zombies gathered outside, not the real Dragon King. But Juya Irimu, who appeared in front of him now, was a true dragon of the undead. Damn it! The filth of the Dragon Emperor, you appeared in front of me, and destroyed my perfect body. Chapter 19. Don't you really think you're pretty, Mr. Juya Irimu? Shut up, you filth, you use all that magic against us, and you humiliate me with your words. Accusal, the target is enraged. Die. Needless to say, Rimuru felt it too, as Juya Irimu beneath him suddenly tightened his body, his claws pressed the ground and arched his waist. Seeing this, Rimuru suddenly realized that the dragons were sometimes like felines, and Juya Irimu's current movements were very similar to the cats he had raised in his previous life. Hey, what about your initial calmness, aren't you Uncle Juya Irimu? Rimuru couldn't control himself for a moment, and provoked 2 more sentences. Please, please don't die. Suffer death. Magic enhancement, drifting mastermind. This is a magic that Rimuru places in the air when time stops, and it is a transparent aerial mine that is set to explode when it senses the approach of an enemy. In order to ensure the success rate of the superposition magic he wants to use in the future, it is time to weaken the Dragon King in front of him. Summon Primal Fire Elemental. Summon Primal Water Elemental. As Rimuru summoned 3 root elves who were all at level 89 or so, Rimuru had used so many skills before, and he decided to finish it with a super magic that did not consume blue energy, otherwise his blue consumption at this time would have far exceeded his blue recovery speed. He looked at the beating elements of the 3 root elves below him and the gaze that looked at him. I guess the elves can't wait to do it. Go and have fun with Mr. Joya Irimu. With a command, the 3 root elves rushed towards Joya Irimu with their arms waved. As soon as he got up from the ground, Joya Irimu was crushed to the ground by the wind pressure brought up by the root wind elf, followed by the flame of the root fire elf. The fire borrowed the wind helped the fire, and the raging fire burned all over Joya Irimu's body. The root water spirit came slowly, and was hit by the tail of Joya Irimu, who was lying on the ground, and its body split into 2 halves, and before it could breathe a sigh of relief, the 2 halves of the water elf that he hit reunited, and continued to wave the water element nonchalantly and continued to rush towards Joya Irimu. What is this? Joya Irimu struggled to his feet to shake off the 3 root elves, but they were all closely followed, and surrounded by the elves. Joya Irimu writhed like a cat and dodged while fighting back with its wings, claws, and slender tail. It seems that our Royal Highness the True Dragon King has not fought much with opponents of the same level as himself, and Rimuru, who was watching Joya Irimu's clumsy fighting style in the air, put several buffs on the 3 root elves. The mana has recovered almost completely, so let's make up for it. In the 9th rank of the nuclear blast itself, the nuclear explosion is not powerful, but it will cause a series of disgusting debuffs such as poisoning, blindness, deafness, etc., to the opponent. Because its effect is too disgusting, it was once banned when the player was fighting. The huge fireball hit Joya Irimu's body and knocked it back several positions, and the 3 root elves who seized the opportunity pounced on it, and the attack on Joya Irimu became even more violent. Rimuru turned into a human form and landed on the ground, her hands facing Joya Irimu, who was resisting the attacks of the 3 elves, and a wide area of blue domes that symbolized super-level magic rose from her body again. Why did things turn out like this? Looking at Rimuru, who was casting a spell, Joya Irimu couldn't help but think. It had obviously been preparing for a long time, in order to deal with the filth of this Dragon Emperor. In the 6 Dragons Alliance, it is the dragon that sacrifices the greatest to defend against these filths. But why, it's still like this? Yes. That's right. It clearly knows that there are people who are as strong as itself as the true Dragon King, or even stronger, in this world. But because of its character, it has avoided all of its own existence in the past. It wasn't because of its cowardice, but because its dragon wisdom told it that it was invincible. It was because of his countless avoidances that it lost those opportunities to grow. But there's still a chance. No matter what plan or magic the filth has prepared to deal with it. As a true Dragon King, it possesses enough power to destroy it completely. It has been reinforcing that innate ability for the past few hundred years. Maybe it's for this day. The magic that belongs to it. Magic that belongs to the true Dragon King. Magic that belongs to Joya Irimu. Origin Magic. Chapter 20. Magic that belongs to Joya Irimu. Origin Magic. In this world, there are more than a dozen Dragon Kings in the dragon species, and the most special Dragon King who can use Origin Magic is called the True Dragon King by the world. Origin Magic, it is said to be magic that is conditioned on the soul. If judged by the magic effect in Yggdrasil, its magic effect is above the superposition magic. Joya Irimu was not an undead dragon in the beginning, just because of its personality that was different from other true Dragon Kings. In order to deal with the filth of other dragon emperors that might appear later. It transforms itself into the undead, and at the same time creates a large-scale undead disaster to generate the undead to turn into zombie armor to protect themselves. However, it collects those zombies, but not just for the zombie armor of that body, it is for the power of the millions of human souls. The origin magic developed by Joya Irimu is the strongest and most evil even in origin magic, and there are only a few origin magic that can match it in this world. In order to be able to use that power freely after transforming into the undead, Joya Irimu drew on a large number of souls of the countries surrounding the Kedinas Mountains where he lived, causing all living beings in the region to become undead. Although using soul extinguishing would cost it greatly, looking at the Rimuru who was chanting magic not far away, Jui Rimuru still opened its huge mouth. Unlike when hunting prey, Jui Rimuru slowly cracked from the corner of his mouth, and the crack continued to his neck. The lower part of the crack fell down, and the huge mouth tens of meters wide was aimed in the direction of Rimuru. Then a black sphere instantly gushed out from the huge mouth, and the 3 root elves closest to it were instantly engulfed. Soul-extinguishing breath is the origin magic that transcends the rank and belongs to Jui Rimuru, and the terrifying magic that can make all the contacts scatter their souls is the ultimate power in this world. And now, after devouring the 3 root elves, this ultimate power swelled unabated towards the direction where Rimuru was. When Jui Rimuru couldn't help but think this in her heart. Rimuru, who was standing on the ground, felt Sensen's cold breath from the moment she saw the black sphere in Jui Rimuru's mouth begin to condense. Sage a dream, what is that? I don't seem to have seen anything like that in Yggdrasil. Notice, no record of this magic has been found in the 9 realms of Yggdrasil, and it is speculated that it is origin magic, and its magic content is far higher than that of transcendent magic. Probably he could feel it, all the magic in the air gathered in his mouth. Rimuru's whole body was trembling, the black sphere gave him too dangerous, too terrifying. Notice, based on the search for existing magic bits, it is inferred that this magic cannot be stopped. Suggested scenario: escape. Don't you think it's a little late? Sage a dream. Yes, it was a little late, and the black sphere in Jui Rimuru's mouth turned into an extremely thick beam of light after engulfing the 3 elves, and this beam devoured everything in the way. Not only the 3 elves, as Jui Rimuru twisted his slender neck, the pitch-black beam of light swallowed all the monsters on the plain, and finally struck straight towards Rimuru. But as he devoured the monster, a sense of déjà vu crossed Rimuru's mind, as if he didn't know where he had seen a similar scene. Notice, the individual origin magic effect is speculated, and similar items were retrieved in Yggdrasil. It is a world-class prop, the slaughter gun. The beam of light rushed forward, and Rimuru, who heard the great sage's inference, sighed as he looked at the few protective magic in front of him that he had just hurriedly used. He didn't expect these magic to be able to block the attacks of the world-class props in the mouth of the great sage. After all, if it was really the saint slaughtering gun, then the so-called protective magic would be meaningless in front of it. It's right to be careful. Fly. Before the words fell, Rimuru was directly hit by the pitch-black beam that came from the front. Jui Rimuru, who had been bullied by the 3 root elves for a long time, walked out of the depression in place with her feet raised. Although walking around causes some pain, this pain has no effect on the already undead. This is one of the reasons why the former coward Jui Rimuru chose to become an immortal. But the origin magic that it had pinned its hopes on did not have an effect on the Dragon Emperor's filth. Not far in front of it, 2 figures were standing. Chapter 21. 2 Rimuru float in the sky of this plane. Before completely destroying the zombie Kai, Rimuru used the doppelganger before releasing the bone spear, and has not recovered it since. All the previous magic was secretly cast by casting a completely agnostic entity, and the complete illusion, perfect illusion accompanied by the double chanting of the great sage completely concealed the Dragon King in front of him. In order to guard against Jui Rimuru's unknown origin magic, and to test something, Rimuru followed the advice of the great sage and gave the newly acquired Fallen City equipment to the enhanced doppelganger. Although it is not so much a doppelganger as a skill unique to his race, the split body is more appropriate. Jui's pitch-black beam that devoured everything seemed to be blocked by something when it reached the doppelganger of Rimuru and was about to devour his body. This effect was familiar to Rimuru, and it was exactly the same as when he had been hit by the Allure City before. This origin magic was judged to be a world-class prop, and was used as an effect attack of a world-class prop, and was invalidated by the world buff that his avatar carried. You filthy! Is it the origin? He also used this avatar to fool you Wu, fool you true Dragon King. After all, in Jui Rimuru's heart, only the same origin magic can block the attack of the soul extinction. Jui Rimuru now wanted to retreat. After all, its opponent looked inexhaustible, and most likely had the same origin as him. But is it really right to escape as usual? consuming the soul it has collected for 100 years, but there is no gain. Juya Irimu could not accept this ending. It looked at Rimuru in the distance, and it thought of the scene of its former self fleeing like a dog who had lost his family when he faced the King of Eight Desires. After hundreds of years, it encountered a similar scene. It has clearly become an immortal in order to fight against these filths, and has decided to say goodbye to its weak self in the past. As a true Dragon King, it will definitely be able to successfully eliminate the filth of the Dragon Emperor in front of him. It is no longer the cowardly self of the past, and the cowardly Juya Irimu has been completely buried in the past. To this day, my efforts to this day. Juya Irimu, who decided to defend his dignity as a true Dragon King, rushed towards Rimuru, who had just retracted his doppelganger, and swung his claws. Disappear! The filth of the Dragon Emperor! Roaring and rushing to Rimuru's body, as long as he reached Rimuru, as a magic chanter, he must not be his opponent in hand-to-hand combat. After all, Juya Irimu is a true Dragon King. But before the claw touched Rimuru, a purple portal opened in front of Rimuru's body, and the immortal Coffin Dragon King plunged in. Gate. This magic, which can open a portal between the two places, was previously opened in midair by Rimuru's body. Then Rimuru smashed the hourglass in his hand while raising a blue magic array representing transcendent magic. The forward swing of the transposition magic was instantly cancelled, and this magic that was almost unused in Yggdrasil was cast in the hands of Rimuru. Infinite Prison. The huge magic power converged towards Juya Irimu, and chains formed out of thin air and wrapped around Juya Irimu's body, until the magic power and the chains fused and converged into a sphere. And then there is magic enhancement nuclear blast continuously launched. Countless fireballs spawned inside the prison and smashed on Juya Irimu. Juya Irimu, who had endured several spells, had almost no vitality left. There was not much left of his once great and glorious vitality. Like a candle in the wind. From the angry cursing when he was first put in the cage, he curled up in the cage and looked dying. Notice, the individual's vital signs are dying. Call. Exhaling, Rimuru slumped on the ground, his MP almost exhausted by the high-intensity continuous battle. Fortunately, the super magic does not consume MP, otherwise he would really not be able to take the true Dragon King in front of him in this battle. For this battle, although on the surface it seems that he won it without risk, but compared to the excitement of winning the battle, Rimuru is even more happy. Falling into the country, origin magic, there are too many things in this world beyond his expectations. Before the battle, Rimuru thought that he had already thought highly enough of this so-called true Dragon King, but without the great sage's reminder, he might not even be able to solve the zombie armor. Juya Irimu's origin magic really scared him, and when the soul extinction came out, the ominous feeling that the magic brought him was real, although it was an unexpected surprise to know afterwards that the World Guardian could fight it. If he didn't have world-class props, even if the split body blocked it once, he wouldn't be able to stop it again. With a level 95 strength, he forced out 2 of Rimuru's transposition magic, which can only be used 4 times a day. Although now he is in a naked state. Thinking of this, Rimuru stood up, although the equipment problem could not be solved for the time being, but the MP problem he had found a way, didn't he, and maybe he could still get a way to save the little lady and save the Ibarua family. Great Sage, launch the Predator, target, Infinite Prison. Put it here first, and then see where I can stuff. Rimuru. In Zurgong Guild the initial members of 9 members joined after the suicide points. Level 100 LV position, 1 of the 42. Supreme of the Supreme 1 Justice Value, 90 Neutral Good. Gender, Male. Race Rank. Amorphous Mucus, 15 LV. Ancient Sticky Body, 10 LV. Magic Sticky Spirit Body, 5 LV. Other. Class Level. Elemental Mage, LV 10. Armed Mage, LV 10. Residence, located in the Great Tomb Underground of Nazarick Level 9 Private Bedroom. Occupation Positioning, Support Position, Mage Department. Unique Skills, World-Class Props Hot Stone Crafting Portable Wife Great Sage. Demon Sticky Spirit Body Race Own Skills, Predator. Stamina, 90 mana, 100 object attack, 60 physical defense, 90 law attack, 95 law defense, 60 agility, 85 comprehensive resistance, 70 full value of 100. Due to the racial characteristics of the demon sticky spirit body, the physical defense physical strength is high. But Rimuru is actually a high sensitivity high attack combat mage. Chapter 22. This battle was the first battle that Rimuru took seriously after coming to this world, and it also allowed Rimuru to see the top of the strength of this world, the strength of the true Dragon King. Until he can retrieve or recreate his equipment, he will probably avoid fighting the true Dragon King again. However, this battle also gained a lot of benefits, such as now, Jui Rimu's body hopes to make up for his own MP lack of battery life. If the Great Sage deduces that there is no problem. After all, how could there be no dragon in Rimuru's body? With the launch of the Predator, the infinite prison and the dying Jui Rimu inside it were wrapped in black fluctuations and began to shrink continuously, until the infinite prison was completely swallowed by black fluctuations into Rimuru's body. Notice, start analyzing Jui Rimu. Try to find a way to save the Uberua family. Sage A dream. Answer, integrating the existing information, the origin magic soul extinction does not consume the individual's mana, but the soul of the living, the soul has dissipated, and the technique is irreversible. Even if you kill Jui Rimu. Answer, the technique is irreversible, and even if the remaining souls exist, the time interval is too long. That is, the reversal can only be performed if you go back to the time to launch the magic. He doesn't have that skill. In the end, that little hope dissipated. However, a true Dragon King was swallowed into his stomach pouch, thinking of the existence of the 6 Dragon Alliance mentioned by Uberua. I don't know if the disappearance of a true Dragon King will attract the attention of other true Dragon Kings. Not to mention that there is also a sect country squad that has been completely destroyed here, and among them, there are also gods and true artifacts that you can know that must be extremely important to the sect country. It was already extremely dangerous here, and before the true Dragon King Jui Rimu was parsed by the Great Sage, Rimuru didn't want to have any more disputes with these natives. Thinking of this, Rimuru dealt with the scene and roughly covered up his traces, then spread his wings and flew down the mountain. He did not forget the existence of a small lady in the number 3 city below, and the undead's reaction in the empty number 3 city can be said to be extremely eye-catching. Are you actually alright? You escaped from the true Dragon King? Wrong. This breath? Ibiru, who was originally hidden in the building, saw Rimuru flying towards her, and hurriedly appeared to ask Rimuru, but immediately, she felt that the place on Rimuru's body was out of place before, it was the breath of a dragon species. Hi! Does the little lady really want me to die at the hands of the true Dragon King? Rimuru pouted and slid from the sky to Ibarua's side. Ibarua quickly waved his hand, I didn't mean that. You still haven't explained what this breath on your body is about, aren't you a slime? And what about the people of the church, didn't they follow you into the mountains with you? Little miss, can't you slowly ask me one by one? That's right, the squad of the sect country has all been gone. All? Including that god man. You guys really met the true Dragon King? Yes, it was done by the true Dragon King. Then the dragon seed breath on your body. Before the words were finished, Ibarua herself froze. She would never admit the breath of her enemy, the immortal Coffin Dragon King. Now the breath on Rimuru's body, at first she just thought it was an ordinary dragon species, but now she felt it carefully, it was clearly the calamity she had seen from afar, the breath of the immortal Coffin Dragon King. You really? Finish it off. Ibarua froze in place, looking at Rimuru stupidly. Oh, I can understand your fear of the true Dragon King, little lady, but you have to think about it, if I hadn't killed it and been chased by it, how could I have flown slowly from the top of the mountain to greet you? Rimuru slapped a palm on the head of Ibarua, who was staying in place, and Ibarua, who used to hear him call her little miss, would refute and fight with Rimuru at this time, but did not respond at this time. Still there was a dumbfounded Pestle. The breath on you too, you really killed it. Repeated, little miss. That black ball of it. Well, it's really hard to deal with. Rimuru scratched her head and laughed. So the dragon breath on your body is also. Ha ha. Hearing Rimuru's response, Uberua soared directly into the sky, and flew towards the top of the mountain without looking back after using the flight. Sighing, Rimuru fanned his wings and followed. Although the true Dragon King was gone, there were many other dragon species left on the mountain range. In case this girl was in danger, it would not be good. Flying to the top of the mountain, Uberua floated in the air and quietly looked at the site of the previous battle of Rimuru. In this land that was directly hit by the sword of Damocles and later ravaged by Rimuru and the true Dragon King, there are no more creatures. The surrounding ground has crystallized due to the influence of high temperatures. All gone. Everything here. Including the nightmares that haunt Uberua's heart. Chapter 23. After receiving the news of her companion Platinum Dragon King, although she chose to temporarily let go because of the fear of the existence of the true Dragon King in her heart, after traveling the continent to find hope without success, she couldn't help but start to search everywhere for the news of the immortal Coffin Dragon King. But she found nothing, as if this true Dragon King had never appeared in the world's sight before. Other true Dragon Kings will more or less have traces of battle, but the immortal Coffin has nothing. After many years, unable to find any other hope and traces of the true Dragon King, she returned to her motherland, once in Baya, disappointed. Perhaps, in this land where the decaying coffin personally caused the disaster, she could find traces of the existence of the Dragon King. The hard work paid off, until one day, she came to this city, the city of Sluk 3. The anomaly of the city attracted her, and through a slow investigation, she found her way up the mountain, and at the top of the mountain she met the enemy she had dreamed of. It's just that she escaped. Not to mention the mountain of corpses composed of the undead, the sense of oppression that came from the mountain of corpses belonging to the superior undead almost made her breathless. She deeply understood that the true Dragon King was not an existence that ordinary people could deal with, even if the 13 heroes were here, except for the Platinum Dragon King and the captain, everyone else was estimated to be killed in an instant. She then returned to the sewer chamber of the royal capital, licking the mental trauma caused by the Dragon King alone until a new living person arrived. It was a very magical monster, obviously just a slime, but she could use the terrifying magic of blocking space and suspending human time with a space she had never seen before. Such a guy had never been seen during her travels to the mainland. Until he told her about her purpose. She told the slime about the existence of the Dragon King and learned that he also had a name, Rimuru. Rimuru seems to have come here to find a companion. It is really pitiful, although I don't know who his companion is, but as long as it has appeared in this city, it should have become an undead by now. It was impossible for him to find a companion. Uberua asserted in his heart. Rimuru, like the former captain, affirmed her that her ideals were not empty. She began to persuade the monster in front of her not to go to the trouble of the true Dragon King, but Rimuru's eyes were extremely firm. Rimuru even asked herself in turn, didn't she want revenge? Think, of course, think about it for 100 years, occasionally dream about it when I fall asleep. But she fled. Thinking of the power held by the slime in front of her, she had an unrealistic idea in her heart. She then packed her things and went to Sluk City 3, knowing that if Rimuru wanted to find the true Dragon King, he would definitely come here. Sure enough, she waited for Rimuru and a squad of the church. I don't know if it's because of the feeling that Rimuru gave her like a revered captain, or the warmth of touching her head, or the same encounter that may exist between the two. She admonished Rimuru again. But seeing the firmness in Rimuru's eyes, she understood, and she could not be persuaded. What if, in case he really succeeds and really kills that true Dragon King? Looking at the back of Rimuru entering the mountain, she couldn't help but feel a little funny at this thought, that is the true Dragon King. The Dragon Slayer warrior will always only exist in the legend. Until the sound on the top of the mountain ended, it was obviously a monster that could talk, but in the end, it left her again and died at the hands of the true Dragon King. Thinking like this, she walked out, and when she was about to return to her country, she saw the figure flying towards her. Rimuru, who flew to Uberua's side, was suddenly bumped into the arms of the girl. Lord Rimuru. Really, very, very. Thank you. At the top of this mountain, only the terrifying pit remained in the place where the undead were gathered, and the breath of the immortal coffin dragon king appeared on Rimuru's body. The haze that had been wrapped around Iburu's heart for 100 years had all dissipated at this moment, and the girl in front of Rimuru was crying silently. Looking at the crying girl in her arms, Rimuru gently hugged her. There's no need to thank me, little miss. After all, I came here to find out the secrets of the origin magic and the whereabouts of my companions, and I also didn't find a way to help your parents. Caressing the head of the girl in her arms, Rimuru whispered comfort. And Lord Rimuru is so strange, just call me Rimuru. Nope. That's enough. You helped the people of 4 countries to avenge you, a great being who can defeat the true Dragon King, how can you be called that? Rimuru suddenly felt the obvious difference between the girl in front of her and before. It seemed that because the shadow in her heart had disappeared, the girl's previous old way of speaking disappeared without a trace, and now she was like a real teenage girl. Actually, I consider Iburu a friend. Well, forget what you want to call it, but I didn't find the whereabouts of my companion, so I have to continue my journey. Until then, I have a place I want to go. Can Lord Rimuru join me? Looking at Iburu who was pleading with him in front of him, Rimuru shrugged. Since the friend he thought had asked him so, he naturally had no reason not to go. Chapter 24. Looking at Iburu in front of him, Rimuru shrugged his shoulders. Since what he thought was his friend had asked him so much, he naturally had no reason not to go. In less than half a day's journey, Rimuru followed Iburu back to the royal capital of Imberia. Different from when they got along before, at this time, Iburu, who was by Rimuru's side, took off the mask she had worn for a long time, as if she had taken off the mask along with it, and this destruction of the kingdom, which had gone through a full 100 years, revealed her true personality in front of Rimuru, the nature of a teenage girl. It's not that it's become naive or anything, it's more like the burden in my heart has been lifted more than half at once. All the girlish emotions that she had been closed in the past were unreservedly shown to Rimuru. So they're friends now. It is estimated that he helped the girl solve the enemy by himself, and from the relationship that was just a new acquaintance and could chat, he suddenly became a good friend who could talk about various topics. Ibire's personality made him very fond of it, and it was his hope to become friends. But Rimuru, who had affirmed her and avenged all the living of the land, seemed to have more than that in Ibire's heart. The underground and sewers of the royal capital of Imberia, Iburu took Rimuru to the place where various magical shields were arranged. Although it is a sewer, it is estimated that it has not been used for hundreds of years, and because of the magic of Iburu, there is no smell here. This is probably the place where Iburu had told Rimuru about her moving after leaving the palace. As the two of them approached the secret room, the look on Ibire's face became a little strange, an expression of anticipation and fear mixed together. Rimuru probably already knew what was in the chamber, and when he came down, he sensed that there were 3 faint energy reactions inside the chamber, and they were sensed by undead perception. In other words, the girl's 2 parents, as well as the chief maid in her memory, were probably in this secret room, so it is no wonder that the king's body was not found in the palace at that time. And now, not to mention the energy reaction perceived with undead perception, before they came down, the zombies wandering around in the royal capital were enough to show that the disappearance of the immortal coffin dragon king did not make these undead turn back. Sighing, Rimuru didn't choose to tell Iburu the truth, but followed her into the place where she had just been relieved of her hidden magic. After entering, she walked forward for a while, and Ibire, who closed her eyes, walked into an iron door, and then slowly opened her eyes, and what greeted her was the 3 people she had seen countless times in the past 100 years. No, it should be said that it was 3 undead. Her parents and the head maid were locked up here by Iburu, and they were still like zombies, and what she was expecting did not happen. Holding the door with her hands, tears rolling down her eyes, but then, she immediately stood up and wiped away her tears. Actually, you can cry a little. Looking at the girl who was obviously holding on, Rimuru couldn't bear to say, I'm used to it. Thank you Rimuru-sama for your concern. I've waited for 100 years, I can keep looking and waiting, until the day I find a way. Didn't you say the same thing, my lord? I was just thinking. Sure enough, that's the case. Rimuru fell silent. He didn't know much about the world, but, if Yggdrasil was counted, then he did know a prop. Notice, World Tree Seed can allow the wielder to change their race at will, even if it is undead. Yes, World Tree Seed, there is only one of the 200 world-class items in the game, but Rimuru doesn't even know the whereabouts of this item during the game, let alone crossing the world now, and even if he holds it, there is only one conversion place. Perhaps, the one who became the Demon King, Rimuru Turnpest, will have a way. But despite the same name, they are two people after all. Notice, according to the interpretation of the Infinite Prison, the individual identification name Juya Irimu used the origin magic first stage soul siphoning to absorb the souls of the living, causing the undead disaster, and the individual identification name Ibarua used innate ability to copy the soul sucking of the first stage of the origin magic of the individual identification name Jua Irimu, causing it to become an undead. In other words, the souls of Ibire's parents may be in her own body? Answer, correct, but now the individual identification name Ibarua uses origin magic to maintain life, and it cannot be lifted at this stage, and there is a 98% chance that Ibire will become a zombie if it is forcibly removed. It wasn't very feasible, and Rimuru wouldn't let Ibarua know about it, and if she did, she didn't know what the young lady would do. Father, mother, Lord Rimuru, he has avenged you. Ibarua said to his family in the cell. Although he has long lost his intellect as a zombie and can't hear the girl's words, the haze that has been entrenched in Ibarua's heart for 100 years has dissipated a little. Looking at Ibarua, who was talking to her parents, Rimuru quietly withdrew from the cell, leaving the time to herself. Chapter 25. Looking at Ibarua, who was talking to herself to her parents, Rimuru quietly exited the cell, leaving this time to herself. After a while, Ibarua, who had said goodbye to his family, came out of his cell. She saw that Rimuru's face was full of worry. Little miss. It's all right, Lord Rimuru. Don't worry about that. The world is vast. So, I always believe that there might be props that can help everyone somewhere, right? Of course. I'll help you find it too. Listening to Rimuru's energetic answer, Ibarua could hear the excitement in it. It's really very gentle, to be able to do this for someone you just met. 100 years have passed, and it turns out that miracles are still possible, just like before this week, she would never have thought that someone would fight against the true Dragon King. However, a miracle eventually happened, causing the undead disaster, and the existence that no one dared to provoke in this world was swallowed by a slime, which rekindled hope in Ibarua's heart. Lord Rimuru, you are about to embark on the path to continue looking for companions. Can I be by your side with you? Of course. It won't bother you. Dang. Correct. Sincere. Meaning. As you just said, little miss, this world is very vast, where did I find it alone? Be sure to join me. Rimuru changed back to slime form, jumped over Ibarua's head and continued. I want to find a companion. Little miss, you need to find a way to save your family, let's look for it together, somewhere in the world, you will definitely find it. Although it may drag Lord Rimuru back, but please take care of you in the future. Lord Rimuru. Oh. Let me take care of you. Little miss. It's all said that it's not a small man. Then you are not allowed to call me Lord Rimuru. Just call Rimuru. Rimuru. In that case, call me Kino, I'm Kino Faslith Inbilan. When he first introduced this, Rimuru really heard it right, he did hear Kino or something. That is to say, this is the girl's real name, and Ibarua is just a fake name. Looking at Kino, who was slightly red in the face under him, okay yo Kino. It is a beautiful name that matches the little miss. I'm Rimuru, just Rimuru. Got it. Said, don't call me small. Okay, little miss Kino. Ignoring Rimuru, Kino packed her luggage and walked out the door with Rimuru on her head, and Rimuru was also enjoying this different feeling from the flying squirrel head. Sure enough, the touch in the real world will be more real, and the flying squirrel in Yggdrasil has no feeling on the head like flat ground. While commenting in his heart, Rimuru shook his body. Kino, who walked out of the sewers, looked behind him and looked again at the cell where the family was kept. I don't know if the next time I return here, I will find that hope or give up. But now she is different from 100 years ago, she has someone by her side, and she has to find something on this continent. Taking the slime off his head and holding it in his arms, Kino flew and left the city. So where are we going next, Rimuru? Look for places where powerful undead are rumored and where the undead have appeared. Then I may just know one of the news that I inquired from the companions of the 13 heroes before returning to the royal capital. It is rumored that in the western part of the forest elf forest, there is a small king who was invaded by powerful undead overnight, and because of the geographical location, the sect did not intervene. As long as the undead are interested. Then let's go there. Kino. Ibaruad in the air adjusted direction and flew towards his destination. Oh! High in the sky, as an undead already cold hand holding the same cold slime body, I don't know why, obviously very cold, but Kino felt a long-lost warmth. It's really warm, with Rimuru. Right. It's warm. It's been a long, long time since I felt this warmth, and sure enough. In fact. Actually, I am interested in Rimuru. I said it was warm. Because the air is so cold, I used the third-order temperature change, which is really convenient to adjust the temperature casually. Huh? The red-faced Kino almost let go of his hand and flew Rimuru out in excitement, but fortunately, Rimuru, who reacted in time, clung to Kino tightly. It's really dangerous. Little Miss Kino, what did you just say? Nothing. It's all said and not small. With a red face and a silent face of Rimuru's question, Kino sped up and flew towards the country he had heard. Chapter 26. Chishiti is a small country with only 2 cities located on the border of the Great Forest of Ivansha, and because of the Great Forest of Ivansaya, which is ruled by the Sen Elves, there are often some Sen Elves. Anstali was one of the few adventurers in this country, a gold-level powerful adventurer, and the reason why he became an adventurer was nothing more than those few. Get money, and then go to the wine girls. Due to the remote location, the adventurer's job is mainly to collect medicine and escort low-level monsters, and he has a dashing life with the identity of this high-level adventurer. As for finding a lover, don't make trouble, he doesn't have this idea, because he understands a truth in this world. Money is much more reliable than women, women are a curse, the more beautiful the woman, the more so. This is what his father, who doesn't know if he is alive, told him. As for his mother, he had never seen this man since he was a child, and he heard that shortly after he was born, his old mother ran away with all the money, and she didn't even feed him the milk a few times. He only remembered that the dead ghost dad had been drinking and drinking since he could remember, and he had also taken him to drink. Hey, then when he was 6 years old, the dead ghost dad went drunk and went crazy with a shovel to hit him, but unfortunately he hit a mallet with his backhand and escaped, walking for 2 days from the countryside to the city. In the beginning, it was really bitter, stealing something in the commercial street and being chased by vendors all over the street, going to a tavern to do odd jobs and being deducted from the boss's wages. Until he met a group of forest elves, seeing that the dress should be an adventurer, just asked him the way down and gave him 10 copper coins, which is 10 copper coins, not the most ordinary brass plate. How many days did he have to work to get it? That's when he realized that adventurers are a profession that makes money quickly. That night, he took out all his urgent needs to buy a spear and wooden shield, knocked on the door of the Adventurers Guild, and became an adventurer. After a few years in this business, perhaps with some talent, he became a high-level adventurer among others. Because of the shadow that he was abandoned by his mother when he was a child, even if a woman expressed his love to him, he directly refused it. After all, these women have the fragrance of the girls who accompany the wine in the tavern. After all, those wine girls can do whatever they want as long as they have money. At that time, he couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, money is much more reliable than women, and his dead ghost father has taught him this truth in this life. Until one day, when he went out to collect medicine, he met the group of forest elf adventurers he had met, only this time they wore extremely gorgeous equipment, led by a nobleman who looked like a priest. I have to say that the woman is really good looking, and she is more beautiful than all the escorts he knows. But this saw something wrong, he just looked at it more, and a guy dressed like a nobleman directly blinded him with a magic, and while covering his eyes and lying on the ground wailing, he heard the conversation of the forest elves. It turned out that the guy dressed as the head of the nobleman was not only a nobleman, but also the king of their forest elves. Just because Stolly glanced at the girl that the elf king fancy, the dog legs gave him an eye. Isn't this a crime? Women are indeed curses, let alone beautiful women, and Stolly knows this deeply. As a result, Stocky, who had just recovered from his injuries, suffered again. To be precise, their city suffered. A newly discovered tomb around the city attracted the attention of the noble lords, and when the noble lords hired adventurers to dig, a pile of undead poured out of the tomb. The undead poured into and took control of a noble lord's castle, and used evil magic to manipulate the noble knights and a large number of adventurers. Stolly survived by hiding inside a pile of companion corpses, escaped to the city and found that the city was also controlled by the undead, but these undead seemed to have a consciousness different from the low-level undead, and he didn't want to go out, but the city defense and the city gate were blocked by the undead, and he couldn't fly. The undead seemed to have simply replaced the ruling class in the city, and seemed to have little to do with tastery. Until this day. His stock of food had been eaten and he had to go out to find food, but as soon as he walked out of the room, a little girl in a cloak landed at the door of the tavern where he was hiding, easily solving the two powerful undead patrolling the city. The little girl wore a mask, she couldn't see how old, and calling her a little girl was just that she was very short, and the strangest thing was that the girl had a slime on her head. But no matter what kind of little girl it is not something he can afford to mess with if he can cut melons and vegetables to solve those two immortals. Just as he was about to pretend that he didn't see anything, he quietly turned around. That adventurer over there, can you wait a minute? Well, it's a voice that fits the little girl's appearance. Turning his head mechanically, Stolly understood that he himself could not refuse the request and could not assume that he had not listened, just as he looked back at the little girl and prepared to hear what the little girl had to say. The little girl looked at him, not because he was wearing a mask, he didn't know if he looked at him, but he definitely didn't speak, because the slime above her head beckoned to him. Hey! It's me! Little brother! Well! It's the same sound as just now. It turns out that it is not the little girl who said that it is a slime. It's just a slime. Wait a minute. Talking slime? What strange incident is he going to get involved in again? Really? Women are really a curse. Chapter 27. After crossing the great forest of Ivancha and driving for 2 days, Kino took Rimuru to approach the small country named Jeseti. But strangely, Kino has been contacting her former comrade-in-arms who lived in the great forest of Ivancha during the hurry, but as if blocked by something, not only can no one be contacted, but the detection magic cannot see the situation inside. The two who wanted to get some information first could only turn directly towards Jeseti. As soon as he approached the city from the air, the great sage noticed something was wrong. Although the city also has the reaction of the undead, and it is on the bright side, the reaction of the living is much more than that of the undead. This group of undead only restricted the people's outing, and the undead guarded every entrance and exit of the city, and each gate had the presence of a dead archmage. Following Kino landing in front of an apparent living reaction on the streets of this city, watching Kino easily kill 2 skeletons, Rimuru fell into deep thought. Perhaps the answer can only be obtained by asking the inhabitants of the city, that adventurer over there, can you wait? The adventurer kept staring straight at Kino that Rimuru knew he had misunderstood. Hey! It's me! Little brother! After saying this, looking at the adventurer's surprised expression, Rimuru paused for a moment and continued. I'm not an evil slime. Seeing that the adventurer was still staring straight at him, he jumped off Kino's head and emitted a burst of blue light, turning into a human mimicry. Before the adventurer's expression changed from surprise to horror, Rimuru stepped forward and covered his mouth and dragged him into the tavern. So, it's just because the nobles of this city dug the cemetery and the undead in the cemetery came out. After talking to Stali for a long time, Rimuru asked what he was most concerned about right now. After all, the undead who came out of the cemetery were still such low-level undead, and this news made Rimuru a little disappointed, and the natives who were slightly stronger in the undead could easily solve it, unlike what flying squirrels did. Yes, Master Rimuru, I was in the queue of adventurers exploring the cemetery, and the undead did suddenly emerge from behind the path we walked in the cemetery. Hearing Stali speak, Kino, who was sitting on the windowsill and dragging his cheeks and looking at Rimuru, came back to his senses. You said it suddenly poured out from behind. Didn't you notice anything weird at the time? If we have to say strange, we have obviously passed through and properly examined those tombs. There were no undead at that time, but after we left, those undead suddenly appeared there again, right? There was a little blue light in a tomb, a bit like something that appears when magic is activated, but it's the undead. How can magic drive that kind of thing, and our small country doesn't necessarily have a magic chanter every year. Blue light, the undead. Rimuru. Guessing the answer, Kino jumped off the windowsill and called Rimuru's name. Ah, Kino. Sure enough, this undead disaster. No, it should be said that these undead were summoned artificially. Rimuru, who heard Kino's shout, responded and stood there and muttered. Notice, according to the level of the undead in the urban area, it is inferred to be summon undead 4st. The fourth order. That's right, after all, there are dead archmages among these undead. Wait. What are you talking about? Are you trying to say that these undead were brought here by magic? How could there be magic to do such a thing? Looking at the puzzled Stali in front of him, Rimuru smiled. Well, maybe someone can do it, but Dolly, I have another place that I am curious about. Is there anyone else who entered the cemetery with you at that time, or has anyone else come back? Or not an adventurer, as long as it is a person who is still alive when he went in together. I have something else to ask. When I woke up and opened the body, it was just me. I didn't pay attention to whether anyone else was still alive, but if you said so. There was a bronze newcomer in our adventurers, but he was not a human but a forest elf bastard, and he disappeared after we searched the first tomb, and the noble knights thought he was running away with money. I didn't bother. As he spoke, Stoli's expression became horrified. The undead was called by that bastard? Damn it! I knew it. These Sen elf bitches don't have a good thing. Do you hate Mori elves? As if hearing something to care about, both Rimuru and Kino pricked up their ears. Stali touched his eyes unconsciously and began to tell the two about what happened not long ago. Chapter 28. Do you hate Mori elves? As if hearing something to care about, both Rimuru and Kino pricked up their ears. Stali touched his eyes unconsciously and began to tell the two about what happened not long ago. So you were blinded because you saw that female priest being arrested. When it comes to priests, the first thing that comes to mind must be the Slan Church, which had a conflict with Rimuru himself not long ago, but other countries may not be without priests. Suppose that if Stali mentioned that the Sen Elven adventurers did these things, then he wanted to get something out of this matter. It stands to reason that after learning that the affairs in this place have nothing to do with flying squirrels and may involve the sect that had previously clashed with Rimuru himself, he should have turned around and walked away, but he really couldn't let go of the people here. The undead are firmly cordoning off the city, and the inhabitants of the city, like Story, have no way to get food, so it will definitely not be a problem. Kino. Thinking of this, Rimuru called out to his companion. But Kino, who was staring at Rimuru with his cheeks, didn't look at the person who was still here, and his mind didn't know where to fly. It wasn't until Rimuru knocked on her braincase that she came back to her senses. Little miss. It's time to come to God. Let's go make a big fuss. Oh. Good. Miss Kino, who shook her head vigorously, came back to her senses and responded to Rimuru no matter what she was going to do. Anyway, Rimuru took her with her when she did things, and she just followed it. Rimuru, you just called me small again, didn't you? Right. I'm not a small man. Okay, Miss Kino, do you have any extra masks? Until then, lend me one. Yes, yes, yes. Hello perfunctory. Miss Kino, who was arguing with Rimuru, pulled out a mask from behind her that was the same as the one she was wearing. Sure enough, there is still a mask to be considered Rimuru. Wearing the mask, Rimuru jumped on the spot as if some switch had been activated. Go out and make a big fuss. Wipe out all the undead. Stolly, who had been stunned in place since Rimuru spoke, reflected, hurriedly ran to the door and blocked the way for the two to go out. Hey, hey. I heard something wrong, right? Are you two guys going to die? Although you are very strong, but there are undead all over the city, and even the impossible to defeat the dead archmage. Looking at Stolly who blocked the door, Rimuru shrugged his shoulders, and with a burst of light, it turned into a slime jumping over his head, swooping open the door and slipping outside. Master Rimuru, you're cheating. How can there be such a strange slime? Looking at Storly who spit at the door, Kino thought for a while, lowered his head and easily got out of the air under Storly's arm, slapped him and left a sentence, little brother you are a good person, and flew into the air. Worthy of being a little lady. Rimuru in the air had returned to his original form and put on his mask, looked at Stolly who followed him out at the door below him, and Rimuru pushed him back into the house with a shock wave that controlled his magic. The undead in the city, because they sensed the magic power he unleashed unscrupulously, had begun to rush towards the two in groups. Seeing this scene, the living in the city hid in the house and closed the door. The little young lady beside Rimuru had already shouted magic enhancement crystallization scattered array to attack the skeletons that began to gather under her, and crystals rained down from the air, eliminating many skeletons every time they fell. As the skeletons gathered more and more, Rimuru's hands began to glow with thunder, and as the hands came together, blue lightning chains appeared between his hands. 7th rank Chain Dragon Lightning. The blue-white lightning strike transformed into the shape of a dragon and struck the undead under him from Rimru's hand, and then, as the first skeleton was hit and burned to ashes, the lightning strike continued to spread towards the other skeletons. This is a magic that will chain attacks as long as the MP value is enough, and it is perfect to deal with some miscellaneous soldiers. In fact, there are more suitable ways to deal with these undead, but the magic is superpositional, and in order to prevent the next change, it is better to use these low-level magic to clear the scene. In the tavern, from the time Kino began to attack, Stol's eyes widened. The power of the magic Kino used destroyed his previous understanding of magic. He had always thought that magic was fireballs, thunderballs and the like, and never thought that magic could destroy the undead so cleanly. Seeing that the undead were gathering more and more, he couldn't help but pinch the sweat for the two people in the sky. But it wasn't until he saw the dragon thunder falling from the air like a heavenly punishment that he understood how superfluous his worries were just for these two people. That man, oh no, that slime, is definitely the legendary existence that stepped into the realm of heroes. If he became an adventurer, he would definitely become the rumored steel class, and Stolly was convinced of this. Chapter 29. Although the undead in the city were still pouring towards the two of them, the speed of surging was far from keeping up with the speed of the two cleaning up. Even after using that chain dragon thunder, Rimuru didn't make a move, and with the little young lady beside him, he could already solve the undead who kept pouring in. Notice, there is a magical reaction in the south, which is deduced to be summon undead for St. Shortly after Sage A's dream occurred, Rimuru also noticed. The number of undead gathered in other directions has gradually decreased, and only the south of this street, that is, the direction of the castle, is still flowing. After greeting Stolly below, Rimuru flew towards the castle with his wings. Novad is an extremely talented magic chanter of the Sen Elves, but in the eyes of other Sen Elves, this talent is used in the wrong place. Yes, he is a magic chanter who should be respected, but he is necromancer, and he plays with and deals with the undead. The undead are not treated by the elves, and from the moment he reveals his talent, he is blinded by the elves of the same age in the village, who fear him and avoid him because of his identity as a necromancer of magic. However, the great elven king Dikheim Hogan, who came to the village in search of a bed companion, saw his potential and made Novard the royal family's secret guard. Put him in charge of searching for dark elves from various villages and the outside world to become the elven king's bedmate. Novard has always believed that the king is the strongest being in the world and is invincible. It was their honor for those women to give birth to heirs for the king. Until one day, the elf king told him that there was a powerful woman in this world, and he heard that she was the descendant of the 6 gods. The elf king wants to combine with her, and the child born of the union of the two must be the best existence in the world. As the best dog-like of the elf king, he followed the elf king to sacrifice an undercover agent hidden in the sect to find out the location of the god-man, and attacked the god-man together. Worthy of being a powerful woman recognized by the elven king, the undead he summoned were destroyed before the woman's body could be reached, and Novard could only watch the battle between the elven king and the woman from a distance. However, the elf king is invincible, and although the woman is strong, she is still subdued by the elf king who can use the magic of the gods. Then, in order to avoid the sight of the possible sect kingdom, they did not enter the forest in a straight line, but deliberately turned to the other side of the forest and entered the forest within the border of a small country far away from their king. However, it was still seen by a weak human being, who stared at the god-man with the appearance of a woman who had never seen a woman, and a weak human dared to do such a thing. Novard raised his hand and hit the adventurer with a low-level magic, and the elf king ignored this and carried the person straight into the forest. However, within 2 days, the elf king found Novard again. Just as Novard wondered why the elf king had such a short interval this time, the elf king informed him that the girl they had brought back was a bit troublesome, and she had a special magic prop defense on her. Although the elf king can unravel, it will take time, and the sect has already reacted that the woman is missing, and will definitely try to find it later. He needed Novard to attract the attention of the church to the outside world, and he didn't have to attract it for long. Because Novard uses the undead, the sect has an extreme hatred of the undead, so it is most appropriate for him to do this. After a long time of thinking, Novard chose to come to Jesedi, who had passed. This place is not close to the royal capital of the Sen Elves located on the shores of the Crescent Lake. And it's a small country with no high-level adventurers. With Novard's strength plus the magic items given to him by the Elf King, it is enough. He first asked his men to use earth magic to dig out a tomb and bury something, and then entrusted the local Adventurers Association in his personal name. After blending into the adventurers, thanks to his memory, he saw an unexpected person inside. It was Stor, who had a relationship with him, but he didn't expect to be an adventurer instead of an ordinary person. No wonder he took a low-level magic and is still so alive and jumping around. But it doesn't matter, soon it will be buried in the grave with this team. After pretending to be left behind, he pulled out the death jade given to him by the Elf King, chanted the strongest magic he currently mastered, and then left the tomb. Surrounded by so many undead underground, it was impossible for them to escape. This team of adventurers was completely destroyed, there were no real good hands in the palace, and the city was already his. Returning to the ground, he began to continuously summon the undead with the help of the power of the Treasure of Death. And according to the request of the Elf King, he began to spread things about the calamity of the undead, especially to the outside world. Chapter 30. The thunder of the chain dragon thunder illuminated the night sky. Novard's sleepiness in the castle had completely dissipated. He had been here for a long time, and every once in a while he would ask the Elven King if he could return to the forest, but the reply was always not timely. However, at his request, the Elf King promised that he would come and see him soon. As for his return to the forest, perhaps it would have to wait for him to successfully attract the attention of the sect. The first 2 undead who disappeared in the city were perceived by him, but he didn't care about anything. The adventurers who thought they had some skills fought back, and everything was empty in front of his army of undead. Even if the remaining adventurers in this city unite, it is estimated that a dead great magician will not be able to solve it. But it wasn't until the undead who rushed past with self-discipline dissipated one by one, and then the thunder light that sounded in the sky began, that he realized that the task given to him by the Elf King might have been completed. Being able to destroy so many undead, there must be outsiders who came to this city, and he successfully attracted the attention of the outside humans. Feeling the undead who began to disappear in large areas as that thunder light appeared, Novard understood that he could not wait for the arrival of the Elf King, and now he had to leave here quickly. Having witnessed the power of the sect's atavistic gods, he knew that this world had magic like him that mortals could not fight against no matter what. After giving Death Jade a self-disciplined and continuous summoning spell, he began to pack his things and prepare to leave the castle, although it was a pity for the precious props given by the Elven King, but he had to leave before the people of the sect found him. Putting on his hood to hide his identity as a forest elf, he left the castle at night, but just as he was about to leave the walls and enter the forest border, a masked dwarf landed in front of him. "Oh, the Elf King is on top. This is obviously just a small man as tall as an elf child, but it makes Novard's dangerous senses feel like he has been pricked by needles." This person was naturally Rimuru, who rushed here, and when the two arrived at the castle, they found that there were no traces of other living beings in the castle except for the low-level immortals who were constantly summoned. However, Rimuru, who received a prompt from the Great Sage, learned of Novard's escape route and chased after him, while Kino volunteered to stay in the castle to clean up the undead. After chasing after several kilometers, Rimuru finally caught up with Novad and confirmed his identity through the Great Sage, and as previously guessed, he was a forest elf. "You. This dress up. You are not a godman of the religious kingdom? No, it's true that you're the guy who destroys the undead in the city, but you're not a godman? The church country did not come here? Godman? God?" Rimuru frowned. He learned from Kaino's mouth that there are no more than 4 gods and men in the sect country, and this continent is so big. He came here less than a month to count the previous god hill, but he has already connected with the two, the church country? Is that what you're aiming for? You want the church to come here? Realizing that he had no intention of saying something he shouldn't, Novad hurriedly covered his mouth. "You are from the Elven country. The female priest of that sect country was brought back to the forest by you, isn't it? Is it related to this matter?" Novad heard these words and spoke incredulously. The news that the godman was taken away by them should only be known to the people in the squad at that time, and the Dark Guard squad is still in the forest except him. No, except for them. And one more person. Thinking of the adventurers, Novad broke out in a cold sweat. He originally thought that he had disposed of the guy, but he did not expect to leak the news. At this time, even if he successfully escaped back to the forest, according to the character of the Elf King Dixam Hagend, he would not be able to live. "You guy, don't be too arrogant. You are very strong, right, but you broke our plan. You are finished." Speaking of this, looking at the seemingly unfluctuating Dalimlu in front of him, Novad paused and continued, "This is the plan of the great Elf King. You will completely anger Lord Dcm Hogan. If I were you, I would immediately run away with my tail between my legs, but the Elf King made an appointment to come here tonight to meet me." The Elf King will come, so you really admitted that this is what your Elf King asked you to do. Do you want to attract the attention of the sect? That female priest you tied up is an important figure in the sect, right? Seeing that Rimuru didn't care or was afraid that the Elf King continued to ask questions, Novad was a little stunned. "Hey, didn't you hear what I said? The Elf King will come." "Oh! Elf King, hear that, and then what?" "And then? His Highness Dchame Hogan can easily defeat the mighty existence of the Divine Man, the strongest of your human races. Guys like you. So, the one you tied up in the forest before is the godman of the sect? If it is really so strong, it is really not suitable for starting a conflict." Hearing the Sen Elf mention the godman, Lim showed some heart. Although the previous godman hill was just like that, the Allure city in his hands almost threatened him. Assuming that the gods and men all have world-class props like him, the Elf King who easily defeated the gods in the mouth of the Nason Elf is indeed worthy of Rimuru taking seriously. Chapter 31. Go back a bit, just when Rimuru was still on her way to Jeseti. The internal high level of the religious state that guards mankind has become a pot of porridge. The Godman Hill, who was ordered to take the true artifact left by the 6 gods Falling Country and Falling City to the ruins to investigate, and the Sunshine Saint Scripture team lost contact about a week after entering the ruins. If it weren't for the fact that Hill's family was still inside the sect, he would have been labeled as a defector. Originally, this news was enough to confuse them, but just recently, it was an annual reporting time agreed with another godman, but the god-man did not appear in time. Unlike the ruins, which did not have the manpower to probe deeply, the sect immediately sent someone to investigate the situation in the area where another god-man lived before. The on-site materials of the high-level magic that looked like a natural disaster were handed over to the high level of the sect country, which could make the high level explode, and the situation on this side could attract the attention of everyone in the sect country compared to the not very strong divine man Hill. After all, that female god-man, but the strongest of the contemporary god-man atavism phenomenon, is a strong guarantee for their sect to protect the survival of human beings, and can equip some of the props left by the six gods, and her strength can be said to be second only to the true Dragon King in their cognition. However, in the report of the Dark Holy Scripture, the town where she was before had been destroyed by the magic battle, and she was missing. For this reason, the council that originally only used 7 priests summoned most of the high-level officials of the church country and the heads of military institutions to form the largest meeting since the rebellion of the 8 Desire Kings, which also represents the disappearance of the gods and men this time, which can be regarded as a national event of the church country. However, now, they can't do anything except blind guessing. There is nothing in the props left by the 6 gods that can help them find the location of the god-man. If only one god-man is missing, they can also send another god-man to investigate when ensuring that one god-man remains. But now 2 have disappeared one after another, which can't help but make them wonder if there is someone behind the scenes, and if they let the remaining gods go out, maybe they will achieve the purpose of the people behind the scenes, and the safety of the sect headquarters will not be guaranteed. They could only send multiple search teams around the town where the female godman disappeared, but now there was no trace of whereabouts. As for the undead disaster of Jesse Ti, who was reported a long time ago, that should have been handled by the god people, but now because of the disappearance of the 2 god people, the god people must not be sent out until the situation is clarified. Jessetai is a small country, and it is not at all important to the whereabouts of the 2 gods. Since they got the news of the reconnaissance team yesterday, they have been meeting until now, and everyone is discussing while waiting for the results of the expedition team, but they still have not discussed any actual plan. Moreover, Godman Hill left it alone. Even if they found the person who attacked the female godman this time, looking at the battle traces left at the scene, they did not know the exact strength of the enemy, and they were not sure if the remaining 2 godmen carried the real artifact. Let the squad continue to spread the carpet search outward along town. She is a strategic weapon of our country, which must not be lost. Do you want the gods to go with the Dark Holy Scriptures? What if the gods and men disappeared along with the Dark Holy Scriptures? Who can afford this responsibility? Have you forgotten how another hill disappeared? Looking at the constant quarrels of his subordinates, the supreme priest who presided over the meeting coughed, and after watching the scene quiet down, he followed and said, "I agree with what you said. She is the secret weapon of our country, and it is the existence of the great 6 gods' strength that is most likely to reach their ancestors since the return of the gods and people recorded by the sect. In any case, we must also find her, and the blood of Godman must not flow out." Godman atavism phenomenon. Although the descendants left by these 6 gods will far exceed human beings, but their bloodline concentration will be inferior from generation to generation, and now even some gods and men have become mortals. But among these many godman individuals, there are always exceptions. The bloodline concentration of the exceptional individuals is extremely high, but the individuals are rare, and the female godman is known as the existence closest to the bloodline of the 6 gods in modern times, which is the key to their restoration of the power of the 6 gods. As his words fell, the meeting descended into heated discussions again. Cold sweat flowed out of Novad, who was confronting Rimuru. Although the Limlu in front of him was wearing a mask and could not be seen by him, Novard could feel that although it was troublesome to speak, the strange guy with the mask did not mean to retreat. Obviously, the masked man is not very afraid of the Elf King he mentioned. He either does not know how strong the God-man and the Elf King who can fight against the God-man are, or he is confident that he can overcome both. It's fine if it's the former, but if it's the latter. And thinking of the high-level magic used by the masked man in the city before, Novard's face was like ashes. Just as Rimuru was about to continue his conversation with Novard, there was a roar in the direction of the castle they had come. Thinking of what this forest elf had said before, Rimuru's face changed. He tied him up with magic, spread his wings, and flew back towards the castle. Chapter 32. After Rimuru left, Kino stayed in the castle, constantly using fire magic and arriving slowly to clean up the undead who kept pouring out and gathering. Just as Kino was about to approach the orb of death left by Novard and prepare to destroy it. I was thinking about how Novard's kid approached the forest without permission. It turned out that someone hooked up, but it's actually a little girl. A tall, gorgeously dressed man appeared in front of Kino and the two and picked up the orb of death. The man looked Kino up and down. This obvious breath of the undead girl, you are not from the sect. I really didn't expect that the plan was actually disrupted by an undead. However, your strength Novard Jr. can't cope with the past. So you're the murderer who made the city like this. Perhaps thinking of his hometown, Kino was a little angry at the tone of the man in front of him. Woohoo, listening to the voice is really a young little girl, I just don't know what the little girl looks like under the mask. Speaking of which, in my long life, I haven't tried the taste of the undead. Hey, little girl, King Ben forgives you for ruining my plan. Take off your mask and show King Ben your little appearance. With the words spoken, the man's body exuded a burst of momentum. Obviously, this is another monster that surpasses mortals. Ignoring the man's words, Kino thought calmly, although the man in front of her was strong, she had a very reliable companion. She didn't need to defeat this man at all, just make a big move and hold on for a while. As the momentum exuded by the man became more and more powerful, Storley, who was hiding on the side, had already knelt on the ground and began to vomit, and Kino, who had used lesser mind protection in advance, could only hold his body and tremble continuously. But that's all, not to mention that compared to Rimuru, even the momentum of the immortal Coffin Dragon King is far from comparable, that is, the level of her former teammates. Roar, roar, although I didn't use my full strength, but can I barely withstand this? I'm more interested in you, little girl of the undead. Who wants you to be interested? Although Kino didn't make a sound, she couldn't help but complain in her heart. For Kino, she only needed, as long as Rimuru was interested in her. Actually, I didn't come here alone. How could I have cleaned up the undead in the city so quickly? It was my companion who did it. He is very strong. Kino said to the man in front of him who was constantly exuding momentum. Ha 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 ha. As if hearing something ridiculous, the man laughed loudly, and taking advantage of this opportunity, Kino took Stoli and began to slowly retreat towards the door. The lowly undead really won't have any insight. Little girl, you still have your so-called companion. Won't you come to the border of this forest elf kingdom with such strength to investigate who I am? Elf King, right? Kino, who guessed the man's identity, responded. Right? Listen to me, no one around this forest will not recognize my identity, king of this forest. King of the elves. The existence at the apex of all elven species is me, Digum Hogon. Laughing wildly, Dickum looked at Kino, who was constantly trying to move out the door in front of him, and stretched out his right hand. How about it, the identity of King Ben? Are you still confident in your so-called companion? Directly come to Ben Wang, or do you still want to start with Ben Wang? It's not good to break the body of such a precious immortal as you, little girl. However, in response to his words, it was the crystal scattering array released by Kino, who had successfully used the flight to launch after putting Stoli in a safe place, and countless crystals strengthened by the highest level gushed out in the direction of Dicam. It's really... What about stupid decisions? As Dicam's words fell, the ground around him began to shake violently, just like when the sea was at low tide. The floor of the entire castle hall and the sand below surged violently in the direction of Dicam, and just when the magic strongest crystallization scattered array was about to hit him, a huge block of earth appeared in the previous surging position, blocking all the crystals that flew in. An upper elf composed entirely of earth elements appeared in front of Dicam, and with a roar of earth elements, countless flying sand struck Kino in the air. A block of earth hit her body and knocked her to the ground, and other sandstones fell in place, destroying all nearby buildings with a huge roar. It's a little big, This little injury shouldn't be a very serious injury for you, the little girl of the undead. Isn't it better to surrender earlier? I have to let my baby do it. Saying this, Daikum, who slowly walked towards Kino, was greeted by the dragon thunder released by Kino, who was holding himself up strongly, but the earth element appeared in Daikim's block. If it's just like that, it's over. Really, I didn't see your companion show up like this, and I wasted my magic power in vain. Patting the dust that did not exist on his body, Daikum walked towards Kino, who collapsed to the ground, but at this moment, the earth element around him stepped forward to cover him as if sensing some danger, and then endless thunder poured down from the sky dome, shattering the earth element instantly. 9th rank call Greater Thunder. You guy, what did you do to my friend? With this suppressed angry voice, Daikum looked up. A demon with long silver blue hair and the same mask as Kino stands above this sky. Chapter 33. Hearing the roar coming from the city, he thought of Rimuru, who had just mentioned the Elven King. The Elven King Ikono's strength described by Novard was not his opponent, and Rimuru, who thought of this, flew back with Novard. Feeling the magic of chaos in the distance, Rimuru couldn't help but blame himself. Kino was his first recognized friend in this world. If something happened, and the Novard he was carrying seemed to sense something, Lord Elf King has arrived, now release me, I can still help you say 2 good words. Oh, yes, if you want to get information, there is obviously a faster way than interrogating me. I really don't get used to this world. Don't worry, Mr. Elf, I'll let you go. Although he didn't understand the meaning of Rimuru's words, but the sentence was clearly heard by Novard, he couldn't help but show joy on his face, but as Rimuru released the hand holding him in the air, Novard, with a stunned expression on his face, fell from the air. He never expected this kind of release, and in response, he immediately tried to adjust his body by flying. As a result, before he could adjust his figure, a black fluctuation surged down from above him, directly swallowing him and bringing him back to Rimuru in flight. Gate. As the purple portal opened, Rimuru rushed in, and then he came out at the other end of the portal and saw Daikum, who was ready to attack Kino. And the earth element beside him. This is? Summon soil elemental? Looking at the earth element that could not be summoned by ordinary means, Rimuru didn't have time to think about it, and a flash of magic bombarded towards Daikum. The root earth elf, or root earth element, is the same as the root fire water wind element of Rimuru, which is something that ordinary means cannot easily summon. Rimuru understood that the person in front of him was the Elven King Daikum, and according to his previous thoughts, the Elf King who could deal with the gods and men would not choose to conflict with him for the sake of safety. Not to mention that he could still summon this root earth element, which was at least level 87, but now. Rimuru looked at Kino, who was scarred and unconscious on the ground, and attacked a friend he recognized, which was not an ordinary situation. And from the memory of Novard, who he devoured with a predator, Rimuru learned that this so-called Elven King Daikum was full of disgusting desire. It's nothing more than a fight. As the dust that was scattered by the earth element just now dispersed, what appeared on the ground was a slightly smaller earth element that had recovered into a prototype, and Daikum, who was unscathed. It's really dangerous. I almost clicked through the defense of the earth element. You chick is much more energetic than this undead little girl. The elemental magic just now is stronger than the god man I just went on. Chick, won't this guy of yours be the same as this king? Ha 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 ha, maybe you can give birth to stronger heirs with you. Come on, come to my side, join me. But in response to his words, it was Rimuru who instantly moved in front of him from the sky, and Rimuru's fist, and Rimuru, who was stimulated by Daikum's words, could not hold back his anger. The moment his root earth element didn't react, Daikum was hit hard by this punch and flew out. You bastard, with that disgusting lust against my approved friend. Give me death. I'm bleeding. You guy made me bleed? It's been a long time since I last bled, and decades, and you guy is commendable for making me bleed, but I'm looking forward to our heirs. Blood flowed from Daikum's cheeks, but with a flash of green light on his face, the wound on his face healed completely. Although your guy's sneak attack hit my treasure just now, it was just tickling it, and next, I will let you feel its power, size, and hardness. Rimuru stood in place and shrugged, just rely on this one earth element. Earth element? Ah yes, that's right, it's the earth element. I thought that you would have some insight into the elemental magic of that intensity, but I didn't expect you to be as ignorant as the so-called God-man before. Then, feel the blow of the earth element, which you despise. As Daikim's voice fell, the root earth element slowly raised his arm in the direction of Rimuru. Although it is the type of element that moves slowly and is good at defense, the root element is not slow because of its high level. That said, Dakim still thinks he is better than Rimuru, and treats the fight with a cat-and-mouse mentality. It's just that this Lord Elf King doesn't seem to figure out who is the hunter. But before the battle begins, Rimuru waved her arm towards the sky, and a faint magical light was released. Dimensional lock. If he didn't have a countermeasure to block the space, then this so-called Elf King would already be unable to escape. Next, let him start playing slowly. Chapter 34. Speaking of which, if this root earth element is a summon, then using the superior elimination of the monomer should be able to solve it, but if it is not a summon and is created with a unique skill, it will be a little troublesome. After casting the dimensional blockade, Rimuru ignored the earth elemental that was getting closer and closer, and instead applied a defensive spell to Kino and stood in place and thought slowly. Daik looked at Rimuru, who was standing still, and tilted his head. Did you start giving up when you found that you couldn't run, or are you still underestimating the earth element in your eyes, little girl? The earth element walked up to Rimuru and swung his fist at him. Tisk, since you don't want to escape, let me help you. This punch hit Rimuru head-on, and the panel attribute of the root earth elemental exceeded the limit of Rimuru's damage neutralization, and hit him solidly and sent him flying into the sky. Oh, didn't you get rid of you with one blow, little girl? You do have enough capital to be proud of. Rimuru, who used flying in the air, said in an unwavering tone, is that all? I can come as many times as I want with this weak fist, and you guy only has this level. Listening to Rimuru's words, Dixum smiled instead of anger. I want to see how hard your mouth is, behemoth, little girl. The earth elemental, who heard his master's call, raised his fist again. Crystal shield. A shield made of brilliant crystals appears beneath Rimuru. This fragile defense is trying to stop behemoth, little girl, don't make people laugh here. Indeed, as Daikum said, the earth elemental that flew from the body easily broke through the defense of the crystal shield, but what appeared in front of them was indeed the crystal shield summoned by Rimuru again. Is that all? Ah, yes. It's me who thinks highly of you, little girl. What damage can you do to my earth elementals like this? Pick up your shield and smash Behemoth's head with your delicate little hands, said Dakim as he looked at Rimuru, who kept summoning his shield, and turned his head in disdain. He still didn't see the situation. Facing Dakim, who can drive the root earth element, Rimuru's constant defense at this time is not to lose the anger he holds against him, but to restrain himself and keep himself calm in the anger. Daikum verbally humiliates his friend, and what Rimuru wants to do now is to make sure that Daikum can be killed once and for all. When he wasn't sure what other cards Dakim, who could drive the root element, had any other cards, Rimuru would attack with the high-level magic he possessed. It's not good to be escaped by this disgusting guy. So, lopsided duel. As Rimuru's magic is unleashed, an invisible thread connects Rimuru and Dakim. This is a magic spell that is used on enemies. Assuming that Daikum is able to break through the dimensional blockade and use the transfer magic, Rimuru will be able to transfer to the same place if the magic allows him to transfer and escape. Watching Rimuru unleash the crystal wall while using magic of unknown effect, Dick frowned. In fact, it is very simple to solve this little girl in his eyes, as long as he doesn't care about the crystal wall. But Behemoth, which he controlled, didn't have any special abilities, and he had to walk around the crystal wall if he wanted to ignore it. In that case, the little girl will definitely summon other crystal walls. This guy probably wants to exhaust Behemoth's physical strength. Behemoth's stamina is not so weak, or is what she wants to do is to use up his Dakim's magic power. Driving an elf higher than herself is obviously not as simple as it seems, and normally it is impossible to drive elemental creatures stronger than herself, but Dahemo's profession makes him an exception. However, as a price, Dakim maintained the present life of Behemoth, constantly consuming mana every moment, and if this continued, it might really be consumed by this little girl. However, what the little girl didn't expect was that Hidaykum didn't need to deliberately manipulate Behemoth, and Behemoth could act in a self-disciplined way to carry out his orders. At the moment when the earth elemental attacked her, Hidaykum also used attack magic at the same time, and he didn't believe that this little girl could still defend it. Although then his magic will not be able to keep up. But it's really not the way to keep the little girl on the defensive. Thinking of the 9th rank magic that the little girl used just now, it was her strongest attack. Then let her see, the area that the magic chanters of this world can't reach in any way, and that only the chosen ones like him can use. Magic of the Supreme Realm, 10th Order. Chapter 35. Dikhem's primary class is specialized in summoning, so his 10th Order magic is barely available. But even so, it was more than enough to defeat this little girl with the earth element. Although he still has some hesitation so far, the magic power is 1 point less. However, seeing that the earth element could not break through Rimuru's defenses, he still made up his mind. Even thinking of winning by dragging him down, Hidaykum would immediately extinguish this ridiculous idea of this little girl. The little girl didn't believe his words. In fact, Dakani could understand, after all, this could be regarded as a battle, how could he easily believe the enemy's words? However, this little girl is afraid that he does not understand, the existence of Daikum who can defeat him in this world has not yet appeared, and he has never lost. As for those dragon kings who fled in a hurry in the face of his ancestors, since the ancestors could win, Hidaykum naturally had the confidence to fight and win. And Rimuru, who was still constantly resisting the attacks of the earth element, naturally had his own ideas. Although out of the 42 players of Inzugong, Rimuru's PvP ability is only mid-range. However, because of his unique racial characteristics, the superb magic defense and material defense brought by Rimuru often planted flags with other members and engaged in 1v1 individual battles. In these countless personal battles, the PvP wisdom of Inzugong's companions was learned by him. The reason he now uses this style of fighting against Decim is that he wants to see all the abilities of his opponent and make him fall into the trap he prepared step by step. Now Decim has made a serious mistake in PvP. When playing wild battles, be prepared to escape at any time without knowing the opponent's stamina and various resistances. Although this conclusion was concluded by the Flying Squirrel at that time, Takamai and Herbert and others had different views. But what if you fight your opponent in the wild and your physical strength is not much consumed, but your mana is constantly consumed? Especially if you have used a lot of skills and magic during the battle, you don't know enough about the opponent's intelligence, and you feel that you can almost win. If you are not experienced in battle, like this DCM, you will use the whole cards without reservation to speed up the end of the battle. Rimuru, who was staring at Daikim's mana stock using the essence of mana, thought so. From Novard's memory, Dakim is confident and arrogant, and it is not difficult to see from the words and actions and fighting style of meeting Rimuru. Like the previous immortal Coffin Dragon King, he may have combat experience against opponents of the same personality, but not much. He was already in the rhythm of Rimuru and couldn't get out easily. In front of Rimuru, feeling the mana stock in his body, Daikim, who had decided to use the 10th Order magic, was a little hesitant. This little girl wouldn't really be ready to drag him to death, and although most magic chanters would indeed be in trouble without their magical power, for Daikim, who had a forest sacrifice profession, even if his physical ability was exhausted, it was still enough to fight. Let's try it out with magic that doesn't cost much magic. Thinking of this, Daikim raised his arm to the distant wall and the Rimuru behind him. He remembered the magic he hadn't used much since he had learned it, because most of the battles were enough for Behemoths. Holy Ray! A ray of light shining with a blinding light shot out from his hand, instantly shattering the 3-layer crystal wall, and finally dissipated before reaching Lim to show up. There is an effect. Seeing this scene, Daikim immediately called for the earth element to cooperate with his attack, and he himself continued to prepare other magic. And just when the earth element was about to hit Rimuru again, Rimuru's body emitted a continuous and dazzling light, and the night sky of the area where they fought was illuminated like daylight. Magic level enhancement sunlight. The originally mediocre low-level magic was forcibly elevated to the 8th rank under the magic power of Rimuru, showing an effect and scope far beyond the original. The harsh light forced Decame to close his eyes. Do you think this will block King Ben's sight? While saying this, Decame activated the 4th order vibration perception. Since the line of sight is blocked, it is good to simply not use his eyes, and using vibration perception, he can perceive everything on the ground around him in his mind. But, except for the footsteps of the earth element, which was constantly consuming his magic power, who was self-disciplined to look around for Limu's figure, Decame did not sense any other fluctuations. Suddenly, he felt Behemoth's use long-range sand in one direction, and the earth element's vision was not blinded by the light, and this attack also let Decame know the location of Rimuru. It's not the same as just now. Did it run into the air when it released the sun's rays? This explains why his vibration perception did not capture Limlu's figure. Vibration perception is the magic of feeling the subtle vibrations on the ground, and there is naturally nothing to do with objects in the air. Blind me, is this the method you use to consume my mana, and a guy of your level can only play some such cleverness? Ah, decided, even if your body is broken, I can repair it, I won't keep my hands. After the statement, a huge amount of magic gathered around Decame and gushed out into the sky. Mist of super acid. The highly acidic smoke caused by the elven magic, which was capable of corroding any defenses and weapons, instantly filled the sky. At the same time as this magic, there was also an all-out punch from the earth element against the sky, and the fist broke away from the earth element's body and gushed up with countless sand and stones. But then Decame didn't hear any feedback from the hit, which shouldn't have been. That area has long been wrapped in super acid fog, even if it has not been corroded clean. That little girl should have difficulty even moving her body. Chapter 36. This is, what? Feel the super acid mist composed of his magic power all converge in one direction, and when they reach that point, they all disappear. What cleverness did the other party use to solve his 10th order magic? This super acid fog, even his own behemoths will be slowly corroded in it. How could a little girl who could only use the 9th rank solve it? Hesitating in his heart, Decame unlocked the super acid mist. Since this is useless, there is no need to continue to spend magic power to use it. However, with the lifting of the super acid fog, for some reason, the dazzling sunlight released by the little girl also disappeared. Decame opened his eyes and looked into the night sky, and in midair in front of him was Rimuru behind the crystal walls. Will only play a little clever against me, you bastard, come down and fight the winner. Hearing Decame's angry scream, Rimuru said in a hurried tone behind the crystal wall, dignified? That is to say, it is 1v1, right? Since this is the case, how about you remove the root earth element first? However, Decame, who was mentioned by Rimuru, asked, root earth element? What is that? Does it mean behemoths? Earlier, you who said I didn't know the power of your earth element, I was a clown, right? As a result, is it not clear that it is yourself? Isn't the root earth element the thing you summoned? What nonsense are you talking about? Its name is behemoths, which is unique to our elven species, and the guardian element of the earth, behemoths. It turns out that I didn't hear it wrong before, the root earth element actually has a name. But, behemoths, I know behemoths doesn't look like this, isn't he a team boss? Who originally gave it this name? I guess it's not you, right? Limlu's emotions suddenly became agitated. Behemoths, who was a name recorded in his biblical life in a past life and a team boss that existed in Yggdrasil. In other words, the guy who named this root earth element is very likely to have crossed here like him. Of course not. Who is that? Listening to Rimuru's question, Decame frowned. Why is this little girl entangled in this problem, team boss? That's true, but this kind of information should only be known to him, and in any case, there is no point in answering her kind of question. It's basic etiquette for both sides to face each other when talking, and lift your wall. Then you don't need to tell me, I just asked more based on my curiosity. Anyway, there are other ways to obtain intelligence after Rimuru. I don't want to talk to you about anything until you lift that wall. Don't want to talk. But that's enough now, and it is. Hearing what Dickum said, Rimuru's tone of voice changed suddenly, and the crystal walls that surrounded him at the same time dissipated into invisibility. So that's the end of the conversation. The consumption of mana is enough. Seeing the moment the wall dissipated, not caring about the content of Limlu's words, Dickum immediately commanded Behemoth to attack, but when Behemoth's attack was about to hit Limlu, a stream of water appeared in front of Rimuru and completely blocked the attack. What? Completely unexpectedly, Dickum, who had blocked the attack like this, made a surprised sound. Ah! You're not listening, Your Highness Dickum, I mean your mana has been consumed a lot, and then you can maintain your earth element. Oh no, how long is Behemoth? 5 minutes? You guy doesn't think that I can win me without magic, and I couldn't dodge your attack before just because you accidentally sneaked up on you, and it makes you so proud to bleed so once. Sneak attack. What you said is also true. Listening to Rimuru's tone, Dickum swallowed his saliva unconsciously. He hadn't noticed before, except for the anger at the beginning of the battle, Rimuru seemed to have been calm with him during the war. Facing him, how could this little girl still maintain this tone? He has the blood of the elves who have conquered the world in the past, and he is also the strongest elf in existence. How can this guy, how dare she? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning crossed Dickum's brain. A confused idea that was impossible came to his mind. Is this little girl's strength more than the 9th rank, so why should she use this constantly defensive combat method? Won't she be very humiliated? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Dickum couldn't help but laugh at his stupid thought. This little girl put on such a bland appearance is probably just an acting skill, and she is actually afraid in her heart. That's why I put on this look to deceive him. Ah, it must be so. In the face of his most noble elven bloodline, there can be no other reason. Chapter 37. There is no need to leave anybody, a god-man is enough for me to play. Beat him up for me. Behemoth. Looking at Rimlu in front of him, Dickum gave an order to Behemoth. Really, isn't His Highness Dickum curious about how I blocked Behemoth's attack just now? As Rimuru's words fell, the raging magic turned into a stream of water and converged on Behemoth's path, eventually forming an elemental body the size of Behemoth's in front of him. It was the magic that Limlu used synchronously when he used the sun. Summon Primal Water Elemental. The root water element, a person of the same person as Behemoth, easily blocked Behemoth's advance and defused its attack. Is that what the? Looking at the appearance of the root water element, Dickham's voice unconsciously began to tremble a little. Oh, it's called the root water element. In fact, you don't need it to solve your Behemoth. I just want to tell you that I have a positive one-on-one solution to you. You guy. Are you kidding? So next. You looked down on Kinno's magic before, didn't you? So what about this? The same magic array appeared in Rimuru's hand as when Kinno released the crystallization scattering array, but with the integration of several runes, the magic array in his hand suddenly became much larger. Shard Buckshot. Unlike Kinno's magic maximization effect on the crystallized shot with floating damage, the crystallized shot released by Rimlu's hand is upgraded by several notches by the magic rank upgrade. Countless huge crystals poured out from the magic array, surging towards Behemoth, who was blocking the body of the root water element, and countless crystals ran through Behemoth's huge body, and its body was constantly forced to break and reorganize. Although the root element is different from humans, it will not break limbs and will not bleed, and the body will absorb elements to complete it, but looking at Behemoth, who is constantly attacked by crystals, Dickum, as its owner, knows that it has almost reached its limit. But it shouldn't be. Why is this? In Dickham's cognition, Behemoth is the strongest element, except for his father, who only exists in his memory. No one can fight Behemoth on an equal footing, and the battles experienced in these hundreds of years only make Behemoth a little attrition. But now, he just spent a while with the so-called root water element, and was hit by a low-level magic that he originally only disdained. Behemoth fell into extreme weakness. How is this possible? That's impossible. Why can the little girl drive the elements that only he, who is a descendant of the King of 8 Desires, can drive? Why can you still use this powerful magic, and the magic that has not been exhausted until now. Dixum's heart was filled with confusion. Haven't it dissipated when hit head-on by the magic of the crystalline system? Obviously it is the weakness of the elements like noise, and the HP bar is really long enough. Listening to Rimuru's words, the thoughts that had just come to Daikam's mind resurfaced. The confusion in my heart began to gradually dissipate, replaced by endless fear. This little girl. Maybe it's really more powerful than himself as a descendant of the King of Eight Desires. Face twisted and deformed, looking at Rimuru coming out from behind the water element, feeling the little magic in his body, Dickum roared and gave orders to Behimos. Behimos. Chance. Bypass that water element and beat that little girl hard. Hearing the order, Behimos directly rushed to the approaching Limlu and attacked with a fist, but when this punch was about to hit, black fluctuations poured out of Limlu's body, and Behimos, who had suffered too much damage before, was unable to resist and was directly involved. Unlike the previous broken and reunited, it was swallowed by Limlu along with the magic power, and there were no clods left. Seeing this scene, Dickum was completely stunned in place. Obviously, no matter what kind of enemy he had faced Behimos so far, he had only been defeated, and now, Behimos was eaten into his stomach in front of his eyes. At this moment, he finally understood that Rimuru was not an ordinary human as he thought before, but a real monster. Is this the end? Although there is not much magic, but what special skills should His Highness Dickum have, or, is it just that? However, in fear, Dickum ignored Rimuru. It's over. The strongest, invincible Behimos fell. Swallowed by this monster in one gulp. What to do, how to do? The stunned Dickum knelt on the ground, almost giving up thinking. So, is there no other means? Fear is meaningless. If that's the case, then you humiliate my companion's hatred, and I'll settle an account with you. Magic trip, polar claw, they. Plural polar claws hit DCM, who was kneeling on the ground, causing him to scream and struggle to get up, but the freezing air that came with the strongest magic of the ice system made his movement extremely difficult. Having given up thinking, Dickum had only the concept of pain left in his mind. The cold energy on his body prevented the compassion of the sorrow's twin trees on Dickum's body from working, and at Dickum's wounds, two magical forces continued to surge like a battle for territory, making him more painful. Although there is still a little magic power on his body, judging from the strength shown by this monster, even if he is in full state, he is not necessarily an opponent. The little girl seems to be a magic chanter, so should he, who has a forest sacrifice profession, go and fight him in hand-to-hand combat? Thinking that there was a water element as similar to Behimos watching, Dickum gave up the idea that appeared in his heart. He who will die, he will definitely die. As the most noble elf species, he must not die here, so run away. Thinking of this, Dickum got up and ran outside the city. No matter how much cold air and wounds there are on the body, no matter how much pain there is, even if everything around it is as if it has been pressed the pause button. Now he just needs to escape. As long as it can. As long as you can get to that place. Looking at the woods outside the city, Dickum thought so. Chapter 38. Time stop. Rimuru, who did not expect that Dickum would turn around and escape, was stunned for a moment, and Rimuru, who expected that he might escape, made a series of measures to prevent the transfer of magic, but running directly by physical ability was indeed something that Rimuru did not expect. Rimuru, who reacted, released the time stop of the 10th order, but just when everything around him was stuck, Dickum ran straight towards the forest without being affected in the slightest. If you can use the 10th rank, you really have a countermeasure to deal with the time stop. If DCM was facing a pure magic chanter like a flying squirrel, he might have been able to escape successfully by relying on the physical ability of the forest sacrifice, but now he was facing Rimuru, who was extremely agile as an armed mage. Rimuru flew out and followed behind Dickum with open wings. Magic level enhancement shield wall. The magic that was supposed to be used as a defense turned into a transparent wall around Dickum when it was cast in Rimuru's hands, preventing him from walking. Greater teleportation. Pressing his own magic, Dickum used the upper transfer magic without the slightest hesitation, but a flash of light flashed. Nothing happened, and his eyes were still the scene of ruins formed because of the previous battle. The upper transfer did not take effect. What did you do? Didn't you find it before? I thought you found out that this place was covered by the dimensional blockade before trying to escape by relying on your physical ability, but I didn't expect it to be just a mistake. Dickum did not respond to Rimuru's words. Understanding the effect of the dimensional blockade, he knew that it was impossible to escape by transferring magic now. He now regretted it in his heart. He felt that he would not encounter any danger around the forest before he came to walk, and most of the magic equipment was left by him in the palace and did not carry it. If he carried those things left by his fathers, then he could easily solve this dilemma at this time, probably. He could never have imagined how such a monster could emerge from such a small border country as Jesity. Shouldn't you be just a magic chanter who barely uses the 9th rank? There is only so much magic in your body. Why, can you use so much powerful magic? Dickum lost his mind and yelled at Rimuru, who stood above the sky. That's the magic point? Oh, you have the ability to sense enemy intelligence. Well, sorry, this is PvP countermeasures. Oh, His Highness Dickum, Great Sage. Notice, false data life, false data mono lifted. When Dickum was still thinking about what the PvP countermeasure was, as Rimuru's voice fell, the whole world seemed to calm down in Dickum's senses, and the huge and substantial magic power was raging around Rimuru like a storm, and the information he had sensed before was not even a fraction of this magical power. Moreover, in this magic power, there is also a faint mixture of the breath of a dragon species. Trembling and propping himself up from the ground, Dickum gave up running away and stared blankly at Rimuru. He understood that he could no longer escape. He clearly understood the meaning of this magnitude of magic, and he had seen this magnitude of magic in others when he was a long time ago. Even, for hundreds of years, the purpose that drove him to constantly search for an excellent bloodline to give birth to an heir was to try to create a descendant who could have a power similar to or close to it. This is his long-cherished wish, this is his dream, and this force has appeared in front of Dickum again after hundreds of years, but the holder is no longer an elf. Your level, exactly the transcendent. Exactly that overlord. Dickum thought that when he saw this power again, it would appear in his own descendants who were the highest elves. He didn't expect that he just came here on a whim afterwards, and the existence qualified to rule this world appeared in front of him. He also realized what mistakes he had made before. However, if he could give birth to an heir to this little girl. Come to my side, leave that little girl of the undead alone, with me, I will abandon all my other mothers and children, just us, our children will be, fear. Excitement, Dickum's face showed all kinds of emotions, like a madman, did not care about Rimuru's body trembling with anger. Dickum shouted feverishly to Rimuru standing in the air, but did not wait for him to finish. Bang! The shield wall that surrounded Dickum, with Rimuru's clenched fist, the transparent wall instantly squeezed on Dickum's body. Even Dickum, who had the powerful physical ability of the forest sacrifice, was difficult to support in the face of the continuous output of Rimuru's powerful magical power. His body instantly turned into a meatloaf, countless blood splattered out, staining the transparent walls red, and Rimuru's mask was also stained with a trace of blood. He became the first human species to be solved by Rimuru in this post-travel world. The descendant of the King of Eight Desires, the highest elf, the Elven King Dickum Hogan, who has countless descendants, died in this Jesity after seeing the power he chased all his life. Chapter 39. Thanks to the powerful resilience from the undead, Kino, who had been killed by Behemoth, had actually woken up when Rimuru used a crystallized scatter bomb to destroy Behemoth. Looking at the green semicircular shield around her and the trusty companions in front of her, Kino felt a long-lost sense of relief. Knowing Rimuru's strength, she knew that although Dickum was ranked among the strongest people she had seen, she was not qualified to stand opposite Rimuru. But it's a pity. Thinking that this place might be the whereabouts of Rimuru's companions, she thought that she could help Rimuru and brought Rimuru here. Unexpectedly, instead of finding his companion, he provoked another enemy, and became a burden to Rimuru himself. It's really strong. Looking at the battle that took place in front of her, Chino uttered this most candid compliment. The magic that elevated the crystallized projectiles that belonged to her to such a terrifying power surpassed any magic chanter in Chino's memory. Rimuru, who was far from being able to match her former teammates and used her best magic to anger her, as if she were the legendary knight, oh no, the brave. At this time, Chino felt as if she had really become a princess who fell into danger in the legendary story and was saved by the brave. From between her legs, her whole body seemed to be swept by electricity, and she was obviously an immortal, but her cold body seemed to become warm at this moment, and her heart, which had not beaten for 100 years, seemed to start beating again. Sure enough, the warmth she felt during the flight was not due to the temperature change. Chino closed his eyes, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and prayed silently in his heart. Don't get hurt, Rimuru. In order to obtain information, Rimuru originally wanted to use the predator to devour Dimum directly. After all, the predator is not a murderer, laughs, and if you swallow it, the memories will be accepted by the great sage, and it will not give Rimuru any real feeling of killing. But although Rimuru had been prepared for a long time, it was true. After the impulse of crushing Deacom, who was cheaper than a frog's piss, Rimuru didn't have any real sense of murder. If using a predator to devour is like eating a small loaf of bread, then crushing Deacom feels like crushing an ant. Humans don't feel strange about trampling an ant to death. He's now. Sure enough, it's a monster from the inside out. Although I am curious about the level and behemoth that only players will know in the mouth of the Elf King, it doesn't matter if they are crushed. As for resurrecting and swallowing, Rimuru didn't carry a resurrection item that was enough to resurrect Deacom, and even if he did, he wouldn't waste the item on this scumbag. The reason why he knows this is probably because he is also a descendant of the player, which can also explain the origin of these two rings. Thinking about the two rings in his hand, Rimuru thought to himself, one of them was a prop that made the Elven King immune to time stopping, and the other. It can be said that he came to this world with the biggest surprise. It was almost dawn when he returned to the city, and the battle with Deacom dragged on for nearly a night, and Chino was leading Stoli to clean up the ruins caused by their battle. It was also thanks to the fact that there were no more inhabitants around the castle because it had been occupied by the undead, so the battle between Rimuru and Deacom did not affect the civilians. Rimuru. Master Rimuru. Seeing Rimuru's figure on the ground, Chino and Stoli ran over. The difference was that Chino crashed into Rimuru's arms and Stoli stood not far away scratching his head in embarrassment. It hurts, little lady. To be honest, in the battle with Deacom, because Rimuru has been deliberately defending, he didn't really break his defense, but Chino's collision will not be judged as an attack, it is a solid collision with Rimuru. It's not a little lady, Chino retorted in a muffled voice in Rimuru's arms, then let go of his hands holding Rimuru. We all thank you, Lord Rimuru. Seeing the two separate, Stoli, who was standing aside, stepped forward with a group of residents of the city who appeared behind him at some unknown moment, and the sound of battle could be heard throughout the city. Guessing that Rimuru might have come to save them, the residents hid in their houses and prayed for Rimuru. No thanks. I'm actually trying to find out the whereabouts of my companions. Rimuru, who was surrounded by a group of people and thanked him, scratched his head a little shyly. He hadn't experienced this battle in 3 lifetimes combined, so he didn't know how to deal with it. Hearing Rimuru's words, a half-elf living in the city turned to Rimuru and asked, "Companion? Maybe it's in our city, what does Lord Rimuru's companion look like? If you don't mind, you can tell us, and our whole city will help find it." He's called Flying Squirrel, and he's an incredibly powerful chanter. But he's an immortal. So it may not be very convenient. Stoli smiled indifferently. What's wrong with the undead? Since it's a friend of Lord Rimuru, it must also be a friendly undead, and we will definitely help. Yes, yes, Master Rimuru, don't worry. Thank you. If you can find him, tell him that it was Rimuru of Anzi Yulgon who was looking for him, please. After agreeing to the stolen people to attend the banquet in the evening, Rimuru took Chino to the inn prepared by the residents. Although he couldn't find the whereabouts of the flying squirrel this time, he got an item that was extremely precious to him, and he also got more people to help him find the flying squirrel, which can be regarded as a lot of gains. Banquet, 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 relax at the banquet tonight. After arriving at the inn and making a declaration, Rimuru collapsed directly on the bed. Speaking of which, relying on his identity as an alien, Rimuru really hasn't rested much since he came to this world. After the feast, we'll be going to leave tomorrow. Little lady. It's not a little man. Listening to Kino's retort from the next room, Rimuru smiled and fell asleep. Chapter 40. For the flying squirrel who has no parents in real life and only a friend of Rimuru, the Gildan's Yugong carries most of his good memories. I really can't forget it until today, the day of the closure. The memories of the expedition with those 41 friends cannot be forgotten from the suicide of the 9. And now, with the imminent closure of Yggdrasil, this Inzulgong that carries many of his good memories is also about to disappear, and the flying squirrel's heart is full of regret and reluctance. He sent text messages to all the guild members before the game was closed, but only Arrow and Rimuru were online. Luckily, though, the flying squirrel turned his head to look at Rimuru, who didn't know what he was thinking. And the little hair that he has not seen for many years accompanies him to the last moment. Which is the only thing that can make the flying squirrel happy in recent times, but the thought of getting up at less than 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, he can't help but feel a pang of boredom in his heart. 10 seconds to go. The flying squirrel slowly closed his eyes, making the final countdown to this game that had been with him for 12 years. In the future, he would not have the energy to play such a game again, the reality was too depressing. It's time to say good night. Rimuru, good night. Well, flying squirrel, good night. The voice of a friend's response was heard in my ears. 23 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds 23. 59:59. Midnight 1 second. Silently counting the countdown to the service, the flying squirrel after 12 o'clock opened his eyes, different from the previous maintenance. The flying squirrel who opened his eyes did not see his familiar room, he remained in the throne room in Yggdrasil. What happened? Now he should have logged out because the server was down. This is the server delayed shutdown? After confirming that the time had indeed exceeded the time of 0 o'clock, the confused flying squirrel began to look around trying to find the reason. Sitting on the throne, the flying squirrel's fingers gently ran through the air, which was the command in the game to call the system to control the menu, but no matter how he operated it, no interface appeared in front of him. Attempts to call customer service to resolve did not get any response. Speaking of which, Rimuru, who should have been by his side, has also disappeared, and if it was really a delayed shutdown of the server, they should still be together, but now only he is left. And GM did not post any notice on the website about the delayed closure. Thinking of this, the flying squirrel couldn't help but feel a burst of anxiety and doubt. Now any control interface is unusable, which means he can't even force logging out. What the hell is going on? The ruler of death stood up abruptly, and this roar spread throughout the hall. This deep voice emitted by the soul fire of this skeleton body can stop children crying at night in reality. The flying squirrel who heard his voice couldn't help but cover his throat in surprise, and at that moment he thought that Rimuru was playing a prank on him again. That's not your own voice. No, how could it be like this in Yggdrasil? What's wrong with you, flying squirrel? Between this throne where Rimuru inexplicably disappeared, it stands to reason that no voice will answer the flying squirrel's question. The flying squirrel looked up suspiciously to find the source of the sound, but what came to his eyes was it. In these short minutes, the originally cold system NPC like a delicate puppet turned into a perfect woman with bright eyes and appeared alive in front of the flying squirrel, and even, with her subtle breathing movements, her chest was slightly rising and falling, which was definitely not something that the Yggdrasil system could do. Yalbed raised her head and looked at her most beloved supreme with doubtful and worried eyes, and behind her, Sabas, who had been brought here with Rimuru, and the maids of the Pleiades were also looking at their Supreme Lord Supreme. Looking at the flying squirrel who had been sitting calmly on the throne but suddenly stood up in a panic, the NPC's hearts couldn't help but panic. Sabas quietly smoothed the folds on his deacon's body with his hand, which was a treasure given to him by Lord Takamai, who created him, and he didn't want even a slight fold to appear in the eyes of the Supreme. Lord Flying Squirrel, is there anything we can do for you? Hurrying to the Flying Squirrel, although Yalbed did not show any gaff on her face, her heart was extremely flustered, and her hands could not help but clasp together. For her, who loves the Flying Squirrel deeply, even if her ability is not enough, as long as she can share the burden of the Flying Squirrel, she will sacrifice her life. But, from the Flying Squirrel's current point of view, the eyes burning with soul fire were exactly on the two huge sins on the chest of Shang Yalbed, created by his friend Jade Yulu. The body is really super good. It is worthy of Jade Lusan. A faint fragrance stimulated the Flying Squirrel's nasal cavity, because the hands were clasped together, tightly squeezing the chest, not to mention that Yaerbide was a real succubus, and he also made this action in front of the Flying Squirrel. The Flying Squirrel, who has no experience with women in real life, almost loses his mind, and the red light of his eyes is scary, but at this moment, the undead force calmed down. The green light shone on the smooth skeleton body of the Flying Squirrel, and the messy thoughts in his mind were all suppressed. The Flying Squirrel glanced at Yaerbed, and suddenly felt bored, sat back on the throne and began to think slowly. The NPC in front of him suddenly moved on its own, still talking to him. What the hell was going on? Did something unusual happen? This won't be a closed Easter egg, but the server is down, and it is impossible for the official to engage in any Easter eggs or add a new system, right? Besides, the control menu is not available now, and the game operation cannot be contacted. There is also the most important thing, Rimuru, who has been by his side before, is also gone. Is he logged out? And Rimuru's nature should not leave himself here. In short, this situation seems to be impossible to sit still, since Yaerbide, who has just been the chief of the Guardians, called himself Lord Flying Squirrel, then maybe it is the same as before. After all, these NPCs will serve the members of the Union, and he can treat the NPCs as his subordinates. At this point, we can only gamble and see. Chapter 41. Sabas. Follow your call, Lord Flying Squirrel, Sabas. Thyan is here to wait for your orders. Sabas. He has the highest melee combat ability among the 4 melee specialized NPCs in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, and his level has reached level 100. Feeling Sabas's aura, the Flying Squirrel couldn't help but hesitate a little in his heart. Can he really give orders to them? Forget it, don't care so much. Having made up his mind, the Flying Squirrel said to Sabas, Sabas, lead the battle maids of the Pleiades to the gate of Nazarick to confirm the surrounding environment. In addition, when you go out, leave 2 maids to guard the door of the Great Tomb. Obey, Lord Flying Squirrel. With one hand on his chest, the gentleman bowed his head and saluted the Flying Squirrel, obeying the Flying Squirrel's order and leading the 6 battle maids behind him to leave the throne hall. Wait. Bring 16 knights with you. In view of the high-level swamp environment around the Great Tomb, the Flying Squirrel, who was afraid that one of Sabas's NPCs could not cope with it, ordered a level 100 NPC to him, which was exactly the one created by his little Rimuru, who was responsible for the 9th layer of Nazarick. Obey, Lord Flying Squirrel. Responding to the Flying Squirrel's order, Sabas left the place with the maids. Actually did what he ordered. And there is no need to give specific instructions as in the game. Can this complexity be understood? But that's not the way to go. It's best to find a way to contact customer service or operators. Is there any way to do it? After giving the command, the Flying Squirrel, who was lost in thought, caught a glimpse of the perfect curve of Yalbed's body in front of him. This couldn't help but make a bold idea that was not very mature in the Flying Squirrel's mind. Yalbed, you come to my side first. As soon as the Flying Squirrel's words fell, Yaerbide, who had just flashed to the side, hurriedly pasted it, and the seductive aroma that came with the succubus immediately entered the hollow skeleton nose bone of the Flying Squirrel. This is too bad. It's really fragrant. The undead force calmed down. Just now the Flying Squirrel was distracted by the stimulation of the chest, so that he only noticed it now. Anyway, this is too much. Yggdrasil has no such thing. so now you can only violate the Yggdrasil operating regulations to see if you can trigger the GM warning. Forget it, at least this can confirm whether you can still contact the upper operation. Thinking of this, the flying squirrel touched the hand of Yalbed in front of him. But just by touching her hand, Yalbed showed a very strange expression that the flying squirrel had never seen before. Her eyes became more moist, and her face flushed. How could Yggdrasil be at this point? It's like the real world. Then there is one more thing to be sure of, if he can, the flying squirrel thinks he has a general understanding of his environment. Yalbed. I might have to touch it a little, okay? The flying squirrel said embarrassedly that he would definitely be beaten in real life, looking at Yalbed's eyes that instantly widened because of this sentence. How could any woman agree to this request, but in order to confirm his current situation, he must do this. It should. It doesn't matter, right? But then, to the surprise of the flying squirrel, Yalbed in front of him was stunned, and when he heard this sentence, not only was he not angry, but he also looked at the flying squirrel with eyes full of touch, gratitude, and long expectation. Of course, Lord Flying Squirrel unconsciously made the action of swallowing saliva in reality, but did not swallow anything. The flying squirrel's trembling skeleton palm stretched out in front of Yalbed. As the skeleton palm of the flying squirrel approached the dress, Yalbed also stood up excitedly, and there was still a gap between the bones of the flying squirrel attached to Yalbed's body, although the skeleton palm could still feel the touch. Woo! A blush appeared on Yalbed's face, and the obvious protrusion on the top of the dress was stuck right between the flying squirrel's hand bones. That's embarrassing, isn't it? The undead force calmed down. With the flash of green light, the experiment of the flying squirrel was over, but as a man, he was not going to say something after he was done. Feel okay, Yalbed? Somehow, as if the brain had disappeared, the words popped out of the flying squirrel's mouth. Why did I say this? The undead force calmed down. Just. Between this throne, the ruler of death rubbed his guardian chief while calmly thinking that the messy emotions in his head had been suppressed by the force not to panic, and now he looked like a dead ruler who maintained an absolutely rational posture. From the outside, and the flying squirrel's finger was pressed to his chin and seriously considered the current situation. Yggdrasil is not a little butter, and if you can make such 18 forbidden moves, there is no chance of being a possibility in the game world. However, why did this kind of light novel-like game come to life happen to me? What about Rimuru, your people? A flash of green light flashed, and the flying squirrel completely quieted down. Chapter 42. What can happen outside Nazarick? Isn't it all an unchanging swamp? And also, Lord Rimuru wasn't with Lord Flying Squirrel before, how did he suddenly disappear? And just after the Pleiades accepted the task of flying squirrels and left the throne, Rips Regina Beta, who couldn't hold back her heart, immediately spoke. Who knows, it may be that Lord Rimuru has something to do alone. But Saki-Ye obviously didn't follow. Didn't Lord Rimuru usually take Saki-Ye with him when he was active in the Great Tomb? Okay, the conversation is almost over. As maids, we just need to complete the tasks assigned by the Guardians and the Supreme. How can we speculate about the affairs of that adult at will? Yuri Alpha glanced at the happy Lops Regina and Sorika Epsilon. Clapped her hands, and as the eldest of the 7 sisters, out of her rigorous personality, she preached to her 2 younger sisters to speculate about the Supreme. And everyone in the Pleiades star cluster was obviously accustomed to the preaching of the eldest sister, and the big grinning Lops Regina clasped her hands behind her head and pouted. Sister Yuli, you are too rigid, that Lord Rimuru will definitely not care. With one hand on her forehead, Yuri only felt like there were a few pound signs on her head about to pop out, and among the sisters, Rups Regina, who had the most jumpy personality, gave her the most headache. But everyone's character is created by the great Supreme, and she who is also a creature can't say much about Rups Regina's character. Compared to this, Lord Sebas asked us to go find Saki-Ye and go out to explore together. But where did Saki-Ye go? Hearing the words of the 3rd sister, Nabila Gamma, Rups Regina responded with a big grin. It won't be going to Lord Rimuru, will it? Ziza shook her head. Saki, yes, words, it must be on this 9th layer. She must have said something like Lord Rimuru didn't summon me, I must have considered him, as the head maid and guardian of the realm, I only need to be in charge of the 9th layer or something like that. You are talking about Lord Rimuru, is Lord Rimuru looking for me? Just as everyone in the Pleiades was talking and looking around, a cold voice came to their ears. The girl who appeared in the middle of the 6 people of the Pleiades had short silver hair, sideburns on the sides, small twisted braids, and a green ribbon at the end. She wore a maid outfit with blue and white as the main colors, very different from Nazarick's other maids, and her apron was embroidered with Roman numerals I-12, which represented time. It is the NPC created by Rimuru in this Nazarick, the perfect and dashing maid chief, 16 Knights Saki Knight, who is one of the few humans in Nazarick. It's not Lord Rimuru, it's Lord Flying Squirrel who ordered you and Lord Sabas to confirm the situation around the great tomb of Nazarick, Saki Knight. Suddenly appearing beside them, this is Sakiya's unique power, and it is really shocking no matter how many times I see it. It's Lord Flying Squirrel. Well, I'll go with you to Sabas. 16 Knights Saki Knight, as a level 100 NPC, specialized the ability to manipulate time, plus Rimuru once gave her a world-class prop called Luna Dial in order to be perfect, giving her the ability to operate time that no anti-time stop prop can fight. In the words of Lord Rimuru, you can enjoy the feeling of taking care of the room in the blink of an eye. The only shortcoming of this perfect and dashing maid chief is that he loves to worry too much, and often robs those maids' work and does it himself. Yuri shook her head, cleared the messy thoughts in her mind, and walked towards the upper level of the great tomb with 16 Knights Saki Knight. This underground tomb called Nazarick was transformed into a 10-story comprehensive fortress after being raided by the player. Underground tombs on the 1st to 3rd floors, underground lakes on the 4th floor, glaciers on the 5th floor, jungles on the 6th floor, magma on the 7th floor, wilderness on the 8th floor, and finally the suites and meeting rooms where players rest on the 9th floor, and the throne hall on the 10th floor. Because each floor extends to the underground, the floor is also distinguished by the number of underground floors and the like, in order to guard against foreign enemies. Well. Or in order to satisfy the desires set by the players, the existence of class guardians is equipped, with the exception of the 9th and 10th layers. 1 step. 2 steps. Obviously, it was possible to teleport by using the Ring of Anzirgong, which was exclusive to guild members, to teleport without consumption and distance restrictions, but the Flying Squirrel still chose to slowly walk into the circular arena on the 6th floor from the staircase. Not for anything else, but to carefully observe if there were guardians or their subordinates ambushing around against him. The Flying Squirrel deliberately walked backwards from the entrance of the 7th floor, because after leaving the 6th level amphitheater, it was a long forest to the entrance of the 7th floor, and this side was also the best place to ambush. One of the guardians of the 6th tier, Yorabella Fiora, has domesticated her favorite monsters in this forest, and if it is to be ambushed, it will definitely choose here. Chapter 43. One of the guardians of the 6th tier, Yorabella Fiora, has domesticated her favorite monsters in this forest, and if it is to be ambushed, it will definitely choose here. Along the way, the Flying Squirrel looked like a walk as relaxed as a walk after afternoon tea. In fact, his heart was very nervous at the moment, and fortunately, the physical fitness of his skeleton body at the moment was no longer the level that ordinary creatures should have. Fortunately, he was the dead ruler at the top of the food chain, and if not, he thought he might have been sweating profusely and could walk in puddles. The 6th floor, the building of the amphitheater, is a friend of the Flying Squirrel. One of the slimes of Nazarick Bubble Teapot refers to the design of the Roman battle arena. Generally speaking, the invader has only one entrance, that is, the only one located in the east entry point, which is set up after breaking through the 5th floor. The road connecting the entrance to the 6th floor at the back of the 5th floor is a narrow corridor that can only accommodate 2 people, and the exit is set up in a ring in addition to the large entrance and exit from the amphitheater, and there are 6 fence openings preset for the placement of fighting monsters. I have to say that the Bubble Teapot is really finely made. So far, the surroundings are normal. Is it? With apprehension, the flying squirrel walked to the gate of the arena. Unlike the heavy gate in the movie that requires someone to turn the gear behind his back to open the door, this gate made of rare magic metals detected his arrival and slowly opened for him like a modern automatic door. The inside of the arena is different from the forest outside, and the quiet flying squirrels here can hear the loud echo on the floor, because the inside of the building is not lit because it is not activated. It wasn't until the flying squirrel walked into the inside of the arena that the light emitted by the false starry sky shone on the flying squirrel's face. There is no ambush inside, but the guardians are indeed beginning to assemble and can sense their reaction. Do you want to be the first to strike at them and break each one? It's impossible, their settings, how can I deal with them alone? Rimuru, where the hell have you been? Sensing the powerful aura gathered in front of him, the flying squirrel's heart became more and more. Green light flashed and he calmed down. As the guild leader, Flying Squirrel truly understands the strength of these class guardians, love the house and you, they are guild partners, spend countless money and liver, and even some NPCs are simply the imprints of his former partners, just like the children of his companions. Moreover, not long after creating these guardians, because of Nazarick's reputation among players, they ushered in a guild defense battle in which a total of 1,500 players participated in the invasion. The Guardians did their duty in that battle, and they also won that battle by relying on the whole cards in the Guardians, and through that battle, they harvested a large number of valuable items. But after that battle, these NPCs helped them win the battle without getting the slightest reward, just resurrected and lost it back to the original floor. Year after year, after that, the invasion did not hit the second layer, and then the guild began to decline, and the creators of NPCs dropped the game one by one, which is a kind of abandonment for NPCs. Now that they have their own consciousness, will they really not attack him because of this matter with a grudge? And even if he is attacked, in the face of these friends' children, can he really bear to fight back? The thought that these friends' children might pick up a blade and face them at them calmed down the flying squirrel's emotions. What the hell is he thinking about here? If these children really do it to themselves, with their data, he himself will definitely be taken down in an instant. Thinking of this, the flying squirrel smiled bitterly in his heart. What would Rimuru do if he was here? His best friend would have done better than him, and perhaps Rimuru had come here just like him. So if he survives this time, his next stage goal is he wants to find his best friend. Gripping the guild weapon in his hand, the flying squirrel must be sure that even if he doesn't fight back, he can always run away. Facing these guardians, he should show the appearance of a real leader. What should a real big leader look like? Thinking of the flying squirrel who was working overtime and exploited by various superior leaders in real life, his body almost flashed green again. In this way, the game world is better than the real world. In short, the real leader must be a little majestic. At the very least, they must come up with a posture of their superiors, and let the children of these friends know. But the leader of the great tomb of Nazarick. Even if they do betray him, he must live, he still has to do something. His best friend, Rimuru, he may be somewhere in this game world, he will find him. Despair Reiki LV2. Exuding a black aura representing death, Nazarick's ruler of death walked towards the guardians. I'm a class guardian. Welcome to the Supreme. Chapter 44. Guardians of our class. Welcome to the Supreme. They. Guardians who had gathered in the arena in advance looked at the flying squirrels walking slowly, all of them knelt down on one knee and bowed their heads, and the terrifying atmosphere that originally emanated from them was all gone, and now they were like loyal servants welcoming their masters. Except for Yarbed, they had not seen the Supreme for a long time. Not to mention the desperate air pressure exuded from the slow-walking flying squirrels, which made all the guardians present tremble. Seeing the attitude of the guardians, the flying squirrel was stunned for a moment, and the desperate aura on his body gradually retracted. And the guardian of the 7th layer, as the NPC military advisor and commander of Nazarick, the creator of the Flame Hell Demi-Yugos, who was wearing an English suit, understood the meaning of Lord Squirrel's behavior at this moment, and then, Yarbed, who was the leader, seemed to understand something. It must have been before the arrival of Lord Squirrel, the frivolous quarrel between Yala and Shasha caused the displeasure of the Supreme. Knowing that the Supreme was coming, but still engaged in a senseless quarrel, these two bastards who were unreasonable to the Supreme were obviously both creations of the Supreme. Why couldn't these two people think about the intention of Lord Flying Squirrel to summon them suddenly, and how stupid they were to be so out of shape in front of the Supreme? Wait a minute. Lord Flying Squirrel's aura of despair has been taken back? Don't. No, it's not. Damn, you shouldn't wantonly speculate on the thoughts of the Supreme, it's really disrespectful. How can the thoughts of a flying squirrel with wisdom like an abyss be something of my level can speculate? And the flying squirrel who was already standing in front of the guardian had no idea what the great demon was thinking. Isn't it a bit too much to use the despair aura? And the two children of Mare and Yala. Leaders shouldn't be like this, right? They all look loyal. However, the vigilance still can't be completely let go after all. You can't use the NPC setting to measure the creatures that can move and have intelligence. Heads up. Trying to pretend to be a leader, the flying squirrel gave orders to the guardians with a wave of his hand. Hearing the flying squirrel's order, all the guardians raised their heads as if they had been rehearsed. There's a reason I've asked you to gather here. Looking at the guardians' faces, the flying squirrel paused. He didn't know how the guardians would react to what he said next. Perhaps sensing the hesitation of the flying squirrel, Demi-Yugos instantly understood the meaning of the Supreme. I guess I saw the scene of the guardians' quarrel just now, and felt that the disunity among the guardians and the fear of their low strength would not play any role in the mission that the Supreme intended to assign to them. As a guardian, he has an obligation to prove his strength and loyalty to Lord Squirrel. But this kind of thing, I believe that the guy Albeed can also see it, so leave it to her. Sure enough, seeing the flying squirrel's hesitation, Yarbeed spoke to the flying squirrel with a determined expression. Lord Flying Squirrel, our strength may be too low for you as the Supreme, but as long as Lord Flying Squirrel gives your order, no matter what you do, all of our guardians will do it. Not only Albeed, but also the guardian of the 1st to 3rd layers, Shasha, the 5th layer of Costas, the 6th layer of the Elven Twins, the 7th layer of Demiurgus, the chief of the guardians, and the 9th layer of the realm guardian 16 Knight Sakiya, who just appeared behind the guardians. The guardians enthusiastically offered their loyalty to the flying squirrel, and the warm tone couldn't help but make the flying squirrel think that anything could be done with them. If you look at their appearance, there shouldn't be much of a problem if you try it again. It's probably not that you can get any other special information than test their hearts in one-on-one communication. As for now, it would be nice to show the appearance of leadership. It just so happened that 16 knights also returned. Speaking of looking at the guardian's appearance, I obviously didn't notice her appearance, but the speed is really fast. No, it's not the speed but the pause time. What a convenient ability. Now the top priority is to determine the details of the outside world. Since the 16th knight has returned, it means that the surrounding situation has been explored. If it's a world in the game with the corresponding information, it's barely able to cope, but if it's really like in the novel, it's troublesome to go to a new world. You can't do without the guardians. It's wonderful. Guardians, my loyalty delights me. They. Flying Squirrel said to the guardians in a majestic tone, and he was extremely active on the outside. It's not too much of an exaggeration. A cold sweat seemed to break out on the head of the flying squirrel skull that the guardians didn't respond, and he really couldn't cope with the situation. How to maintain the majesty of this so-called Supreme, the flying squirrel was troubled in his heart. Squirrel-sama, I have a report to you on the results of what you said you were going to investigate. Just as it was cold, the voice of 16 knights came from behind the guardians. An NPC created by an old friend saved him. Wiping the non-existent cold sweat from her forehead, the flying squirrel motioned to 16 knights that she could continue. Chapter 45. 16 knights, speak up, and inform your colleagues that I had asked you to find out the outcome of the matter. The kneeling 16 knights nodded. Sabas said, as Lord Squirrel expected, the terrain around Nazarick is completely different from the previous swamp environment, but a bit like the atrium where the human race is located. and the surrounding 2 kilometers are basically plains, and there are no traces of villages or fortresses. Listening to the report of the 16th night, the guardians let out an exclamation. If it weren't for the fact that the Supreme was still present, I am afraid that they would have already argued. Good work, 16 Knights. Sure enough, as I expected, it was a given that Nazarick had been forcibly transported into an unknown world. The worst is coming. Even the atrium world in the game does not have more than a kilometer of plain terrain, which means that this is not a game world he is familiar with, but a completely unfamiliar world? But before the flying squirrel could continue to think, he was shocked by what 16 Knights continued to say. In addition, Sabas asked me to report. Originally thinking of the urgency of the information, I used message to contact the flying squirrel as a means of reporting, but the person to whom the message was going was not you, Lord Flying Squirrel. In order not to disturb the person, I chose to give up the ability to use message and returned here to report to you. In other words, is there a player in this world? Of course this is a good thing. He should be found immediately. But as the flying squirrel's excited mood was soothed by a burst of green light, thinking of some encounters during the game, the flying squirrel calmed down. Not all players are like Takazan, and if it's a player who is hostile to the Great Tomb, then this news is not a good thing and becomes an extremely dangerous thing. And because of the use of the message link, I'm afraid that my own existence has been exposed to the other party. This is simply the worst thing. In this short time of thinking, the flying squirrel finally calmed down after not knowing how many bursts of green light flashed on his body, and found the guardians staring directly at him in front of him. The flying squirrel hurriedly put his mouth that grew out of surprise. As an undead, he is a little very convenient. His expression will not be seen through by others, which may allow him to play the supreme in the eyes of the guardians more easily in the future. It's really gratifying. Congratulations! A ghost. The undead also have a lot of inconvenient things, right? Shaking off the cluttered thoughts in his heart, the flying squirrel coughed and said in a majestic voice. You have heard clearly about Nazarick's strategy after that. After explaining to the guardians, the flying squirrel returned to his room, his thoughts becoming more and more chaotic as he collapsed on the bed. It's important to keep a low profile in this unknown world, so it's probably right to let the guardians gather information from the outside world first. The area around Nazarick has become a plain terrain, and Mare is a class that can handle this very well. So it was handed over to him, and as for covering it up with dirt or something, it was enough to look Nazarick inconspicuous. Thinking of the short dark elf Marley, he was obviously set to be a man, but because of the bad taste of the person who set him up to bubble the teapot san, he was set to look like a girl wearing over-the-knee socks and a miniskirt with an introverted personality and twisted talk. But inside is the dark elf. But conjuring up a forest out of thin air, yes, you can still do this kind of fantastical thing in the game. There are still 16 knights, which is really reliable, worthy of Rimuru's child. If there is a black dot on the white paper, it will be very noticeable. Remembering the 16 nights when he had suggested that a makeshift camp be created in the forest created by Mare to serve as the black dot on the white paper, the flying squirrel couldn't help but smile. It's really Rimuru's style. There are no traces of intelligent life around, so it is inconvenient to explore the degree of civilization in this world and the strength of the Aborigines. Wouldn't it be nice if the weakest ones were just as good as max-level characters? And what he wanted to know, what a player looked like in the eyes of the NPCs, and the thought of himself described by the Guardians made the flying squirrel blush. Although I don't know why, the NPCs also mentioned Rimuru, who was not present at the time. Deliberately descending as a weak monster, it's the most gentle person. It is the best match with the bubble teapot adult. A man of great heart. Rimuru guy rarely interacts with the bubble teapot in the game, okay? Mare will say this. It can't be because of the bubble teapot with some special idea. Even among the Supremes, he is the one with the most terrifying wisdom. Thinking of the flying squirrel that had been writhing around all day, Rimuru shook his head violently. But there seems to be no need to be tempted, and the Guardians don't look like they're faking when they talk about the players they see as they're looking at them. The next step is to act cautiously and slowly, preferably to be able to test the attitude of players to the Great Tomb in this world. Rimuru. You must be in this world, no matter where you are, I'll find you. I'm so tired. Chapter 46. With the flying squirrel gone, the pressure that had enveloped the guardians disappeared without a trace. After a long time, after someone let out a sigh of relief, the tension that permeated the guardians finally disappeared, and as Jarbeed got up, the rest of the guardians stood up as well. Is this Lord Flying Squirrel? It's terrible pressure. I thought it would be crushed. The desperate aura from the flying squirrel shouldn't have worked on these 100-level guardians, but I don't know if it was the bonus of the Battle of Anzi Ergong, which firmly pressed them to the ground. Though he was as intoxicated by the greatness of the supreme power he served, Demioges noticed the other details, pushing his glasses and looking at the 16 knights behind him. Still, 16 knights. You've just got in touch with Rimuru-sama. Huh? Actually. Hearing Demioges' words, Shisha and Yala and the others all let out shocked sounds, and Kosa Ikos also spewed out a burst of white cold air. The atmosphere of the scene immediately changed. Guessed it. Master Demioges. It's not just me, I'm sure Albeed has guessed it too, after all, you said for fear of disturbing that one or something. But I don't understand why Lord Squirrel's words from the outside world would require Sabas and Sakiya to investigate. Shisha tilted her head and questioned Demioges' words. Since Lord Squirrel has chosen not to tell us, he naturally has his own plan. Didn't you see Lord Squirrel's face when the 16 knights report, don't talk about this matter anymore, not to mention the participation of Lord Rimuru, whose wisdom is at the pinnacle of the Supreme, I just need to do what needs to be done. Demioges suppressed his emotions and said to everyone. I did contact Lord Rimuru to confirm his existence, but Lord Rimuru didn't respond, so I just disconnected the link. Lord Demioges is right, the supreme matter does not need us as children to intervene more. That's enough, 16 knights. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very concerned about Rimuru-sama's movements, but now I'm going back to the 9th floor to clean up the Supreme's residence, and I'll need to arrange for a maid to keep an eye on me at all times. Hearing 16 knights' words, Jarbeed, who had been silent since the guardians talked about Rimuru, reacted and nodded at 16 knights. In fact, Albeed's heart was already envious to death, for these maids who could often stay by the Supreme's side. I understand, 16 knights, tell those maids to serve the flying squirrel well, and never be rude to the Supreme. And if anything, report it to me immediately. Especially when Lord Squirrel calls me, I must report it immediately. Even if there are other things, you have to put it down first. Looking at Albeed, who couldn't stop the more and more outrageous he said, 16 Knight hurriedly bowed his head and trotted out of here, continuing without knowing what Albeed was going to say. Rimuru-sama. 16 Knights did use the communication of Rimuru, but although they were connected, they did not receive any response. It will be said during the discussion of the Guardians, and it is also intended to use the wisdom of Demioges to deduce the state of Lord Rimuru and see if there is anything that needs her help. And that's what Demioges said. It seems that what Rimuru-sama is doing is only understood by the flying squirrel, who is also the Supreme. She had to wait until Lord Rimuru came back or when Lord Squirrel told them. A few days later. The 9th floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, the Supreme Office. On top of the desk where the flying squirrel was used to review documents, a crystal mirror of the highest shape floated on the table, and the view inside the mirror was a bird's-eye view of the area around Nazarick. The sharp bony claws of the skeleton's hand swiped in front of the mirror, but looking at the picture in the mirror, it was clear that the flying squirrel had not yet found the correct rules for the mirror. He's been practicing here for a long time, and during that time, the flying squirrel has tested the various forms of magic in the game in real life, trying to become more familiar with the body of the ruler of the dead. And now, it's the turn of the distal see-through mirror. If he can skillfully operate this remote perspective mirror, then it will definitely be more conducive to the Great Tomb's information acquisition of this world, and he can also use this prop to supervise the situation around the Great Tomb. Actually, he wanted to see if he could be a magic TV. Remember? It seems that if you grasp it with your left hand, you can move the screen with your right hand. You can adjust the distance, it's too close, it's too close. You can see insects, if you can find a road, you can follow the road to find the surrounding villages and the like. As a result, it seems to be just an unchanged grassland, but how big is this grassland? Yala looked at the size of the other guardians with great envy. She would have to grow up for a long time. 16 nights is really big. Jarbeet is not small. Ha ha ha, Shisha, you food display case. You stinky dwarf, looked at the fried Shisha, and 16 nights scratched her head. Does Shisha-sama need to get bigger, B.C.D, or even E, I have this. What is that? It's pad. X3. Is also a perfect and chic made today in addition to her bust. Chapter 47. 100 years, if placed in the first 2 lifetimes of Rimuru, it is a century has passed. A century is enough time to change a world dramatically. A highly talented emperor appeared within the empire, who solved the dangers existing inside and outside the country, making the empire truly a highly centralized country and becoming increasingly powerful. While the kingdom was completely different from the strong national strength 100 years ago, and became slowly declining, while suffering from the constant harassment of the empire next door, and the constant infighting of the aristocracy and the royal faction inside. There is also the strongest country in mankind, the Slian sect. After the disappearance of the female god and their many fruitless discussions, the god-man miraculously returned to the inside of the sect, and also brought back the child in the belly and 2 masked demon people. After learning that it was the 2 demons who saved the secret weapon, the sect country kindly invited the 2 to stay in the sect country, but the 2 refused, and the 2 also left after the female god gave birth to a daughter. Desperate, this is the code name set for that child within the sect country, and at the same time, she inherits the rich power of the 8 Desires King and the 6 gods, and if nothing else, she will definitely become the real overlord and contribute her strength to the great plan of the sect country. After leaving Jeseti at that time, out of curiosity about the female god-man, Rimuru took Kino on a trip to the capital of the elves. After successfully finding the god-man to understand the cause and effect, with pity for what happened to her, the 2 disguised her and sent her back to the sect, which can be regarded as officially understanding the intelligence of the strongest country in mankind today. After the birth of their daughter, in order to find the flying squirrel and fulfill their promise to Kino, the 2 traveled half of the continent, leaving their footprints in the places where various events occurred in the legendary secret realm. Even in a place known locally as God Domain, Rimuru gets a world-class item, the 2-realm mandala, and there are many other items that only exist in Yggdrasil, but the player's presence is not discovered. King of 8 Desires. 6 gods, maybe these few players are not the only ones in this world. Maybe there are other players who come to this world, and then die in this world in obscurity due to the reason of their lifespan. But even after spending half a century, there was no trace of the power that could heal the undead and the flying squirrel in those so-called secret realms. But until 40 years ago, the great sage who was constantly analyzing the immortal coffin Dragon King finally came to the news, and Rimuru succeeded. Knowing that there may be other players, in order to prevent other players with powerful items and classes from disadvantaging himself and Kino, Rimuru chose to continue looking for ways to increase his power. And first, he thought of the immortal coffin Dragon King who had not digested it after being eaten by himself. After half a century, everything in the immortal coffin Dragon King was eaten clean by Rimuru, and its existence was completely erased from this world. In order to receive this not-so-weak power, Rimuru explained to Kino and slept on his own. Notice, digest the name of the individual immortal coffin Dragon King through the stomach pouch. Obtain advanced pain invalidity, advanced physical attack invalidity, advanced natural impact invalidity, advanced state abnormal invalidity, advanced mental attack patience, that is, death attack tolerance, and time stop immunity. Try to obtain the profession Origin Magician. Success. Origin Mage integrates the original Elemental Mage. Success, get the profession Primitive Caster LV10. Integrate Predators into the Origin Mage system. Success, obtain the Origin Magic King of Gluttony, Beelzebub. Notice, combine with the dragon type factor and try to obtain the race dragon demon spirit sticky. Failure. Try again. Times 10. Failed. Times 10. It is inferred that the rules of the world are different from the world of dragons, and it is impossible to obtain races, and dragon demonic spirit stickiness. Integrate the immortal coffin dragon king zombie armor undead soul and try to obtain a unique skill, the seed of the demon king. Success. Integrate the remaining 300,000 souls and start the demon king evolution ritual. Failure, conflict with the current world rules. Integrate the remaining 300,000 souls and dragon seed factors, evolve the great sage, and merge into the origin mage system. Failure. Integrate the original elven magic, caloric stone, use the special item meteor ring to launch the super magic, make a wish to the stars, merge into the origin mage system, and evolve the unique skill great sage. Success, obtain the origin magic Raphael. Integrate the immortal coffin dragon king dragon seed factor remnants and try to obtain the skill undead magic. Success. In the cave composed of countless crystals, she opened her eyes with long silver blue hair, revealing her eyes that had turned red. Chapter 48. When we return to that world again, Lord Rimuru. I'm a demon king? King of wisdom? Dragon world skills appear on me? Answer, no, Lord Rimuru. You have only obtained the seed of the Demon King, and you have not yet become the awakened Demon King, and you cannot do it in this world. Dream of becoming the Demon King Sage A dream became the King of Wisdom. In the crystal cave, Rimuru, who had woken up from half a century's sleep, asked Sage A, oh no, it should be Raphael now. Notice, by consuming the world-class item caloric stone to make wishes to the world, the unique skill Great Sage evolves into Raphael. So I really improved my strength so vaguely? And really grew taller. As soon as the words fell, Rimuru only felt as if a chuckle came from her mind. Notice, actually, it's not that simple. According to the time of this world, you have slept for 57 years. 57 years? You know, when Rimuru learned that he needed to sleep, he thought that he would sleep for less than a year, and he specially informed Kino for this. And now that he had slept for so long, God knows how Kino is now. Notice, the individual identification name Kino Faslith Inbilan last returned here 2 months ago. After you fall asleep, she is asked by her past companions to travel to the kingdom to join a team of adventurers called Kangwei. Kang Rose, it seems that I heard it, isn't that the team of Kino's old teammates? The little lady has found a new partner. Holding his chin, Rimuru thought with relief, and then as if he suddenly remembered something, he leaned close to the crystal wall and carefully examined his figure in the wall. After eating the immortal coffin dragon king, he really grew taller. It probably grew from 1 meter 3 to about 1 meter 5. Anyway, when you see Kino, you can mock her little lady even more openly. But this height will scare her. Thinking of the shocked expression that Kino might have shown when she saw him grow taller, Rimuru couldn't help but laugh. Raphael-san. Are we still in the kingdom? The current location, the great forest of Tob on the border of the kingdom. Since Kino is here, then Kang Rose must be a very famous adventurer. Let's go out and scare her. Beelzebub. Rimuru's right hand stretched out his mind, and a violent black vortex was released in his hand, sucking all the crystals around him condensed by his own leaking magic power and flying out of the cave. Khan Village, a border village on the outskirts of the border fortress city of Yelentil in the kingdom. As the sun rises in the morning, farmers enter the wheat fields to harvest the ripe ears of wheat, and at noon they gather under the trees to eat coarse oatmeal bread baked in their home ovens in the shade and chat about recent anecdotes. The children of the village take advantage of the end of the afternoon in the farmland to meet and go to the river to play, and if anyone can catch a fish, it must be the best thing of the day. The border forest next to it heard that there are extremely powerful monsters inside, but fortunately, as long as people do not enter the forest, most of those monsters will not take the initiative to attack. And because of the existence of those powerful and intelligent monsters, small ogres and goblins are not seen near the village. With forests and fertile land with abundant resources, there is no so-called aristocratic exploitation, and it looks like a paradise on earth. However, even if nature is so blessed with this small village called Kon village, the population of this small village is still very sparse. Because it is located on the border, disputes between countries often spill over here. Even if you receive the news in time to rush reinforcements from the nearest fortress city, it will take nearly 2 days to get here. In 2 days, the village had been burned to the ground. Without the protection of the army, there is naturally no foreign population here who wants to join, let alone develop upward. The villagers pray every day that the battle between the kingdom and the empire does not spill over here. But perhaps due to bad luck, disaster finally befell the village this year. Cavalry dressed in Bahashian costume raided here. They wielded blades to kill villagers one by one, more skillfully than the villagers cut ears of wheat. Most of the villagers were forced to assemble in the village square. Those who want to resist are killed directly. The father had his head cut off in front of the child, and the mother was dragged away by the knight to protect the child, leaving the child crying in the square, and the soldiers did not care about this, and some soldiers even laughed at the villagers. Senseless resistance will only provoke the ferocity of these invaders, and their fate will only worsen. Chapter 49. In the woods behind the village, a girl and a young child fled frantically, and not long ago their parents had traded their lives for the soldiers for a chance to escape. Even though her heart and face were wailing endlessly, the girl still did not forget the young sister in her arms. Even the soldiers wouldn't follow if they rushed into the jungle, the girl thought. But even a heavily armored soldier could not run through a girl with a man in her arms, and as soon as she ran out of the village, the girl was overtaken by these soldiers, and the sharp blade in the soldier's hand slashed the girl's back without hesitation. Just as the soldiers were about to mend their knives, a purple portal appeared in front of everyone. A huge amount of magic rushed out of it, and the air that even the soldiers who couldn't feel the magic felt was frozen in that moment, and they felt a sense of oppression called death. And then, a somewhat strange combination came out of the portal. No. Undead. A monster, and a human dressed as a maid. The monster's body emitted a pitch-black gas called despair, making them feel as if they would die if they touched it. The maid in the costume looked nothing special but beautiful. It was the flying squirrel and Sakya, who were originally on duty, who appeared here. 16 knights, everything here is done with caution, and if the Yggdrasil wants to capture the village, at least high-ranking knights of the commandments and even the captains of the knights of the commandments must be dispatched. In the event of a conflict where their level cannot be detected, the use of higher-tier magic is preferred. Understood, Lord Flying Squirrel. They soldiers couldn't hear the conversation between the two of them, and the oppression given to them by the ruler of death in front of them had made their legs tremble and they couldn't move, and now they could barely stand even on their feet. Just as the flying squirrel was about to use the 9th rank grasp heart to test the reality of the knights, the world came to a standstill. The silver-haired killer appeared behind the two soldiers in front of him, and the prop called Luna Dial on his body emitted a little glow, breaking the rule that no damage magic could be used in the time stop, and the strongest 9th rank polar claw wrapped 16 knights' hands and then disemboweled from the soldiers' chests. Then time began to flow again. Couldn't understand it, watching the death of two companions and the sudden appearance of a silver-haired maid beside his own people, he thought it was unremarkable. She calmly withdrew her hand from the chests of the two soldiers she had just killed, and even the flesh was completely frozen because of the cold air magic. It's really fast, but it's also sure that the other party doesn't have a time stop countermeasure, and can it be solved by using the 9th rank? Seeing the two lives passing away in front of me, I didn't feel anything in my heart. Sure enough, it wasn't because it was a distant perspective but because the heart has become an immortal. Then let's test your other magic. There is no test subject in the big tomb. The flying squirrel stretched out his right hand and aimed it at the soldier who was kneeling on the ground as he watched 16 knights, his palm completely spread in the air, only to see a heart made of magic appear on his skeletal palm, and he grabbed it hard. Unlike the grace of the silver-haired murderer, the flesh exploded in an instant, and before he could even wail, the soldier fell to the ground. I also thought that if this high-level magic didn't work, I would let the 16th knight use the moon time stop and then flee back immediately. It seems to be too much to worry about. However, although these soldiers are weak, there may be unconventional commanders. Just as the flying squirrel was pondering, the gears of time around it were stuck again. The silver-haired killer pulled out the knife he was carrying and threw it at the remaining soldiers, making countless knives hover in front of each soldier. The flying squirrel with the flying squirrel jade and the patience to stop the time is not affected by the power of the moon timepiece and can move freely, looking at the current expression of the maid who was always flat. Rimuru, that guy, won't really set any strange settings for her, she is smiling while killing. As time returned to normal, the remaining soldiers were stabbed through their bodies by numerous knives before they could react, and the perpetrators of the incident had already run to the two children and covered their eyes. Although it makes sense to leave one soldier in the flying squirrel's plan to ask for information, it doesn't hurt to kill them all in the 16 nights, and there are still a lot of these soldiers in the village anyway. Your end point is not death, fight for me. Death Knight. The soldier whose heart was pinched and exploded by him just now at the feet of the flying squirrel was wrapped in the black substance that fell from the flying squirrel's hand, and the armor and flesh were corroded by it. Pitch black mana rose from him, bones strengthened by magic, excess mana turned into bone armor and a long knife with jagged teeth. The fighter with specialized defenses, the Death Knight, was easily created by the flying squirrels. Chapter 50. The corpse reborn by the magic of the flying squirrel turned into a Death Knight, and the house-tall Death Knight let out a shuddering roar. The birds around the village were so frightened that they scattered and fled, and even the invading soldiers in the village stopped their movements when they heard this roar. Looking at the human girl who was being comforted by the 16 knights, the flying squirrel nodded. Giving it some favors is indeed beneficial to the Great Tomb's acquisition of information about this world. 16 knights looked at the girl in front of her and the child in her arms. She couldn't help but sigh at the luck of these two children. If they met someone else, this kind of injury was enough to kill a human being, but 16 knights' occupation composition happened to have the village of the profession of priest. Heavy recover. Without chanting, the wound on the girl's body emitted a little green light, but the wound on the girl's body had recovered in 2 seconds. The wound healed. That's amazing, thank you, sir. You stay here and take care of them, I'll go see the Death Knight, I'll summon you for something. Yes, follow your will, my lord. The flying squirrel nodded, and in the message motioned to 16 knights to let her try to extract information about the neighborhood from the girl's mouth. Seeing the natives of this world for the first time meant something important to them. Just after the flying squirrel left, 16 Knight motioned for the girl who was kneeling to stand up. The reason why she would brutally kill those soldiers just now was because she really couldn't see a girl of this age being bullied in front of her. After all, girls at this age are the best times. Although her face was still flat, the act of squinting and peeking at the girl in the girl's arms from time to time betrayed herself. Probably because of the supreme setting, she really couldn't resist the little girl, especially the girl in the girl's arms who also wore a small braid and looked extremely cute. Reaching into the four-dimensional pocket, 16 Knights took out a bag of candy items that Rimuru had given her. According to Rimuru-sama, it seemed to be a holiday registration gift in the game, although 16 Knights didn't know what it meant, but that didn't stop her from liking the candy very much. And Rimuru-sama also said that candy must be shared with others. The transparent gummies that looked like slimes were handed to the little girl who was constantly sobbing in front of her, and this strange appearance made the girl unable to take her eyes off, let alone have a sweet smell in her nose. I might feel better if I eat it, but when I'm sad, I'll eat some. Of course, I won't say anything to you about not crying and being strong, because it's the right of children of your age to cry willfully when you encounter this kind of thing. As soon as 16 Knights finished speaking, she took the candy and looked at it, and the younger girl's eyes welled up with tears, and she began to cry loudly. Thank you very much to the two adults. My name is Anli, you can call me Anli, she is my sister named Nim. Although the tears on the face of Anli, who was holding her sister, continued to flow, as an older sister, she still sorted out her emotions and expressed her gratitude to her benefactor. Thank you, big sister. Nim wiped her tears as she learned from her sister to express her gratitude to 16 Knights, and listening to the child's words with a childish air, 16 Knights couldn't help but feel a lot more happy. My name is 16 Knights Akiya, and as for the other one, they Supreme was just about to blurt out the 4 words, and 16 Knights thought of what Lord Flying Squirrel had said to cover up his true identity. The other one is the big man I'm going to serve, his name is Fifei, we are all traveling. Magic chanters, oh, do you know magic chanters? There is no trace of anyone using magic in this village. You must know that in Helheim I heard that even in the village there are many people who use magic. Maybe there is no such thing as magic in this world, so what to do in 16 Nights is very clear. I know. I have a good friend who is a city apothecary, he knows magic, and he occasionally comes to the forest near our village to collect medicine. The answer from Anne Lee's mouth surprised 16 Nights, which overturned her previous suspicion that as a village girl in the village, Anne Lee's friend class must not be too high. That's just the opposite of what she had guessed before. Magic isn't absent here, it's quite popular. Well, since Anne Lee, you know about magic, you don't have to worry about me explaining. I and that Fei-Sama actually wandered here from a far away place. Anne Lee, can you tell me where this is? Nem knows this. Perhaps sensing that she could also help her beautiful big sister, Nim, who was eating candy, jumped up with her hand raised. Looking at Nim's appearance, a smile appeared on 16 Nights pretended to be flat, and his tone couldn't help but soften. Chapter 51. Nim is so good, can Nim tell my sister where this is? Hearing 16 Nights' response, Nim said a lot of words in one breath like pouring beans. This neighborhood is our village. It's called Con Village. And then the sister will go to the forest to collect medicine and go to the nearby Yet. Rentier go sell it. Then he will bring back many candies for Nim to eat, although not as delicious as 16 Nights' sister's candy. There is also that although Nim has not been to Ye. Rentier, but listen to my sister say yes. Rentier is big. By the way, sister's necklace, we still have it in the forest here. Before she could finish speaking, Nim was covered by alley, and there was only one place worth noting, Ye. Rentier. If you are close to here, it will not be too far from Nazarick. From Nim's words, it sounds like a town where humans gather, so if you want to probe more information, more people come and go. Rentier may be a good choice. But she also noticed that Nim still hadn't said anything. And Ali wears a necklace around her neck that looks to be just an ordinary translucent crystal texture. Although the fierce look gave people the feeling of a fake, 16 Nights could feel that there was a magic power inside it, and even this magic gave her a sense of familiarity. Sorry. Lord 16 Nights, we once promised an adventurer to keep it secret for her, so things in the forest. Adventurer, 16 Nights heard something that made people care a little, and the forest, I think it was this forest outside the village. It's okay Ali, promise others to keep it, thank you, Nim. 16 Nights crouched down and touched Nim's head, took the candy out of his pocket again and handed it to her. There were very few patches of clothes on the sisters, only a little dust and blood on Ali, who had just fallen, and Nim was clean. It seems that the daily life of this village still has basic guarantees. Nim just said to go yes. Lantal sells herbs, and the apothecary who can use magic that Ali just mentioned, is that how they met? Although Ali's necklace made her care a little, the magic contained in it was pitiful, and as for the familiarity, it may be an illusion. Nay. Rentier is in that direction, since it is a gathering place. My sister and Fifei-sama may go there to rest later. This involved Nim's knowledge blind spot, and Ali probably saw that 16 Nights wanted to ask for some nearby information, and seeing that her sister Nim couldn't answer the question, she hurriedly answered for her sister. Lord 16 Nights, go yes. In the case of rental, if you use a horse-drawn carriage to accompany you on the road at the entrance of the village and walk south for about 2 days, you can reach Ya. Lantal, and as long as you don't stray from the main road, you shouldn't be attacked by goblins or other monsters, and it's safe. Another noteworthy point, Goblin, one of the subhuman races that also exists in Helheim. It is still possible for a strong person to appear in the subhuman who can reach her level. It's a 2-day walk. However, I don't know what kind of horse the carriage uses. And it should not be the same as the big tomb in terms of the individual strength of the villagers. if it is a carriage recognized by ordinary people, it is estimated that the use of the upper teleportation distance is enough. So, this is my last question, is there any custom to pay attention to when walking in this country? After all, Fifei-sama and I are both from outside. Hearing 16 Knights' words, Ali looked down and thought about it, and then shook her head. We are in the kingdom of Yestage should not have customs that are too different from other countries, but I don't know much about these either. After all, I'm just an ordinary village girl. Nope. Enough to know this, R.I. O Kingdom of Yestage, this is the name of this human nation. It seems that if you want to get further information, you have to go to the mouth of Ali. Lantal probed, or first informed Lord Flying Squirrel of the information here, as well as the forest that people cared about. Finger to ear, just as 16 Knights was about to use the message to link the Flying Squirrel, a scream came from the village. Don't come here! Ah! Someone comes to save me! The soldier who had been wantonly killing the villagers at the last moment was attacked by this knight representing death, and the huge figure of the Death Knight would have made people fearful. Karma, they have faced a more powerful force when they oppress the civilians with their strength, and the armor that they used to feel extremely hard, the shield is fragile like paper in front of the Death Knight, and they can't even block it for a moment. The entire village of Kon became like purgatory, and each attack of the Death Knight represented the loss of a life, bringing with it a large piece of flesh and blood. This is not a battle at all. A huge sense of fear permeated the hearts of every soldier, and with a loud sound, they threw down their weapons and dodged the attack of the Death Knight. Chapter 52. The soldiers threw down their weapons and dodged the Death Knight's attack, and no one even cared if their commander was pierced by the Death Knight's sword. I thought that those knights would be weaker only because they were small soldiers, but I didn't expect that the commander was only of this level. Looking at the killing that he summoned as the Death Knight, the Flying Squirrel's heart did not fluctuate. Instead, it was the pity for these soldiers that rose in his mind that made him feel a little instinctively unhappy. With the ability of 16 knights, she must be able to extract a lot of information from the mouths of those two girls. According to the previously formulated Nazarick's development policy in this world, Nazarick's existence must be hidden. Then not only these soldiers, but in principle, these villagers who saw him also had to die, which was contrary to his original intention of coming here. So, demonstrate to these villagers, and by the way, let them do something for Nazarick. Looking at the soldiers who had given up their fighting spirit that had been oppressed by the Death Knight and the villagers who had been oppressed, the Flying Squirrel's heart couldn't help but surge with excitement. For him as the lowest social animal in the original world, this feeling of power made him very excited. Green light flashed. The ruler of death, who was in a calm mood, deliberately used flight to fly into the air, and with his movements, the Death Knight who was raging on the ground also stopped. Holding his throat, the majestic voice of the magic spread throughout the village. Imans. You're respectful. At this moment, this new idea appeared in the Flying Squirrel's mind, step by step, but the Flying Squirrel was also ready to be commensurate with the name change, and he who existed in this life was no longer Suzuki Go, nor was he a flying squirrel. Neither Gaku nor the Flying Squirrel are fit to become the king of the undead, and he will live in this world with this new name. 42 of Nazarick are here. With this name, he also has a great goal in mind. With this name, Letons. Your Kyo's name resounds throughout the world so that it doesn't dissipate again with the disappearance of a game. At the same time, if this name could be resounded throughout the world, maybe Rimuru or other companions who existed in this world would come back to find him, he hoped in his heart. Looking at the soldiers who were kneeling on the ground, Ins opened his mouth. Soldiers, thank me for my kindness, this time I will let you live, and when I go back, tell your keeper, this village, by me Ins. Your congratulations. The low air pressure brought by the body of the ruler of death made the soldiers speechless, and the villagers stared in fear at In's skeleton face shining with soul flame. If you dare to be here later, oh no, if you make a mess around here, your whole country will die because of it. Now, get out, and report what I just said. Hearing In's words, the surviving soldiers scattered in all directions, even dropping their weapons and taking off their armor in order to escape faster, looking afraid that Ins would regret it. The villagers who experienced the disaster did not think they would survive, but Ins' arrival gave them hope, especially the older generation, and the image is almost like a childhood scene, and the masked Majin is saved when the village is in danger. Even if this one in front of them was a high-level immortal. At the border, they pay a lot of taxes every year like a kingdom, but when the village is invaded, it is not the army but the monster that saves the village. Even the undead, this Ins. Your Kyoya saved them and avenged many people in their village, and unlike the monsters advertised by the church and adventurers, this Ins. Your Kyoji is their hero. Women who have lost their husbands with their children, mothers who have lost their children, elderly people who have lost their sons, countless villagers have gathered around Ins. Thank you, Ins. Your Lord, congratulations. O son. Ins. Your Lord Kyo-sama has avenged you. Thank you. The head of the village took the lead in expressing his gratitude to Ins, and the people who had lost their loved ones and survived the disaster cried. The Ins skeleton, who was surrounded by everyone, had a calm look on his face. Damn, he forgot to hide himself properly when he came over, but unexpectedly, these villagers did not fear him because of his identity. Are undead common in this world? Hi. Just as Ins announced his name, 16 knights came here with the two girls, looking at the sisters who were shocked by hearing Ins announce his name, and 16 knights remembered the so-called magic chanter Fifei that he had made up to coax the sisters before. Noticing the gaze of the two sisters, 16 knights' face turned red. Actually, Fifei is a nickname. The nickname of an adult with such a loud name is actually so cute. Nim, don't be rude in front of adults. A resounding name. Listening to Nim's words, 16 knights smiled kindly and looked at Ins in midair. Is Ins Ergong, is this also in the plan of the two adults? Seeing that the Supreme was surrounded by the villagers, 16 knights quickly stepped forward to serve Ins. Ins's eyes met with 16 knights, and he learned from the message about the information obtained by 16 knights and his own sudden extra nickname. And when he was helpless, in order to help 16 knights lie, Ins could only recognize this. On the other side, the village chief, who learned of the previous incident from Ali and Nyem, walked towards the two. Thank you, Lord 16 Knights, Lord Ins. Many thanks to the two adults for saving those two children. Nodding at the village chief, Ins and 16 Knights did not say anything else, but looked at the villagers who were immersed in the mood of the aftermath, although they were very curious about the village and the forest that Nim had mentioned. But they understand that villagers who have experienced this change need a while to vent their emotions. Chapter 53. Near the square is a two-story house that houses the village chief of Khan, who accepts Ins and the 16 Knights' magic chanter to invite them in. At this time, Ins was sitting in a chair in the middle of the house, and in the observation room, 16 Knights stood behind him. Is there no mechanical equipment in the whole house? It seems that the technology of a world with a middle world background is really not very developed. No, should it be said that the convenience of magic makes them ignore technology? After all, problems encountered in life that cannot be explained can be explained by magic. Putting down the staff of Inzir in his hand and watching 16 Knights' conversation with the village chief, Ins thought about his performance when he went out this time. When he showed his strength in front of the crowd, his heart was indeed happy, but this pleasure was diluted by the green light in an instant, which made Ins feel a little displeased, but the thought that this forced calmness might benefit him in playing the role of the Supreme, Ins relaxed his furrowed brow. The village chief picked up his treasured wooden box in front of 16 Knights and carefully slumped the slightly yellowed roll of paper in it on the table, which was a map he took out in order to grant 16 Knights' request. It is marked near the village until Ye. The Lantal Road and the area where monsters are distributed in the forest. No, I can't help it, although it looks inconspicuous, the flying squirrel can see that this is a map made using high-level magic, and the magic flying squirrel is also very familiar. It was the 7th rank Create Greater item, which was the same rank magic as Yggdrasil. This is a wake-up call in the flying squirrel's mind, and he can't be sure if this is from the player or from the natives who can use rank magic. If it is indigenous, it means that the power level of this world is not low. After all, a village can come up with this kind of thing. The answer that can be obtained from the mouth of the village chief is extremely vague. This is a prop given by a demon who came to the village more than 50 years ago, and the village chief can't say anything else. Putting this matter aside, for Ins now, this map is indeed a treasure. The map includes the plain where Nazarick is located and the surrounding forest information. Nazarick can quickly familiarize himself with the surrounding situation through this map. The central point is the village of Khan. That's our village, and then here is Ye. Randir. The village chief pointed to an extremely obvious black dot at the top of the map. Ali and her sisters should have told Lord 16 Knights Saki Knight that as long as you follow the main road outside the village, the chances of encountering subhumans like Warcraft and goblins are very low, because Ye. Randir sends adventurers every year to systematically clean up. I was very concerned before. This other world is a must-have adventurer. Village chief, this adventurer. Perhaps after noticing that the flying squirrel heard the adventurer, he paused and asked the village chief and 16 knights. The two adults came from far away, where these adventurers originated. It is estimated that no one knows except the association itself. They rely on taking tasks in adventurers to make a living. Most of them are cleaning up monsters and the like, and relatively low-level adventurers will also do chores such as guards or collecting materials. Speaking of this, the village chief paused. I don't know about other countries, just kingdoms. Most of the adventurers are hired by nobles, but adventurers can't intervene in the military. It sounds like being an adventurer is more conducive to their access to intelligence. What do you think of 16 knights? I'll follow the instructions of the Supreme Master. Hearing his subordinate's response, the flying squirrel scratched his head helplessly, as if he had thought of something, and he continued to ask the village chief. You just mentioned low-level adventurers and high-level adventurers. Do they have a way to distinguish strength? Yes, by understanding these and then exploring the strength of the adventurers of the corresponding level, he may be able to quickly judge the strength of most of the people in this world. Hearing In's words, the village chief couldn't help but raise his chest, and he took out a piece of metal with dense writing on it from the cabinet next to it. This is the proof of the adventurer, my brother. He doesn't want to stay in this village all his life, so he went out to become an adventurer. The text on it represents the identity of this adventurer. At the same time, the color of this brand also represents the level of this adventurer, and my brother is a silver adventurer. Oh! That village chief, your brother? He's dead, and this was also sent by his squad teammates before his death. After answering In's question, the village chief fell silent, and Ins apparently realized that he had asked something he shouldn't. A moment later. It's all gone, we all don't care for a long time. Go on, Lord Gong. There are a total of 8 levels of adventurers, divided into copper, iron, silver, gold. This is the vast majority of low-level adventurers. These 4 levels are said to be slowly accumulated through the number of tasks completed, and then the high-level adventurers are platinum, mithril silver, mountain copper, and the highest steel level. I don't know how strong these high-level adventurers are, because I haven't seen them before, but the adventurer who occasionally passes by our village chief is said to be a high-level adventurer, although I'm not sure it is. Steel grade, it sounds very strong and rare, since the demons who came to this village more than 50 years ago can use the 7th rank. That steel grade can use the 9th rank? No, the 10th rank may not be able to say either. Sure enough, there is nothing to be careless in this world. After getting the desired information, Ins left the village chief's house with 16 knights and came outside, and the villagers who gathered to discuss the plan to rebuild the village greeted the two one after another, and even the children would run over to say hello sweetly and go back to help the family work. Ins had cared about it before, and the inhabitants of the village were not afraid of his skeletal appearance, and now even children were not afraid. Stopping a child who came to play with him, Ins asked like a child in what he thought was a gentle tone. "Little one, aren't you afraid of me?" The stopped child giggled twice, took the candy handed by 16 Knight, and shook his head at Ins to show that he was not afraid. Because Lord Gong helped the village, he must be the friendly immortal in the village. Ali, who was approaching from the front, answered Ins's question, and Nim, who was holding her hand, stared straight at the gummies in 16 Knights' hands. 16 Knights smiled and beckoned to Nyem, and the little girl immediately threw herself into 16 Knights' arms. Friendly undead? Before Ins could ask the question in his heart, Ali continued. It was a rumor among the older generation in the village, and my words were told to us by my father. Not all of the undead are bad guys, and none of them can compare to the kindest people. This is the same phrase spoken by the masked demon who saved his young father more than 50 years ago, and I think you should have seen that Lord Kyo thought of it. Does that so-called masked demon look like someone who will be friendly to the aliens? Or is he wearing a mask and is simply an alien? Ins was even more curious about the masked demon who had mentioned it many times to the people in this village. Chapter 54. Just when Ins, who had received a lot of information, was about to return with 16 knights, the villagers in charge of guarding on the lookout at the entrance of the village ran to the village while shouting that it was not good. What happened again? A small village is really full of disasters. After hearing the information brought by the villager, the other villagers looked at Ins with an expectant look. It turned out that after the previous unit, another group of unidentified troops approached the village. Even if they were discovered in advance, it was too late for the villagers to escape, and everyone could only pin their hopes on the two Ins, who had saved them once. Since he chose to help people at the beginning, let's help it to the end, the flying squirrel sighed. If he left early, even he was actually too lazy to help on the premise that he had already obtained the information, but now that the two had not left, the eyes of the villagers made him feel a little uncomfortable. Got it. The other villagers go to hide near the village chief's house. As for the village chief's words, come and see with me, and I will help you again. Telling the villagers, Ins called the village chief to the center of the square. Khan Village Square. Different from the military attire that came to destroy before, the person who appeared in the eyes of everyone in Ins this time wore a red pattern of armor, and after seeing the three, the leader stopped directly at the other end of the square. Seeing the tall Ins wearing a black bachelor's robe, the leader slowly put his hand on his sword, but after he saw the maid and the villager behind him, he hesitated and finally did not draw the sword. Although the appearance of an undead, but stood with a maid with a beautiful face and an ordinary villager, and the villagers did not seem to be coerced, so this is a rare intellectual immortal? An unexpectedly assembled combination appeared in front of his troops, making it impossible for him to determine the situation, and although he did not draw his sword, his hand was never withdrawn from the hilt. You might as well ask about the specific situation here. If things change, with the ability of the warrior commander of the kingdom of Tari Yestage and the strongest warrior of the kingdom, Gadev Storonov. Except for the little man named Ibaruad in the strong, monster-like rose, Guf is confident that he can defeat anyone in this kingdom, although the magic chanter has many means, but with his physical ability, as long as he can quickly approach this dead archmage, he can easily solve the battle. The dust brought by the horses dispersed, and the warrior chief keenly noticed the expression of the village chief. Sure enough, it didn't look like he was coerced. If you think so, this deceased archmage may really exist with good intentions, and this girl in a maid costume. Facing the three of Ins, Gaguf took the lead in speaking. I am the warrior commander of the kingdom of Ri Yestage, Gadev Storonov, currently following the orders of His Majesty the King, and I am fighting against the knights of the Empire roaming around here. Are you really that warrior leader of the kingdom? Hearing Ge Jeff's words, the village chief showed a surprised expression on his face, and then showed a reassuring smile. As a warrior captain of the kingdom, Ge Jeff has a very high reputation within the kingdom, and he has won every battle during his tenure as a warrior leader, not only in the army, even in the people. He has great influence and understands the identity of the Comer-ins, and 16 knights also reported their identity as travel magic singers. After learning that the two were only traveling magic singers and saved the village from the hands of imperial soldiers, Ge Jeff showed a kind smile to the two, and he took half a step back. He bowed deeply to the two. He was not influenced by the ideals of the church, and for him, those who saved the people of the kingdom, even the undead, were trustworthy. Not to mention that the person in front of him obviously has his own intellect. But, thinking of the intelligence mentioned by the soldiers before, the next battle in the vicinity was not suitable for Kung as the Archmage of the Dead to appear. Thinking of this, Jeff explained to the two. _____________________________________________________________________________________________________________ The capital of the Celian sect is Shendu. Trample. 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 It was the sound of Shear's footsteps rubbing against the ground, and he walked down from the bright secret room of the church, and he came to the dark underground of the church. The surrounding walls are carved with reliefs representing the 6 gods, and the crimson carpet on the stairs leads straight to the dark underground, as if connected to hell. This is the place at the bottom of the Shendu church, and only the high level of the church has access to it. As a religious country, the Celian church believes in the 6 gods who bring victory to mankind, advocates the supremacy of mankind, and is hostile to subhumans and alien races. The 6 gods left many treasures for the church, among which there were descendants of the gods, who were called gods. In a mission 100 years ago, the Godman Hill, to which the pitch-black Holy Scripture belonged, led the Sunshine Holy Book to explore the ruins of the undead, which also made the sect never dare to explore since then. And Cher is the grandson of the Godman Hill, although his father is also a godman, but he has not been able to return to the ancestor and break through the heroic realm, so he can only pin his hopes on him. Because the high level of the sect country suspected that Hill had defected with the true artifact, their family's status plummeted, and only because of the status of the God-man, they kept the opportunity to stay within the sect country. But fortunately, he broke through the hero realm at the age of 28, and now he can use the magic of the 6th rank and officially enter the realm of God. And now, having passed the test, he has come to the underground of this strange church to meet the final test of entering the dark holy scriptures. Cher was silent and followed closely behind the girl named Astrology 1000 Miles. Chapter 55. I remember you were new. The sunshine scriptures rest, right? O descendants of God, what an envy, in short, welcome to the dark holy scriptures. They. Senior, who walked happily in a magic bag, said to the junior. Senior, don't you think it's too early to welcome? I haven't passed the last test. Didn't I hear that there are 10 dead and no life? This place has an extremely bad reputation among the candidates of the dark holy scriptures, and God knows how determined Cher has to muster the courage to come here. Or it can also be said that the pass rate here is 100%, because the people who did not pass never show up again. That's for mediocrity, and you, the descendant of God, you are born to be above mortals, you are supposed to rule mortals, this is a cutscene for you. Unpleasant. They. Astrology Kunli, who led the way, suddenly lowered her tone, and the bag in her hand trembled as if something was about to pop out of it. Cher's whole body was tense, guarded to look at the senior in front of him, perhaps sensing the magic that gradually gathered in Cher. Astrology 1000 Miles patted the bag in his hand, turned around and said to Cher as if nothing had happened. Just kidding, there is a tradition of seniors scaring newcomers in the dark holy scriptures. After a pause, seeing that Cher was still full of guard, Astrology 1000 Miles was like suddenly remembering something. Yes, it doesn't matter to me like this, but as a senior, I remind you that I will see that woman later. Point of convergence. Woman. Is it the predecessor of the pitch-black holy scripture? Forget it, if you people are called descendants of God, then she is the real God. Before Cher could continue to ask the astrological questions, they arrived at the final place of the staircase, next to an iron door covered with dense runes. Boy, welcome to the pitch-black holy scripture. As the words of the astrological 1000 Miles fell, the huge iron gate slowly opened. At the moment of opening the door, a bloody breath came to the face, followed by a disgusting stench. Cher, who had participated in the extermination of the undead, understood that this was the stench of corpses, no, rather the stench of the undead. What happened? What is the situation in the holy sect country, the place of trial of the pitch-black holy scriptures? Holding his breath, Cher looked at the astrological Kunli, but the astrological Kunli smiled, did not answer Cher's doubts, but continued to walk forward slowly. In this space covered with dark rocks, above the middle altar is a corpse. No, or rather a pool of corpses. The black sinister aura symbolizing the magic of the undead floats on the corpse, preventing the corpse from decaying and acting as if it had other functions. Leave that alone, it's just a residue that has been dead for more than 100 years. Or as one of the internal forces of the sect, you would wonder if the sect that hates the undead uses undead magic? It's all adults, don't be naive. Yes, not to mention that there is still the existence of Lord Death among the 6 gods. Seeing that Cher slowed down, the astrology smiled meaninglessly. Maybe he will become a companion later. There is originally an immortal trial here, but as a godman, you don't need this kind of trial anymore, then go directly with me to meet that woman. Holding his breath and forcibly calming his emotions, Cher nodded to the astrological Qinli. No need, I'm afraid I'll come out directly after waiting too long. The girl who looked like she was in her teens suddenly appeared in front of the two, and what was interesting was that she had long hair and 2 very different hair colors, white and black. You have also seen that she is desperate. Ignoring the words of astrology 1,000 miles beside him, he stared at Cher desperately. Godman? How strong will you be? Can you beat me? When the words fell, the huge death scythe appeared in the desperate hand and swung towards Cher, who was completely unresponsive, was cut through a large hole in his chest and flew upside down, and his body fell under the central altar. It will turn out like this. The astrologer who said this sentence noticed the desperate look in his eyes and quickly covered his mouth. It's really poor and weak. Can you be called a godman just like this? You are a lot worse than the captain. Covering his chest, the injured Cher desperately forced himself to calm down. It was pointless to escape in this kind of place. As a godman, even the other party should not kill him so casually. This wound can be healed by slowly recovering him. Cher. Right? Carrying a huge scythe on his shoulder, he desperately walked to Cher's side, glanced at the corpse with disgust in his eyes, and then leaned down to stare at Cher and said, "Don't be afraid, after all, I'm not a bad person. Originally, you could join the dark scripture after you participated in my trial, but now I suddenly want to give you another task. Your grandfather disappeared 100 years ago. Hey, listen, it's a lot that happened 100 years ago, because your grandfather's disappearance implicated your family, and you have to carry the burden of reviving the family. It's funny. I'll give you more strength. And you, find me someone to go to the kingdom. Maybe, he is not human either. Power. These nearly 30 years of hard cultivation are in order to gain more strength. This incredible woman in front of her may really be able to do it." Hearing that he could gain more power, Cher's eyes instantly brightened, and he struggled to kneel down in front of the desperate death, and his mouth feverishly said words of loyalty to the 6 gods and the pitch-black holy scriptures. A strange smile bloomed from her desperate face, and she straightened up and walked to the altar, holding a piece of flesh and blood stained with black light, and came to Cher. "Now, ate it." The enchantment magic was released at this moment, and seeing that the flesh and blood were trembling, Cher snatched the flesh and blood and licked it wildly as if he saw something delicious. "That's right, eat it to your heart's content, and then vent your power to your heart's content, talent, and anything will not be an obstacle. From today onwards, you will be reborn." Looking at this scene, the astrologer Qinli had already vomited, and at this moment, she was extremely glad that she did not have the blood of God. As the black gas representing despair erupted on Cher, Cher fell to one knee in front of him without saying a word. The wound in front of him had been restored, but his free will was also shackled. "It's just like a little bit now, you see, the power of the bloodline has all been excavated at this moment. Do you like it?" "Oh yes, forget that you have to learn to speak again now. Now, go complete your mission." "I don't like the name Cher, it sounds too serious. Today your code name." "Well, let me think about it better, call it a puppy." Go to the kingdom to make a mess. It's better to start with the warrior chief. The bigger the trouble, the better, until the person is also lured out and the masked demon is found. Found my father Sama. Chapter 56. On the outskirts of this Khan village, troops belonging to the church state appeared, and they were gradually surrounding it. Gajef's introduction made uns understand the situation in the outside world, and the troops who attacked the village before may not be the troops of the Bahassid Empire, as the villagers speculated. "Is it this so-called Slan church pretend?" Relying on the forces of the so-called Bahassid Empire pretending to be harassing the borders of the kingdom must have a purpose. However, whether it is successfully introduced or not, it will intensify the contradiction between the kingdom and the empire, and the Slian sect can obtain high benefits from it, and learn from the villagers that the empire has often violated near Rantier, so as long as the camouflage is a little fine, it will not be detected by the general public until they achieve their purpose. In that case, the purpose of this so-called Slian sect is only to be the warrior leader in front of him. Likens, Gaguf also thought of this, and his face turned livid, because of the infighting between the noble faction and the royal faction within the kingdom, and the army movement of his army on this expedition, which firmly stood by the king's side, was hindered by the nobles, so that there were now less than 100 soldiers around him. There is no high-end combat power in the kingdom except for a large number of adventurers who cannot interfere in the military, and if he dies here, the kingdom will be at a disadvantage in the future in the face of the imperial sect. With Gajof's strength, he is certainly sure to survive now, but his character makes him unable to leave these brothers and villagers behind him. The nobles considered him a lowly person who had insulted the dignity of the royal family, and Gagef, who was isolated by them, could not wait for any reinforcements here. Although the king behind him is still open-minded, it is a pity that he is old, not to mention that it is the current great prince who supports the nobles behind the scenes. But now, it is estimated that the nobles have sent a lot of forces to cause this situation, and his movements have been completely understood by the sect state, and it is clear that the situation within the kingdom is already extremely dangerous. But those incompetent people are still uniting with the church country and want to kill him. But even now, when he was extremely lacking in combat power, Jeff did not want this kind Mr. Undead to be involved in the battle with the sect kingdom. After all, they were just travelers who traveled here. After getting the relevant information, Ins nodded at Jeff. The information he had obtained so far was enough. There was really no reason to be inserted into the battle between the two countries. Not to mention that somewhere in this world there are other players staring in the shadows. But the people he had worked so hard to save before. Looking at the children who were pacified by 16 knights, Ins made up his mind that protecting the people of this village would be relatively easy for him. As for this Mr. Jeff, if he survives, perhaps, he can become a good friend. As for helping him, it is still too early for Nazarick to intervene in the fight between countries, and Nazarick cannot be exposed to hidden players just like that. After learning that Ins had the means to protect the villagers, Gaguf smiled reassuringly, bowed deeply to Ins, took his soldiers with him, and rushed towards the outside of the village. Ins looked down at his hand, and undead calm down activated again. This body has completely turned him into a monster, and Ins does not care about someone like Guf who meets for the first time and is likely to die immediately, as if it were just an animal that has nothing to do with him. It turns out that the perspective of the undead looks like this. It's just that looking at the friendship, loyalty, and other behaviors that people show will still make Ins a little excited. The man named Gagef can obviously choose another path, his own path to survive, and preserving his combat effectiveness is more important for the current situation of the kingdom, but because of that loyalty, this man resolutely embarked on the road to death. Not a nuisance. 9th floor of Nazarick. Ins, who had teleported away the villagers, used the portal to return to the periphery of Nazarick, and returned after receiving the ring of Inzergong in the hands of Shiz, who was waiting on the periphery. As soon as he stepped into the office, Yalbed, with an eager face, greeted him. "Lord Flying Squirrel! You're finally back. We are all worried that you suddenly go out." "Ah! Yalbed, I'm worried. But I gained a lot from this outing, about intelligence." Lord Flying Squirrel said before, "Just leave the intelligence side to me and Demiurgus to do, please Lord Flying Squirrel, don't get involved easily." "Step aside, Yalbed, I have important business." Although she was very worried, because of the Supreme's order, Yalbed could only obey, got up and bowed, and left the conference room. Ins, who took out the distal perspective again, slumped in his chair, and now without NPCs by his side, he temporarily changed back to that realization. "It seems to be. I made the wrong decision." The ruler of death sighed here. Chapter 57. The special forces of the church state on the plain are neatly arranged, new. The Sunshine Holy Scriptures were gathered here because of the orders of the chief priest and the Dark Holy Scriptures. Since all the members of the Sunshine Holy Canon disappeared 100 years ago, the Fire God Chief was reorganized into the current new one by drawing manpower from the other Holy Scripture troops in the sect country. Sunshine Scriptures. Negan Gilad Lewin is the captain of this special force, and after receiving the task of killing the kingdom warrior leader at the priest chief, he gets the help of his former love General Cher, who has entered the Dark Holy Scripture, and leads the team to the border of the kingdom. Chief Divine Officer, they are really cautious, and a warrior commander in the district still needs all the members of my Sunshine Saint Scripture to dispatch, and he also sent you out. Negan, who had blonde hair, said to the black-robed man next to him. Woo. Ya. TM hasn't seen Cher for 2 weeks, you kid won't be able to speak, you deserve it. I heard that the astrology said that you mistakenly ate the secret medicine of the pitch-black Holy Scripture. I didn't see you so greedy when I messed with me. Shaking his head, he didn't care about Cher, who was talking unfavorably, and motioned for his men to summon the Flame Archangel, and Negan stared closely at the rushing warrior commander and the others. Flame Archangel? Ins, who was forced to calm down, grabbed the distal fluoroscopy, and his face was almost not attached to it. Can't be wrong, the Flame Archangel, this is the monster that exists in Yggdrasil, and this world really has some connection with Yggdrasil. Same rank magic, same monsters. And the people of the church can harness this. Or is it possible that there is cooperation between this so-called human nation and the player? Then, if you want to find more clues and intelligence about the player, the Slian sect kingdom is probably a force that the Great Tomb cannot avoid. It just so happens that the ability of the Flame Archangelins is extremely well understood, and it can be used to compare the combat power of humans in this world. It's going to be war. As with some episodes that have existed in the game, the warriors of the small human army are no match for the fire archangels. In the face of the bows and arrows shot by the human soldiers raising their hard bows, the flame archangels did not dodge, and the bows and arrows only rippled a little on their bodies. Isn't there any means of countering the air other than bows and arrows, and human troops without magic chanters are inherently inferior to this kind of monster? Not to mention that the monsters of the angel system are known for their high defense even among monsters of the same level, and their excellent defense can even withstand the amount of damage higher than their own level. Seeing that the bow and arrow attack was ineffective, Jeff used the acceleration of the mount under him to jump high, and the sharp iron sword slashed firmly into the body of the flame archangel, but the wound caused was not too big, and the wound was restored in an instant when the magic chanter of the sect continued to replenish the magic power of the flame archangel. Is this the kingdom's strongest combat power? The physical ability can only do this. Looking at the angel recovering from the wound in front of him, Gegef understood that if he wanted to win, he had to use a blow to kill him directly, otherwise no matter what damage was caused, he was afraid that he would be repaired by the troops of the sect. Half-hunched, Chief's body radiated red. Martial Arts, Battle Chi Concentration. Martial Arts, Super Ability Improvement. What is it? It's something that Yggdrasil doesn't exist, it's the world's own thing, it's easy to understand when you hear the name, but do you want to shout it out using this skill? So that the enemy does not know? Is this thing similar to a buff? With the use of those two martial arts, Jeff who successfully killed a flame archangel once again aroused In's curiosity. Looking at the flame archangels scattered in the air, Gegef, who had improved his ability, clenched the iron sword in his hand, and after he had just eliminated one, the sect troops quickly resummoned. It seems that if you want to win before Guf runs out of energy, it is more appropriate to attack the enemy leader. Looking at the two people who were watching from a distance who were dressed completely differently from ordinary soldiers and magic singers, like high-ranking people, Gedev made up his mind. Flowing water acceleration. Using his new martial arts, he broke through the blockade of the two flame archangels, and the six light slash easily smashed the flame archangels who blocked in front of him, and he gradually approached the two commanders. Right here, break the game. Although he was wearing this bulky armor, Gegef's movements were not affected in the slightest, and flowing water acceleration caused him to burst out at an amazing speed and rushed past the other soldiers of the sect to the blonde man at the head. Chang! Bang! Just as the two-handed sword in his hand was about to swing at Negan, Cher behind Negan appeared in front of him at a speed that Guff could not react to and blocked the sword with his arm. The sharp iron sword slashed at Cher's arm as if it were slashing at steel, and then Cher kicked him back in the chest. I didn't expect the target to be me, it's really dangerous, I thought I had to let the guardian angel do it, and you won't make a move sooner. With you here, it seems that you won't need that treasure today. What is that? Unlike Jeef, who looked at Cher in disbelief, Ins, who looked through the far perspective mirror, saw the truth hidden under the black robe the moment Cher made a move. This is a new type of undead that does not exist in Yggdrasil. The level of this undead is less than 50 levels up, but now the feeling he gives to Ins is still very different from the undead in the game, and there is a sense of discord that he can't say. Jeef, who was kicked by Cher, just straightened up, but Cher's body changed again, and black magic rose up, and purple tentacles broke out and quickly wrapped around the surface of Cher's body. Originally, a little man of about 1 meter 8 became a monster with a height of 3 meters and 1 meter in the eyes of the troops on both sides. Surprised by Cher's appearance, Guff looked at Negan and wanted to question him, but Gegef found that at this time Negan was also staring at the monster that Cher turned into with a look of horror. What kind of secret medicine did you bastard eat? Feed. What are you doing? Our squad is there. They. Monster looked at the battlefield in front of him and Jeff behind the soldiers. The dark magic gradually condensed in his chest, and he was unable to speak when he was a human before, but now his mouth clearly made a sound. Kill, warrior commander. Disrupt, kingdom. Find. Found it. The masked Magin. Sensing that something was wrong, Jeff hurriedly called the soldiers in front of him to let them leave, but before the soldiers could leave, the dark magic power in front of the monster condensed into a light cannon and fired at them, and then when it was about to hit Jeff, the magic spread and swept the entire area. It was over, looking at the far end perspective in front of him, inside. However, the monster that appeared at the end did deserve his attention, and the attack method that turned mana into pure damage did not exist in Yggdrasil, and this destructive power was already a bit outrageous. Moreover, the sect country obviously had other rear hands, and he was not sure how powerful their back hands were, and at this moment Ins began to be glad that he did not help the warrior leader because of his sensibility. Unfortunately, he still admired Jeef. But the result reflected in the distal perspective mirror was not what he thought. What is this thing? Jeff, who survived the disaster, breathed a sigh of relief. Although he survived, he did not understand what had just happened. Beelzebub. As the girl's voice sounded in their ears, the pitch-black light cannon was engulfed and swallowed up by a deeper darkness before it was about to clear the place, and Gadev and the people behind him were not harmed. And what appeared in front of Jeef's eyes at this moment was a petite back with a pitch-black cloak wrapped in pitch black all over his body, including his head, and a wisp of silver-blue hair exposed from that cloak, and a strange mask on his face. Chapter 58. Although it said to find Kino. But how do I know where the roses are? Rimuru walked in the great forest of Tob, where he first appeared in the world, and felt the fresh air that had been lost for a long time. Hey, hey! Raphael Sand. Where are the roses? Answer, based on the words told by the individual identification name Kino during his slumber, it is inferred that the main place of activity of the Kangros is the royal capital of Li Yestage. Oh, it is worthy of being the king of wisdom, and the speed of reply has become faster. Hearing the Lord of Wisdom's response, Rimuru spread her wings and flew out of the great forest of Tob. Speaking of which, the smell of this sub-dragon species on his body is too strong, and unfamiliar people will not regard him as the human form of the Dragon King. Words, Miss King of Wisdom, the royal capital of Li Yestage. Where did it come from? Answer, extrapolate the way. Well, I know, you haven't been there either. Noticing the pause of the Lord of Wisdom, Rimuru directly found her a step down. It's really emotional intelligence max. It's my kind of talent who recruits girls. He couldn't help but think so. Alas! Is it auditory hallucinations? Rimuru, who noticed some slight movement in his mind, wondered, but if even the King of Wisdom didn't know the route, it would be troublesome. Or just go to the nearby Ye. Rantier asked someone for directions, although he had said it for more than 50 years and did not know Ye. Rantier is still there. Is looking around in heaven looking for Ya. Rantel suddenly heard Miss Wisdom King Miss Limlu in the direction of Rantel. Notice the high concentration of the undead reaction in the plains below. Is it as tall as me? Pouting, the great sage turned into Miss the King of Wisdom and was not humorous, and the previous great sage would definitely answer in a serious way that there was no or something. Notice, yes, much taller than you. Joke aside, Rimuru hasn't forgotten what his biggest goal in this world is. Although half a century ago he rummaged through half the world and found nothing, it does not mean that he will give up. The closer he got, the more he could feel the weirdness of this magical power, which was different from all the undead magic that Rimuru had sensed in this world before, but it could give him a strange sense of familiarity. Pitch-black light cannons erupted from the chest of the strange individual, and Rimuru did not hesitate to dive directly. Beelzebub. Named after the legendary demon Beelzebub, the king of gluttony was used, and the pitch-black light cannon was swallowed up before it hit people. Landing sharply on the ground, in fact, he wanted to try the so-called superhero landing, but forgot the pose when he was about to fall. Ignoring the dozens of humans he saved behind him, Rimuru felt the feedback from the gluttonous king and pouted. Miss King of Wisdom, is the king of gluttony an evolutionary mistake? How can eating other people's magic still make me uncomfortable? Notice, through the analysis of this magic by Beelzebub, trace its original individual to the identification name Dicum. Hogan. Who is that from? It sounds as inexplicably familiar as this magic. Notice, individual identification code Elf King. Huh? This magic power is not even the same as the Elf King in Rimuru's memory, although the Elf King in his memory is annoying enough, but he is at least a serious elf species with a profession called forest sacrifice, which is very different from the strange undead in front of him. But in this way, no wonder this magic gave him a sense of familiarity, it turned out to be the food he had eaten. But even if the magic of the Elf King, when the king of gluttony, Beelzebub, was still a predator, he didn't have any pressure to eat, but now after evolution, eating it gives him a strange feeling of nausea, although it is not impossible to eat. Plaintiff, plaintiff. Hogan-possessed mana is infested by xenomorph magic, and the individual combat ability is judged to be level 60. The huge purple figure of the monster in front of him was different from all the undead that Rimuru had encountered in this world, but he always felt as if he had seen it somewhere, but the memory was too far away. However, this level can be used to test your physical ability. Before he could continue to think, the purple monster suddenly became excited when he saw his figure, smashed the ground under his feet, and ran over Rimuru at a high speed. Found, Mask Magin. Mask Magin? Is this calling himself? His face is indeed still wearing the mask sent by the little lady, which means that this strange undead man came to him. This young lady, please be careful. Ignoring the monster that was about to rush to his side, Rimuru turned and nodded to the human who had just been rescued behind him, and then his body spun slightly, and the monster that had been running over him at high speed was kicked back at a faster speed. The monster's chest was deeply sunken by this kick, and it lay in the deep pit and gasped deeply, and the wounds on its body began to heal continuously. Notice, this individual has the ability to high-speed self-healing. This ability Rimuru himself has, but as long as it is this type of ability, there must be an upper limit to what he can bear. Ignoring the exclamations of the humans behind him and the vigilance and panic of the people around the monster, Rimuru walked slowly to the monster's side. Chapter 59. Slowly walking to the monster's side, Rimuru raised her right foot and kicked the monster in the chest. With this kick, the monster's already injured chest was pierced with a blow, and the ground beneath it was completely shattered, leaving a deep pit several meters wide. Is there still a breath there? Obviously the strength is extremely weak, but it is unexpectedly able to live. Although he could use the King of Gluttony to devour it directly, the thought of the feeling of disgust made Rimuru a little unable to swallow it. Devouring the mana alone was enough to make him sick, let alone devouring people outright. However, isn't the difference between decency and villains that decency can make up for it, and Rimuru, is a standard decency? Probably. Ms. Wisdom seemed to want to say something again, probably agreeing with his thoughts. Find masked demon. Do you still want to find him even though you've been attacked like this? Sure enough, you'll be a little curious about the person behind the monster, but then ask the people who are with this monster too. Shaking his head and staring intently at the monster beneath his feet, Rimuru prepared to make up for the last kick. Monster! Now let go of Share. Skull, are you calling me? Is it calling me? With a puzzled look on his face, Rimuru turned his head to look at the source of the voice. Under the banner of the cult nation, Captain Negan, the captain of the Sunshine Codex of the Special Intelligence Force, took out a crystal from his bosom with a trembling hand and shouted at Rimuru. This crystal gave him full confidence, and it was sealed with the highest-ranking angel enough to destroy the demon god, and he thought that if he had Shell here, he could save it, but he didn't expect to encounter such an unexpected situation. Although extremely rare, it is only a prop after all, and the life safety of Skull, who has joined the Dark Codex, and the threat of the mysterious masked man in front of him are enough to convince Negan to use this item. Notice. In their eyes, presumably the monster is talking about you. Hey! Rimuru thought the monster was talking about the one under him, but no matter how you look at it, he is more like a monster. This flag, couldn't help but think of Hill, who gave him a piece of alluring country and city, and he was really destined for this unit called the Sunshine Holy Scripture. There are indeed still things left by the 6 gods within the sect, and the one in the captain's hand seems to be the prop that also exists in the Yggdrasil, the demon sealing crystal. Speaking of which, Rimuru just noticed that the monster that also existed in the game, the Flame Archangel, was surrounded by the people of the sect country. It looks like angel summoning magic, and if the previous captain of the Sunshine Sacred Codex, Seal, can take it out and captivate the country, this thing won't be able to summon the Supreme Sky Seraph. There are very few items that can summon those level 95 monsters in the game. Thinking about these things, Rimuru froze for a moment. But it's just the right time to give a snack to Beelzebub, who was born not long ago. You're a monster, what if I don't let go? Ha 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 ha, why aren't you a monster? Although I don't know why you've been standing there for so long, you must have used some kind of heavy load of magic to defeat Skull, then prepare to drown under the miracle of God. The crystal in Negan's hand gradually lit up with white light. It would take time to summon the Supreme Angel, and he was still having a headache how to drag the monster in front of him, but this monster was stunned by Skull's side. I guess it was some kind of magic with strong side effects that made it so strong. Negan thought so. However, it was also these times that allowed him to successfully summon this Supreme Angel, and then both this monster and this warrior chief would die at the hands of the Great Angel. As Negan laughed, the crystal in his hand shone brightly and shattered, and the grassland was illuminated as if it were day. The light cleared, and a mass with shiny wings in sight, head and feet in sight. It looks very strange on the outside, but anyone can feel that it is a divine life form appearing on this grassland. With its appearance, even the air became fresher, which made Rimuru look strange when he saw it. Look at it! Monster! This is the face of the highest angel, the legendary mighty angel. The strongest angel in the legend descended beside him, and he couldn't help but cheer excitedly. No matter what kind of existence it is just a clutter in front of this angel who is enough to erase the demon god, and the light of the god will illuminate this world. However, at this time, Rimuru, who was facing the Lord Angel of Might, was slightly different from Negan's imagined performance. Where's the real artifact? The Supreme Sky Seraph? Did you summon the wrong one? After a long time, you still can't compare to that guy Seal. Seal. Hearing the name of the former leader of the Sunshine Codex, Negan's eyes widened in excitement, and even the nearly dying Share at Rimuru's feet moved. You don't know where you learned the name of that adult, but it's all over. Take a good look, this strongest angelic power, this power far beyond mortals. The legendary 7th Order magic. The ultimate realm that humans can never reach. Holy smite! As Negan's words fell, Rimuru was very familiar with the magic of an attack, and a pure blue-white light descended from the sky like a pillar, spanning 100 years like a reincarnation, and fell on him again. Just as it was swallowed by the predator 100 years ago, a black wave stronger than that was then poured out from Rimuru's body, and the pillar of light was completely digested almost instantly. Chapter 60. Although he already knew the power of the evolved gluttonous king, this devouring speed still made Rimuru comment with interest. Moreover, the magic of this belief system is indeed much more delicious than the strange magic power before, and it is considered to be an after-dinner dessert grade. Unlike the relaxed-looking Rimuru, Negan, who watched the magic released by the angel being eaten by Rimuru, was stunned in place. After a few moments, he came to the most acceptable conclusion in his mind. Hey! You guy, shouldn't it be a demon god? Speaking of the demon god, it's clear that your companion is the best, right? Notice, detect remote monitoring magic, use false intelligence skills to block. Rimuru, who had just replied to Negan's words, frowned, although he did not have intelligence specialization skills, but being able to monitor him for so long to be discovered by him, monitoring the person in battle must not be very simple. Or is it that the target of the monitoring was not him in the first place, but the strange undead? It looks like it was done by people in the church. Limelu's veto in front of him made Negan suspicious of his own speculation. In Negan's cognition, in addition to the legendary monsters in the pitch-black holy scripture, there are only a handful of creatures that can match the highest level of angels and have wisdom for a long time. The gods he has believed in since childhood, the 6 gods, and the so-called Dragon King who does not know if it is a legend, and the terrifying annihilation of the kingdom that is said to destroy an entire country alone. There is also the demon god who once turbed the continent. This guy is obviously not the so-called Dragon King, let alone the 6 gods. It is estimated that it is the legendary demon god. It seems that the demon god sealed by the 13 heroes broke the seal. And so on. Negan, who had many speculations flashing in his mind, suddenly shook his body, and when he saw the pitch-black figure with the mask, he thought of the body of the person in front of him. A guy who is not a demon god but is better than a demon god. You guy is the greatest calamity modern demon god, the twin of the mask, the princess of the Annihilation Country. Although it was a questioning tone, Negan had already determined the answer in his heart. About 90 years ago, Annihilation Country was reborn, and unlike before, this time the Annihilation Country was surrounded by a monster with the same mask as it. The two traveled the world, the undead ran rampant everywhere, the chickens and dogs were restless, and in addition to the title of Destroy the Country itself, the masked monster that accompanied it was called the greatest calamity within the sect country. This is a monster throughout the education Negan received since he was a child, and it is included in basically every book that describes villains in the church. Negan, who understood the monster in front of him, trembled, and he finally knew what monster he had provoked. But at the same time, Negan's heart also has a slight hope. He is just the so-called modern demon god in front of him. You must know that even if it is a demon god, the highest level angel can fight and win. A breakthrough can't be made for a long time, and such a powerful magic must have a very strong price and cannot be cast all the time. Maybe this monster will be beaten down the next moment? Although he didn't understand the strange words that burst out of Negan's mouth, how did Limla become such a kind person, the greatest calamity modern demon god or something? These titles are obviously more applicable to Urbit's middle school second disease. Masked Gemini he can understand, there were indeed many people who called them that decades ago, but what the hell is that princess of the Annihilation Country? Unable to convince himself not to care about these things, Rimuru's head became more and more confused, and at this moment the blue-white pillar of light poured down from the top of his head again. It worked. Negan, who saw that the pillar of light was not devoured but directly hit Rimuru, was overjoyed. This monster had indeed reached its limit and could not be defended. No one could survive after being hit by the magic of the god, and the legendary demon god died in his hands. But before he could begin to celebrate this victory, Rimuru's voice came from the blue-white pillar of light, which made his face change. Sure enough, it's good to swallow that guy. In the past, hard connection with this kind of magic would still force a little blood, although He couldn't understand the words coming out of the mouth of the modern demon god. Negan was trembling all over, beads of sweat continued to emerge from him, and the power of this demon god was far beyond his imagination. Okay, the test is over, it's my turn. Since it is the so-called angel. Negan, who reacted that the monster was about to attack, quickly commanded the magic chanters to start releasing defensive magic, and the layers of magical defense made him sigh slightly, but then followed. Uriel. The strongest single attack of the faith system is unleashed from Rimuru's hands. Although Rimuru's justice value is not enough to make this magic deal maximum damage, it is enough for this mob-level mighty Lord Angel. The divine flame fell from the sky, and the main angel of the mighty light was directly melted away just after the end, which simply made people feel unbelievable, and the rest of the divine flame fell into the grassland and burned through the ground and fell straight into the ground, leaving only an indescribable hot breath silence for this grassland. After that divine flame descended into the world, the people of the kingdom were shocked beyond words. It is somewhat ridiculous that the flame that exudes a divine aura has become a weapon to end this divine angel. It wasn't until Negan's terrified roar sounded that the silence was broken. Chapter 61. After the Lord Angel disappeared, the area was only the sound of the wind blowing through the grassland. Until Negan's hoarse roar broke the silence. You. Your kind of power, they say that you are a modern demon god and really underestimate you. Why is this kind of being of yours in this world? Forcing himself to calm down, Negan, whose brain didn't listen to the call, stared at Rimuru in front of him and asked. Even the demon gods faced by the 13 heroes will not have the power of your personality. What is the connection between you and that destroying country? Annihilation of the country? I don't like it when you call her that, after all, she doesn't like it herself. She. Never mind. Your strength is only afraid that it has far surpassed that demon god, and the masked twin really lives up to its name. Sure enough, I still care about some of the words in your mouth, sir, and the identity of this monster gentleman. When the words fell, Rimuru looked at the magic chanter next to Negan who was chanting teleportation magic and continued. Please don't waste your efforts, this gentleman. I don't know when I got into a habit of blocking space when fighting, so please answer my questions well, otherwise I don't mind using some violent methods. Just as the sun set, black fluctuations appeared behind Lim, and at this time, he looked like a demon in Negan's eyes. By the way, maybe I helped you? There are two forces that have been monitoring this area. One of them does not need to care about being countered by the intelligence counter magic that comes with me. As for the other party, it is really a bit of a source. I used some special means to block the past. Your actions have always been seen by others. Negan was stunned for a moment, but then reacted. A bit of intelligence magic. He suddenly thought of the astrology 1,000 miles that he gave to them with a strange smile before leaving the mission, and the powerful monitoring magic must be her ability. Sure enough, what special purpose did she have to give share to the Sunshine Holy Book to carry out the mission? Hearing that the intelligence magic was blocked, just when Negan wanted to inform Rimuru of the information he had, Cher behind Rimuru suddenly began to riot. After this long time, that special pitch-black magic force finally repaired Cher's body and brought him more powerful power. Roar! Mask, Majin! A flash of joy flashed on Negan's face when he saw that Cher stood up intact again. Perhaps he hasn't finished yet. Bang! Rimuru turned around and kicked. His right foot quickly slashed through Cher's head and took away his skull. His head rolled to the grassland, his body stood in place and paused for a while. Countless purple blood erupted from his neck, and Cher's body collapsed to the ground with the blood. In the face of the power of this rank, what hope exists there? I really wasn't good at interrogation, and if I thought about it, it seemed that I had never interrogated anything. And after all, at this time when it is impossible to find out who uses the magic that can spy on him through the intelligence magic resistance on his body, the sect kingdom and the others who are extremely suspicious are really not suitable to leave here. Kicking Cher's body, Rimuru walked up to Negan. As Rimuru stepped forward, endless fear swept through Negan's body. He understood that he was finished, and in this case, even if he returned to the sect country, he would not be able to escape the sanctions of the pitch-black holy scripture. As the black fluctuations swept down, the Slian sect was formed less than 100 years ago. The sunshine sacred scripture is all extinguished here. Nazarick 9th floor office. Just as the black light cannon released by the monster was swallowed up by the pitch-black fluctuations, Ins straightened up. In his memory, he had seen similar scenes countless times when he fought alongside his companions. That is, Predator? The green light on Ins, who flashed this speculation in his mind, kept flashing, but this time he did not regain his composure as easily as usual. This is a unique race skill called Demon Sticky Spirit Body in Yggdrasil, but the name of the skill is actually Runir with. But for some reason, his best friend Rimuru likes to call him the Predator, and over time they all call it that. However, if you look closely, Ins recalls the details of the skill. After all, it concerns his best friend, and Ins knows the skill itself. Although the skills of the game itself will change in reality, no matter how you change the effect range and casting speed of Predator, it should not be so fast. Then that is to say, it is a very similar skill to Predator. No matter how you look at it, it is its superior skill, so to speak. It is a unique skill in this world, and the high-level people in this world really cannot be underestimated. Looking at the picture displayed in the remote perspective, Ins commented from the heart. In particular, Rimuru shows his excellent physical ability, and he asks himself that Ins, as a magic singer, cannot do this without using magic. Until the caped mask in the picture of remote perspective glanced at the sky, it was like seeing Ins through the far-end perspective, and then the picture inexplicably shifted to other places in the steppe. Ins was so frightened that he hurriedly turned him off. The power of the natives of this world. Terrifying. And it also has excellent intelligence countermeasures. But Ins, who was sitting in a chair and meditating, did not pay attention, and 16 knights behind him stared blankly at the distal perspective that had been closed. It turns out that Lord Ins has been silently concerned about Lord Rimuru. They really are best friends. Recalling the words that Rimuru had said to himself in front of her in his memory, 16 knights thought so in his heart. Chapter 62. After swallowing all the members of the Sunshine Scripture except for Chasel, through the soul memories of the man named Negangulad Ruin, Rimuru gradually understood everything about this man. On the surface, the Slan state used that religious skin to declare to the outside world that the human race of the world needs to unite against the subhuman state. But they secretly used the people's belief in the 6 gods to deceive them, coaxing them into performing so-called rituals that could get the attention of the 6 gods. Actually use them to develop all kinds of new magic. The purpose is also simple, using these living experiments to try to achieve a way to make subhumans and even the undead turn back into pure humans. This is information that Rimuru has no contact with at all. However, in the past few hundred years, this magic has never been developed, but according to the research results of these humans and subhumans, the Church has many magic specific to subhumans. Ear removal, peeling, lin, etc., which are more than dehydration, are used in various aspects such as interrogation. It's really cruel to think about it this way. Obviously they are all human beings. No, now he is not qualified to say that others are cruel, and the process of people being gradually digested in his stomach and souls and stripped of their bodies is not at all benevolent. From birth, the body of the intellectual creature is closely connected to the soul, and in order to quickly obtain information, the soul of the intellectual creature swallowed by him will be torn from the body abruptly. The wailing of the soul and the body were used to hearing it, and he really could not question the Church from a moral point of view. However, this information cannot analyze the origin of the strange magic on Cher, and there is no information about this magic in Negan's soul. He only knew that Cher was the grandson of the godman who disappeared 100 years ago, and not long ago he joined the pitch-black holy scripture and was stuffed back by astrology 1,000 miles to carry out a mission with him. In that case, the person who can bypass his own intelligence countermeasures is indeed the people on the side of the sect country, and the sect country with the 6 gods really cannot be underestimated. Notice, according to the existing intelligence integration, the detection magic of the 2 parties is respectively an individual identification name. Okay, I know, Rimuru interrupted what the King of Wisdom was about to say in his mind, and the information had obviously been received, and he himself speculated before the Miss King of Wisdom came out. After swallowing the immortal coffin Dragon King, Miss King of Wisdom will not become stupid. It's awkward. Ignoring the awkward Miss King of Wisdom in her mind, girls always have a few days a month. This is a very high emotional intelligence of Rimuru, he can understand. However, although he did not obtain information about that magical power, Rimuru achieved his original goal, and the rose had recently appeared in Yelandur, and Rimuru also knew that the fortress was in the city. Location of Rantier. Morning sun shone down from the fortress city, and to meet the rising sun, Rimuru walked out of the Adventurers Inn and stretched. Coincidentally, this was where he first obtained information about the kingdom of Impelia in this world, and exactly a century later, he returned here. He had been staying in the Adventurers Inn for 5 days, and relying on the same mask as Ibaruat and enough rare crystals, he learned from the Adventurers Association about the current information of Kino, who was under the pseudonym Ibaruat. All of Kang Rose was not in the country, and the staff of the Adventurers Association at the mission location refused to reveal to him. Professionalism, he understood. Instead of continuing to run around and search, it is better to rest in the fortress city for a while, where it is more convenient to obtain information about Kino, well, as long as there is money. After sleeping for so long, he really thought about the various foods of this world. Going out as usual, looking at the vendors who had already come out to set up stalls early in the day, and buying a few portions of food that he thought were delicious, Rimuru wandered to the door of the Adventurers Guild. Traveling to a different world, there should be many people who aspire to become adventurers. However, Rimuru, who has been traveling in this world for a long time and wants to put things on has no feeling about this. There won't really be people who are more powerful than ordinary adventurers who will think of signing up as adventurers to play, right? However, today was different from the past, and at the door of the Unchanged Adventurers Guild, 2 people worthy of his attention appeared. Looking at the lively scene around him, a figure wearing a black heavy kai who looked hard and expensive on the outside couldn't help but sigh. Oh, it's the otherworldly life he wants, and the otherworldly life starts with being a great adventurer. What do you have to do first? A weapon shop that often appears in otherworld anime. Potions shop? Or rather, slave shop? Will it trigger any plot? However, in order to avoid the sight of possible players and powerful natives, he used plural magic on his armor, and the maid he brought also used a disposable Krypton gold prop called Phantom Mask to disguise his face. It took a few days for the high-ranking native to leave from Nazarick. Looking at the scene that was as different from the fantasy town in another world, he clenched his fists happily, and couldn't help but dance his hands, and the next moment, an unknown green light lit up on his body. The pedestrians around watched the armored man make some strange movements in the middle of the road like crazy, and they all moved away from him. The vendors also bowed their heads to prevent themselves from being noticed, praying inwardly that they would not damage their goods. And behind this armored man is a girl in a cloak. The girl's face is ordinary but beautiful, and with an addictive temperament is very eye-catching, so that the surrounding pedestrians have paid attention to her for a long time. Lordans, according to the plan, come to Ya. The first thing Lantal should do is register with the Adventurers Association. Inns, who was emitting green light on his body, heard the girl's reminder before he reacted. He was a little too excited to forget to play the role of this supreme, and hurriedly coughed twice and said to the girl behind him. Ahem. Don't call me my lord, just call me sir. I am now a warrior Momo, and from now on you are not Nabilal, the maid of the Pleiades cluster, but Momo's companion, Nabe, the magic chanter, remember. I'm sorry, Mo Moda. Mr. We have to hide our identity from the outside world. This is working, Nabe. Be serious about getting intelligence. Woohoo! The first time I came to a city in another world, I got a little carried away just now, so I should be able to remedy it. I hope to get information about that powerful otherworldly indigenous mask demon here, and I specially waited for him to come out after a long time. Can't be discovered by him, adventurers should have relevant information. Thinking like this, Momo took Nabi and walked towards the gate of the Adventurers Guild. until he saw the masked man in a black cloak standing at the gate of the Adventurers Guild, and at the same time noticed the masked man's gaze. Huh? Forced calm of the undead, forced calm of the undead, forced calm of the undead. Forced calm of the undead. Countless green lights flashed from Momo, and he turned into a turquoise warrior. Chapter 63. Stunned in place after seeing him? Have you heard any legends related to him? Thinking of his princess of the Annihilation country that was circulating outside, Rimuru frowned, really didn't know how this strange nickname came about. The pitch-black armor was obviously a creation of high-level magic. The ones who can use this level of rank magic to craft armor are ecclesiastical state. As for this inside, what a magic that hinders cognition. However, the amount of this magic is so large that it can make people feel speechless. The more concealed it became, the more curious it was, who let Rimuru be this kind of personality. Compared to this mysterious warrior, the magic behind him even surpassed Kinno's eccentric temperament. Moreover, the two did not have a nameplate representing the identity of the adventurer, they were stored in the cloak or they were not adventurers at all. As for coming here to issue a mission, don't make trouble, not to mention the warrior who can't see the reality clearly. The strength of the female magic chanter alone has surpassed all the adventurers in Rimuru's cognition, and they have no reason to come here to issue a mission. And really intriguing. The heavily armored warrior walked into the Adventurers Guild with the magic chanter behind him passing by Rimuru's side, but strangely, the armored man passed by him with extremely low air pressure. There was also the strange temperament, full of a sense of discord, and the female magic chanter inexplicably glanced at Rimuru with reverence in his eyes. This made Rimuru a little puzzled. Did this girl hear his legend and yearn for the story of his church country that could stop children crying at night? King of Wisdom, are you strange? Humph. Well, Miss King of Wisdom is still messing with him now, obviously so many days have passed. The strange duo is indeed the same as Rimuru guessed, that they are not adventurers, but it turns out that there is such a thing. Strong people with this kind of strength will also come directly to the association to register the lowest level adventurers. What is this new trick of playing a pig and eating a tiger? Rimuru, who had found a place to sit down, quietly observed the two. Standing still on the mission board, I guess I am looking for high-level tasks, but unfortunately they just registered for bronze medals. And this Rantier's Guild counter is still quite professional, and it will definitely not award high-level tasks to them as bronze medals. Sure enough, as Rimuru thought, the pitch-black warrior carrying the mithril level mission hit a wall at the counter. However, at the mithril level, the task they chose was beyond Rimuru's expectations. It's not that the level is too high. On the contrary, it is a little low. With the strength of that magic singer, any mountain copper and steel are estimated to be trivial to her. My companion is a good hand at using third-tier attack magic. It's a little too modest. What is the purpose of these two people to hide their strength? Judging from the essence of magic, this woman's magic power is almost able to catch up with the God Hill and Rimuru's memory, and using the 7th rank is probably not a problem for her. Is he willing to do the bronze medal job? It seems that he really has the idea of working hard from the lowest level of adventurers. What about the purpose? Seeing that the pitch-black warrior asked the counter staff to choose the bronze medal mission, and agreed to the invitation of the so-called pitch-black sword squad, Rimuru was slightly puzzled. I was brought into the reception room by that squad, but I can't hear it, but there seems to be that kind of magic. If the man in the pitch-black armor was a warrior, the magic chanter, the woman, and the magic power were only those, and they should not have found this thing. God eyes can generate non-visual virtual magic eyes. The 9th order intelligence magic that can fly far away to investigate is also one of the few intelligence magic in Rimuru. The unvisual eyeballs flew into the reception room, showing the picture inside in front of Rimuru. This is Inns, who was talking to Peter Mork, the leader of the pitch-black sword squad, was shocked in the reception room, and the intelligence counter magic on his body made him feel a feeling of being spied on. Realizing that his reaction might be a little violent, Inns lowered his body and continued to listen to Peter as if he was nonchalant. Secretly, he directly used message. Nabelal, don't be open, this place is monitored by the magic of the high-level intelligence department, pay attention to your words. Understood, Lord Ins. Relieved, as long as there is no problem on Nabilal's side, they should not be noticed. But, being able to use the intelligence magic of the 9th rank, there are indeed strong people in the Adventurers Association. Is it the companion of the masked devil? As for the masked Magin himself? Ins didn't think so, judging from his observation through the remote perspective that day. In addition to the ability that resembled his best friend Predator, the masked demon relied on the powerful physical ability, and should not use this 9th order magic. Wrong. It cannot be concluded that the masked demon is also able to counter the existence of his 8th rank far-end perspective. In the final analysis, it is still the lack of intelligence. After a while, I will thoroughly find out the details of the masked demon and whether there is a force behind him. If the Guardians are all dispatched with world-class props, Ins is 80% sure that he can be solved. Originally wanted to write it in the author's words, but it turned out to be stuffed, so let's respond to recent comments. Because of the recommended reasons, there are suddenly more people reading this book. That's right, about when the two will meet. First of all, when I said how many chapters and how many chapters I mean earlier, how many chapters are 100 years from now? Then, Ins and Rimuru are now under the line, will they not recognize each other? Then I answer yes, well, yes. Don't talk about the original setting, everything is the second setting of this book. And even if the original setting is pulled, Ins can't see other people's IDs, Rimuru's iconic skill Predator has evolved beyond recognition, and the whole person has grown taller, wearing a mask that is not in the game and wearing a cloak, and the shape is good to refer to the destruction of the country. As for Rimuru, his wife, and his wife knew about it, but Rimuru didn't ask his wife and ignored him. Knowing that the world has enough power to threaten him, Ins's personality will make him careful and carefully hiding himself from the outside world, ensuring that he is not exposed to other people, and he will treat the masked demon as an imaginary enemy. Until he really has the certainty to deal with it, but when he really obtains the information of the masked Magin, will he deal with it? It will be fun at that time, laughs. And the NPCs, they know the identity of Rimuru, but they think that Ins also knows that the idea of the Supreme must have his reason, and as children, they will not interfere. And then, is it really more interesting to meet and recognize than not to meet? Will it look better? Those who will meet will recognize each other. This Rimuru's personality is set to be extremely curious about the unknown, and Momo is full of unknowns. Rimuru will use all his strength to run to Momo. Is it a two-way rush? Both will try their best to obtain information about the other. It won't be too long. Someone said before that I was water, urging 100 years later. I actually prepared a lot of stories 100 years ago I didn't write, and then it may be released as a fan. I jump straight to 100 years later. As for the village of Khan? The plot of the village of Khan is necessary. The two stories from 100 years ago are also necessary, and the story that comes after is served. Chapter 64. A woman in her 20s, oh no, or even younger, walked the streets of the city with a bottle of red weird potion, her red hair trimmed to look like it was suitable for adventurers. It's obviously not neat, and it looks like a bird's nest from a distance. The facial features look good, with healthy wheat-colored skin and sharp eyes, and a nameplate belonging to an adventurer on his neck, making him an adventurer character that can be seen at a glance. Britta is in a bad mood right now, because the nature of the adventurer's work can be life-threatening. Therefore, as a low-level adventurer, she saved up a long time to buy a bottle of potion that could save her life in a critical moment in order to buy a potion that could save her life in the most famous potion shop in the city. To celebrate her life, she had wanted to go to the Adventurers Inn for 2 drinks. As a result, when he was about to reach the street, he was hit by a man in black armor who walked without looking at the road, and the medicine bottle shattered. If it weren't for the fact that the armor was really hard to mess with, Britta would have rushed up and started with him. However, during her questioning, the man in armor gave her a strange blood-red potion, which was strange, but the man in the obvious armor only gave it to her after understanding the value of the potion. In his eyes, could this bottle of blood-red potion be as valuable as his own? Whatever, if it's a good thing, Just ask the old woman to identify it. It was because of her mission some time ago that she got acquainted with the old woman, the strongest pharmacist, Ligiberia. Because of its location as a fortress city, there are many mercenaries and adventurers here, so the business of selling weapons and potions is very easy to do here, and there are far more pharmacists here than in other cities. In this situation, where countless pharmacists gathered, Granny Ligi was known as the strongest pharmacist in the city, and she could concoct the most complex potions that no other pharmacist could make. No matter what the potion is, she will definitely be able to recognize it after her eyes, and if the value doesn't match, she will go to the armored man. After a few alley corners, Britta approached her destination. Walking to the door, the air here smelled as if it was all colored, and Britta understood, as a low-level adventurer who often dealt with medicinal herbs. It's the smell of unknown drugs and stirred plants. Continuing to follow the flavor lead, she came to the largest house, which was very different from the surrounding buildings. Pushing open the door, the hanging bell on the door made a loud noise to remind the guests of their arrival, and she slowly walked into the living room, and a young voice sounded. "Welcome, it's Britta." Looking around, Britta discovered that the owner of the voice was the employer of a medicine collection mission she had taken some time ago, and a person who also had a great reputation in the fortress city. Beria, a young man dressed in clothes stained with the juice of various plants, his half-length golden hair obscured his very well-behaved features. Last time, she was very concerned about how this young man saw the road with such long hair. Beria looked at Britta and continued to ask her. "What's the matter with this visit? The last commission has already been settled." It's something else. I have a potion I'd like to show Granny Ligi, and of course Beria would be nice if you could get to know it." Thinking that Beria was also a very capable pharmacist, Britta took out the blood-red potion from her pocket and handed it over. But before he could take it, Enfi's face changed the moment he saw the potion. Her eyes flickered with intense excitement, staring at the potion in Britta's hand. "I thought it was just something my uncle and grandfather made up to my grandmother, but this medicine bottle is exactly the same. This really exists in this world." Looking at Britta, who seemed to be frightened by his tone, Beria realized that his tone was a little too excited, patted his chest to calm down, and then he spoke to Britta. "I'm sorry, I'm a little excited, it's not convenient to talk here, can you change places? I'll take you to my grandma." Britta nodded, but her hand gripped the potion tightly, and she had already confirmed the value of the potion that could make such a famous Beria so out of shape. Seeing that Britta agreed, Beria led her to a room that looked cluttered compared to a tidy living room. On the table are round-bottomed flasks, test tubes, stills, mortars, funnels, beakers, alcohol lamps, and more. There were also some instruments she didn't recognize, and there were countless herbs and ores on the shelves on the walls. There was a pungent smell throughout the room, and even though she had already been here once before to deliver the goods, Britta couldn't get used to the smell. One had a wrinkled face, wrinkled hands, and shoulder-length hair turned white. The old woman, who was stained with more herbal juice than Anfria in her overalls and smelled of herbs, sat at the table in the middle of the room and watched the two of them suddenly break in. "Grandma! Look at this!" Beria, who was excited, dragged Britta to the old woman. Looking at the small bottle in Britta's hand, the old woman's eyes widened and she stretched out her trembling hand to take it. A trembling hand held the potion in the palm of her hand, and the old woman stroked it carefully with her other hand. "This pattern! This process! This blood-red color! It's been 100 years! It's been 100 years! Enfi! Quick, bring that one too!" Beria, who had already prepared it next to her, heard the old man's words, took out a delicate wooden box from the cabinet and handed it to the old man. The old man opened it with a trembling hand, and there was a bottle that was indistinguishable from the one containing the blood-red potion. "The red potion is the blood of the gods," the old man muttered to himself, but his thoughts drifted back to 100 years ago. At that time, she was still young, but she was already a famous genius pharmacist in this city. One day, Ligi's brother came to her with a blood-red potion, saying that it was given to him by a little girl with beautiful silver blue hair after asking about things in the tavern, and asked her to see if it was a treasure. Although the potion is very similar to the blood of the gods recorded in history, Rigi at that time did not believe in the existence of such a thing. Besides, even if it existed, how could it be given away so casually? Until one time she went out to collect medicine and was seriously injured. His brother used all the healing potions she made, but it didn't work. A dead horse is a live horse, doctor, and my brother thought of the blood of the gods that had been stored in the corner of the house. Subsequently, a miracle appeared in front of the two. Chapter 65. Sure enough, I failed to find the peeping eyes of the Eye of God. That is this mysterious armored man really a warrior class that is not good at magic? The name is Momo? Strange name. It is estimated that it is similar to the code name in the Dark Holy Scripture. However, the so-called innate ability that can use any magic prop that they mentioned in the room just now is a bit interesting. Looking at Momo, who followed the pitch-black sword squad downstairs, Rimuru secretly thought in his heart that the so-called innate powers of this world were indeed very magical. Perhaps, the so-called Anphilia who can use any prop, may not even be able to use it in the world. It's kind of interesting. Although Momo took off his mask in the conference room and revealed that although he looked like an ordinary muscular human, it still gave Rimuru a strange feeling. But this man has a lot of props from Yggdrasil. Judging from the magic fluctuations, what Guang Rimuru knew. Glasses. The crown of mental defense. Acceleration boots. Black gold gauntlet. Miss King of Wisdom. Notice, in addition to the above items, there are also shield wall belts, black widow spider costumes, guard earrings, knight's rings, and demon parasitic cloaks. Woo! What a thing! Rimuru was even more sure that this man must have come out of the church. It is estimated that it is a god man who relies on equipment. After all, there is absolutely no player in Yggdrasil with defense-specific equipment. Although they are not artifact level, they can be regarded as holy relics level. Some equipment makes Rimuru, who is not equipped now, a little hungry. What kind of dog is the teaching country? A little too rich. Just when Rimuru was envious and jealous of Momo, there was a quarrel at the counter. A large group of adventurers surrounded a blonde boy as if he wanted to compete for commission. However, this blonde boy is the boy who is rumored to be able to use any magic prop. Polling business, even adventurers can have this kind of thing. However, this kind of thing is not the turn of this so-called Momo who has just become a bronze medal adventurer. Entrusted to the Dark Warrior. Is there any mistake that he actually went to find this Dark Warrior who is not famous? This little brother will not see that these two are not simple like him. Before he could continue to think about it, the girl named Nabii, the strange magic chanter that Rimuru also cared about very much, blocked in front of Momo, and pressed her hand on the knife at her waist. Although he was quickly stopped by the pitch-black warrior behind him, Rimuru still sensed the extremely obvious murderous aura at that moment. Did this girl named Nabii really want to kill Anphilia, and that's what they came here for? But when they talked about Anphilia in the conference room before, they obviously didn't know each other. It's not like it's in disguise. In short, this Momo cannot be given the opportunity to be alone with this child named Anphilia. The ability to use any magic item is also useful to Limluda. Thinking like this, Rimuru got up and walked over to everyone. After discussing with the surveillance of the Eye of God and the people of the pitch-black sword, Ins followed them out. Sensing the fading feeling of being watched, he breathed a sigh of relief. In order not to show any horse's feet, he didn't even ask for any information about this world that he wanted to know. Even the members of the pitch-black sword didn't listen much to introduce themselves, so they hurriedly ended and walked out. But as he walked down the steps, he noticed that the scene suddenly became chaotic. And the masked demon who didn't know why he was still staring at him. Damn, obviously there are no flaws in it. Will revealing the identity of the third-order magic chanter attract his attention? Wrong. The thought of some possible ins panicked. It is very likely that the masked demon has the means to detect magic power similar to the essence of magic. But although his magic power and life have been covered up through false information, it is reasonable to say that he should not be able to see through it. Damn, born with superpower. Thinking of the information that I just learned, since they all have the ability to use any magic props, then this world may have innate supernatural beings that can ignore false information and see through the true face. Wouldn't that have been exposed to the beginning in the first place? The undead force calmed down. Mr. Momo. Have your named commission. The client is Enfiria. Named commission? Damn, why did he find him? This must be the means that the masked demon used to test him. Maybe the commission was made by the masked demon himself, so it is better to calculate it in this case. Just as she was about to open her mouth to ask, Nabii suddenly flashed in front of him and stared at Enfilia viciously. She had been listening to the world's intelligence, and she understood the danger of this teenager. If he could use world-class props, this young man would have a certain threat to the only two supremes in the world. As supreme beings, they would never allow such a thing to exist. Just as she was about to pull out the knife, Momo behind her smashed a hand knife on her head. Turning his head and looking at the Supreme with doubtful eyes. I don't understand why Lord Momo treated her like this. Isn't it right to eliminate the threat beforehand? Nabe, don't do things without brains. Hearing Lord Momo whispering these words, Nabii understood. Yes, as he said earlier when Nazarick Demiurgus commanded all NPCs. Don't interfere with the Supreme at will. Lord Ins has his own reason. Not to mention that another Supreme Lord Rimuru is also here. Then presumably, everything in front of you is in the plan of the two Supreme Masters. Thinking of this, Nabii turned back behind Momo and quietly watched Enfilia communicate with Lord Momo and everyone from the pitch black sword. Although I don't know what the two adults want to do, it is estimated that it is also related to this Enfilia, who can use any prop. Sure enough, as she thought, Lord Limlu was already walking towards them. She almost ruined the plan of the two Supreme Lords. However, Lord Rimuru stayed here in advance to wait for Lord Ins, and sure enough, Lord Ins said that becoming an adventurer to adventure was just a pretense. Lord Rimuru must have obtained information about this Enfilia a long time ago. The purpose of the two Supremes is only to be this caterpillar named Enfilia in the first place. The more she thought about it, the more Nabeller sighed at the wisdom of the Supreme Master. It's really Lord Ins. It's really Lord Rimlu. Chapter 66. Excuse me, can this Enfilia's commission be counted as me? I just heard that you will go to a village called Con Village, and I also want to issue a commission. Watching Enfilia discuss the details of the mission with Ins and the others, Rimuru stepped forward to introduce everyone. If this pitch-black warrior was really a member of the sect or even the pitch-black holy scriptures, then he should have the information of Rimuru. After all, the target of the silhouette sent before the pitch-black saint scripture was obviously him. Sure enough, as he thought, as he approached, although the pitch-black warrior did not stare at him. But the magic chanter named Nabii behind him kept watching his actions. The other party really had a certain understanding of his identity. It's just that compared to him, the boy named Enfilia in front of him is more important. Previously, just to find him, he had only sent a power of the level of Share, and although that power was extremely strange, it was obviously not enough to see in front of this combination of Nabii and Momo. Then, in order to explore the source of Nakel's power and the new adventurer duo in front of him, who is full of a sense of discord, joining their team is obviously an excellent choice. By issuing a request for commission along the way, Rimuru tried to blend in with them. Huh? Of course I don't have a problem, but I don't know about this Mr. Momo. I wonder what this masked lady is trying to do. The pitch-black warrior responded, his tone extremely calm, as if he didn't care about Rimuru's intervention. It's not a secret, this little brother Enfilia said before that he will go to the village of Con for a temporary rest. I happen to have something to go over, but I am not very familiar with the route, and I heard that there are monsters on the main roads around. I can't deal with those things. This Mr. Momo's armor looks really safe from a distance. Does it feel safe? So that's the case, I see. Mr. Enfiria wants to name me to issue the commission is also because of this. Hearing Momo's question, the blonde boy scratched his head, smiled and pointed to the sign on Momo's chest and said, There is such a point, and Mr. Momo looks very powerful, but he is indeed a newly registered bronze adventurer, isn't it? Bronze adventurers are cheaper than other high-level adventurers. Ha 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 ha, this is true. After a few laughs, In's suspicion of Enphilia diminished a little, and the boy did not seem to have been sent by the masked magician. No, there is that possibility. Was this boy used by the masked demon but didn't know it? So. I don't know yet, what about the other one who wants to release the name of the commissioned lady? The masked magician smiled and responded to questions from Momo. Mr. Momo, my name is Shizue Izawa, or rather Shizue Izawa, anyway, everyone just call me Shizune. The name in this format, hearing the name reported by the masked magician, In's heart fluctuated. The name of this format has never been encountered in this world, and it belongs to another world. Other words. This masked magician may not be indigenous but a player as he guessed? No, maybe other players gave her this name, or maybe there is such a naming method in this world. After all, the others around did not have any strange reactions when they heard the words of the masked Mamura. There is also a possibility that this is simply a pseudonym made up like Momo. However, before he actually started talking to the masked Maha, he never thought that the most threatening existence to Nazarick at the moment was actually a girl. Miss Jing, your name is really nice. Hearing Momo's praise, the masked girl responded with a happy mood. Thank you, Mr. Momo. The two people, each with different purposes and using pseudonyms, reached an agreement. Night, in the city of Yelantire, there was not a trace of clouds, and the clear moonlight sprinkled on the earth. Unlike the city, above the cemetery on the outskirts of Yelantire are extremely thick dark clouds, which contrast sharply with the surrounding sky. In this dark night, a figure wearing a hooded cloak was moving quickly towards the cemetery, and strangely, the upper body of the pitch-black cloaked figure did not move at all. If someone doesn't sleep in the middle of the night and looks at it from afar, they probably think that they have encountered ghosts in the middle of the night. Oh no, in this world, it should be said that you have encountered the undead. The light figure avoided the magical lights shining around the cemetery and came to the door of the ancestral hall. Slowly take off the hat that comes with the cloak. Appearing here was a woman with short blonde hair who looked to be about 20 years old and had facial features that gave a feline feel. It's finally here. With a laughing tone, the woman pushed open the door of the ancestral hall, and as the airflow brought by the opening of the gate blew her cloak, there was a sound of metal clashing. She took out a bag with magic attached to it from her cloak, which contained something like human flesh and blood but exuding a strange black brilliance, and she continued to throw it into the ancestral hall with one hand. The interior of the ancestral hall had already been cleaned, and smelling the unique incense smell in this ancestral hall, she frowned slightly, picked up the blood and flesh bag in her right hand and took a deep breath of the smell before relaxing. Humph hum. Humming an unknown ballad, accompanied by the sound of activating some kind of mechanism, she slowly walked into the underground of the ancestral hall. I'm coming. Walking to the end of the stairs, she came to the hollow under the cemetery of Yelantire. Although it is underground in the cemetery, the air here is unusually fresh and does not make people dull. Unlike this fresh air, she was greeted by a place that was more evil than the cemetery outside. The walls around her were covered with eerie tapestries and occasionally red candles were lit in the grooves, which she knew had been made of human blood. And now, she has brought a real treasure to the people who hide here. Don't hide in the corner, I can see it clearly, and the guests are not welcome to arrive. Hearing the woman's words, the man who was hiding in the shadow of the wall and watching her trembled, and just when he didn't know how to be good, an emaciated man appeared behind him and signaled him to leave. The man in the dark red robe who came out of the shadows was pale and sunken in his eyes, and there was not a single hair on his entire face, making it completely impossible to judge his age, which was more appropriate to say that he was not so much a human as an undead. Hello Kajai-san. If the girl usually called him that, he might have turned his face a long time ago, but at this time, he had no time to care about those. Instead, his eyes stared directly at the bag of flesh and blood on the girl's right hand, as if he saw some rare treasure. Chapter 67. Where did you get that thing? Aren't the priests keeping a close eye on the pitch-black holy scriptures? Huh? It's not the people who care, but this thing little Kaji is really boring. The girl who answered the question made Kaji frown. How many times have I said it, don't call me that, it will insult the reputation of Xilaneng when it spreads. Chiraneng. It is an evil secret organization with great strength and well-known allies, and its members are all battle-hardened magic chanters. According to legend, their ally was the legendary princess of the annihilation of the kingdom. Under the leadership of the masked devil, they have caused several tragedies, and they are regarded as enemies by the surrounding countries. Hi. Do you care about the name of the organization that is unwarranted? Speaking of business, did you come to me with that thing to show off to me? Then you can leave. You know that I am injecting energy into the orb of death, this is that woman's plan. If you mess with this joint, you know what will happen to you. Looking at the girl who was out of tune in front of him, Kaji narrowed his eyes and clenched the staff in his hand. Can't even joke? Little Kaji is really boring. It's the woman in your mouth who asked me to come. Give these 3 things to you. Looking at Kaji, who became emotional after saying this sentence, the girl smiled and took out 2 other things from her arms. What appeared in the girl's hand was a crown, and countless gemstones were dotted on the silver filigree, giving people a feeling like a spider web stained with water droplets, and in the center of the crown, a huge gemstone in the shape of a black crystal. The other is a strangely shaped ring. Kaji recognized the origin of these 2 precious props at a glance. The crown of the wise man, one of the secret treasures handed down to the outside world on the face of the sect, and the time and space obstruction ring, which can hinder the stop of time and the movement of dimensions. That one really laid down his blood in order to ensure the success of this so-called plan, regardless of the wise man's crown. The spatial obstruction ring at that time was only something he had only heard of existing, which meant that the target they faced this time might have the ability to manipulate time. Huh? It's boring. Little Kaji, don't you ask how I got this prop? Is it difficult for that woman to do such a thing with her influence within the sect country? Why should I ask you if you think about it? Huh? This wise man's crown is the national treasure of the church. National treasure? To say so, do you really think so from the dark holy scriptures? That thing can't even compare to half the value of this time and space obstruction ring, let alone the lump of treasure you have in your hand. Hey, after receiving the woman's order, I went directly to look for it, but when I found the place, I found that this wise man's crown was actually worn on the head of a witch. And then I just took it away, and the little girl went crazy, ha 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 dash. It was really bad fun. Kaji shook his head. Wise man crown, as long as you wear it, there is no safe way to take off this thing, except to destroy it. If she forcibly took it off, she would become a madman like the witch she described. This crown was originally used to allow the wearer to close his mind and turn it into a prop that can use high-level magic. And the girl who was a member of the original pitch-black holy scripture, and the woman must have known this, but she still went to do it, and behind the scenes, she was afraid that she could not do without the woman's instructions. What kind of monster is the masked demon that woman is looking for, and these things need to be used to capture. However, if he had not come to this so-called Xilaneng, he was afraid that he would never have touched these things. What kind of darkness is hidden behind that holy church? Looking at the black bag of flesh and blood that the girl was constantly tossing in her right hand, feeling the disgusting dark magic in it, Kaji actually didn't know what the real body of this magic was. However, having helped the woman in his experiments, he understood that this magic power could easily be obtained by destroying a country. Kaji snatched it up. The orb of death is about to be full. With these things you sent me, my plan has to be adjusted again. Has the user of the wise man's crown found it, the doppelganger of the queen's tears? Looking at Kaji, who entered work mode, the girl's smiling expression became serious. Ah, Kajit Dale Badentir, the predetermined character has great fame, and Firia. Burial. Also, don't call me the doppelganger of the queen's tears, call me Clementine. Amphilia. The supernatural who is famous in this city, if it is him, it really can. Clementine? Then don't call me Dale, I don't use that Christian name anymore. Then, take that psychic child, Clementine, you can do it. The man named Kadjit smiled evilly. Ah, for the pitch-black holy scriptures. For Chiranung. The same night, the dark warrior Momo looked at the starry sky. Seemingly in a daze, he used message had contacted Nazarick. Tomorrow he will leave Urantir for the so-called escort mission. Ins, who didn't know what Miss Jing had for purpose, began to prepare. Lord Ins, is there something going on outside? I'll rush to your location right away. Ahem, Yalbed, I don't need it tonight, but tomorrow. So Lord Ins, is there any order? I and other guardians must do their best for the sake of the Supreme Master. Carry corsets, Mare and Yura, well. Call 16 knights together, she should still be in Nazarick. Get ready to use the transfer magic in Nazarick tomorrow. I will synchronize my movements at any time, and if necessary, carry the staff of Nzirgong and rush over immediately. Yes, subordinates obey. Phew. Ins, who hung up the communication, exhaled a long breath, with the most physical attack power in the Great Tomb, Yalbed, who was the best at defense, and Mary and Yura, who were good at using forest magic, and even called 16 knights with world-class props that could manipulate time. Even if that Miss Jing made a move on him, he should not have any problems, and he might even be able to remove this threat in one fell swoop. Even in order to prevent the other party's possible means of perceptual specialization, he let the NPCs stay in the large tomb, and there are 16 knights to arrive at that point in a few moments. Wrong. Before discovering the power behind her, it is better to protect herself and the important Nazarick. Chapter 68. From this border of the Kingdom of Reichstag, on the border of the Kingdom of Reichstag, there are two main roads to the village of Kahn, which are accessible by horse-drawn carriage. Originally, according to the original plan of the pitch-black sword. Just to eradicate monsters, they can take the trail in a straight line and quickly go to the vicinity of the great forest of Tob. But since he temporarily took over the task of escorting Enfilia and Miss Jing withins, naturally, this can't be the case. The village of Kahn is located northeast of Urantil, and after consulting with the employers, they chose to leave the city and follow the forest perimeter to the east. Even if it is dangerous to advance through the forest, there is a high probability of encountering monsters. But Momo still persuaded everyone to take this path, on the grounds that he could also complete the mission of the pitch-black sword squad itself. And Momo let Nabii use the magic of the third rank to prove the strength of the two, which also calmed everyone. After all, if you can use the third rank, there is absolutely no problem just outside this forest without entering the forest. The level of monsters that appear at the junction of this forest and plain will not be very high, so you can test everyone's ability to cooperate. However, only Momo himself understood what the real purpose of choosing this route was. Momo, who had investigated in advance, had already arranged for Mare and Yura to do a lot of precautions in this forest. In other words, only by taking this route can he confirm his safety to the greatest extent. After all, this Miss Jing's strength was enough to kill him in a hand-to-hand battle. According to the survey near Urantir these days, it is almost impossible to reach that level at the level of ordinary human beings in this world. Thinking of the legend of the masked demon that existed in Kahn village more than 50 years ago, it means that this Miss Jing is at least 60 years old. But although you can't see the appearance, it sounds like an ordinary girl from the sound. It is also said that the other party is at least not an ordinary human. Looking at this body shape that is no different from that of humans, it is estimated to be a longevity species or something. Is it an elf? No, it may also be an alien species that can change its shape. After all, the lifespan of an alien species should also be able to do this kind of thing. Duo Phantom? It can't be a slime. But maybe it's really true. After all, the other party has abilities that are very similar to our you and I are with. However, it is too high. Yes, it's too high, although the slime class in the game can change the human body through Krypton Gold. But their upper limit of change is only 1 meter 3, and his best friend Rimuru once complained to him about this kind of thing. Ins, who felt that the more he thought about it, the more crooked he became, shook his head sharply. I don't know why, he thought about Rimuru. The gap between Miss Jing and Rimuru is too big, although he has only seen Rimuru's transformation body once or twice in the game. But height, voice, and so on, including personality, were all very different from the Lim he remembered. Rimuru is a guy who is firm in his male identity. If it was true, how could that guy hear someone call himself Miss without refuting? Moreover, the name of the masked demon was active more than 50 years ago. He missed his best friend too much. Even if you avoid thinking about this aspect. But I don't know why, in the eyes of Ans who followed behind the carriage, the figure of Miss Jing sitting in front of the carriage still gradually overlapped with the figure of her best friend in the past. Impulsively inserted the conversation between the pitch-black warrior and Nan Firaya. Rimuru, who had also smoothly blended into their ranks, sat in the carriage and quietly looked at God. In fact, he was coaxing his Miss King of Wisdom. It hadn't been a day or two since Miss King of Wisdom had lost her temper with him, and even Rimuru sensed that something was wrong. Although I don't know what mistake I made, it is right to coax at this time. Humph. The newborn Miss King of Wisdom is really difficult to serve, Rimuru thought from the heart. As for the pitch-black warrior Momo, I don't know why, Momo's gaze has been on Limulu from the moment he got into the car. Obviously, Momo and Nabe's target should be as he guessed, it was brother Enfilia. Also, brother Enfilia seems to have always wanted to be close to this Momura. It was obvious to the point that Rimuru could see it, after all, driving the car and always looking for an opportunity to talk to Momo who was walking behind the carriage. Rimuru held her cheek while continuing to try to talk to Miss the King of Wisdom. He didn't really care so much about this trip, which was different from the caution he had just arrived in this world. After all, having traveled on the continent for a long time, he had already understood the position of his own strength on this continent. No matter what the pitch-black warrior was hiding, he was not a threat to Rimuru with his world-class items. After all, players don't stack up that mess of defensive power UPS. The only thing he can attract to Rimuru is the reality hidden by the countless magic and props. Mr. Momo, you are about to enter the perimeter of the forest, this vicinity is already a dangerous area, please be vigilant. Hearing the serious voice of Peter the captain of the pitch-black sword, Rimuru looked up. Ho, go home. The black-green primeval forest appeared not far from everyone, because the branches and leaves of the trees in the forest grew abnormally luxuriant, resulting in sunlight could not pass through the leaves and were blocked. It appeared that the interior of the forest was extremely dark, giving people a feeling that they would be swallowed when they entered. This is the great forest of Tob, which has a considerable fate with Rimuru, arrived. Momo, who also heard Peter's words, nodded. Although everyone seemed to believe in his strength, he still felt a little uneasy, and in the game he knew, the forest would draw the corresponding monsters according to the location. But this is the reality, if a powerful monster appears on the periphery, he doesn't know if he can handle it when wearing pitch-black armor and can't expose his strength as a magic chanter. Not to mention that the masked demon was still staring behind, I was afraid that a little mistake would arouse her suspicion. Although I am very afraid of the forces that may exist behind her, I can only dispatch the guardians who are waiting in Nazarick. But that would affect them and Enfilia in the Dark Sword, and although they could revive and modify their memories at the right time, Ins really didn't want things to get to that point. Because it's so much trouble. Chapter 69. He gestured to Nabe behind him, if he saw that he couldn't handle the monster. Let Nabe use the fifth order magic, but it really can't be done, and there are still the backhands left by Mare and Yala in the forest. As for taking off the armor to use magic, it was a last resort. After all, it is impossible to be too careful to be able to give birth to a powerful indigenous world like Miss Jing. Perhaps seeing the eye contact between Momo and Nabe and mistakenly thinking that the two were nervous, Ruth, who was a gorilla in the team of the Sword of Darkness, stepped forward and teased. Don't worry, as long as you don't encounter a surprise attack, there is absolutely no problem with the strength of our team, and even if it is a surprise attack, you can't avoid my ears and eyes. What's the matter? I'm very powerful, Nabii-chan. Although Nabii used kryptonite props to make her face mediocre, her bumpy figure still attracted the attention of Ruth, who likes to talk about flowers. Mr. Momo. Can I beat this spotted mosquito flat? Wow! Nabe-chan is so cold. Ignoring Rucker, who was talking with a thumbs up, Nabe snorted coldly. Momo sighed and dismissed Nabe's request, feeling a great headache for Nabe, who had made no secret of her malice towards humans. After all, he was on a mission with the human adventurers, and there was a threat from Miss Jing behind him, so he still hoped that Nabe would pay attention if he could. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. After all, I heard that there is a powerful demonic beast named Forest Sage King near Karn village from this area, and there should be no other weak monsters in his sphere of influence. Enfyria's words aroused the curiosity of both of them at the same time. Ins had previously heard from Karn village about the Forest Sage, who was said to be a magical beast that could use powerful magic. The first sighting was recorded 50 years ago. According to eyewitnesses, it was a silvery white four-legged beast with a snake-like tail that had always been extremely large. With the title of King Xian, he must have extraordinary wisdom. I don't know how to compare to Miss Jing. I really can't underestimate this world. It's not that far from Nazarick, and the king of the forest is a big threat to Nazarick. Although Rimuru and Ins had different perspectives, he was equally curious about the forest king. In the year before he fell asleep, the forest was his main area of activity, and he had never heard of such a monster as the Forest Sage King at that time. The snake-like tail, speaking of which, there are similar monsters in the game. It's likely that it's a summon from the game like the Flame Archangel. But in that case, the level of the monster will definitely not be very high. Mr. Momo looks embarrassed. Didn't Brother Enfyria just say that we shouldn't be able to touch the Forest Sage King in such a big forest? But I really want to see it. Looking at Momo, who seemed to be thinking about something, Rimuru asked directly. If it is a summon, then the sect must have this kind of information, and even if you think about it deeply, the appearance of this forest virtuous king may not be inseparable from the sect's sect. Considering that the place where it appeared was the place where Rimuru once slept, perhaps the sage of the forest, like Knocker, was a means of dealing with him by the church. Speaking of the church, that child should have grown up, shouldn't they all become old women? Thinking of the child who had to be held by him at birth, Rimuru smiled at the corner of his mouth. Yes, don't worry, Miss Jing, I'm just remembering something else. I remembered that this Forest Sage King is actually the handiwork of your sect. Rimuru couldn't help but complain in her heart. Ignoring Nabe, who had been accosted by the flirtatious Rucker next to her, Rimuru only had a mysterious man named Momo in her eyes at this time. The group chatted as Ruckruth kept making jokes about Nabe and kept walking around the forest. The scorching summer sun seems to dry everyone's skin. Looking at the people who were constantly wiping their sweat, Ins couldn't help but rejoice. Only at this time could he discover the benefits of the body of the undead. Even in such heavy armor, he didn't feel the heat at all. The heat of the weather kept everyone in high spirits, and it was Enfyria, who was driving in front of Rimuru, that noticed something unusual. Miss Hedging's body was relatively close, and he was not affected by this hot weather, but could feel an inexplicable coolness. This is also the benefit of slimes. Keeping this incident in mind, Enfyria did not choose to mention it to everyone. And after seeing Nabe ignoring him around the carriage, Rucker stopped his frivolous behavior. After all, although the figure is indeed very top, that ordinary face is indeed not his cup of tea. This also relieved Ins, who had been staring at him. If he continued like that, Nabe would not be able to bear it. With Nabe's character, who knows what amazing things can be said. In order not to reveal any information in front of Miss Jing, Ins hurriedly instructed Nabe with a message, and then walked to the front row next to the magic chanter Naya. He also had some questions about magic that he wanted to ask the magic chanters of this world. The magic chanter named Nabe just now was obviously going to be unbearable. But it's understandable, after all, if it's Rimuru, he can't accept this kind of person. But this dark warrior, he obviously cares a lot about what Nabe says. Is he afraid of revealing some information or something? Obviously, there is a high-level magic chanter around him, and he still wants to go to the little girl to ask that kind of question? To be honest, Rimuru doesn't really know. After all, his knowledge of magic comes from the game, and it's the kind that can be used if he wants to. The domination magic he encountered was only a country and a city, and it was ineffective for him because of the protection of the world. and now he has spiritual resistance. And with the existence of the King of Wisdom, Miss Wisdom King knows it and he knows it, Miss Wisdom King must know it. However, as a warrior, he inquired about this. Was it because the church did not have a countermeasure for this kind of magic, or was it just based on his own wishes? Ins was a little disappointed when he heard Nia's answer that she didn't know that she had magic in this area. But in order to increase his knowledge of the magic of this world, and to conceal his purpose, he asked a lot of questions to Nia and Peter beside him. Martial arts, magic, intelligence from neighboring countries, Ans is very curious about everything. He was sure that his understanding of this world had increased a lot, so this trip had already been rewarded, and if it weren't for Miss Jing being in the carriage next to him, he probably would have been able to obtain even the information of the masked demon. But alas, he didn't get the information he wanted the most. And then there's the counter-issue about gaining information under the magic of domination. After Miss Jing's battle in the plains, he used special means to recover the corpse of a monster named Cher that was not taken away by Miss Jing for some reason. But I didn't expect that the head had been separated from the body, and it was not really dead but still alive. If he could pry his mouth open, then he would be able to obtain a lot of information about Miss Jing. However, after using all the magic of domination and charm he had now, there were only those two sentences in Knocker's mouth. Disturb the kingdom and find the masked demon. There must be some sort of countermeasure to the domination of magic in him. Ins had thought he would be able to get relevant information from the outside world. But at present, these are enough, and if you ask more, it will arouse Miss Jing's suspicions. After receiving all kinds of information about the world from the crowd and satisfying his curiosity, Ins returned to Nabe's side. Chapter 70. The ogre was getting closer. Ins gripped the hilt of the great sword with both hands, and Nabii also unsheathed the matching sword under the cloak. Is this Nabii obviously supposed to be a magic chanter, but uses a plain iron sword as a weapon? But just as Ins pulled out the giant sword behind him, the people of the pitch-black sword had no time to pay attention to Nabe. The two 150 cm sized giant swords were more appropriate from the appearance to be more appropriate crafts than weapons. The longer the sword body, the weight will also increase, and from the airflow brought by the sword body, it is by no means a shelf product. What kind of monster arm strength does this Momo have? The ogre that attacked was hit and broken obliquely by him with a clean and neat movement, and the ogre who was standing straight in front of everyone had already slipped his upper body to the ground at this time, leaving only half of his body still. And the blood and internal organs that erupted from his body and the stench that spread around him showed that this was not an illusion. It's incredible, maybe even Mithril has surpassed it. Mr. Momo won't have reached steel grade. But unlike the dark sword, which was amazed by Momo's mighty strength, Limlu, who was sitting in the carriage, found something out of the way. The movement was too stiff, and it was just relying on his physical ability to wield that weapon. Although the result did achieve the goal, Momo's movements were completely like a novice who had just picked up a sword, and it was extremely contrary to his 1000-year-old physical ability. If it was just to disguise something in front of him, there would be no need to do such superfluous things. Or is he not a real fighter at all? But the weirdest thing is here, and the Momo in front of him gives people the feeling that this is the perfect warrior from head to toe. Just when Rimuru was stunned, the last ogre that attacked had been easily solved by Nabii using a third-order lightning strike. Unlike Nia and the others, who were skilled in cleaning the battlefield, Momo took Nabii to stand silently on the side, seemingly not very concerned about these loot. That's right, after all, the main purpose of the other party is not these so-called tasks at all, but the boy driving the carriage, and he naturally will not be curious about these things. Using the great sword to recall the fighting methods of his fellow warriors in his memory, Ins breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the enemies who were easily solved. This forest did not brush out any high-level monsters as he had guessed before, and he could still cope with the physical ability brought by this perfect warrior. But then listening to the praise of everyone around him in the pitch-black sword, his mood was not very good. Still screwed up, because of the existence of Miss Jing, he misestimated the gap in strength between himself and these ordinary adventurers, and got a little carried away. Presumably, for that Miss Jing, this is already an abnormality. Obviously he thought about not attracting her attention before. It's so powerful. As a warrior, I really don't know how Mr. Momo's monster-like strength is exercised. Are these two swords a rare treasure somewhere? The shape is really unique. Mr. Momo's strength is already comparable to the strongest warriors in the kingdom. Right. The words of the members of the Pitch Black Sword made Nabii show a proud expression, while the main Lord Momo kept waving his hand. Because as they discussed, Miss Jing kept looking at this. My level, everyone will definitely be able to surpass it easily. Momo said. Team marched for a day, and although the sun had not yet set, the people of the Pitch Black Sword had already begun to prepare for camping. Momo was holding some stakes to set up a cordon net that would protect the camp, and as he nailed the logs into the ground, Nabii walked up to him. Looking at Ins, who was doing some chores, Nabii said with some anger. How could they let Mr. Momo do all this chores? Ins, who probably understood why he was angry, sighed and pointed to the other people who were working. After all, everyone was busy with their own things, and if he didn't do anything, wouldn't it be impossible? Didn't you show them your might? Wouldn't it be nice to leave this kind of thing to these weak bugs to do? Listen to Nabe, don't say that. It is natural to show strength appropriately, but you can't be arrogant, not to mention that there are enemies of unknown strength in the outside world staring at us and staring at Nazarick. After saying that, Momo turned his head and looked in the direction of Rimuru. Looking at Momo's actions, Nabii nodded to indicate that she understood. Presumably, Lord Limlu acted independently of Nazarick for the hidden enemies. But even so, Nabii's face was still a little unconvinced, but because of the Supreme Master's order, she had to obey. Fortunately, those sky curtain caterpillars did not ask Lord Rimuru to do these chores as well, otherwise seeing the two Supreme Lords like this, even if they were punished by the Supreme Lord, Nabii would give them some color. For example, sprinkle ash in their eyes. In fact, despite the pressure that Miss Jing brought to him, Momo still enjoyed this series of outdoor activities. After all, there was no opportunity to experience these things in the original world. Even the player's camp in the game world will not look like this, at most it will be a campfire. It gave him the feeling of having an adventure with his friends in the game. This undead body does not need to eat or breathe at all, so you can climb the snowy mountains and dive into the deep sea with only one pair of feet, and you can enjoy the unknown scenery of this wonderful world. But now he came here with the whole of Nazarick, and the legacy of his companions turned into the heavy loyalty of the Guardians and weighed on his heart. In return for their loyalty, he should become the qualified ruler of the great tomb of Nazarick in the eyes of the Guardians. But really want to? I can see the unknown scenery of this world with my companions. Chapter 71. After finishing the work assigned to him, Momo noticed that Nia, the magic chanter in the Dark Sword Squad, was walking around the camp, chanting the vigilance magic in his mouth. This magic, which does not exist in the game, aroused Momo's interest. After all, it seems to be very close to the way magic is released in the game, and the player in the game has an upper limit to the learning of magic because of the limitation of magic bits. Ins is more special and has learned a lot of magic through the dark wisdom unique to his race, which makes him extremely curious about the way he learns magic in this world. Mr. Momo's swordsmanship is obviously so masterful, and he covets the power of magic. It was Rimuru who was playing next to him who asked. Just curious, after all, this little brother Nia can use magic that Nabii can't. Just as Momo's words came out, Rimuru, who had been paying attention to the performance of the two, keenly noticed the expression that flashed on Nabii's face. It's not like being ashamed of being said, it's more like saying it. Eat one's heart out? It's really risk-taker's style. Lu Klut, who heard the conversation of several people and buried his head in the same place, also interjected. Magic is not something that can be learned in a day or two, it is necessary to establish a connection with the world, but this step can only be done by talented people. Listening to Nia talk about his understanding of magic, Rimuru also listened curiously. After all, even he had never systematically understood the magic of this world. In the past, swallowing people only obtained some key information, and after they would dispose of garbage, they would generally turn it into magic. As he spoke, Nia's expression became serious. Mr. Momo, I think you have the potential in this area. You are different from ordinary people, giving people a kind of not human feelings. Of course it's not an ordinary person, the guy in front of you is a god man. Well, Rimuru complained in his heart. But Nia's unintentional words made Momo nervous. Although he was afraid of the existence of Miss Jing, he cast multiple levels of illusion and camouflage magic on himself and Nabii. But can this little brother named Nia even see something? Dangerous, too dangerous. Although my strength is still okay, but it is not to the point of not being human. You have also seen my appearance, how can you think so? It's not about appearance, but your strength, Mr. Momo, you are too modest, that is no longer the level of mortals. Don't talk about appearance, in fact, I also feel this way. Mr. Momo is a person who can be called a hero. Even if it is polite, it is too much. Call me a hero or something. Looking at everyone's argument, Rimuru said calmly. No, I have seen the strength of the Kingdom Warrior Captain and the Steel Level Adventurers, and in my opinion, Mr. Momo's strength even surpasses them. Sure enough, he also knew that Miss Jing had seen the so-called warrior chief. After all, he was watching in front of the distant perspective at that time, and the strength he showed now was already higher than the Kingdom Warrior leader in Miss Jing's cognition. Moreover, since she left the city, Miss Jing's gaze had never left him. She should not have directly done it to him because of this matter. If she chose to do it now, then this distance would be too dangerous. Thinking like this, Momo couldn't help but take 2 steps back, and the people of the Pitch Black Sword were keenly aware of the subtle changes in the atmosphere at the scene as Miss Jing spoke. Noticing that the atmosphere between the two seemed to be a little wrong, Nia quickly opened his mouth and began to circle. If Mr. Momo is interested in magic, would you like to come with me to meet my master later? Master has an innate ability to detect the other party's magical ability, and if Mr. Momo's magic use ability is innate, it can be sensed. If you are a magic chanter of the magic system, Master can even accurately distinguish the ranks that can be used. Born with supernatural abilities, this seems to be an intelligence not to be missed. Before Momo could ask, Rimuru, who was also extremely interested in innate abilities, took the lead in speaking. What is the specific manifestation of that ability? In Master's words, every magic chanter has something like aura around him, and the higher the level magic that the magic singer can use, the stronger the aura. And Master's eyes can allow him to see this aura. This way. Hearing Nia's words, Rimuru nodded, while Momo suppressed his own voice because of the momentary surprise, so as not to arouse the suspicion of Miss Jing beside him. He immediately pretended to be flat. Damn, trouble, although I had a hunch for a long time, but I really have this innate ability, I just don't know if I can see through skills such as false intelligence. If I can see through, then he and Nazarick behind him are in danger. What if you learn magic from scratch? For example, can Mr. Bania be a teacher? Ins, who was extremely emotionally disturbed, carefully tried to get more information, if only he could understand more about innate powers. If you worship the teacher, it is better to find some people with skills to learn, but in the kingdom is basically taught privately. The Magic Learning Union is basically some children should be difficult to enter at Mr. Momo's age. The Empire is much better in this regard. I heard that there is a special magic academy over there, in addition to the teaching country, although only faith magic is taught there. It's something close to that Godman Hill's powers. I had seen Rimuru, who was born with natural powers, thought so. However, this pitch black warrior has a heavier and heavier sense of discord, and the people of the pitch black holy scriptures logically say that there is no need to ask whether these are, or whether all this is a disguise. In that case, this person is too dramatic. Is it necessary to do this? Under the premise that there is already a high-level magic chanter named Nabii around him, he also proposes to worship such a magic chanter who is not very strong. Or is there a problem with his own initial conjecture, this person is not necessarily from the church country? But this does not explain why these two people paid so much attention to him in the first place. If you worship me as a teacher, forget it. I still have some things to accomplish and don't have time to teach. By the time Rimuru came back to his senses, Brother Nia had already rejected Momo's request, and what was interesting was that he had a gloomy face when he said this, with a strong negative emotion on his face. It's the breath of hatred. Chapter 72. Just as Momo was still trying to continue the inquiry, Leklut interrupted everyone's chat with his characteristic flirtatious tone. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but dinner has been done, just a few of you. Oh. Eat. Ms. Jing ran directly over with a cheerful tone. As the sun was gradually setting, others were already sitting under the trees and preparing to start eating. Today's dinner is a soup made with bacon brought by Brother Enphilia, accompanied by toast and various kinds of handy nuts. What to do? Looking at the people preparing to eat, Ins was in a dilemma. He was more cautious when he learned that he had all kinds of strange innate abilities, and although he used illusion and magic to hide his appearance as an undead, as a skeleton, he would definitely reveal this soup immediately after drinking. No matter what, they can't let them, especially Miss Jing, see their appearance. Although he can't eat dishes from another world makes him a little unwilling, he still hides himself as the first priority. Thinking of this, Ins greeted everyone who had already begun to eat. For some religious reasons, when killing, you can't eat for more than 4 people, I just go to the other side. Hearing that it was the reason for religion, the doubts in the eyes of everyone in the dark sword gradually disappeared. After all, it is not an exaggeration to have any strange regulations in religion. Miss Jing, who had not yet sat down and was standing on the side, found Hua Dian and asked, "Huh? Mr. Momo's religion is really strange. Then again, Mr. Momo shouldn't have come from the church, right?" "Ah. That is true." "Oh yes." Looking at Momo, who responded, Miss Jing nodded as if to confirm something. "Ah. Thank you, Lord God." Momo, who thought that he had successfully concealed the past, sent a voice of thanks in his heart to the god who did not know whether the world existed. In order to change the topic, Momo opened his mouth to everyone and asked, "It is said that the name of your squad is obviously called the Pitch Black Sword, but I don't think everyone uses this weapon." "That's right, the name of the team is decided by the members, and it usually carries the characteristics of the team inside, just like the team suicide score of 9 in In's previous game. But there was no one in this Pitch Black Sword team whose weapons were in the form of pitch black swords, which made Momo a little curious, and even Miss Jing pricked up her ears on the side. This question haha. The people who were questioned looked a little embarrassed, especially Nia, who acted as if the shameful memories of the past had been dug up. "That's the sword that Nia dreamed of. Don't mention it again." "Ha ha ha, dream, what's so embarrassing about this?" Nia, who was ridiculed by everyone, was already embarrassed to cut a hole and get in. The pitch black sword was used by a hero who was once one of the 13 heroes. Captain Peter said this with a smile on his face, but he didn't seem to plan to continue, but it had to be said that he managed to arouse Rimuru's curiosity. After all, his teammate Kino was also one of the 13 heroes, and even the existence of the true Dragon King among the 13 heroes. Perhaps sensing Lord Rimuru's curiosity, Nabii asked directly, "What's that?" Hearing Nabii's words, everyone in the pitch black sword showed a shocked expression, but then as if thinking of something, their expressions calmed down. "It's okay that Nabe-chan doesn't know, after all, although he is a hero, he is considered to have a demon blood, and he is a hero who is regarded as a bad person. So the deeds are hidden." The pitch black sword refers to the 4 swords owned by one of the 13 heroes Black Knight, 4 of which have different special effects, such as the magic sword Zilanirum that can release pitch black energy, and the death sword Spies that can be fatal when bruised, and the rotten sword Kolok Dabal that causes wounds that cannot be healed, and the last evil sword Shum Elise, which is also only known in legend. "Oh, yes." Looking at Nabe, who seemed to have lost interest in her after listening to the introduction, everyone in the pitch black sword smiled bitterly. Listening to the information about those swords, Momo fell into deep thought, and he became curious about the existence of the 13 heroes. The unique skills of these swords were very similar to the unique skills of a profession in his memory, and the learning level of that class was at level 60, and the acquisition of the unique skills was at least 70. That is to say, the level of the so-called Black Knight is at least 70 or more. If one member is still like this, then this entire squad is indeed not to be underestimated, and I don't know the abilities of other team members, if there is a longevity species. That is to say, the level of the so-called Black Knight is at least 70 or more, which is really worthy of being Kinno's teammate. Finding those weapons is our goal, although the existence of legendary weapons is still a mystery. There are really people who hold one of them. Enfile's words made everyone present stunned. Huh? Who is it? Wouldn't there be only 3 left, which could not be divided equally? I also heard from others that there was a team of adventurers named Kangwei, and their captain had a sword. Looking at the excited pitch-black sword crowd, Enfilia replied cautiously. Rose. Limlu came to the spirit. He did not forget that he was going to mock the height of the little miss, and the team she was now on was Kangwei. I didn't expect that the fame was so big. The captain has the legendary magic sword. Steel grade, then there is no way. That means there are 3 left, right, let's try to get them. Although everyone in the pitch-black sword said so, Rimuru could still feel the loss in their emotions. But we have that, don't we? Looking at the lost players, Peter, the captain, encouraged everyone. That. Noticing that Miss Jing also seemed to be concerned about this topic and seemed a little puzzled when he heard his words, Peter took out a delicate small sword from his pocket. We each have one, and until we get the real thing, that's the symbol of our team. Ha, should say so. What is the difference between real and fake? This is the symbol of our team. The big guy swept away the previous loss, and the air was filled with joy again. Momo also showed a knowing smile. The meaning of this short sword may be the same as the meaning of his scepter. Ins, who was standing on the side and watching everyone chatting happily, saw his former relatives and friends who were noisy in the game as if crossing time and space. That's nice. Chapter 73. Huh? Has Mr. Momo formed a team before? Ins, who was asked by Enfi, was stunned for a moment before responding. Yes, I did have a group of extremely good partners. Thinking of his past partners, his tone couldn't help but become a little heavy. After all, those were the people he missed the most. It seemed to feel Momo's tone, and everyone present did not choose to ask, only Miss Jing held her chin and looked thoughtful. They were wonderful companions, irreplaceable friends of mine, and we had countless adventures together, those days that I still can't forget. It's just that now, it's all gone. Yes, because of them, he learned what a group was, and at first he himself was ignored in the game, but as the silver unwhite armored knight extended his hand to him, he began to have a team, and it grew with the adventure that followed. It is for this reason that this carries ins of 41 companions. Your Gong is the most important treasure for him. In this strange world, even if he fights everything and destroys everything, he must protect Nazarick from the slightest damage. Maybe one day, Mr. Momo will be able to meet them. Momo's words evoke Rimuru's memories of his past companions, even though the adventures with his companions in Rimuru's memories are slightly different from those in Momo's mouth about apparently realistic adventures. However, compared to the huge number of players in the game world that was once there, the information of players who came to this new world is still too little after all, and the flying squirrel guy is afraid that he did not come at all. Momo and his companions refer to the adventurers who have adventured together in this life, and the chances of Momo succeeding in finding companions are much higher than that of Rimluda. That guy from the flying squirrel isn't still working overtime now. Or has his disappearance been discovered? The pitch-black warrior looked down at Miss Jing, who was standing in the shade of the trees, immersed in memories. Even though the other party was the biggest imaginary enemy of the Great Tomb at present, Miss Jing's words spoke to his heart. Ah, I believe so too. Yes, that twins. The name of Kyo, the king of the undead facing the world, believes so. Watching Momo and Nabii walk to the other side with food, Rimuru slowly took off her mask. That clear eyebrow caused everyone in the pitch-black sword to exclaim, and the frivolous Lukalu even whistled. I originally thought that Miss Jing's face had been covered with a mask because of the same image as Mr. Momo, but I didn't expect it to be so amazing. Miss Jing is really beautiful. Reclute is so rude. But with the reaction of everyone in the pitch-black sword, Infilia first blushed for a while, and then seemed to remember something, and began to be stunned at Miss Jing's face. He always felt that the appearance of this long silver blue hair and golden eyes seemed to have been talked about somewhere. Ha ha ha, look at brother Enfei's appearance when he sees Miss Jing, is he full? Sure enough, beauty can also be used as food. Lu Klut's teasing laughter made Enfilia's face flush for a while, and then he lowered his head and began to cook in silence, not daring to look at Miss Jing again. After all, he already has someone he likes, how can he do such an unruly thing again, and the sense of déjà vu just now has also been left behind by him. This mask was a gift from a friend who was important to me. So I'll wear it all the time. He didn't care about everyone's ridicule of his appearance. After all, this kind of thing had happened too many times in the past time he had traveled to the continent, and he was used to it. Rimuru sat down cross-legged to start cooking, but he had been hungry for a while, only to see that Momo was obviously not ready to eat before leaning against the tree and observing for a while. The soup seasoned with bacon gives off a salty aroma, and the temperature becomes more suitable because it is left for a while. Looking at Miss Jing's crowd, who obviously wanted to concentrate on cooking and did not intend to participate in the discussion, she shifted the topic to Momo again. They began to express their admiration for Momo's strength. As she spoke, Nia suddenly noticed that something was wrong with Enfilia's expression. Mr. Enfilia, what's wrong with you? Ah. I'm fine. Hi, did you fancy Nabe-chan? Although that face looks ordinary, I have to say that the figure is really top. Lu Klut, who noticed the content of the conversation between the two, put his arm around Enfilia's neck with a strange smile. Still say. Lu Klut. Just wanted to ridicule Enfei, who was stunned when Miss Jing looked at him before. What Lu Lut was about to say was interrupted by Nia. In any case, it is a little too rude to say these things in front of the parties. It's not like that. Just hearing everyone's previous discussion, I was a little uneasy. Mr. Momo is really very popular. Because the strength is really strong. Yes, the strength is really strong, even if you put aside the appearance, if the strength is so strong, it will be very popular, and the armor looks very valuable. Enfilia's mood began to get lower and lower. This low mood was really very interesting, and in the spirit of caring for the juniors, Peter, the captain of the Pitch Black Sword, asked. Is there something going on? Enfilia, who was questioned, hesitated for a moment, her mouth that wanted to say and stop kept opening and closing, and her face gradually turned red. After that, I will go to the village of Khan, and I don't want anyone there to like Mr. Momo. The young man's shy and ignorant feelings. Everyone in the Pitch Black Sword who heard Enfilia's words all showed a knowing smile, and at the same time, this also attracted the attention of Rimuru, who was concentrating on cooking. After all, who doesn't like gossip? Lu Klut, who reacted, hurriedly wanted to teach the teenager his unique experience, but was slammed on the head by Peter and squatted behind and cried aggrievedly. Lu Klut, who did not care about holding his head and grievances, comforted Enfei with all his tongues. Chapter 74. One night passed, and everyone continued to set off after sunrise, walking on this grassland. Miss Jing, you're about to arrive at Karn village. On the surface, Enfei, who was the only one of the people who had ever been to Karn village, said this, and everyone nodded when they heard this, and continued to walk. After all, reaching Karn village was only half of their mission. Karn village. After all, it was only on a whim that Rimuru made an excuse that he was here, and he didn't really have anything to do in the village. However, Rimuru did come here and helped them resolve a crisis, and the village was not very far from the cave where he slept. It's probably been the year he went to bed, and he seems to have given the villagers here an experiment. Maybe you can disguise yourself as a descendant who once came to this village at that time. Here we are, this is the village of Khan. As Enfei's words fell, what appeared in front of everyone was a simple village built next to the forest. But Limu's face under the mask changed suddenly, and he didn't have any sense before, but when he got here, he could clearly sense that the crystal he had left for the villager named Emmett had been activated. The crystal wasn't really a game item, but a collection of Rimuru's own magic. Before he fell asleep, he tried to use his magic to recreate abilities similar to those named after monsters in the dragon world because he wanted to help Kino increase his strength. The result can only be said to be successful, but not completely. He can bestow monsters or humans by tearing their bodies and condensing them into crystals, allowing them to drive a portion of the power that doesn't belong to them. It may seem like an experiment was successful, but instead of naming them in a way that elicits their own potential, the power that crystal wielders can drive comes from Rimuru herself. He had given one to the little brother named Emmett in Karn village, who had invited him to a meal of toasted bread. And now more than 50 years have passed, Brother Emmett must be old, and it is estimated that he can no longer be called a little brother. Rimuru could clearly feel that a part of his own body was coming towards him. It just so happens that there is no need to find a reason, just say that he actually came to visit the old man, perfect. As the road became narrower and narrower, the group walked in front of the carriage and continued to march in columns. Hi! As the carriage advanced, Ruckerlet, who was in the second position among the crowd, let out a puzzled voice as he carefully examined the wheat field. Although it is not yet harvest time, most of the straws have grown to more than 70 centimeters, making it difficult to see the inside. What's wrong? Nia, who was walking behind with Momo, said in question. It's nothing, there's no one around, maybe I'm too worried. Probably. Misheard the sound of the wind blowing the wheat, Ruckert thought and turned his head. Peter, the captain who was walking in front, knocked off many ears of wheat because the armor of his thigh touched the wheat. Seeing this, Peter complained as he noticed something was wrong around him, and his instincts, which he had cultivated from countless escapes from death, warned him. Did the unripe ears of wheat fall so easily? The wheat fields around the road suddenly swelled again. The instincts of his past adventures led Peter to look into the wheat field, and he found a pair of eyes staring at him. The flame in his eyes made him tell that the opponent they were facing was not human, but more like a monster. He hurriedly reminded his companions and Momo at the back of the group to pick up their weapons and prepare for battle. Rimuru, who was watching the movement of the people in the carriage, couldn't help but hold his forehead. He had already recognized what these so-called monsters were. One of the magic he holds is the undead magic. This is exactly one of the skills that can be used by the crystal holder, and it looks like it is generated by the summoning of the undead around the third rank. It seems that they were summoned and placed on the outskirts of the village, but they should still be following the orders of their masters. After all, it is enough to explain the problem if they were not attacked immediately. As the undead gradually revealed their figures, Amphiria, who was driving the carriage, was visibly impatient. Although Yelanther has had rumors about friendly undead, most of the undead in this world are still enemies of all living after all. And these immortals appear here, so I am afraid that the inhabitants of this Karn village are already more than lucky. Thinking of the situation that the beloved might be in right now made Anfuria's emotions break a little. Seeing Anfuria's mood change so drastically surprised Ins, who didn't participate in yesterday's chat. Although he has only been with him for a short time, judging from Ins's observation, if it is just to collect medicine, it should not make such a big change in his mood. Or did he come to Karn village for some other purpose? However, the appearance of these undead around him also surprised Ins. When he came to Karn village not long ago, it was clear that there were no undead around it. Could it be that Miss Jing came here because of the undead and not because she noticed him? No, is it possible that this immortal was made by herself in order to achieve some purpose? Then if you think about it this way, there should be nothing wrong with the people of Karn village. After all, Miss Jing's reputation in the village is quite good. The vicinity of the village has been attacked by people dressed as knights lately, and we are in charge of defending this place, so please tell me what you are here for. Hi! To everyone's surprise, the Archmage of the Dead, who was the leader of the undead, actually stood up and said to everyone. As if surprised by the sentient immortals they were confronting, the crowd let out a cry of surprise. The village was attacked? What about her? Anli, are you okay? Enfi, who reacted, hurriedly asked the undead, and before the deceased Archmage could reply, he shouted loudly. General, that's what the general sent us here? Undead uttered words that shocked everyone. Before everyone could recover from the shock, behind the dead archmage, as if in response to Anfiria's cry, a team of skeleton soldiers escorted a young girl to the door of the village. Only Anfiria, who saw the girl, hurriedly waved in the direction of the girl. Hearing the shouting, the girl looked up and saw Enfi on the carriage, and hurriedly waved her hand and ran over in response. At this time, Anne suddenly thought of the information that had been reported 16 nights before. The girl, Annie Emmert, has a friend who is a medicine man who can use magic. Goblin? The real eldest sister has to take the undead with the waves. The undead general is me, Anne Lida. Chapter 75. Below the ancestral hall of the Gerentil Cemetery, Karjat's secret base, Clementine, who dragged the corpses of 2 adventurers, came here again. She swore to catch Anfilia but pounced, and her originally straight facial features were a little unbearable because of her distorted face. After seeing Karjat, she threw the 2 bodies to Karjat without saying a word. In Karjat's hand, the death orb dyed with pitch-black magic power, 2 brand new undead stood up. If you really use adventurers as raw materials, will the finished product be of a higher level? The number of undead that can be controlled using this 3rd-rank undead summoning will be determined by the strength of the magic chanter. In theory, the stronger the undead created, the less he can manipulate, but now he has broken through this limit after having the bonus of the Orb of Death. The current number is saturated, and the demon god factor still needs a period of fusion period, during which time don't arrest people. Hi. I thought little Kaji would give me that magic factor first. Karjat frowned and responded to Clementine. It's easy to catch too many adventurers, don't you say that Anfiria is already out of the city, let's take a while. Yes, already out of town, however, there is a news, little Kaji you must be interested, and I have already told the woman before coming here. News? What news? Karjat, who was driving the newborn undead towards the storage area of the undead, asked back. Sure enough, I will be interested. Listen to me, I heard that a woman and Anfilia entrusted the adventurer squad out of the city. A woman? Ordinary client, will you report to that woman? Put away your bad taste, don't sell it. Clementine's mouth curved into a strange arc, and said unhurriedly. That woman, with a mask, is the legendary mask. You mean? Karjat turned his head and stared at Clementine, the only one who could be called a legend and wore a mask for them. Max Calamity, we know Lenong's Lord, the ultimate goal of the plan, that masked devil. Having borrowed the name of the masked demon and been active in the world for decades, they understand that the rumored words in the masked demon in the sect that wherever the masked demon goes, an undead disaster will occur is complete. It should be said that the priorities are completely reversed. That guy, during the period of activity in the past, wherever the undead appeared, he would follow, and then think of the message about the friendly undead personally transmitted by the masked demon himself. It is not difficult to deduce who he is looking for. Then, after learning that he has begun to be active in this world again, it is easy to find him. As long as a man-made immortal disaster is created, the masked demon will smell the stench of these undead and rush over. Hylanen has done a lot of evil in the past by borrowing the name of this masked demon, and when she obtains the information of this world, she will definitely come to them to settle it. So it's better to take the initiative and arrange everything in advance to lure her over. For this plan, Karjat had been preparing in Yelander for more than 10 years, and the delay in the appearance of the masked demon made him think that he would not need these arrangements. Unexpectedly, just when he was about to give up, the news of the woman came again. The woman inside the sect also seemed to have a feud with the masked demon and found them when they used the name of the masked demon to do evil. After finding out that it was an oolong, he unexpectedly did not do anything to them, but gave them a lot of support. For example, this has been completely integrated into the so-called demon god factor of the Orb of Death. This is the name given to it by Karjat, and as it literally suggests, it gives the user the power of a demon god. With this thing, even if it does not trigger the spiral of death, now that the Annihilation country has been led out of the kingdom, the masked demon who has not received any strong reinforcement will completely become history in this Urantir. I didn't expect Mr. Emmett to have passed away. In Rimuru's memory, the incident when the little brother invited him to eat bread obviously happened half a year ago. Following the girl named Ali, Rimuru worshipped her father. It is the church state that caused all this. Thank you very much Lord Jing, if it weren't for this crystal that Lord Shizun left to his father before, our village would have disappeared in the subsequent soldier attack. Ali bowed deeply to Rimuru. Immediately after, Enfilia behind her came up. Long silver blue hair and golden pupils had appeared more than 50 years ago, and he finally understood why he had a sense of déjà vu when he looked at Miss Jing before. Miss Jing's appearance was exactly the same as the young lady who gave him the potion described in his uncle's memory. In other words, not only did the crystal she left behind save Ali, but she also indirectly saved her grandmother 100 years ago. It's okay. Rimuru quickly waved his hand to signal the two to get up. No matter how long he had lived in this world, he was not good at dealing with this kind of scene. However, what Ali said before, there was a message that made Rimuru extremely concerned. Little Ali said before, not long ago, this village was saved by 2 magic chanters. It is an adult named Inzukung and Miss 16 Knights. Hearing Ali's words, Rimuru was shocked. These 2 names are all too familiar to Rimuruda. After being alone in this world for 100 years, he finally received a message from his companions. Chapter 76. Is that? What the? Ha 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 ha. Pushing open the door, Rimuru looked at the entrance of the village and let out an exaggerated laugh. Yesterday, Rimuru, who received heavy news from Ali and received confirmation from the village chief, directly used message contact his friends in his memory. However, unlike what he thought, just like 100 years ago, including the flying squirrel, Rimuru did not receive a single response. Although he did not receive a response, Rimuru was not very disappointed, and now he at least had hope. After all, the one who used the name of Inzukong must have been one of his former companions. Not to mention the maid named 16 Knights, the guardian he had personally created in Nazarick. After a night of rest in the village of Khan, by this time Rimuru had completely ignored the suspicious Momo. The most important thing is to be able to quickly find a companion who exists somewhere in this world. The unknown companion had asked a lot about Urantir when he was in the village of Khan, and it was very likely that the other party was there now. After receiving the news from his companion, Rimuru was relieved, slept lazily, and got a bed by the way. And then there was the first scene. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Momo riding a strange monster into the village. Yes, an extremely strange warcraft, and at the same time, it is also a warcraft that Rimuru is very familiar with. This sense of oppression is worthy of being the Sage King of the forest. Huh? This was the forest Sage King he had been curious about before? Ha 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 ha. No matter how you look at it, the snow-white fur and black round pupils, and the round body that looks like mochi. This is a hamster, although a hamster will not grow this big or have such a long tail. If it is recognizable in the previous world, whoever asks will definitely answer that it is a hamster. And that Momo is still riding on top of the hamster, ha 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 ha. Momo's serious armor and the large hamster underneath him were a bit of a cuteness. The villagers around Rimuru were still very serious, discussing the oppression of the large hamster. Rode the forest sage, and Momo followed everyone back to Khan village. Originally, he only wanted to lead him because of the request of everyone, on the grounds that if he did not ride it and did not look completely tamed, he would cause panic among the villagers, so he still rode up. This group of people should not want to harm him, being watched by onlookers riding a large hamster or something. Where is this shameful play? After all, this cute hamster was too much of a match for his rough armor. However, looking at the reactions of the villagers passing by, Momo couldn't help but start to doubt himself. Is it really his aesthetic problem? This big hamster looks really powerful? Momo, who was thinking like this, suddenly heard an extremely obvious laughter when he approached the central square of the village. Looking at Miss Jing, who was laughing at the door of the house, his body flashed green again. After enduring a long period of shame and saying goodbye to the villagers of Khan village, they took Miss Jing and embarked on the road back to Urantir. Departing in the morning, by the time we arrived in Urantir, it was clearly already dark. However, what Momo cared about was that Miss Jing was obviously different from when she came, and she didn't pay much attention to him and Nabe. At most, he glanced at Karasuk under him and laughed at him. Damn, he endured all the way. Riding Karasuk on the road of Yelantir, because he had already experienced it once in the village of Khan, he had gradually become accustomed to the eyes of passers-by around him. I can even straighten my chest instead of hunched over like I did at the beginning. The people around him were surprised by the majestic heroism of the forest sage king under him, and they talked about how this warrior was riding such a terrifying and majestic beast. Miss Jing, who listened to the carriage, burst out laughing again, causing Momo to glare at him again. After a while of conversation, everyone chose to separate, with Momo, who contributed the most, first to register the task with the Adventurers Association, while the rest of the Pitch Black Sword went to Enphilia's house to help unload the herbs from the carriage. In this way, the reward for cleaning up the monsters can only be received tomorrow. Mr. Momo first goes to the association to register the task of Brother Enfei, and then comes to his house to find us, and then tomorrow we will go to the Adventurers Guild together to receive the payment. After nodding slightly in agreement, Inz breathed a sigh of relief as he rode the Forest Sage King with Nabii towards the direction of the guild. The journey of these 3 days and 2 nights has made him worry because of Miss Jing, whose strength is unknown and his purpose is unknown, and now they can finally separate. And just if you register with the union, you only need to tell the counter verbally, and you don't have to fill in anything. In this way, the fact that you do not understand words will not be exposed. On the other side, Enfei drove the carriage directly into his backyard, and Rimuru walked down from the carriage. Brother Enfei wants his grandmother to see Lim to show up. Just now, when he heard that he would have dinner at Enfaria's house after today's work was completed, he agreed to Enfei's request and followed. After all, the smoked broth he had drunk in the wild before made Limla miss him all the time. Opening the back door of the warehouse, there was a faint smell of dry herbs, and it was obvious that this was the place where Enfei's family used to store medicinal herbs. So, I'm going to trouble everyone to help move the herbs down, guiding. The volunteered Rimlu and the people of the Pitch Black Sword. Enfilia couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. Where did Grandma go? He originally thought of asking Miss Jing to surprise his grandmother, and her grandmother must be very excited at that time. Although his grandmother was already very old, thanks to the identity of the medicine master, her ears and eyes were not bad, and it was logical that she should be able to hear such a loud sound of carrying medicinal herbs. Probably concentrating on making potions or something. Wouldn't bringing Miss Jing directly to her scare Grandma? Or tell Grandma beforehand? Looking at the people who had finished carrying the herbs, Enfilia greeted several people. There should still be some cold juice at home, so let's drink some first. That's awesome! Hearing Enfei's words, Luklut shouted happily, and the rest of the crowd also nodded happily. Before Enfilia, who could beckon a few people into the house, pushed the door of the living room was pushed open from the other side. In front of everyone, it was not mother-in-law Ji, but a blonde woman with a cute appearance that made everyone feel inexplicably uneasy. Welcome back! The blonde woman first sent a friendly greeting to Enfilia, and then saw Limla behind her, but her face changed. Damn, isn't this completely different from the plan? Hi! The Pitch Black Sword who couldn't tell the situation looked at several people. The blonde woman suddenly burst out and instantly grabbed Enfilia, who was very close to her, by the neck, and then sighed in relief and turned to look at Rimuru, who had not yet figured out the situation. Before coming here, Rimuru did sense that there was an aura inside this house. But he thought that it was the grandmother in the mouth of Brother Enfiria, so he didn't care much. The first time we met, the Lord of the Alliance who shouldn't have been here. Chapter 77. Hi! Lord Alliance, do you know this woman and Miss Jing? Listening to the words of the blonde woman who had inexplicably held Enfei's brother hostage in front of him, Rimuru made a surprised voice after confirming that he was saying it to him. The eyes of the Pitch Black Sword crowd also looked back and forth between the blonde woman and Rimuru. What allies? The Great Forest of Dora? The other party calls herself the Lord of the Alliance, that is, she knows herself or she knows Rimuru. Turnpester? However, although the situation is unknown, it is a fact that the other party held Enfilia, who said that he wanted to invite him to dinner. That is, it's not friends who say enemies, right? Then there is nothing more to say. We don't have any ideas about you for the time being, Lord Alliance, we just want to invite this little brother to be our guest. But the little brother in your hand promised to invite me to a big meal tonight, so can I trouble you to put him down first? In exchange, I won't do anything to you. All like this. Hearing Rimuru's words, the short knife in Clementine's left hand swung up and down, making a hesitant look. Sounds like a good look, but I refuse. If I let go, with your strength that is enough to match that monster-like Annihilation country, Lord Alliance, it is estimated that you can kill me before I capture the hostage again when I am a fool. Notice, Discern Enemy Sensor Boost was successfully used, and the result was judged to, as. Soon as Clementine's words fell, her body suddenly froze and was lifted up by someone holding her neck from her back. At the same time, the figure of Rimuru, who had been talking to her and standing in front of the members of the Pitch Black Sword, directly blurred. Perfect illusion. The five senses of everyone present had long fallen under the domination of Rimuru himself because of this magic. While Clementine was talking to the vision, he had already flown behind her. Because her neck area was choked by Rimuru flying behind her, she couldn't breathe anymore. As for why fly with it? Standing on the ground, Irimuru's own altitude is not enough to lift man to heaven. This was different from what Clementine had expected. She once saw the power of annihilation of the country, and thought that the so-called annihilation of the country power should be almost the same as the power of the annihilation of the country. The annihilation of the country in her cognition does not have the ability to control her quietly. Moreover, the increasing force around her neck reminded her that the person behind her was clearly going to kill her. After saying the so-called Lord Alliance, shouldn't it arouse the curiosity of the masked demon man? Moreover, this masked demon should be extremely kind in their intelligence. At first, she thought that even if she was caught, if she missed her hand, she would just be interrogated, and when the time came, she would be able to fool her by saying some false information. Wasn't he curious where his title Lord of the Alliance came from? Clementine's body, which was pinched by the neck and unable to speak, continued to tremble. After all, in the eyes of these adventurers, I am just an ordinary little girl wearing a mask. Before solving you, I can only wrong them to stay in the complete illusion for a while, but only before that Mr. Momo arrives here. As Rimuru's words fell, Clementine could feel the pressure from her neck getting stronger and stronger, and if it went on like this, it was estimated that it would be directly broken. Unable to breathe normally, she used her last strength. Her legs, feet and body moved on her own, and she hit the masked demon behind her with her last strength. But no matter what kind of movement she used, Rimuru behind her did not move. This is the step before the interrogation. Originally I didn't want to do this to you, but miss, when you see me, the thick malice on your body can make people vomit. That being said, I'm still very curious about the so-called Alliance Lord in your mouth, which is not good at interrogation. Then there is only one way. Listening to the words of the demon behind him, feeling the gradual loss of strength in his whole body due to his inability to breathe, the strength of Clementine's struggle began to gradually weaken. It's over. Black. Ominous fluctuations emerged from Limlu's hand and gradually spread until they spread throughout Clementine's body. Grandma. Who do you see I brought? Amphilia. Who pushed open the living room door, saw not the neat living room of the past. The entrance to the main entrance was brutally damaged, and the entire living room was a mess, the most striking of which was the writing written all over the wall in blood. And mother-in-law, who was supposed to be here, disappeared. The flustered Amphilia and the people of the Dark Sword discussed, while Limlu, who followed behind them, looked thoughtfully at all this in the living room. The memories of Brother Amphilia and the members of the Dark Sword were manipulated by him, erasing the memories of seeing Clementine before. He got a lot of information from Clementine's memory that he cared about very much. The assassin named Clementine was nominally one of the members of this Hylian who sentenced the Dark Holy Scriptures, but she was instructed to do so by a woman at the top of the sect. A magic chanter named Kadjit is in the cemetery preparing a plan to deal with Rimlu. Using the undead to lure him over was indeed something that Rimuru could not refuse. There is also the existence of the strange magic that once turned Cher into a monster and was named the demon god factor by Kadjit and others. And, sure enough, someone within the church country is targeting her, but the woman? The figure of the woman in Clementine's memories was shrouded in that pitch-black magic, and even she, who was a member of the pitch-black holy scriptures, didn't she know what the woman looked like? Chapter 78. The walls of Urantir are extremely high, and there is a large clearing inside the outer wall, which is the common cemetery of the whole of Urantir. Of course, there are cemeteries in other small towns around the area, but they are not so large. After all, there are undead beings in this world, and this is a measure taken to suppress the birth of the undead. Although there is still much unexplored about the reasons for the birth of the natural undead, it is certain that some undead are often born in the places where the living die. Among them, there is no one to hang after death, and those who die have the highest chance of being reborn as an undead after death. Therefore, in the major battlefields and places where the ruins are located, it is most likely to give birth to the undead. Every year, the plains outside Urantir break out with the Empire in small battles, and in order to avoid the reincarnation of the undead into the undead, Urantir created this large public cemetery for people to hang. Of course, the name is naturally to commemorate the heroes of the war. The cemetery is surrounded by a small inner wall, which is the boundary separating the dead from the living. Although the 4-meter-high wall is not as high as the outer city wall, it is enough for people to walk on, and the iron gate is also quite strong and sturdy, and it is absolutely impossible to break through easily. The soldiers on duty at night on the city wall yawned one after another, and they were already very tired before the time of the change of the guard. As for patrolling the cemetery, that is what the night shift soldiers have to do, and for so many years, this cemetery has not produced any powerful undead. For these guards, daytime duty was extremely comfortable compared to the outer walls. While they were discussing which tavern to go to at night, no one paid attention, and the figure wrapped in black robes rushed through the iron gate to the center of the cemetery. Rimuru, who learned from Clementine's memory, had planned all of Hylanung, chose to agree to the appointment in advance. Knowing that mother-in-law had only gone out and had not been killed, he comforted brother and Faye, said goodbye to everyone in the pitch-black sword, and came to this cemetery alone. As if sensing his arrival, a large area of the undead came out of the underground black pressure of the cemetery. The surging sound of the undead alarmed the guards on the city wall, and they hurriedly sounded the alarm in amazement at the number of undead. Although I knew the existence of these undead in Clementine's memory before, there were really a lot of them, and they were worthy of being the product of more than 10 years of preparation. With the unique corrupt aura of the undead, the black oppressive side completely surrounded Rimuru like a dark cloud. The lowest level zombies, skeletons, and ghouls, hungry ghosts, necromancers, swollen ghosts, and carrion that can barely be regarded as superiors, the quality can be called good. Obviously he didn't get Enphilia, and he couldn't use that wise man's crown to summon so much. Unlike the undead that Rimuru summoned or saw elsewhere, these undead all exuded strange dark magic. Then test it, the ability to take it from the coffin. Undead magic. Undeath army. Unlearned magic in the game is unleashed from Rimuru's hands, which is what is obtained by integrating the remnants of the immortal Dragon King as the dragon of the undead. Hundreds of low-level undead poured out on the ground and pounced on the same kind in front of them, although their strength was slightly inferior under the strengthening of that xenomorph magic power, they could not hold the number more. Watching the infighting among the undead, Rimuru did not stop, turned, and rushed towards the depths of the tomb. The inner wall of the cemetery, just when the soldiers were about to be unable to resist these undead who suddenly appeared, soldiers in dark heavy armor came here. Rushing to Enfiria's house, he met mother-in-law Rigi, who had just returned from a trip, and also learned of Miss Jing's departure. But before they could talk for long, he sensed the noise in the direction of the cemetery and rushed here. Again the undead. Because he learned in Con village that Ali could summon the undead was Miss Jing's handiwork, and thought of Miss Jing's sudden departure, he had to suspect that this commotion was related to her. But in any case, it was a way to quickly increase his reputation as an adventurer. A sword smashed an undead who had squeezed in, and the pitch-black warrior burst in. With two swords on both sides of his body, Momo directly penetrated in a straight charge, even if the body was an archmage of the dead, but now that the perfect warrior turned the magic attack into a physical attack, neither the enhanced undead in the graveyard itself nor the undead summoned by Rimuru could cause him any hindrance. Don't get in the way. Two huge steel blades easily cut the undead in their way in two, just like an NBA star player playing with a baby, or a hot dinner knife cutting through butter. Even the huge carrion couldn't stop him. After all, the deadly venom for ordinary people was meaningless except for making his armor dirty. Fuck off. You disgusting inferior flatworms, you actually want to try to hinder Momoda. The way forward, sir. Electrosphere. The blue thunderball in Nabiai's palm that followed Momo instantly expanded, falling into the pile of undead, scattering a large area of the undead. Although he did not think that these inferior flatworms could injure the Supreme Lord, for Nabai, it was already unforgivable for these inferior undead to stain the Supreme Lord's armor with that filthy bodily fluid. Lord, and Shimokurasuke also wants to do his best for the Lord. Probably wanting to behave well in front of the owner, the fat hamster swooped out from Momo's side, and the serpentine tail swept and easily broke a large number of undead. But what he didn't know was that if he hadn't followed Momo, the instinctive fear of the superior undead would have made these undead not do anything at all. It was Kurasuke and Nabiai's breath of the living that made these undead go berserk. While Momo and Nabai were breaking through, Rimuru had already arrived at the ancestral hall in the center of the cemetery. The group of mages chanting magic in the center of the cemetery looked at him in shock, and even newcomers were ready to kneel because of their identity as masked demons, but were quickly stopped by other mages beside them. Although the cemetery enchantment was ready when it was touched, but... Sure enough, it's you, you shouldn't have come so early. The emaciated man at the head of the mage group said. And through Clementine's memory, Rimuru understood that this was the magic chanter named Kadget. After all, I heard that someone has been waiting for me for more than 10 years, and I was immediately moved, so I must come and see it quickly. I heard that it seems that Clementine has been caught by you, but I didn't expect that she who was confident in her strength overturned at you. However, although it is not completely prepared, but with the demon god factor to deal with the strength of the abnormal, you should be enough. Prepare to hand over the name of the masked demon man. I'll let you see what true power is, the masked Mamura, oh no, the former leader. Chapter 79. Then, understanding that my strength to walk with Annihilation Country still has to lead me over, it seems that you are very confident in the so-called demon god factor. Looking at Rimuru, who looked indifferent, Kadget laughed lowly. Ignorance itself is a sin, but in the face of the demon who is confident in her own strength, but she does not know that there is a frog at the bottom of the well in this world that is far stronger than her, her ignorance makes Kadget inevitably feel a little sad. However, a broad-minded person like Kadget can easily understand the ignorant crime of this masked demon. Finally at this moment, we have been arranging here for more than 10 years, the masked devil, if it is you, after death, you will definitely be able to transform into an extremely powerful undead, maybe you can surpass the Death Knight. When the time comes, match this demon god factor. Humph ha ha ha. As Kadget laughed, the magic chanters behind him who knew that the masked demon was not the Lord of the Alliance also laughed, and only the two newcomers looked at the seniors around them and became confused. You lowly maggot. Along with this voice appeared the duo of Momo and Nabe, and a hamster named Kurasuke. Nabe. Stop it. For some reason, Nabai, who was extremely angry, was stopped by Ins next to her with her outstretched out. Ins couldn't figure out what Nabai was thinking, and at this time, Nabai was so reckless that he suspected that if he didn't stop him, Nabai would directly rush up and chop the magic chanter to pieces. The moment she was stopped by Ins, Nabai calmed down, but she still had resentment in her eyes, staring fiercely at the magic chanter named Kadget. The other party insulted the Supreme so much, and compared Lord Rimuru to the Death Knight, who was obviously the lowest and most useless soldier summoned by Lord Ins, but this magic chanter compared Lord Rimuru to that thing. If it weren't for the plan of the two Supreme Masters, it would not be a pity for this magic chanter to die 100 times. However, if you calm down and think about it, presumably the two adults did not take this magic chanter seriously at all, just as humans do not feel angry at the mere sea mantis crawling around the side of the road with a faint cry. Mr. Momo. I didn't expect you to be here. Rimuru didn't pay attention to Kadjit, who was looking at him nervously, but turned to Momo and said. After obtaining Clementine's memory, Rimuru had already left behind what he had initially suspected, and Clementine's memory did not have the existence of Momo. Either his memory had been modified or Momo was not a person in the dark holy scriptures at all. However, of the two speculations, Rimuru is more inclined to the latter. After all, Clementine's memory is coherent, only the information of the so-called woman is obscured, and other places can be strung together. Then about the true identity of this Momo, Rimuru had another guess in his heart. However, it should be unlikely. Ins, who was questioned by Rimuru, looked a little flustered. He actually didn't want to see this Miss Jing, especially when it was just him and Nabe. At the beginning, he actually just wanted to clean up the undead in the periphery, but he got it wrong when he used his physical abilities to wreak havoc. After seeing Miss Jing's figure, she actually instinctively wanted to turn her head and leave, and then use other methods to peek, but Nabai didn't know why she rushed directly over. In desperation, he was afraid that Nabai would have an accident, so he had to follow out and take a look with Miss Jing. After all, seeing so many undead, I am afraid that they will endanger the people in the city, and we as adventurers should stand up. Oh so. But I also didn't expect that Miss Jing, who claimed that she had no chicken power when entrusted the task, could break into this place alone. It seems that Miss Jing has hidden a lot of things from us. Ha 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 ha. Scratching his head unconsciously, Rimuru just wanted to argue with Momo, but his words were interrupted by the unbearable Kadjit. Originally, this operation was only intended to target the masked demon alone, but since a few of you have plugged in, don't blame. As soon as Kadjit's words fell, the black aura belonging to the dragon species burst out from the body of Limlu in front of him, and the breath composed of countless souls was enough to make ordinary people crazy, and even Ins behind him was surprised. This is the power that is different from the game system. Is there a unique power of the natives? This is the first time in this world that Ins has seen a different power than the in-game aura skill. Unlike his desperate aura, the crazy aura composed of dragon species and countless souls has a sense of reason in the depths, and the two contradictory forces seem to be able to directly affect the depths of people's souls. Even Ins felt a biting chill. The masked demon, Miss Jing, is indeed an existence that can effectively threaten the Great Tomb. The sanity of the magic chanters behind Kadjit had begun to gradually collapse, and they fell to their knees, either vomiting or completely falling into madness. Only Kadjit himself could barely hold on through the orb of death fused with the demon god factor. Taking a step back in shock by this momentum, Kadjit's eyes were full of fear. But after all, in order to fight this force, he has been preparing here for more than 10 years. Licking his dry lips and swallowing his saliva, feeling the icy aura brought by the saliva sliding down his body, Kadjit took out a strange purple magic ball stained with black aura from the wide mage robe with his right hand. Held up in front of him, it was like getting 4 two-belt kings when fighting the landlord, and the look of fear in his eyes all dissipated, revealing a rampant smile. Chapter 80. Kadjit raised the strange orb he had taken out of his cuff high and began to chant continuously in his mouth. Now, it's my turn. Masked Magin, you will pay the price you deserve for your ridiculous arrogance, witness my magic with your eyes hidden under the mask, and then die full of despair. In order to repay you for coming here so obediently, Zhailanen will make good use of your body after that. Ha ha ha. As Kadjit's words fell, the strange orb held high in the sky emitted a strange purple-red light, and the moonlight that shone down seemed to be dyed with blood. Suddenly, a huge shadow shrouded the entire cemetery, and the instigation of its wings brought the air currents around Rimuru and the others to continuously surge, and with a roar, the evil beast appeared in the sky above Rimuru and Momo. Roar, roar, hiccup. The roar of the undead dragon composed of countless skeletons broke through the sky, and from the perspective of that size, it is estimated that the power of its wings sweeping has surpassed that of steel-level adventurers, and it can fly, and it has an advantage when fighting against any adventurer. What's more, the bone dragon also has complete resistance to this pair of magic, and the masked demon happens to be a magic chanter. The dragon of the undead, it is really related to this thing. Notice, infested by the demon god factor, it is inferred that the target level is about 50. It looks like something of the level of a corpse dragon, and the body is composed of human and beast bones. Because of this, the strength is still a little worse. However, this bone dragon is contaminated by the so-called demon god factor, and even has gradually grown blood and flesh. If you come to this strange magic power, maybe this dragon can really achieve. Unlike Rimuru, who complained in his heart about his inexplicable fate with the dragon of the undead, Smood couldn't help but feel a little dignified. Although it is just an ordinary corpse dragon, this magic is exactly the same as Cher, who is now being studied in Nazarick. Thinking of Nakel's physical ability, Ins cautiously raised his double-edged frame in front of him. As Kadjit laughed, the corpse dragon swooped down from above the sky and attacked Momo. Compared to the masked Majin, Kadjit chooses to deal with the troubled adventurers first, and the rest of the time is spent taking care of the misjing. The corpse dragon swooped at the ground under Momo and Nabe's feet, which was not a simple breakthrough, and Kadjit, who had experience in fighting warriors, understood that destroying the terrain under the warrior's feet could make the warrior unable to balance his body and affect the warrior's judgment. Although the corpse dragon is an absolute trump card against magic singers, it is contaminated with the strong body of the demon god factor, and it is also a good choice to use against warriors. Presumably, with the strength of the strengthened corpse dragon that surpassed the hero level and reached the point of being an abnormal, it was easy to solve the adventurer. Seeing Rimuru standing in place without moving, Kadjit, who put 2 buffs on the corpse dragon, thought so. On the other side, after fighting with the corpse dragon for a while, Ins, who knew that the bone dragon's magic resistance, ordered Nabe, who was not suitable for using high-level magic, not to intervene. Ins also roughly understood the attack pattern of the bone dragon. The bone dragon that has been strengthened by xenomorph magic power can indeed compete with itself as a pitch-black warrior in terms of strength alone. Honestly, a little troublesome. But that's only a little troublesome, and it's only that the strength can reach his side, and if it comes to agility, it's too much worse. If it is Ins, who is the king of the undead, he can solve the enemy in front of him in an instant, and he is too much different from the monster named Cher. But the pitch-black warrior Momo, he has to fight for a while, but is that misjing not ready to strike at all? Still planning to use the bone dragon to test him. Rounded up with the bone dragon for several rounds. The bone dragon's body had begun to become broken, and Momo's giant sword would bring up a large piece of bone every time it swung it. It seems that you are not an ordinary adventurer either. Saying this, the orb in Kadjit's hand emitted light, and the body of the bone dragon recovered with this black light. Before that, Momo's adventures were all relying on the physical ability brought by the perfect warrior to crush all the way, and the adventurer Ins finally ushered in his first challenge today, although he still couldn't break his defense. With Miss Jing staring and instructing Nabi not to make a move, Ins had to figure it out on her own. Miss Jing doesn't seem to be ready to make a move, so can she only keep consuming? Do you want to unlock the perfect warrior to use magic, or let Nabi use high-level magic to solve it directly? Using high-level abilities to brush low-level monsters always gives Ins the feeling of cheating, and the bone dragon in front of him is indeed a good sandbag that can be used to hone his abilities as a warrior. Already in this situation, isn't this Momo ready to leak something? Rimuru, who was quietly watching all this, thought speechlessly. Since he was not a religious person, then Rimuru really couldn't think of a reason for the other party to be so meticulous. Momo is afraid of him? Just kidding, Rimuru is obviously so elegant and easygoing. Or is he hiding his identity as a player? Yes, after excluding the option of the god of the gods, the adventurer Momo has already equated with the player in Rimuru's heart. After all, there are so many holy relic level props on his body, which is one of the reasons why Rimuru recognized him as a member of the sect before. But now it seems that it should be the props that the player brings when crossing. Looking at the behavior of this player named Momo from beginning to end, it can only be said that this player is really Go, and it is almost no weaker than the flying squirrel in Rimuru's cognition. While Rimuru was constantly thinking, Ins on the other side found a chance to win. In's way of fighting has always been to plan all the plans to deal with the opponent from his mind after learning all the information about the opponent, and then rely on his own magic power and skill to gain the advantage. Even now, who turned into the pitch-black warrior Momo, a bone dragon who had been constantly tested and knew the bottom could not stop him. One sideways avoided the tail that the bone dragon slapped over, kicked his feet on its tail, and quickly approached Kadjit behind him with its strength. Yes, the other party is an undead magic chanter that Ins is very familiar with, and if it is Ins himself who faces the warrior's breakthrough at this time, he will definitely choose. Feeling the rapid turn of the bone dragon behind him, Ins laughed. Sure enough, when the magic chanter faces an advance from a warrior-oriented enemy, he will definitely directly cast defensive magic and call his summons back to defense. Ins used to do this in the game, and he lost that battle, so after that he only used the spatial transfer skill to escape. And when this bone dragon returns to defense, there must be an extremely conspicuous flaw, and the bone dragon who is not agile in a hurry cannot make other movements, and at this time, the magic chanter is hurriedly chanting defensive magic, and cannot support his summons at all. After seeing Kadjit in front of him using defensive magic, Ins immediately turned around. Sure enough, the bone dragon without knowledge was turning in the direction of Ins because of the order given by its owner to turn around and return to defense. And that turn seemed unusually slow for Ins. Instantly reached the vicinity of the bone dragon's skull, the heavy sword slammed down, and the bone dragon's skull was instantly shattered. Reacting Kadjit, who hurriedly tried to repair the bone dragon, but the magic was interrupted by another heavy sword that flew in. After throwing out the heavy sword, a turn, Ins slashed a sword at the neck of the bone dragon, and as this sword fell, the body of the bone dragon slowly collapsed like overwhelm. And Rimuru, who saw all this, couldn't help but be a little stunned, for no other reason. In an PvP with the flying squirrel early in the game, Rimuru used this trick to dirty the flying squirrel's hand. And then he never beat the flying squirrel again. Because of the flying squirrel, his heart became dirty. Chapter 81. That's impossible. It's just a little bit of setting up defensive magic and being disturbed by the giant sword. The enhanced corpse dragon that Kadjit had high hopes of being able to kill the masked demon alone was taken down by a bronze adventurer. This momentary reversal made Kadjit break out in a cold sweat. This is obviously just an ordinary bronze metal adventurer. At the moment, let alone killing the masked magician, the remaining mana content of the death orb makes it a problem for him to protect himself. And his own magic power had been consumed almost as much when he converted the undead ritual before. You guy is by no means an ordinary adventurer. What the hell is going on? It's just an adventurer who can't stand what you do. Shouting these words, Kadjit looked at the dark orb of death in his hand. In fact, he still has a bone dragon that can be controlled, but compared to the previous one, the second one's magic content is extremely low, and he has not experienced the strengthening of the demon god factor. Regardless of whether the second bone dragon can fight this adventurer, even if it can deal with this adventurer, the remaining masked demon is already helpless. At present, the plan he has been preparing for more than 10 years can be said to have declared bankruptcy. Obviously, the plan itself is perfect. If the masked demon comes a little late or this dark warrior does not follow, it is estimated that it will be if he only deals with the masked demon himself. Damn, since the corpse dragons can't help, then those necromancer armies in the periphery are estimated to be even more useless, and now that the demon power in his body has bottomed out, it's time to gamble with his life. Trembling, Kadjit looked at the masked demon beside him who was holding his chest without moving. The magic in his body can also support him to use a few small magics. As long as he survives, there are always other opportunities to solve the masked demon in the future. Then, crazy to urge his own magic, Kadjit unleashed the last magic. Blindness. This is enough magic to blind any human for a while. Then, the energy of the death orb in his hand instantly poured out, and the second corpse dragon flew out from under his feet. Kadjit never thought of using this corpse dragon against the other party. he wanted to take advantage of the warrior's inability to fly. As long as he chose to flee directly in the air, no matter how strong the other party was, he would not be able to catch up with him. Moreover, he also used blindness in advance, blinding everyone present, and even if the masked demon could use flying, he would have to wait until the blinding effect disappeared. As for space magic, he also had in his hand the ring given by the woman to prevent the enemy's space from being transferred to him. That's right, this is his Kadget's escape route. Adventurers. Your name is Momo, right? Kadget remembers you. Kadget's hairless face had many bruises on his face, revealing an extremely angry expression. After all, if it weren't for this adventurer, his plan to waste more than 10 years of time would have been successful. After he said this, the corpse dragon under his feet had already passed through the clouds, presumably as long as he could successfully escape with the help of the cover of night. Kadget was relieved in his heart. A little more time to prepare, next time he will bury the masked demon and the adventurer Momo together. Hey, little Kaji, where are you going? Just as he was glad that he had managed to escape, a voice that should not have appeared sounded in his ears. The masked demon instigated huge wings to appear in front of his eyes, and for some reason, these wings were very similar to the wings possessed by the corpse dragon. With the continuous incitement of this dragon-like wing, the body of the masked demon began to continuously exude an extremely strong aura of the undead. You! How could it be? Although I don't know how you did it, you actually dare to provoke me with a corpse dragon in the sky. Don't be too arrogant. Masked Magician. After the panic, there is a calm. This is the sky above the clouds, which adventurers can't keep up. This is the home of the dragon. Kadget manipulated the corpse dragon under him to slam into Rimuru. Even if it was just a corpse dragon, but above the sky, it would definitely not lose to a guy like the masked demon who flew by external force. Kadget was so convinced. And at this height, maybe under the attack of the corpse dragon, the other party will fall directly to death, and maybe he can complete his previous plan at that time. The masked demon will be completely owned by Hylanung. Unlike the imaginary blow that knocked the masked demon down, the corpse dragon and the masked demon made a huge impact sound after colliding. Rimuru remained in the air, and blocked the skull of the corpse dragon with one hand. You! What kind of monster is it? This time, even Kadget reacted. The other party was not at all the same level of combat power as destroying the country that he thought before, but something completely above that. Hearing these words, Rimuru removed the mask that had been worn on his face with his other hand, and a vertical pupil belonging to the dragon species appeared in the golden eyes exposed, and the aura of the highest undead dragon completely burst out from him. A passing slime. What are you kidding? Kadget shouted in panic. How could a low-level monster like slime be compared to the monster in front of him? Don't panic, shouldn't you be prepared for this day when you have done all the evil things in the world in my name? In the surrounding countries, the image of the masked demon has become the so-called disaster of the undead wherever he goes. He also uses so-called missions to lure Kino to a foreign country to explore dangerous secret places. If it weren't for the fact that the backhand left on Kino hadn't been triggered, Rimuru would have killed this Kadget directly in the first place, and where would he have talked to him so much? Rimuru's hand that clutched the skull of the corpse dragon revealed several complex spells, and one after another huge blue rings combined into a new and even larger and more ornate magic array. Even Kadget, who considered himself a powerful magic singer, had never seen this in his life. This is... what the... Chapter 82. Just as stunned as Kadget was, there was also the pitch-black warrior who had just borrowed Nabe's flying magic and flew into the sky, appearing behind Rimuru. What exactly is this? How could this magic exist? In Kadget's perception, this kind of magic of the huge magic array he had only read about in fantasy novels, and as a high-ranking magic chanter who could use the 4th rank, he had always dismissed fantasy novels that could only be lustful. It's just a gratuitous fantasy. Although he was extremely frightened by the blue magic array in Rimru's hand, the bone dragon at Kadget's feet still gave him confidence. Thinking of this, he shouted directly at Rimuru. Whatever you want to do. But as long as it is magic, it is absolutely impossible to harm the corpse dragon, and its unique complete magic resistance is the nemesis of all magic singers. That's the rule of this world. Ah, the complete magical resistance of the bone dragon. Rimuru, who listened to Khajiit's shouting, couldn't help but laugh, and then he thought of what Khajiit said at the beginning. Yes, ignorance is a sin in itself, and Khajiit in front of him is like that. Sometimes, the failure of what thinks you are perfect plans really can't be blamed on accidents. After all, the tiny frog at the bottom of the well can't understand how wide the sky is outside. Tell you before you die, let you die a little clearer, the so-called corpse dragon, oh, that is, the bone dragon in your mouth. Then the so-called magic resistance has a prerequisite attached to it, that is, it can be immune to low-level magic resistance below the 6th rank. Magic above the 6th order will exceed his resistance load and cause the body to collapse, that is, it will not be immune to the magic I use from beginning to end. Hearing Rimuru's words, Khajiit's heart was filled with fear. He actually understood that the masked demon was not lying to him. But the bone dragon under him was like a straw seen by a person who was about to drown. Even if it was not heavy enough to float, he would grasp it and not let go. Hiding his fears with laughter, Khajiit shouted. No kidding. You guy give me less. Khajiit squeezed the last energy of the orb of death into the bone dragon's body, but even Rimuru, who was withstood by the bone dragon's body, did not move a bit. The arrow of dead chi condensed by his last magic power only rippled purple on Rimuru's body. If according to Khajiit's understanding, then Rimuru himself can be regarded as having the so-called complete magic resistance. Shaking his head, Rimuru did not pay any more attention to the desperate Khajiit, but kept chanting superposition magic, and kept staring at Momo and Nabe, who flew into the sky behind him. Dealing with a Khajiit itself naturally does not require the use of superposition magic, but the person Rimuru really wants to test is not him. This is the last test of Momo's identity. Sure enough, seeing the magic array in his hand, Momo's figure stumbled in the air. Seeing this, Rimuru couldn't help but smile, and then turned his attention back to Khajiit. As Rimuru continued to chant, the complex magic array in his hand began to spread out continuously, until the bone dragon was wrapped inside. Khajiit, who wanted to jump directly, was overwhelmed by the dragon aura on Rimuru's body, and could only sit there dumbfounded, greeting the endgame that belonged to him. Mana concentrated and broken. Yes, simply release the magic power. For the magic singer, this is the magic that can be used by the first order, and the magic without attributes does not have a restrained relationship, but it is extremely consuming of its own mana, so the magic singer basically does not use it. Buttons behind Rimuru, the emotions in his heart kept churning, and he already recognized that the magic represented by the rune in Rimuru's hand was indeed a super magic that only the player could unleash. And this magic, Ins is also very familiar, and even witnessed this magic being used many times in the game. This simple magic release is evaluated as the most wasteful superposition magic in the game. Unlike other super magic that does not require MP to use, this magic consumes a large amount of MP because it unleashes its own mana and maximizes the damage of mana, but the advantage is that it is not limited by the built-in CD of super magic. It is a magic that Ins has not learned after mastering more than 800 kinds of magic. However, if Ins has a large enough mana to use this magic to vent his mana, then the strength of this magic can be compared to Cataclysm. Among the relatives and friends Ins knew, only one wasted the superposition magic bit to learn this thing, and he was complained about it by himself at that time. Looking at the long silver-blue hair of Miss Jing fluttering in the wind in front of him, Ins turned green. You guy don't kidding. Just simply releasing the magic mechanic can do it. How could that kind of magic be urged with such a complex magic array? Humans are fundamentally done. Before the words were finished, Khajiit closed his mouth. Yes, how could the masked Majin, who had wings and could fly and had been active in the world more than 50 years ago, be an ordinary human? And judging from the demonic power surging in this atmosphere, this magic can indeed blast him to ashes. No, not only that, if it is released downwards, it is estimated that the whole of Urantir will disappear. Seeing that Momo behind him did not mean to stop himself, Rimuru sensed the magic power consumed by releasing this mana concentration and breaking in his body, and couldn't help but be a little happy. If it was before he swallowed the coffin, this shot was estimated to use up 80% of his mana, and now the mana in his body was only 1/5. Looking at the bone dragon with a straight face, the magic power in his hand was instantly released. If it weren't for the speculation about Momo's player identity, this magic Rimuru would probably fight with Momo. From the moment Limur drew his palm, pure magic turned into a light cannon and poured out. The magic that can only be observed by special means turned into particles visible to the naked eye and rushed above the night sky, starting from the bone dragon to illuminate the entire night sky of Urantir. The dark clouds were also dispersed by this torrent of magic until this torrent disappeared at the end of the sky. Kadjit and the bone dragon were engulfed by this torrent of magical power, and completely dissipated without even leaving a trace of the world. Looking at the magic that hit him like the sun, the fear in Kadjit's eyes gradually dissipated. This immense magic gave him the feeling of returning to his childhood mother's embrace, and made him gradually recall himself when he was not yet addicted to the magic of the undead. And, accompanying his family in that cozy house. With a relieved smile, Kadjit, who went to learn the magic of the undead for the sake of his family, but was distorted by magic and power and forgot his original goal, merged with this magic and disappeared into this world. Chapter 83. Well, the rest is you, Mr. Momo. The silver-blue long-haired demon turned around and looked at the warrior in pitch-black armor behind him. Although there is already 80% speculation about the identity of the other party, Rimuru has already been 80%. With a large number of holy relic level equipment, and knowing the unique name of this game called Magic Concentrated Breaking Super Magic, Momo must be a player. Either way, he was the first living player Rimuru met in this world. Then, Nabii behind him is probably the player's creation, that is, NPCs and the like, just like Ins. Your congratulations are the same as 16 knights. Well, the adventurer named Momo and Ins. Your. What kind of connection does Kyo have? Or are they simply one person? For this matter, Rimuru was curious and tight. Even if Momo is Ins. Your. Gong, that's the man Rimuru thinks of, but no matter which of the guild's companions comes here, it will have to be a good fight. After all, in the past period of this world, if it weren't for Kino by his side, Rimuru really didn't know if he could live on. Leave him alone in this world for 100 years or something. Ins, who saw Lim showing his face, danced excitedly. Why does this time have a sense of sight when I get along with Miss Jing? Why does Miss Jing use this special skill that is very similar to the effect of RU and so on, and why can I counter my intelligence magic? Everything about it all found its answer at this point. However, his best friend can't blame himself for not recognizing him when he grows taller. He shouldn't have done anything strange in front of his best friend during this time. Just as Ins was about to cancel the perfect warrior and confirm the identity of the person in front of him, a huge fireball was already coming towards him. And Nabe, who did not know the truth behind Ins, had retreated far away. Nuclear blast! Damn, it's Rimlugai, it's undoubtedly his favorite move. The damage given to the opponent by the nuclear burst magic is half of the compound damage of the fire attribute and the beating attribute, of which the fire attribute damage is exactly where In's weakness lies, although this magic is relatively weak in the same level magic. However, there is also the highest range of effects in all magic, and it can give a strong knockback effect in multiple abnormal states such as poisoning, blindness, and hearing loss. Because of its disgusting effect, it is conventionally disabled in most players' PvP, but Rimuru will use it in every personal battle with Ins. As a huge fireball erupted from Ins, the heat generated by this ultra-high heat source instantly expanded, and endless light and heat enveloped Ins and its surroundings. As the light brought by the magic gradually dissipated, a barrier made of white bones that was on the verge of breaking appeared in front of Rimuru. With the shattering of the white bone wall, the body of the pitch-black warrior Momo was finally revealed in Rimuru's eyes. The two swords were directly thrown away, the armor of the shell turned into magic particles and flew away with the lifting of the perfect warrior. The red orb on the body of the ruler of death emitted a strange light, the pitch-black cloak swung with the airflow, and the huge hood buckled on the skull, like an abyss filled with endless darkness, eyes staring at Rimuru like this. Ins. Your. Congratulations, it turned out to be you, bastard. It's really dangerous, Rimuru, why did you suddenly attack, but I have to say, it's really your guy's style. You guy, where have you been running away for so many years? I haven't asked you yet. Suddenly disappeared around me or something. And what kind of Miss Jing, it's really thanks to you that you can think of it, has the gender of your guy also changed with the body? Hi. Listening to In's words, an extremely terrifying aura rose from Rimuru's body. Although he has not become a demon king, the breath of this mixed dragon species and millions of souls has long exceeded the scope of the game system, and even Ins, who is the ruler of death, is affected by this breath. Leave me here for 100 years, you guy really dare to say it. Create greater item. The words fell, and with a sound that broke through the air, Rimuru sprinted in front of Ins at a very fast speed, and the upper prop creation condensed the magic into a magic staff, and the spike at the bottom of the staff was instantly stabbed at Ins. Armed mage skill Kalia stab. If you are fighting against a flying squirrel that Rimuru is familiar with, then you must not be too far away from him, and the types of long-range magic that the flying squirrel has mastered are too many. Now that he had found the flying squirrel, what Rimuru was curious about was how far he could go after swallowing the immortal Hall Dragon King. After all, he has only won the flying squirrel 3 times in the game. This is a long-lost real PvP. Translocation damage. Moments before he was about to be hit, the magic that transferred life damage to mana reduction was used from In's hand, and then the staff in Rimuru's hand pierced his ribs fiercely. Hey, did it hit all of a sudden? How about wasting time adding buffs to you? Spitting a sentence, Rimuru pulled out the magic staff in his hand from the ribs of the flying squirrel. Don't look at the depth of this blow, but it is basically no consumption for the flying squirrel with extremely high magic power. Force explosion. Without chanting, In's body produced a strong repulsion, shaking Rimuru's body far back. Does it still have such a huge amount of magic after using magic concentration breaking? It seems that Miss Jing, you don't just grow in height in this world. However, if I'm not mistaken, the flag planting record between us should be 172-3, right? Lovely Miss Jing, are you sure you still want to fight? Rimuru, who stood steady, listened to Miss Jing, who was mouthful of Ins one by one, and directly blushed, and casually threw a 9th rank call Greater Thunder towards Ins. When he used this name, he did not think that the people around him were his companions. There is still a huge difference between being called this by others and being called small by oneself. Even he has shame. Ins, who stopped in place and said something to his best friend, looked at the magic, and he didn't dare to raise his right hand. Wall of Skeleton. Chapter 84. With Ins gestured, a massive bone wall rose from the ground and stood in front of Ins in front of him. Although it is only a 5th order magic, the special nature of the skeleton barrier allows it to withstand a powerful instantaneous attack, even the reality / used by Ins himself. As a defensive magic, it's still passing. The wall of bones collided with the lightning released from Rimuru's hands, and the bone wall was easily destroyed by the lightning, but the lightning itself disappeared without a trace. Isn't it PvP? Since he really mastered this game, he has never lost to Rimuru, and he can fight it, so he can also test the effects of his various magic. Take it, lovely Miss Jing. Unleashing the trap magic, Ins didn't forget to say sassy words. Cloud bind the upper movement obstruction magic was used from Ins's hand, and countless tentacles stretched out from the dark clouds below him and bound Rimuru. Despite being a slime, Rimuru in Ins's memory doesn't have resistance to high-level movement blocking magic, and is the type you dare to catch me. But to his surprise, Rimuru only struggled a little to dodge the binding magic. It seems that it's not just the height that has changed. So, as a singer of pure magic, all I have to do is keep a certain distance from Rimuru as much as possible. After all, Rimuru had already seen the physical abilities he had shown before, and he didn't expect that as an armed mage, his physical abilities would change so much when he arrived in this world. Unlike Ins's cautiousness, Rimuru was unusually relaxed at this time. During the game, the flying squirrel fought against him, relying on his extremely high MP and Rimuru's irresistible movement hindering magic to bombard him wildly. That's something that can only be achieved if Flying Squirrel knows all the information he has in the game. And now, even if the two of them consume MP against each other, it must be a flying squirrel that falls first. Before swallowing the rotten coffin, even Rimuru himself did not expect such a big gain. Thinking of the harvest, Miss Wisdom King wouldn't have known Momo's identity before. Humph. If you think about it this way, from the time she felt the surveillance a week ago, Miss Wisdom King seemed to be about to say something. Could it be that the reason why she ignored him? No, it's an illusion. That's right, it must be an illusion. Regardless of these, for now, it is more important to take revenge on the flying squirrel first. Just revenge for leaving him in this world for 100 years, and in the game, he has been bullying him with that MP amount. Of course, the reason why it's a little trivial is that he keeps calling Miss Jing in that weird voice. That's a mockery, that's definitely a mockery. Although the flying squirrel has a lot of magic, his MP holdings at this time are far from catching up with Rimuru, so Rimuru can enjoy the feeling of flying squirrel fighting him in the game. That is, even if you can't clear the opponent's health bar, you can use the length of your own blue bar to exhaust the opponent's blue bar, and once it is used up, the flying squirrel will not be just a bone on his board, and you can chop it as you want. Seeing Rimuru stay in place and not moving, the flying squirrel couldn't figure out what kind of tactics it was, but the situation was obviously in his favor as a pure magic chanter. Although it was not appropriate to strike first without knowing Rimuru's current information, Ins chose to release his magic first, knowing that it was just a battle with his best friend. Maximize Magic Gravity Maelstrom. Ans throws the supergravity spiral ball in his hand that has been strengthened at the highest level towards Rimuru, and if this blow hits, even Rimuru, who has extremely high magic and physical defense, will be damaged to a certain extent. Moreover, because of the unique nature of this skill, Rimuru's "Thou shalt be with me" cannot devour it. If you want to block it, you can only use a lot of mana to build defensive magic. However, the gravity ball that flew towards Rimuru at extreme speed was different from what Ins thought, and was directly engulfed by the black fluctuations that spread from Rimuru's body. After all, what does what the predator can't swallow have to do with me, the Lord of Gluttony? The scene in front of him once again made him understand that the evolution of his best friend is really not just his height. Flying squirrel, can you use some more strength? Do you want to call your hamster baby to come along? Undead, calm down. Hearing his best friend's words, a clear green light flashed on the flying squirrel's head again. Patronized and ridiculed the so-called Miss Jing, but forgot that his best friend saw the whole process of riding a large hamster into the city. What a social death! His best friend, Rimuru, unlike the natives of this world, understands the place of hamsters in his original world. What is Miss Jing talking about? Or is Miss Jing taking a fancy to Karasuke? After all, you are all a? Come on, aren't you just hurting each other? It's just that Anzi, who hadn't finished speaking, suddenly felt a piercing feeling, but fortunately, at this time, the use of enemy perception in advance played a role, and he teleported away from the place with a high-level teleportation. The figure of Rimuru who had spoken to him had completely dissipated, and it was just a hallucination left by the complete hallucinations used by his familiar best friends. But with the activation of In's magic, he did not immediately reach the designated position, and the vague scene in front of him made him instantly judge the situation he was in. This is the same type of magic that hinders spatial teleportation as the dimensional blockade, delayed transfer. Ins was delayed by the magic before moving to the target location, but the staff that Rimuru was about to smash into his head appeared in front of him. How could anyone in the game use a staff as a spear? Hey, this bastard! After taking this blow solidly, Ins complained after using self-time accelerator to leave. Although this blow didn't bleed much, it would still have a psychological shadow if someone hit the skull directly. Will it just keep hiding? Hamster man will grow. I've found a way to defeat you, and the winner of this PvP must still be me. Although he can't lose, Ins actually knows that he can't help it. If it's a life and death battle, he still has a variety of whole cards to use. But after all, it's just a conversation between peers. If you can swallow the gravity vortex, I guess most of the direct attack magic you use can also be devoured, which is really a perverted skill. The rest of the effects were almost all instantaneous, and he didn't dare to use them indiscriminately with the only remaining companions. I'll start with that, even if you win this game, we're only 172:4. Looking at the flying squirrel as it showed weakness, Rimuru burst out laughing. Then we'll draw today. Chapter 85. In a huge cave tunnel underground, an old woman stepped on the steps and slowly walked down. The magical light of the great magic eternal light around him illuminated the deep staircase, and under his robes he wore armor like armor. Even though her face was already covered with wrinkles, the old woman still straightened her back and could not feel any twilight breath from her body. Walking down this tunnel without any light, the old woman came to the end of this road. The naturally formed cave was excavated in the later stage to form a huge space, without any light source of space but strangely bright. The old woman did not care about these details. Oh no, it should be said that no matter who is here, they will be attracted by the things in the middle of this huge space, and they can't take their eyes off, and how can they care about other details? Appearing in front of the old woman is a beautiful creature written into legends and poems, which can satisfy all people's fantasies of power and elegance, a living dragon king. However, unlike the legend, this dragon is not a tyrannical or jealous creature of greedy treasure. Phew! Long time no see, Char, you suddenly used message startled me when you contacted me. The old woman waved her hand at the huge dragon king, as if facing a friend who had not been seen for a long time. Hearing the old woman's words, the silver-white huge dragon head slowly raised, and the mouth opened slightly, emitting a mature male voice. Ah, we haven't seen each other in decades, Ligulet. Compared to his huge appearance, the Dragon King, known as Char, has a mature and steady voice, and he and Ligulet are companions who have traveled together, just like the current adventurer squad. But the pleasant atmosphere of the friends' long-lost acquaintance only stayed for a very short time, because Ligulet, who knew the old friend very well, understood that Charles had his own responsibility, and he was not the kind of character who would call the old friend to reminisce because of loneliness. And the message that Char sent him this time is more like a summoning order, indicating that there is a superpower that is enough to endanger the world to appear in this world, so Char will gather his trusted old friends to discuss together, hoping that the old friends can help him search for some information. However, how did dragons and people become the relationship that can trust each other today? About 200 years ago, there were many demon gods in the world who endangered the world, and a young man who had hope for this world but was weaker than anyone else took up his sword. At first, his confrontation with the demon god was not favored by anyone, but with the continuous adventure, the boy who was weaker than everyone grew into a brave man stronger than anyone, and in this continuous adventure, he also gained more companions, and in the end, they successfully defeated the demon god who endangered the world. And Char and Ligulet are the companions who once followed the brave man on adventures. Although there are many people in the ranks of the brave, the 12 who have recently held the strongest power with the brave are praised as 13 heroes in the world. Char joins by manipulating a pair of armor, while Ligulet is the magic chanter who is the best at undead magic among them, and it is only after Char's armor is broken up during an adventure that the team members understand Char's identity. Although he understood Char's concealment, everyone would mock him more or less with this incident. Although I am extremely happy to see the arrival of my old friend, but Ligulet, the reason for looking for you is indeed not to reminisce. Just some time ago, I felt an extremely huge force appear in this world, just like the one 100 years ago and hundreds of years ago. But unlike the peaceful force of 100 years ago, this time the power seems extremely evil. It is not again. Although Char omitted a passage, Ligulet understood what the other party was trying to say. Existence is a common secret between them. There was actually one time 100 years ago, but that time the other party's power breath gave people a good feeling. In addition, they were dragged down by other things at that time, so they didn't care, and the other party really didn't do anything evil in this world. But this time, the power of evil, although she believes in her old friend very much, but Ligulet, who is herself the chanter of the magic of the undead, still thinks that the way of judging the good and evil of the other party in the form of power is a bit too arbitrary. So, which direction? Or near the great forest of Tob? Vaguely glanced at the huge silver monster corpse behind Char, and understood that the other party could not easily leave here for some reason. Legulet asked Char. That's right, in the direction of the kingdom, near their fortress city of Yelantir. I only know this, the specific location can only be left to you. O kingdom, a familiar place, where her former adventurer squad Kangwei is active, and the former 13 hero team member Ibarua is now active there. With the network she operates in the kingdom, she should be able to find out quickly, but if it is really a once-in-a-century variable, you have to be careful and more careful. Hearing Char's words, Legulet lowered her head and thought. Jarentil, if I'm not mistaken, the remaining henchmen of Shylanang are still entrenched over there. The claws of the dark holy canon of the sect country are also stretching out to that side. Could it be the handiwork of these two parties? It's not. Charles shook his huge dragon's head, dismissing Legulet's guess. Since the departure of the 6 great gods, although the sect has the blessing of equipment, it has only appeared that woman for so many years, and this time the breath of power does not seem to be held by that woman. As for Shylanang, you and I who are familiar with Ibarua know that it is just a group of fools who seek immortality in the name of the masked devil, and the so-called spiral of death has no threat to this world at all. And the power I feel this time is real death. You know, dragons generally don't dream, but in my sleep this time, I dreamed that a brand new country composed of monsters appeared on the corpse of a country, and the entire continent was completely withered, and countless undead wandered it. The living regardless of race are united and sheltered by the last dragons, which is the last piece of pure land for the living. However, the faces of those who are left of the living do not see any hope, more despair in the future, and the heart of each living person is filled with indifference. This dream gave me a feeling of incomparably real, and my mind could even touch the concept of death and decay, and that the world seemed to lose its light. Chapter 86. As he said these words, Char couldn't help but curl up his huge body together. The dream he saw made him feel extremely afraid, and feeling the touch between his bodies seemed to give him some reassurance. The tail also swept restlessly, revealing a trace of the huge magic seal under his body. Although it was only a dream, those things did not happen in reality, but Legulet knew her old friend. Don't be too fret, things didn't get to that point, did they? I'll investigate this right away. Maybe the so-called dream is just an old friend you fell asleep. I hope so. Watching the back of his old friend gradually walk out of the cave, the Platinum Dragon King named Char snorted. Only he understood that it was a real precognitive dream, but what happened in the dream was not what he told him, and he deceived his friends. In the future, there will indeed be a country composed of real monsters, but the monsters and humans of that country live together harmoniously. The only ones who will really lose their traces in the future are their dragons. 16 Nights is a maid, but she also has a special identity. She is also a member of the Nazarick Guardians. If the area is divided, then she can be called the Guardian of the 9th layer. Now that he came to this world, unlike the other Guardians, the duty of the 16 Knights was still to stay on the 9th floor, cleaning the rooms left by the Great Supreme Beings day after day. Although there were only 2 Supremes left in this world, 16 Knights still believed that the rest of the Supremes would eventually return. For now, she knew that Lord Rimuru was enough in this world, and compared to the other Guardians, her master had not abandoned her and left here, which made her feel extremely happy. 16 Knights' thoughts about her master made her put Lord Rimuru first. And the Lord Rimuru who created her is the most intelligent and responsible adult in Nazarick, who loves children. And 16 Knights understood that, unlike the extremely low value of good and evil of most of Nazarick's Supremes, there was a warm heart hidden under the monster appearance of Lord Rimuru. But Lord Rimuru, it's different. Even Lord Rimuru only gave her the ability to manipulate time when he created her, without too much so-called setting on her. But like Sabas and Demiurgus, creation always mimics the character of the owner. Sakya, who inherited the ideas of Rimuru, is in some ways different from most of Nazarick's guardians, and as a human, she does not hate the human race. The guardians heard that most of the supreme lords in the other world had been bullied by a human group called the Group, so the guardians' attitude towards humans would be the same now. As a guardian, she understood some of Demiurgus's behavior, and although she knew that the other party was for Nazarick, she usually wanted to walk around him when she saw him. And the experience of Kon village made Sakiya understand that it turned out that her master, the great Lord Rimuru, had been doing things that were beneficial to the friendly relationship between humans and monsters. Just say if, it is Lord Rimuru who now rules Nazarick. So what about the style of acting? If Lord Rimuru and Lord Ins clashed, so what should she do? However, she understood that Lord Rimuru and Lord Ins were close friends of the brothers who grew up together when they were children, but this was also what puzzled her the most. Sakiya couldn't figure out why Ins, who acquiesced in Demiurgus doing those things to humans, could maintain such a good relationship with Lord Rimuru, who was extremely gentle in her eyes. Noticing that his thoughts had offended the two supreme lords, Sakiya stopped thinking. It's just a thought, no matter which supreme ruler's Nazarick, as a creature, she just needs to obey. Everything the adults did was for Nazarick, even if they were killing humans, it was for the benefit of the group. Right now, all the guardians are busy with their business. Kotzes is waiting for the completion of the nearby forest fortress, and Mare and Yora are busy laying out the defenses around Nazarick. Demiurgus is responsible for probing intelligence on countries around the continent and producing magic scrolls. Even Sabas, who is usually very leisurely, obeyed Lord Ins and prepared to travel. Insama, on the other hand, was traveling alone, and heard Nabii say that he had met with Lord Rimuru not long ago. Nabii, who could follow the two supreme masters, made everyone who stayed in the Great Tomb extremely envious. Nazarick, who suddenly appeared in the unknown world, was undoubtedly in some kind of predicament, and the guardian who could help the Supreme Lord in this predicament was a good guardian. Now that he understands that Lord Rimuru is working on the great cause of friendly coexistence between humans and monsters, is there any way to help that adult? After cleaning Rimuru's room as usual, Sakiya, who had stopped on Rimuru's bed and rolled around, was relieved. If you think about it, apart from doing housework and killing, I really don't know anything about it. Since you can't think of anything, then simply ask Lord Ins directly and go to the outside world to help Lord Rimuru. But I don't know if Lord Ins will agree or disrupt their plans. The maid wrapped in the sheet was just about to jump up, when the door that no one usually pushes made a bar sound, and was gradually pushed open from the outside. Still really curious what my Nazarick DIY room will look like when it becomes a reality. Also, is there someone in it? After recognizing the breath outside the room, the world-class prop called Moon Timepiece on the waist of the emotional Sakiya emitted a little glow, and the time gear of the entire world was instantly jammed. As time returned to flow, the room that had been messed up by her had been restored to its original state, the messy hair had been combed again, and the folds on the maid's outfit had been smoothed out by her. Although the sound outside the room is slightly different from what he remembers, Sakiya will never recognize it. Nazarick's perfect and dashing head maid, the guardian of the ninth realm, 16 nights, waited for her creator. Chapter 87. Huh? No, you mean you've been in this world for a whole 100 years? After returning to Nazarick and retrieving the ring from the maid, Ins hurriedly took Rimuru to his room to inquire about his best friend. Since Ins knew that the masked demon was active more than 50 years ago, he didn't think about the masked demon on Rimuru at first. After all, the two were obviously together when they were closed, but they went to different times or something, which seemed a bit ripped in Ins's opinion. But in Rimuru's mouth, Ins learned that Rimuru arrived here a full 100 years before him, and Rimuru was also surprised by the time of Ins's arrival. No wonder he hadn't heard anything about Ins in 100 years. When I learned your name from Kon village not long ago, I was still on guard. Who knew it would be you? It seems that you are making a lot of trouble in this world. Collapsed on Ins's soft bed, Rimuru smelled a strange scent, but was immediately distracted by Ins's words. That's not to find you, bastard. I'm really rumored that I will run wherever there are undead, and sometimes I wonder if according to your cautious character Ins will not come out for hundreds of years. Listening to the teasing of his best friend, Ins burst into Rimuru's brain case. Even if I am cautious, 100 years or something is too exaggerated, and didn't you praise my caution when you were raiding the copy before? For Ins now, the time he interacted with his best friend Rimuru was the most enjoyable time since he came into the world. Disguising himself as the great supreme in front of those guardians put ins under great pressure, and sometimes he felt that he was a little less like himself, and Xin Rimuru appeared in front of him in time. You guy has been looking for me for 100 years, hard work on you, best friend. In's sudden sensationalism made Limlu lying in bed tingle. After all, although he was looking for flying squirrels, most of the time it was. He didn't do his job, and he slept for a long time for a thief, and honestly, he didn't feel hard. But if you say so, Rimuru, aren't you already more than 100 years older than me? Ha ha ha, become an old grandfather? Oh no, you are a grandmother like this, ha 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 ha, obviously we were the same age some time ago. Sure enough, this is the right way for the two of them to get along, and the sensational words that make the scalp numb are all illusions. Although the appearance has become like this. But slimes are asexual creatures, hey. And haven't you also become an undead, just 100 years? 100 years. That's it. Although it has become like this, age has indeed become a string of negligible numbers, but it really has the mentality of ordinary people. Ins said to his best friend that he would never mention in front of the guardian, but in the face of Rimlu, Ins could speak up unscrupulously. You also worked hard. Before I saw you, I really didn't expect Nazarick to teleport with him, suddenly from an exploited person to the supreme in the hearts of Nazarick's NPCs. There will indeed be a feeling of difficulty adapting, but, I remember when you were in elementary school, didn't you say that when you grow up, you want to be a leader or something? Be happy, Ins. Your congratulations. It was when I was a kid. And at that time, I was fantasizing that it would be easier to become a leader, and I didn't have to be like our parents, wasn't it? And now although I have become a leader, I still feel tired, but the way of exhaustion is different, and there is really a big gap between the real leader and what I imagined. Rimuru looked at the sighing flying squirrel and comforted. But all the NPCs we set up back then have come to life, haven't they? It should be easy to have this group of excellent children. It's because they're so good. Learning the position of Rimuru, the two lay on the bed head to head, just like when they were children. They are a little too good, which makes me doubt myself from time to time, and I am afraid that I will not live up to their expectations. After all, I am just an ordinary employee. Moreover, now that the NPCs have come to life, can we really still look at them with the so-called settings of the past? I sometimes wonder if I behaved a little bit wrong in front of them and was caught by the NPCs, then there would be something like Lord Ins turned out to be such a useless person throughout Nazarick. As he spoke, Ins covered his forehead with his hand, but how funny it was for the skeleton body to make this action. If something like that really happened, wouldn't it be over, and it felt so sorry that Ins would be so sorry. You're entrusted to all of me. Listening to the flying squirrel's words, Rimuru fell silent. He understood. Ins. Your the name congratulations, as well as the great tomb of Nazarick, are symbols of precious memories for flying squirrels. Rimuru, you don't know, when I first came to this world, I saw that you were not by my side, and how panicked I was when I faced the NPCs who came back to life alone. I don't know how long I can last like this. It's great to see you all at once. Hi. Here you are again. Don't say these sensational words, it sounds embarrassing. Listening to Ins, who was usually chattering about the old mother, Lim got goosebumps. It's not finally meeting you. Is it inevitable that something will be said? If you don't want to listen to me, I won't say it. If the skeleton archmage's face could show an expression, then Ins's face was already red at this time. Obviously, he was not good at saying such things. Okay, well, I'm also very happy to see my long-lost best friend again. To be honest, I almost gave up after not finding you in 100 years, but fortunately there is a little miss with me who has a similar purpose to me. Every time I see her, I can dispel the idea of giving up. Listening to Rimuru's response, Ins pretended to shake his body and said in a gossipy tone. I'm going to get goosebumps too, but, little miss? Rimuru, do you really have a situation in this 100 years? How can the undead get goosebumps? As for the little miss, we are not that kind of relationship. Let's go, I'm going back to my room. After refuting the flying squirrel's unwarranted speculation, Rimuru changed back to the long-lost slime appearance and clinged tightly to the flying squirrel's head. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. Wow, good ice, although Rimuru is often carried away like this in the game, but I don't feel any touch at that time. It turns out that Rimuru's slime body feels like this, which is not the same as those used to make slime baths in the bath. Worthy of being his best friend. Chapter 88. 16 Nights. To be honest, it was the fantasy of the second year of middle school, and the Red Devil Hall was able to carry out a maid that stopped in time. My best friend is saying something incomprehensible again. Ins, who walked on the 9th floor of Nazarick against Rimuru, thought that the two of them were now acting as if they were back in the game. Just now, he returned to his best friend's room with his best friend and saw 16 knights who appeared there unexpectedly. However, what makes Ins curious is that 16 Knights is not surprised by Rimuru's appearance in this world. However, Rimuru, you guy came back just right, you have been in this world for so many years, you must have saved a lot of money, Nazarick does not have this worldwide gold coin to annoy me for a long time. Forrid. You guy won't have money. How have you lived this 100 years? Not anymore. Listening to the flying squirrel's complaint, Rimuru's blue slime body turned red. The gold coins are all in the hands of the little miss, and it is useless for me to hold the gold coins. Oh? I was even more curious about that little lady. It's a very interesting person. Then if there are no gold coins, you have been in this world for so long and always have some information about this world, I have been worried about how to obtain information when I come to this strange world, it is much more convenient with you. Don't tell me that you don't have this intelligence. At the beginning, with the great sage, I did get information much more convenient than you. How much more information is this kind of thing? Then I'll be relieved to have your help, Ins. The name of congratulations will surely spread around the world faster. Huh? Flying squirrel, do you have any ideas for conquering the world? While saying this, Rimuru also stretched out Slime's small blue short hand and knocked on the flying squirrel's head. How could you think I had that idea? That's outrageous. I just thought that if I used this name to make a name for myself, if someone from the guild came to this world, they would come to us. This is true, this is a point that Rimuru did not expect. If he had advertised his real name everywhere before, then the flying squirrel would have found him when he came, instead of testing each other for such a long time. Although not now, but thinking that there is a time difference of 100 years between him and the flying squirrel to this world, then maybe there will really be relatives and friends in the game who hear this name and find them later. With the lifespan of his and the flying squirrel's current alien species, they could afford to wait. Thinking about it, the two had already arrived at the entrance of the 10th floor. Throne Hall. 42 supreme banners hung over the walls, and the entire room was incomparably silent. The figures of the aliens stood silently on either side of the red carpet, even though the throne was empty. This time, not only the guardians of all layers, but also the Pleiades star cluster, Sabas, the guardians of all class realms, and the direct servants of the guardians, the NPCs eligible to enter the Hall of Thrones are all gathered here. At a glance, the total number of people has exceeded 200, and this is the first time since Nazarick came to this world to assemble on such a scale. In addition to the Gaokangda, who has not yet been activated, and those taboos of the 8th level, and Sabas, who cannot return temporarily after going out on a mission, Pandora who guards the treasure house. It can be said that more than half of Nazarick's top forces are gathered here. Because something happened to Nazarick that deserves to be treated as a result of NPCs. For the safety of Nazarick, their other Supreme, Lord Rimuru, who traveled outside trying to promote the coexistence of monsters with other human subhumans, has returned to Nazarick today. In order to welcome the return of the Supreme, it should be accompanied by a ceremony of this specification. Presumably, Lord Rimru's plan has almost been completed. The organizer of this greeting, Demiurgus, said. In the blink of an eye, Rimuru and Ins, who knew that the situation inside the door almost did not collapse through the reminder of the King of Wisdom, passed through Ins. The ring of gong teleported directly to the throne. Message. This is what you did. You me flying squirrel. I know I'm not good at coping with this kind of scene. In the face of Rimuru's questioning, Ins, who just wanted to sit on the throne, almost tripped over, and quickly said to Rimuru that I am not me. It's as if he is good at coping with flying squirrels. Everyone in the throne hall looked at the flying squirrels sitting on the throne and Rimuru on his head. The calm picture that had been maintained before collapsed in an instant, and all kinds of strange auras burst out from their bodies, rendering this throne hall like a magic cave. It gives Rimuru the feeling of a fanatical believer staring at a god. Rimuru suddenly understood how heavy the flying squirrel was carrying, and if it weren't for the help of the King of Wisdom, Rimuru estimated that he would not be able to collapse. Thinking of this, I still admire the flying squirrel under him, and the calm aura is already used to it at a glance. Indeed, as the flying squirrel said before, it is still difficult to play a true supreme in front of so many powerful and loyal subordinates. At least Rimuru didn't think he was suitable. It has to be a flying squirrel. But in fact, unlike what Rimuru thought, the flying squirrel had already begun his forcible unpanic when he saw these NPCs gathered together. Originally, he had just instructed Yalbed, who had just returned to Nazarick, to summon the Guardians and the Pleiades as he had done then. At this time, he can only say, "Thank you, the immortal force calm." Looking at the NPCs, in response to them, Rimuru chose to change back to her original appearance and stood next to the throne. After all, the two kings are not very elegant together, and there is no idea of distinguishing between him and the flying squirrel. Then first of all, offer the highest loyalty to the two supreme masters. Standing at the bottom of the stairs closest to the throne, Yalbed, the chief steward of the Guardians of Nazarick, was the first to kneel down on one knee and offered his loyalty. More than 200 NPCs behind him, regardless of height or strength race, at this moment, as if trained, all of them looked at the direction of the throne and knelt down. Welcome to one of Nazarick's most merciful supremes, Lord Rimuru. Chapter 89. Let me start with this. The main purpose of gathering everyone here today is to announce the return of Rimuru, and of course there is one more thing. Rimuru wants to tell you some information he has obtained in this world. With that, Ins turned his head to look at Rimuru beside him, who nodded at this. Before I tell you anything about this world, you need to understand that I did not come here with Nazarick lichens. I came to this world 100 years before you. In your eyes, it may be that I have been separated from you for less than a month, but 100 years have passed for me. Hearing Rimuru's speech, Demi-Yugos, who was half kneeling, pushed his frame, so in other words, the legend of the masked demon that has been passed down in the Holy Kingdom for generations is really Rimuru-sama. Although this name is not what I want, it does call me. Demi-Yugos nodded. Everything was just as he had guessed before, for Nazarick, the great supreme had come to this world alone for 100 years, and he really deserved to be the master with the strongest wisdom. Now, if Rimuru-sama is back in Nazarick, it means that Rimuru-sama's plan outside has been successful, and every move of the supreme is full of deep meaning, especially that Rimuru-sama, who will never do anything meaningless. While the rest of the guardians were marveling at Rimuru's wisdom, 16 Knights' thoughts were in turmoil as he knelt down. Rimuru-sama came to this world alone for Nazarick 100 years in advance, which means that there has been no one to serve Rimuru for 100 years, which is a dereliction of duty as a maid. The thought of the adult who created her had spent 100 years alone in this world, and Sakuya's heart was filled with the guilt that she had not been able to be by his side. Without reading through the NPC's thoughts, Rimuru told everyone most of the information she knew. Since he was active in the first half-century around the three kingdoms of the Church Empire, and most of the living people he swallowed were from the sect, his understanding of this world was still dominated by these countries. The infighting between the royal family and the nobility of the kingdom, the centralization of power that has recently begun in the empire, and the existence of gods and world-class props within the cult, as well as the identities of the 6 gods who once came to this world, etc. Among them, the possibility of world-class items in the church and the high danger of all the origin magic of the true Dragon King were highlighted by Rimuru. This is all useful information about his best friend's plan to get the name of Inzur Christine all over the world. The NPCs, including the flying squirrels who had already breathed through Rimuru, listened very carefully. After all, the existence of world-class items can already threaten the two supremes, not to mention the origin magic that Rimuru highlighted that can directly erase people. When they heard that Rimuru had faced the immortal Coffin Dragon King with that kind of power alone, everyone couldn't help but feel a little worried, although they believed in the supreme power of the Supreme One, but enough supreme beings had left Nazarick, and they didn't want to lose any more. Listening to this, the flying squirrel couldn't help but be a little glad that if Rimuru hadn't returned, or if Rimuru's identity hadn't been discovered in time, what would have happened to Nazarick? Not to mention, if it weren't for the information Rimuru brought, what would happen to the NPCs who were out gathering information like Sabas, and they encountered enemies with world-class items? Ins was just scared when he thought about it. That's definitely a situation that he, the whole of Nazarick, doesn't want to see. As she spoke, as if thinking of something, Rimuru took out a cheongsam from her backpack. Seeing the white cheongsam embroidered with the appearance of a golden dragon, Anne said in surprise, "World-class props?" If it weren't for the use of high-level props, Ins would have almost thought it was the clothes worn by Rimuru. "Well, someone once wanted to use this thing on me, but at the time I was carrying a hot stone on my body, so I was immune to its effects, and no one knows if there are such world-class items in the hands of humans in this world. So I want to tell you that although the strength of the human race or the subhuman race in this world may not even be qualified to give you a manicure, even if it is the true Dragon King, apart from the origin magic, the individual strength is not as good as yours, but there are still guys who can pull out world-class props. Guardians who have a mission to go away. You can be confident and even arrogant in the face of the natives of this world, but without 100% confirmation of the strength of the other party. Don't be conceited. Yes. We are honored by the care of Lord Rimuru, and as supreme subjects, we will take your teachings to heart." The guardian and his subordinates did not deny what Jarbeed had said, and everyone agreed with it. It's the flying squirrel next to Rimuru, muttering something in his heart, self-confidence is enough, and arrogance can be avoided or something. After all, the personalities of the two will eventually be the same, and there are slight differences in their styles. The two adults, since the outside world is so dangerous, Du Sabas and Suo Liuxiang, who have already set off for the royal capital, need to call back in. The spirit of caring for the sisters, Yuri, who is the eldest sister of the Pleiades star cluster, said. Pushing her glasses, Demiurge responded to her words. Yuri, Sabas, and Sora-chan's actions are related to Lord In's plans. If they need to come back, presumably Lord Ins will directly transfer them back when Lord Rimuru returns. They have other tasks to do in the royal capital. Yuri nodded, indicating that she understood that most of Nazarick's NPCs admired Demiurge's intelligence, and that he was right. Hi. Unlike Yuri, hearing Demiurge's words, Ins let out a whisper of question. Chapter 90. Although In's questioning voice was small, there were no ordinary people present. The NPCs all looked at Ins, thinking that the Supreme Lord still had something to explain. Message. What are your plans for Flying Squirrel? How do I know? Didn't Sabas go to the royal capital simply to collect intelligence? It's fun, it's a plan that even the Flying Squirrel himself doesn't know. I thought of it, Rimuru, look at me. Although Ins himself did not know what the situation was, after spending a while stunned and thinking about it for a while, he thought of a way. Saying this to Rimuru in the message, Ins looked at Demiurgus below and said in a serious tone, Demiurgus, I allow you to inform Rimuru of my plan. Yes. This is an honor for subordinates. I will not forget every word that Lord Ins said at that time. Oh? What are those words? Holding his chin, Rimuru asked with interest. He was really interested. After all, this was a plan that even the Flying Squirrel did not know. It was what Lord Ins said to me when he looked up at the stars when I first came into this world. I can see the scenery clearly by starlight and moonlight, and this sky is like a shining jewelry box, and I will be here, perhaps to obtain this jewelry box that does not belong to anyone. Then, Lord Ins said this. No, it's not something I can monopolize alone. Perhaps it was used to decorate the great underground tomb of Nazarick, ins for me and my friends. Your congratulations. As he said this, Demiurgus pushed his glasses and smiled. The jewelry box is the world, not only that, but Lord Ins added at the end, but conquering the world may be interesting. So, Sabas and Soryakyong went to the royal capital, as well as Lord Limlu's 100-year layout, for this great plan to conquer the world, right, Lord Ins? Huh? No. Isn't that so? Conquering the world is just what the bad guys will say in the TV shows that children watch. In fact, it is impossible to conquer the world easily, and there are also problems such as rule after conquest, maintenance of law and order against rebellion, and the unification of many countries. Just thinking about these things a little, Ins felt that conquering the world was not the slightest good. He really just wanted Ins to. The name of Kung has spread all over the world. Of course, Ins himself knows these things. He recalled that the reason why he said something to conquer the world at that time was only because he saw the beauty of this world and developed this childish desire. And because he wants to behave in line with the notorious Ins. The acting skills of the guild president, conquering the world, is just a line that was accidentally blurted out. But seeing all the NPCs in the hall shouting loudly, "Give the world to the two adults," and the strange eyes of the best friends next to him looking at him, Ins suddenly couldn't say some of the words that came to his lips. How does it seem that other NPCs except himself and Rimuru think so? Wrong. Rimuru, what kind of eyes are you? I really didn't think so. Don't you guys believe me either? The eyes of the NPCs really made Ins unable to open his mouth. If you think about it, what I said at that time is indeed the same as what Demiurgus described, but the meaning is not on the same channel at all. With the wisdom of Demiurgus and Yalbed. Can't you think that this is just a joke? Why did it happen? Just when Ins wanted to explain to Rimuru with strange eyes beside him, he found that Rimuru's body had been trembling uncontrollably, and his face was flushed. Ins breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Rimuru's smiling appearance. He had obviously understood that this was not his true intention. But Ins wasn't the only one who noticed Rimuru's strangeness, and had been following Limulu's 16 nights and discovered the situation. Is there any problem, Lord Rimuru? Listening to the voice of his own pad chief, Rimuru, who almost didn't hold back just now, forcibly controlled the muscles of his face. Oh, it's a good opportunity, Rimuru, tell them that I don't think like that at all, you must understand me. Ins thought so in his heart. No, 16 nights, I just saw the guardians so attentive to the supreme plan, and lamented by the wisdom of Demiurgus. Worthy of being a child of Urbit. Pooh ha ha, although the Supreme spoke in a strange tone, Lord Rimlu's thoughts were accurately conveyed to them, and Lord Rimlu, who possessed the highest wisdom, also recognized his wisdom, which made Demiurgus feel extremely honored. I will definitely live up to the expectations of the Supreme. Many of Nazarick's NPCs swore together. Rimuru. You bastard! Nazarick 9th floor, Rimuru room. It is a place that bears a great resemblance to a modern room, or rather, to the layout of Rimuru's first home. Sitting on a soft sofa, Ins's posture appears extremely loose because there are no NPCs around. Looking at his best friend sitting on the other side, his small eyes were full of great puzzlement. Although he knew that his best friend was a full pleasure person, he did not expect that Rimuru would do this to such an extent, echoing the idea of his subordinates conquering the world. Feeling the question in Ins's heart, Lim straightened up and replied in a tone of voice imitating the flying squirrel. Isn't this the first thing you guys mentioned? Say whatever you want to your subordinates, but conquering the world may be a very interesting thing. Or something. You guy doesn't know that time. I really just said a joke. Who knew they would take it seriously if they were so smart? Looking at Rimlu, who imitated the majestic tone of voice when speaking, Ins couldn't help but feel a little ashamed, and although he couldn't see the expression on his face, his moving feet still betrayed him. You see, you know it's not my own meaning, you should have vetoed this directly to the Guardians just now. Why change that? This will make it faster to achieve your original goal, put Ins. The name of Kung spread all over the world or something. And, don't you think, it's a fun thing? The latter sentence is the point, hey. Hearing Rimuru's words, Ins was stunned for a moment. Indeed, although conquering the world would have a lot of trouble. But as Rimuru says, this can spread the name around the world faster. The conquest of the world begins with the founding of the country, and together we can build a country where real monsters can coexist with humans. Isn't that good? Flying squirrel. Looking at Rimuru, who said this in a mocking tone, a red light appeared in In's skeleton eyes. Well, confirmed, the second of the two was ill. Chapter 91. Some time after Rimuru returned to Nazarick, the NPCs who rushed back from outside left Nazarick again. After all, they still have their own mission outside, but after obtaining intelligence from Rimuru, they must be more cautious. The only difference compared to before was that after learning of the common goal of the two Supremes, all the Guardians who were eager to show themselves moved. After all, the forces that Nazarick now holds can only be said to be far from enough to talk about conquering the world, and the resources to summon the undead are somewhat unable to keep up. There is also some lack of information outside the Kingdom Empire sect. These are all things that the Guardians need to do. Now, Rimuru and Ins have more important things to do. The two walked into the most secret place of Nazarick, and Yalbed and 16 knights accompanied them. Pushing open the door of the outside world, several huge mountains of gold coins appeared in the eyes of everyone. It's really shocking when it becomes a reality. I was here for the first time in this world. Yalbed and 16 knights behind the two began to look around the space, even though one of them was the chief guardian and the other was the head maid, but this was also a place they had never entered. It's just that these gold mountains are a little too messy to place so casually, which makes 16 knights can't help but want to clean up. But soon, they were attracted by the cabinet next to the wall. The walls around the place were lined with huge cabinets that reached the ceiling, and the treasures placed inside shone brighter than the mountains of gold. Short staffs inlaid with blood jade, protective gloves inlaid with garnet, made of scarlet gold, black diamond lenses set in small silver rings, dog statues made of obsidian, daggers made of light amethyst, small altars inlaid with countless white pearls. A magic book with a steel cover, a life-size female statue made of gold, a belt sewn with a large imperial topaz, a chest set with different gemstones at the top, an elf statue carved from a single emerald, a black cloak sewn with countless small gemstones, horn cups carved from unicorn horns, gold tables inlaid with crystal balls, etc. And that's just a small part of it. In addition to these, there are mirrors made of many blue crystals, adult-sized red crystals, huge warrior statues that emit silver-white light, stone pillars carved with unknown characters, and purple jade that is so large that you can only hold them with your hands open. These countless treasures clearly informed 16 knights' answer, that is, those gold coins of little value had no place to put them. Let's go. Rimuru, who didn't know when he ran to In's head, shouted, and Yalbed and 16 knights looked at each other and responded. With the entire flight of Rimuru, he flew into the sky together. After all, only by flying can you cross this mountain of gold. King of Gluttony. Ins used this skill for no reason, and with the purple airflow brought by the black vortex, Yalbed and 16 knights noticed the abnormality. In this treasure hall, there was a faint dangerous purple gas, but right now, all of these were inhaled by Rimuru and did not contaminate the bodies of several people. 16 knights looked around looking for the source of the purple gas. But neither the ceiling, the walls, nor the corners saw anything that emitted purple light. It dawned on Ins that he didn't understand why Rimuru had come here with 16 knights as a human species. After all, there was a poison here that she couldn't resist. Blood of Hormungandr, the air above the temple is highly poisonous. If there are no poisonous props or abilities on the body, they will die immediately in less than 3 steps, and only 16 knights, who is a human race, does not have this ability. As the purple aura all entered Rimuru's stomach pouch, Rimuru beckoned to everyone. Taking advantage of this flight, everyone crossed this golden mountain range and came to the door on the other side. There's the arsenal in front, and Rimuru's equipment is there. What is the password? It's a door that requires a specific code to be said, and a character from the magic or thief department may be able to force the door to open, but neither Rimuru nor Ins has learned that kind of magic or that special technique, so the password must be said. I'm ashamed to say that Rimuru has never actually entered the arsenal. He reached out and patted the flying squirrel under him, and the flying squirrel sighed helplessly. He forgot too. In fact, it is understandable to forget, after all, there are too many such organs in Nazarick, and he is not a person who often goes back and forth to the treasure hall. Looking at the flying squirrel under him who couldn't think of the password for a long time, Rimuru scratched his head and said a universal password inside Nazarick. Ins. Your. Congratulations to the glory forever. The pitch-black gate reacted to this sentence, and a line appeared on it as if words appeared on the surface of the water. Ascendit a terra in caelum iterumque descendit in terram et recipit vim superiorum et inferiorum, is a phrase from the jade slate that is real in the real world. It probably means, it rushes straight into the sky, and then falls again, absorbing the power of heaven and earth. It's really worthy of the setting Mad Demon Jade Roxanne. In's exclamation made Yalbed behind him have some reactions. After all, the adult who created her, the small mechanism in the underground tomb of Nazarick, 2% of which was designed by him. This overly sophisticated design ate up many of the freely set data in Nazarick's underground tomb, causing other members to not be able to design freely and causing complaints. So he later took responsibility and purchased many paid items to expand the amount of data. Just as Ins racked his brain to recall the second half of this sentence, Rimuru, who was ill in the middle of the second year, jumped into the air and shouted loudly. Ruzi, Ru monopolizes the glory of the world, and all darkness will be far away from Ru body. Ins lost in the middle too. Chapter 92. Through the black door that appeared, everyone came to this well-managed room that was completely different from the outside world. If you want to use a metaphor, the closest thing to here in Rimuru's cognition is the rows of display cases in the museum. Beckoning everyone straight through the arsenal. Daggers, one-handed swords, two-handed swords, knives, double knives, fist swords, one-handed axes, two-handed axes, fists, single-handed guns, bows, crossbows, etc. are a variety of weapons that come into everyone's eyes. Just the general classification, the number is already too many to count. In addition to these, this place also stores a lot of flashy weapons, and it is no longer known whether it can be called weapons. For example, some weapons that cannot be put into the scabbard at all, but only focus on appearance, and so on. No, there are definitely more weapons of this kind. This type of weapon is almost never made of the ordinary material of iron. There are swords made from sapphire crystal throughout, swords made from the tips of so-called thousand-year-old trees, white gold swords stuck in stone, strange broadswords carved with strange inscriptions, and even bowstrings that look like light. Most of it is done when this guy Rimuru is idle and has nothing to do. Of course, in addition to these, there are also some extremely practical weapons. Those who are eligible to be stored here, except for the sword that Rimuru made that can only emit light cannons, are all artifact-level equipment, or things on top of it. The group walked through the cabinets where the weapons were displayed, except for a sword that Rimuru pulled out smoothly when he passed it, and everyone ignored the rest of the weapons, probably walking through the distance of thousands of weapons display cabinets or so, and everyone arrived at the destination of the trip. It was a rectangular room. Perhaps to receive guests, the only empty room was a sofa and a table, and if you looked to the left and right, you could see some entrances and exits of the road, similar to the entrance when Ins and Rimuru and the others entered. But unlike this, on the other side of the room, there is only one entrance that leads to the depths, and the deep entrance gives people a completely different feeling from the previous external museum. It's like an ancient tomb, and the dim space with less light continues to extend inward. Although it is difficult to distinguish the angle when viewed here, you can see a large hollow that seems to have something inside. This is the spirit temple you used to say about the flying squirrel. Right. For some reason, In's tone in response to Rimru's words became strange. He remembered that there was something here, and he shouldn't have brought Rimuru here, nor the NPCs. Unexpectedly, he actually made such a big negligence. Ahead. But hell. Pandora Arcot. Lord Ins? I remember that Pandora Arcot was the domain manager of the Hall of Treasures, with the same strength as me and Demiurgos. In addition to managing the area, he must also prepare the gold coins consumed when activating the Nazarick protective net, which is simply the existence of the person in charge of finance. Damn! He actually muttered unconsciously, Yalbed, who was the chief guardian of the Guardians, would really know about Pandora's existence. Pandora? I remember it was the flying squirrel's child, right? Yes, Lord Rimuru. That guy is a creation of Lordin's. Hey, Yalbed, you're already starting to gnash your teeth. I would never admit that I have that kind of child. What does the NPC created by the flying squirrel have to do with me-ins? Although the surface is quiet, In's inner mood has fluctuated. Just as Rimuru was about to ask something, a figure suddenly appeared on the way of everyone's progress. With long silver blue hair and a height of 1.3 meters, this guy who appeared in front of everyone can be said to be even more like Rimuru than Rimuru. After all, Rimuru himself has grown taller. Looking at this familiar figure, 16 Knights was stunned in place. Yalbed, on the other hand, shouted directly. Lord Rimlu? Wrong. Who the hell are you guy? Lord Rimlu is right next to her. However, strangely, 16 Knights, who was a large man-made creature of Rimuru, did not react at this time. It stands to reason that she should be more angry than Yalbed. Lord Rimlu. A big little Rimlu-sama. The loyalty visible to the naked eye almost flowed out of her nose. Receiving no response from the little Rimlu, just when Yalbed couldn't resist making a move, In stopped her. It's okay, Yalbed, Pandora Arcot, get it back. After the small Rimuru's body twisted for a while, an alien appeared in place. A face is quite flat, the nose and other bulges have been smoothed, there are only 3 empty holes in the eyes and mouth, not even eyeballs, teeth and tongue, only 3 black holes that look like children blackening with a pen, not even half a sweat hair. Nibeller holds the same race, the dual phantom. He is none other than Pandora Arcot. A 100-level NPC personally set by Ins is responsible for managing this spirit temple. The dual phantom's racial abilities make him good at transfiguration, able to replicate 46 appearances, and can use the opponent's abilities, although only 80% of the Buddha figure's abilities. Ha ha ha. Such a laugh is naturally made by Rimuru, who has failed to manage her expression after seeing Pandora dressed up. After all, Pandora in his sight, the cap badge on his head is the guild badge of Inzur Gong, and the uniform he wears is quite similar to the neo-Nazi SS uniform that caused the topic of the European eco-building war 20 years ago. That is, what the German military uniform looked like in Rimuru's memory. Not only that, but his subsequent actions made Rimuru's laughter even more exaggerated. After making a sound by pressing his ankle hard, he exaggerated the right hand to his hat and saluted. Welcome come, my creator flying squirrel big people. And the great supreme Lim Luda people. You look spirited. With the conversation between Ins and Pandora, although the Rimuru above Ins did not make a sound, he did not hold back his smile in the shape of a slime. Isn't this another handle that a close friend knows after the big hamster? Why did he bring his best friend to see his black history? What? Is the time for those innermost great props to exert their power finally come? Hearing In's intentions, Pandora Arcot pretended to make an exaggerated expression of surprise. Such an attitude made Ins furrow his non-existent eyebrows. The costume is the same, why should even the movements be set to be so exaggerated? No, Ins himself knows why. The person who created Pandora Arcot was Ins himself, which means that his every move was set by Ins and triumphantly in his heart. The debts left over from the second period of secondary school are just that. However, the last thing he wanted was for Pandora to appear in front of his best friend like this. In the past, I always thought that people in military uniforms were cool, and it was okay to exaggerate their movements, but after watching him live like his own black history like this, after making exaggerated actions in front of his best friends. Destroy, this world can't stay for a moment. Chapter 93. Pandora Arcot, I have something I want to test you. There are 200 world-class props, how many do you know? Sorry, flying squirrel big people, subordinate I only know 14. This way. Sure enough, as he had discussed with Rimuru before, all the NPCs knew was something related to their setting. It's okay, Pandora Arcot, Rimuru and I came this time for the equipment he once left in the Spirit Temple and to take out the world-class props except for those 220. Looking at Pandora in front of him who said that he had understood and saluted, Ins had a headache, for no other reason. Pandora's every move was exaggerated to give people a feeling of pretending. The best friend above him was already laughing. Nothing happened inside the Spirit Temple, right? Of course not, because everything here belongs to you supreme venerable people. How can something happen? Hearing Ins's words, Pandora pointed around with an acting-like tone and movements. But there will still be some regrets. I originally thought that the two supreme venerable people came to have something to send down. Hearing this, Ins stopped walking in the direction of the Spirit Temple and turned to look at Pandora. In fact, just as he thought, after coming to this world, Ins did think about using it. After all, Pandora's setting is Nazarick's top level in terms of wisdom and strategy. Although this guy usually uses these wisdoms and strategies in some strange directions in the setting, it is indeed difficult to give up his wisdom in a pinch. Not only that, Pandora Arcot's abilities can be applied in a wide range of applications, and can even replace all guardians when necessary. However, Ins did not create it to lead the army or engage in internal affairs or anything. He just wanted to use the racial characteristics of his double phantom to leave this Ins behind. Your respectfully figure, leaving the appearance of his companions. You are Nazarick's last trump card, and you will be needed when it matters. Thank you very much, flying squirrel big people. With a strange expression, Pandora Arcot bowed her head exaggeratedly. Obey. Then, in the future, I will continue to work hard to manage this Spirit Temple well. Also, my name is Ins now. Your respectful. Call me Ins in the future. Ah, my great creator. Ins big man, but, with all due respect, Ins big man. Although I know that it is a little disrespectful, if there is already a situation where world-class props must be used, it would be better for me to leave the Spirit Temple side and move to other floors. Indeed. What Pandora said was correct. Pandora Arcot is a treasure, but it would be foolish to just make it look good and lose more valuable treasures. However, the time has not yet come, and at this time when this world intelligence has not been fully understood, it is not suitable for Pandora's appearance. However, Pandora, who spoke like this in front of everyone, put one hand on her chest and bowed sincerely. Ha 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 ha. Stop laughing, Rimuru. Rimuru's laughter pierced Ins's marrow deeply. Rimuru's smile is not without reason. In fact, some second-year Rimuru also thinks that Pandora's movements are indeed very handsome. After all, this Pandora Arcot in front of him, the movements and postures of the whole body have an obvious I'm cool emotional expression. If it is a handsome man, then this outfit and movement will indeed be very, very handsome, Rimuru believes. But the one who does these actions has an oval bowling head, or egg. It's funny to combine this look with those movements. Shaking his head, Ins took a ring from his backpack and tossed it to Pandora. The ring of Insur. After all, without this thing, it is impossible to travel between the Hall of Treasures and Nazarick. This is pre-preparation. Yalbed, let Nazarick's minions know of Pandora's existence. Until then, Pandora Arcot, you can only travel between the Throne Hall and the Hall of Treasures. Obey. X2 looked at Pandora, who was standing and kicking in place, and Ins emitted another burst of green light. Shaking off the Rimuru on his head, Ins stepped forward and put his arm around Pandora's shoulders, pulling her into the corner to talk. 16 knights who followed Ins hurriedly stretched out his hand to catch the Supreme. Looking at Pandora, who went to the corner with the flying squirrel, and the two unconsciously approached to the distance that they could almost kiss, and Rimuru in 16 knights' arms, Yalbed gradually began to be unable to control his expression. If my God wishes so much, when es means God's willa, Ha 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 ha. Listening to Pandora's loud shouting German in the corner, Rimuru, who had been immersed in her own made chief pad, laughed again. Listening to Rimuru's laughter, Ins, who was talking to Pandora, helplessly put his hand on the wall, although it looked like Ins was knocking Pandora on Rimuru's side. A moment later, Ins walked back. Before entering the Temple of Spirits, there is one more thing to do, Yalbed, give to Pandora the ring of Inzirgong that I gave you. Hi! In the arms of 16 knights, Rimuru looked at Yalbed, showed a strange expression, and knew that she had misunderstood something. Yalbed, it's okay, the ring Pandora should only help you keep it temporarily, after all, you can't enter this spirit temple with the ring. Reluctantly, Yalbed took the ring from her left ring finger, wrapped it in a silk scarf and handed it to Pandora Arcot. Rimuru also took out the ring stored in the stomach pouch and handed it to Pandora. After all, no matter what space it was stored in, as long as it was judged to be the ring holder by those things inside, it would directly attack. Then, the outside guards will be handed over to Pandora, and you can't leave a single step. After all, we can't leave here without that ring. Obey. I the Creator Lord, Lordans. Pandora, who showed a strange tone again, became normal after being glared at Byans. Under the bowed eyes of Pandora Arcot, the four entered the most important spiritual temple of Nazarick. Chapter 94. As one of Nazarick's level 100 NPCs, Sabas has been on a mission with Nazarick for a long time. He regretted that he had not been able to make it to Nazarick for the return of Lord Rimuru to Nazarick due to the mission. But just 2 days ago, Mistress Ins suddenly contacted him, saying that he no longer had to do his original mission. It is said that the reason why Rimuru-sama has been in the kingdom long enough has been known from all sides. However, thanks to this blessing, he also got a new task. Thinking so, Sabas straightened his tie, looked at 16 knights and Surika who were also dressed next to him and nodded. After all, it is only right to serve that adult in the best possible way. After knocking on the door, Sabas, who heard the response, opened the door directly, and the three of them were greeted by a beautiful young lady in a white golden dragon Cheongsam. Guian, it's time to go, Lord Jing. As Lord Rimuru expected, the greedy coachman he hired easily fell for on the way to the royal capital, and he and the horse bandits prepared to attack Lord Rimuru disguised as a noble lady. Of course, the other party did not know what they were about to face. Relying on his strong physique as a dragon man, the other party's secret code to the horse bandits and those vulgar and obscene words against the Supreme Lord Sabas did not miss anything at all. He also kind of understood why the other guardians hated humans so much. Due to the recent frequent appearance of the cult's dark sacred texts near the kingdom, and fearing that Shisha, who was alone outside, might face them alone and trigger a blood madness, Lord Rimuru transferred her to the throne as well. After all, if Shisha, who has the ability to hypnotize and charm, is by their side, it will be easier to investigate the information, and even if he falls into a frenzy, Sabas can contain it. Sabas, Shisha, 16 knights, Suo Liuxiang, and the four of them bowed deeply to the Supreme who was sitting in a Cheongsam in this carriage. Regarding the previous mission given to you Byans, there are some changes that need to be changed. Looking at the four men kneeling solemnly in the carriage where the spatial magic had been cast, Rimuru waved his hand. He's really not good at dealing with that. The reason why he appeared here was only because he knew that Sabas's destination was the royal capital, which coincided with his goal. After all, he still had to go to the little lady and tell her not to worry about herself. Of course, the most important thing is to show your height, but at the moment, Sabas and Liuxiang obviously misunderstood something. I'm very sorry, Rimuru-sama, but it was the incompetence of the lower level that caused the Supreme Lord to come in person. That's not the case, Sabas, it's just because I've mastered a lot of martial arts through special methods, and I don't need you to explore anything in terms of martial arts, so I said that the plan needs to be changed slightly. Even if the voices of the people are high, the contents of the carriage will not be leaked to the people outside the carriage, and after Rimuru has applied a lot of rank magic to it, the carriage can be regarded as a treasure of a national treasure. Special magic ensures that the sound is never leaked, and not only that, but the carriage can also resist the detection of intelligence magic below the 9th rank. The plan to capture the person who holds the martial arts doesn't need to be done for the time being. What you need to do more next is to find special magic items that Nazarick doesn't have. This matter is the same as the collection of information from the royal capital, and it is better not to take the initiative to attack humans. The king's capital has a station similar to a professional gathering, and there are also those so-called chambers of commerce. Even if it is a low-level magic item, as long as it is not in Nazarick, it must be collected, and each type is tentatively collected in more than 3 copies, and I will give it to UNS for analysis and copying later. Also, Shisha, there is a possibility of bloodshed in Sabaz's plan, so keep yourself in check, and it's best not to trigger your racial talents. Finally, 16 knights, follow me. They, half-kneeling 4, listened carefully to the order from the Supreme, and the time card was just right, and not long after Rimuru's words fell, a violent knock was heard outside the door of the carriage. Hooked. The tall leader of the bandits stood aside, watching the younger brothers bang on the door of the carriage. And he, as the leader, is the most powerful of the bandits. The infighting between the nobility and the royal family led to the gradual decline of the country, and many people were displaced. They usually have no financial resources, and they only sign up to join the temporary corps every year when the empire attacks. After all, this can mix up some armaments and materials, but most of the battles between the kingdom and the empire in recent years are on the weak side. Therefore, these so-called temporary soldiers are more likely to run away directly after mixing a piece of armaments and materials. With these equipment, it became much easier to make ends meet, harassing ordinary people, robbing, kidnapping, and killing, and gradually they changed from the role of persecuted by the nobles to the most despicable persecutors. Externally, they claim to be a mercenary group, and they hunt some weak monsters to make a living when the security is strict, but as long as the kingdom is in chaos and can't take care of them, their good days will come. They understand the bottom line of the nobles of the kingdom very well, and they will never touch the interests of those really big people, and these caravans and small nobles who have no power to rely on will be killed if they are killed. However, today seems to be a little different from the past. The most useless old Hank in the mercenary team didn't know what shit luck he had, but he happened to meet a rich foreign nobleman who came to the kingdom, and he happened to invite him to be a coachman, and in the face of the price proposed by old Hank, he didn't hesitate at all, and he was extremely generous. But their real identity is a horse bandit. How could they let go of such a fat sheep? After all, there was only an old butler and 3 young girls in the carriage. The aristocratic lady's appearance has simply surpassed the rumored Princess Lana of the kingdom. Although the lowly old Hank, he had never seen the golden princess. The aristocratic girl's long silver blue hair scented just by passing by him, and he had to restrain some subtle reactions just by looking at the delicate face out of the corner of his eye. The only flaw on the other side is that there is almost no undulating chest, which is a pity. Old Hank understood that he could not be favored by such a noble lady with his lowly appearance. However, as a horse bandit, he has his own way of being a horse bandit. He wanted to leave his mark on the smooth skin of the silver blue long-haired girl. Chapter 95. For his ambition, Hank Sr. had reported to the chief before he set foot on this road to the royal capital, and the brothers of the horse bandits had prepared an ambush here in advance. The night is their best protection. Just look at the luxury of this carriage. They know that this single guard can be successful for them to be dashing for a whole year, and it is a small nobleman from abroad, and those big guys in the royal capital will definitely not care. I hope that the noble lady can hold out until the boss is finished playing, and don't just leave him a corpse. Come mount. We are the guards patrolling this road, and the royal capital stipulates that the carriage to the royal capital needs to be inspected at night before it can be released. I hope you all cooperate. The little brother who was patting the door casually pulled a lie that no one would believe at all. After all, if the other party was really stupid enough to believe this kind of lie, it would be fine, and they didn't want to damage this luxurious-looking carriage. The horses used to pull the cart had been untied by the old Hank in advance, and the subordinates behind the tall horse bandit leader were all staring at the carriage with their eyes shining. They were looking forward to the aristocratic lady with beautiful long hair in the mouth of old Hank, and they heard that there were 3 women inside, and they should be able to play longer this time. But there was no response to the door, and just when the impatient horse bandit wanted to forcibly break open the wooden door, the door slowly pushed open from the inside. So, what do you need to check? The silver-haired girl in a maid's costume walked down leisurely, looking only about 17 years old, and the pleasant voice could already make the bandits fantasize about the sound after being abused. I can't blame them, although there are women in their mercenary group, but they are all born with the appearance of bandits, which makes people unable to swallow. And 16 knights' white and tender thighs and slender little hands alone are enough to make these miscellaneous people excited, not to mention that 16 knights also stuffed pad on his chest that was somewhat defective due to setting reasons, revealing a perfect body. The appearance of the girl in front of them was already the most delicate they had ever seen, which made them look forward to being praised by the old Hank even more noble lady. Woohoo! Old Hank, you old guy has done a great job this time, just looking at this maid, I can't bear it. After the chief has used it, I want this maid to come second. Then leave it to me. Unlike these excited horse bandits, their leader felt a slight sense of discord at this time, and he kept staring closely at the maid who came out, and just now when his subordinates were talking about it, the maid's eyes seemed to turn red for a moment. But in the blink of an eye, it changed back. It must be an illusion. No. The sense of discord brought him a touch of fear, the same feeling he had once had as a squad leader on the battlefield against the onslaught of the Bahassid Empire. It was a premonition of impending death. But how could a maid give him such a feeling? In any case, this group of small nobles has been completely pinched by him. Vulgar remarks kept coming out of the mouths of these miscellaneous people, and if it was usual, then 16 knights would have been unable to bear it, but as Lord Rimuru's maid, she wanted to present her most perfect posture in front of her master. The impulsive Shisha in the car had been forcibly held down by Sabas, and this group of miscellaneous people should be glad that they did not utter obscene words to the Supreme. The blue pupils gradually stained with blood, and 16 knights showed a smile and said to the miscellaneous people, "Good evening everyone, it seems that it is not a real guard. I have a question I want to ask before I start. As a robber, you have also robbed a lot of people, do any of you have magic props?" These bandits who claimed to be mercenaries didn't care what 16 knights asked, but this calm and relaxed appearance made them a little annoyed. Magic items? Ha ha ha, we are just a small mercenary group, where will there be that kind of thing, but there are a lot of props that can make you happy little girl, do you want to try it with us later? Words of a bandit on the side of the leader of the horse bandits made everyone present laugh. Did this little girl want to use magic props to buy them, but no matter what was snatched, it was not theirs. The bandit who had just spoken walked to 16 knights with a smile, and stretched out his hand against 16 knights' plump chest. The little girl is not old, the weight is not small, she often rubs herself, right? Swoosh! Even with the moonlight overhead, after all, it was night, and the visibility was still much worse than during the day, and all the bandits, including the people involved, could not understand what had just happened. By the time they reacted, the bandit's outstretched hand had fallen to the ground, and blood gushed from his severed shoulder. "Since you don't have magic items, then you are useless. Well, do you want to keep one?" When the words fell, 16 knights' pupils were dyed bright red like blood, and he gently lifted the long skirt of the maid's costume, and drew a dagger from the strap on his leg. Lord Rimuru gave her many possibilities when he created her. I don't know if it's related to the setting, but when the killing is going on or about to be carried out, she will enter a more controllable state similar to Shisha's blood frenzy. No, it's more appropriate to say another personality than a state, and now she is, a shapeless murderer, a girl with red eyes, a ripper, or a killer. Or rather, she is the other side of 16 knights. At some point, the maid outfit on her body was replaced by a black dress, and even if it was another personality, she didn't want to stain the clothes given to her by the Supreme with blood. The prop named Moon Timepiece emits a little glow, and she enters this world that only she can enter. It was obviously just a dagger, but it used a feeling of a long knife, and the remaining limbs of the mercenary who first tried to touch the chest of 16 knights separated and turned into a human stick, leaving only a clean cut. Chapter 96. It is not appropriate to kill G. So that they will die without even feeling pain. After thinking about it, Sakiya lifted the time stop caused by the moon timepiece. The precise decomposition of limbs made the dismembered bandits stunned for a while before they felt the pain. "What is this? My body!" They Bandits' miserable roar made the horse bandits finally react to the current situation, although they were not real warriors, but they had been horse bandits for so many years, and the quick reaction had raised the weapon in his hand and aimed it at the red-eyed girl. But unfortunately, they couldn't understand what kind of existence they were facing with their swords, and in the face of this girl and the carriage behind her, even the resurrection of the 6 gods could not save them. Rimuru in the car calmed Shisha, who had just almost entered the blood frenzy. This silly child was not very suitable to see this scene now, in case he lost his IQ. Hurry up and solve it, Sakiya, don't delay too long. The red-eyed girl stopped approaching the bandits, turned to the direction of the carriage, and responded in a cold voice that was completely different from usual. Understand, Lord Rimuru, these scraps can't waste much of your time, 5 seconds is enough. Stepping on the cat step, the girl with red eyes approached the bandits, and she felt that she was swung by the bandits, who underestimated and rushed towards the girl with their swords. But when the sword they swung with all their strength hit Sakiya, it made a sound like hitting steel, and they couldn't even leave white marks on Sakiya's body. Monster! You guy is a monster! Let me go, please don't! You bastard! I fought with you! Precise and elegant, as if performing an operation, the horse bandits passing by at night were all dismembered with precision. The gap as large as the abyss cannot be overcome by courage and will, as depicted in the story. Not to mention, it's just a group of miscellaneous people who have fled the battlefield, and they seem very brave when they kill civilians or weak people on weekdays, but they do not have the courage to confront a stronger enemy. Old Hank, who was still looking forward to friendly interaction with the 3 women with different characteristics in the car, was so frightened by this huge contrast of reality that he curled up to the side, constantly chanting something like "Can't see me." With his legs trembling, he couldn't even escape now. After all, he had watched the powerful leader in his eyes being dismembered in front of him without resistance. Until, the red-eyed girl playing with a dagger walked in front of him with cat steps. Just minutes before this riot. Great Lord Rimuru, there is something my subordinate would like to beg you. Unlike the other NPCs who had already got up, Soraka was still half kneeling on the ground, and her tone was extremely sincere. Sebas couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when he saw her behavior. Having been on a mission with Soraka for so long, he was confident that he could be considered to understand this maid. He knew what she would say, but what she had to say was not necessarily something that Lord Rimuru would not necessarily like to hear. Suo Liuxiang is not a person who will slander or reverse right and wrong in front of the Supreme Master. On the contrary, Suo Liuxiang is extremely serious about everything. Although there is some conceptual disagreement with Sebas, he is extremely reliable as a companion. It is okay to carry out some of their own preferences when they do not hinder the tasks assigned by the Supreme, but this Lord Rimuru in front of them is rumored to be the most benevolent Supreme, and Soraka's words should not cause Lord Rimuru's disgust. Suo Liuxiang, let's say something directly. The benevolent Lord Rimuru did not care that Soraka did not complete any of the tasks of the Supreme Lord, but still made a request to the Supreme Lord, and Sebas breathed a sigh of relief. The man named Hank, he doesn't know any martial arts, and he doesn't know the whereabouts of any magic items. I want to ask the Supreme Lord if he can hand him over to me to deal with after this matter, of course. This is not to doubt the abilities of 16 knights. Suo Liuxiang straightened up, and after speaking, the corners of her mouth tugged at both sides, and the corners of her mouth easily exceeded the position of her nose. The man's gaze towards me and 16 knights and the adults was full of lust, and I wanted to be at one with him. Completely melted into liquid. Rimuru sighed. He and Liuxiang could technically be regarded as the same family, both belonged to the upper predatory slime of amorphous slime, but the evolutionary branch was different. Rimuru could already think of her former relatives and friends. Soraka and her creator Arrow had written something when editing the setting. It's worthy of you, Hi-Luo, the old brother plays quite flowers. Most of them like to watch things melt, like to swallow prey into the stomach pouch and let them slowly melt in the body and enjoy the process. Rimuru also does it a lot, but he is not a hobby. Looking at the excited Soraka, Rimuru agreed. After all, it wouldn't get in the way of their plans. satisfying the desires of his subordinates was one of the boss's powers, and the guy named Hank did make him sick. Fortunately, Nazarick still had normal people, and Rimuru looked at Sabas, who was emotionless beside him, and breathed a sigh of relief. After killing, 16 knights walked up to Hank, who had given up the idea of driving his disobedient feet to escape, and kept crawling on the ground. Just live like a maggot. Mr. Hank, can you not go first? Anyway, you can't live anymore, it's very tired to live. Then it's also a good choice to be happy before you die, isn't it? Soriyaka had appeared on Hank's crawling path, and she deliberately changed into her maid outfit and wore a gown, and the ribbon around the waist of the dress was untied. Two slender hands squatted in front of Hank with their proud chests, their faces showing a seductive rosy color, and the hot breath from their mouths constantly slapped on Hank's face. Although he intellectually told Hank that it was wrong, he also knew that he would never survive later. Although he was not the noble lady with a delicate face, the blonde beauty with a proud figure in front of him was not bad. Since ancient times, living beings have had the survival instinct to reproduce before death, especially humans, no matter what era they are. What's more, Soliak Xiong's figure and face have surpassed most of the women that old Hank has seen. At the end of his life, the elder Hank gave up his so-called reason and gave his body completely to his own instinctive control. However, after touching the pair, the touch of his hands was not as smooth and soft as he imagined. Chapter 97. This. What is this? You guy is a monster too. Come on. Don't be like this. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. But Soliak Xiong in front of him was not moved by the miserable screams of old Hank. Old Hank's hands touched the pair, and did not give him any smooth and soft feeling. His hands were more like entering the slightly heated butter. Feeling wrong, he tried to pull out his hands but couldn't, and he could feel his body start to burn slightly from the fingers at the very front. As if it was contaminated with some acid, this feeling slowly soaked into the flesh and blood from the fingers. The desire in his mind was instantly dispelled, and he completely recognized reality. First the fingers, then slowly spread to the palms. Soriyaka's part of the predator slime began to slowly attach towards the old Hank's body, followed by the upper arm that connected to the shoulder. Eventually, his body and feet were all wrapped in the part of the slime that belonged to Sorikyan. Mr. Hank, didn't you look at us before just to mingle with us? Looking at the Supreme Lord with that dirty and vulgar eye, isn't this kind of ending what you need? Now we are really fused together, regardless of each other in the blink of an eye. Old Hank only had his head still exposed, and looked at Sorika with a strange smile with horrified eyes. He could even feel the slow melting of his body, and the crazy swinging of the body that had been sucked into it would only increase the speed of being devoured. If it weren't for Lord Rimuru waiting by the side, I could play with you Mr. Hank all day, the two of us, one-on-one, how romantic. As Soriyaka's words fell, the figure of old Hank was completely engulfed by her. Suo Liuxiang couldn't help but take a few breaths, and the expression on her face was as happy as eating some earthly delicacy. After all, there should be nothing to eat in the next action of the royal capital, and she didn't want to digest the old Hanka in her body so quickly. This process was seen by everyone in the carriage, but this was nothing. 3 of the Supremes were all superior races of amorphous slime. The Rimuru on the car is even more a spirit-specialized demon sticky spirit body, and the amorphous slime as a low-level monster wants to reach the point of the Supreme, and I don't know how much to swallow. The creator of Seluxiang is Arrow, who is the ancient sticky body. I heard that this most superior race does not mimic in normal times, and originally slimes were relatively weak at the beginning, so they needed to use mimicry to disguise themselves when encountering strong enemies in nature. Otherwise, it may become a dessert for other powerful monsters. But there are exceptions, like Lord Rimuru in a carriage. This most powerful race only mimics when it is playful. And their devouring is like the most basic food of humans, which is not something that needs to be avoided by others, but Soliak Xiong especially likes to enjoy the feeling of prey constantly wailing in her body when slowly digesting food. What is wrong with this? At most verbally scolding her for playing with food. However, Lord Rimuru is the most merciful of the Supreme. Oh! I haven't tried the trick of playing with prey yet. If you have the opportunity next time, do you want to communicate with me? Returning to the carriage, Shisha, who had regained her senses, asked Soriyaka with her little finger cocked. Due to the setting, it is also Shisha's habit to like to abuse prey. Shisha, who is a high-ranking true ancestor, just stood beside Soliak Siong, and she could hear the wailing of the old Hank in her body, which made Shataya feel extremely excited. Of course, no problem, Lord Shisha, after completing the task assigned by the Supreme Lord, I am very interested in discussing with you, my lord, how to deal with your prey. However, now they have received unexpected information. Shisha received an intelligence from the bandits who had been revived as puppets, and among the strongholds of these guys, there was a guy who could use strong martial arts, which aroused Rimuru's interest. Although the plan to find someone with martial arts has been temporarily suspended, if it happens to happen, Rimuru is still extremely curious about martial arts. Not to mention, the strong man may carry magic props on his body, and he is also on the right way with the royal capital, and he will not delay his footsteps to find the little miss in the royal capital. Although I didn't have much hope for the masters in the mouths of these miscellaneous people, since it would not affect Lord Rimuru's plan, you might as well take a look along the way, Shisha thought so. If the so-called strong man really has strong martial arts, and then has magic props that Nazarick does not have, then the self who completed the task will not be praised by Lordans. In case Lordans thinks he has done a good job, leave the big-mouthed orangutan of Yalbed and let himself into his holy and dreamy bedroom. Thinking of the tearful expression that Yalbed might have when he saw this scene, Shisha was secretly refreshed. If Shisha thinks the past is better, then quickly wake up and let your puppets lead the way, Anins will be more optimistic about you if you complete the task faster. Rimuru understood that she was thinking something indescribable just by watching Shisha suddenly flush in place, twisting her body constantly, and he who had a good relationship with Parorikano clearly understood Shisha's setting. Even if the guardians have bad sexual fetishes, after all, it is the sin of his former companions, and Rimuru will not choose to control them in this regard. It's okay to understand that the other person will fall in love with flying squirrels in this world that has become real. But, thinking of Yalbed, who had changed his own settings, he couldn't help but laugh. Come on, Flying Squirrel-san. Chapter 98. Sorry. Lord Rimuru. Fantasizing about bonus content before the mission is completed is not the behavior that a good guardian should have. I'm really sorry, Allens. Then let's divide into two teams for the time being. Sabas and Seluxiang, you go straight to the royal capital to find a place to stay. It is best to buy individual courtyards directly, and help me find information about the adventurer squad named Kangwei. Shisha and 16 knights followed me to the gang's stronghold to play. Obey. 5 people separated at a fork in the road. The trajectory of the moon in the sky did not change, and the 3 of Rimuru, who followed the puppet corpse, found this secret hole. Due to the speed limit of the puppet itself, they just used the speed of normal people to trot, but even so, they still reached this stronghold in about 10 minutes. This is the stronghold where the man with powerful martial arts is, not as elegant as I imagined. Allens. Indeed, this is just an ordinary cave with some tattered wooden thorns and bell traps at the entrance, and it can be judged that the other party does not hold an enemy class such as Ranger. At best, these so-called traps can only be regarded as an alarm system for the 2 people guarding the entrance inside. So, Lord Rimuru. Well, over to you, Shisha. Seeing Shisha's desire to make a contribution, Rimuru handed over the infiltration to her, who let the child express himself in such a hurry. But even if he saw this trap, Shisha next to Rimuru had no intention of sneaking in carefully. After all, Lord Rimuru's King of Wisdom found that it was just some miscellaneous fish. The poor puppet who was resurrected was lifted by Shisha with one hand and slammed into the entrance of the cave like a stone, and the huge force made the guards inside the door be directly smashed to death before they could react. The improvised traps around her were triggered, and Shisha didn't care in the slightest, and she swaggered in. Hey! Rimuru, who followed behind, sighed. Shisha, this is indeed an extremely effective sneak, but this will cause a blood frenzy, a little trouble. Looking at the guards attracted by the simple alarm bell, Shisha lifted her skirt and saluted slightly. "Excuse me, Allens." But she was greeted by guards with swords in their hands, but before those swords could hit Shisha, they were slashed by the vampire brides who suddenly appeared behind her. This is not a battle at all, just a killing. The blood that the guards kept spraying caused the vampire bride to go berserk and make a beastly sound. At this moment, a scruffy man with blue hair in the cave stroking the hilt of the weapon on his waist with his left hand and walked over steadily. Unlike the scared and trembling mercenaries around Shisha who were being killed, the new blue-haired man walked extremely steadily, his sharp eyes fixed on Shisha and the vampire bride in front of her. That look Shisha was very familiar, it was the same look she usually looked at her prey. The two vampire brides around Shisha would not perform other actions until they received orders from their masters, and Shisha's last order was to leave only those who could use martial arts, and kill everyone else. Because of this order, the two vampire brides rushed directly and quickly towards the newly emerged man. "Hey, don't confuse me with those weak companions." The man quickly drew his weapon, and the sharp slash interrupted the attack rhythm of the vampire bride, and one of them was thrown away from the abdomen by the slash, but this injury was nothing for the vampire bride who was an undead. It only takes a few breaths to heal the wound. "Oh! Immortals, ordinary attacks really can't cause you any trouble, so try this." As he said this, he put the knife in his hand into its sheath, and then lowered his body slightly. His body became tense, and in this posture that the vampire bride could not understand, his body spread out a circle of perception with a radius of about 3 meters. Once these undead enter this range, they will receive powerful slash damage. "All stand down." At this time, Rimuru, Shisha, and 16 knights walked out from the rear, and the injuries on the vampire bride were keenly detected by the summoner Shisha, and the warrior who could repel the vampire bride and successfully break the defense must have the so-called martial arts. It was already worth Shataya to bring it back to Nazarick to study. And Rimuru just looked at it and lost interest, although the other party's perception circle and the weapon called the Tadeo used were very interesting, but it was not a magic weapon. In terms of strength alone, this man was not as good as the Miss Clementine who was swallowed by him. However, it should be useful to the flying squirrel guy. For Shisha, being able to send someone with martial arts to Lordans to complete Lordans' task is an extremely important thing, and it must be done with her own hands, but it cannot be given to these vampire brides. "Shisha Bradfern greets you for the evening. I'm sorry to disturb you, Allens." Like an elegant aristocratic lady, she mentioned the dark red dress. Even in the face of the previous reminders of the martial arts holders and Lord Limlu, Shisha's playfulness in the face of her prey still did not change much. In her eyes, the man in front of her was not much different from the scraps who had just been killed by the vampire brides, and nothing was more important than gracefully completing the task in front of the Supreme. If you make a good impression on Lord Rimlu, maybe Lord Limlu will say a few nice words for himself in front of Lordans. This idea is worthy of me. Shisha thought from the heart. "You know martial arts, right? Can you let me see what changes will happen to weak humans after using this martial art that all supreme adults are curious about?" "Humph! Weak?" The man with the knife spat on the undead monster in front of him, and he was so unscrupulous that he had wisdom. He has long honed his skills and has almost reached the top of mankind. The weapon he held in his hand even cut down an unknown number of monsters. His name is Brian. Onglaus, younger than the current warrior, is a top 5 warrior in the kingdom, unmarried, and has temporarily rested in this mercenary group for the past 2 days. Every day will not be lazy and continue to exercise, and these lecherous mercenaries are completely different. The wine is only a light taste. "So far I have not been drunk, go to bed on time every night, and sleep enough time every day." Before going to bed, he will definitely drink a glass of warm water, and do a period of pulling the gods. As long as he goes to bed, he will fall asleep immediately, and never save the fatigue of the previous day's exercise to the next day, and the Kingdom Warrior Commander has said that he is very healthy. "Shisha, yes, my name is Brian. Anglus, it will end soon, you will regret this arrogance of yours." Chapter 99. Looking at the intelligent undead on the other side, Brian knew how to deal with such an enemy. Because of her arrogance, she let down her due vigilance, so it was good to use her most powerful martial arts to behead her at the beginning. Although angry at being looked down upon by her, Brian's grip on the weapon in his hand did not change in the slightest, and his breathing remained steady. After all, the next move of his own original martial arts did not rely on pure strength to do it. He calmed his mind and stared at the only target in front of him, the tender neck of the woman named Shisha. He created a self-created divine flash that draws his sword at a super high speed so that the enemy cannot detect it. End domain that can sense enemy activity within a certain range of the body. This is a combination of martial arts that he created in order to defeat the strongest warrior in that kingdom, Captain Gurdjieff. Even, in order to achieve his goal and hone these two martial arts, Brian deliberately joined this not-so-clean mercenary group to hone his skills by hunting monsters and soldiers of the Empire. When these two self-created techniques are combined, they become a combined martial art, and after the opponent's head is completely cut off by this move, the blood and trachea parts of the opponent will be separated from the head and produce a flute-like sound. This is his special move, the secret sword tiger flute. Come in, enter this realm, and when you step into this area, your head will be on the ground when you realize that something is wrong. The red light of the realm radiated in all directions centered on Brian, who was tense. The expression on the face of Shataya in front of him was a little contemptuous, and she had already seen through the circle composed of this manly place, and she could naturally judge the general effect of this circle. The trick is good, but too poor and weak. Most of the guardians have a similar perception circle, but it is only a trivial passive skill, and the man in front of him is driving this method as a trump card. Brian looked at the expression on Shisha's face, and couldn't resist the feeling of swinging his knife immediately. Wait a little longer, as long as she got closer, he would let the monster with no one in his eyes try the sharpness of his blade. Die! As Shisha lifted her skirt and crossed the red circle with a nonchalant expression on her face, one step faster than the sound of unsheathing, the blade on Brian's waist was instantly pulled out of the sheath and slashed at Shisha's neck. However, the scene that happened after that was a little different from what he had expected, and even made him a little unacceptable. The woman in front of him simply pinched Brian's blow from the outside with her little finger at the very end. In the face of the secret skills he had honed in order to defeat the kingdom warrior chief, the monster named Shisha caught it with the attitude of playing with the newborn baby. Shisha's contemptuous expression remained unchanged, as if such a thing was trivial to her. Oh? Is this the end of errands? No way! You monster! Brian didn't want to believe the absurdity of what was happening in front of him. He rearranged his stance, put his knife into the sheath, and slashed at Shisha a few times, but the result was no different from the first time. Brian had gone from being confident at the beginning to now having a nervous breakdown, and she was tired of playing with the brand new toy in less than a minute in front of Shisha. Shisha, who was bored and standing in place, yawned while easily blocking all of Brian's attacks with her little fingernails. Don't play any further, grab him and put Shisha. Hearing Rimuru's voice behind her, Shisha's sleepiness instantly dissipated and she returned to her earnest appearance. After all, she remembered her original idea of putting on a good show in front of Lord Rimuru. What if Lord Rimuru was on her side? With a flick of her arm, the weapon in Brian's hand was instantly shot down, his eyes lit up red, and the unique human charm instantly took effect, and Brian's body stood directly in place. Rimuru looked at the blue-haired man named Brian. His martial arts skills were interesting, and he was the only character he had seen wielding a sword in all these years in this world. This guy should be able to surprise the flying squirrel. That's a good skill, Shisha, well done. Hearing Rimuru's compliment, Shisha twisted back in place. She thought of the situation in which Lord Ins had given her a special reward for her compliment. Mistress Ins in exaggerated pajamas just held her in his arms and cooed, "Hey, hey! What race will she and Master Ins have? But can skeletons and vampires really succeed in giving birth to children? The Great Supreme must have a way." When the time comes, the large-mouthed orangutan of Albeed will definitely look at her behind her back with a handkerchief in her mouth and secretly mumble. Looking at Shisha's state, Rimuru already guessed that she was probably fantasizing about something indescribable. Maybe it's really time to study the correct posture for skeletons and vampires and succubi to conceive, and think about it is unlikely. But with the almighty teacher of the King of Wisdom, she must have a way. Speaking of which, Miss the King of Wisdom has not taken the initiative to chat with him recently. Commanding 16 knights, Brian teleported the fainting Brian to the vicinity of Nazarick, and when the time came, someone would naturally bring him to Nazarick. Looking at Shisha, who was still in her fantasy, Rimuru sighed. However, he also developed a certain curiosity about this matter. After all, it is about the next generation of his best friend Flying Squirrel. He didn't want to see the Flying Squirrel look like he was facing Albeed and Shisha. Definitely not. Chapter 100. Before Brian should be the most powerful guy in this stronghold. The mercenaries who were staring at Rimuru and the others before saw Brian fall and immediately scattered. It seems that it was the defeat of this warrior with the highest combat power in their hearts that completely broke their confidence. Even begging for mercy did not give any chance to survive, and the weapon with all his might only got a weapon with a broken head and a family separated, and a real slaughter was carried out in this dark cave. Blood flowed on the ground, and the continuous killing caused Shisha and 16 knights to fall into a state of concentration before Lim appeared. Some of these horse bandits were lucky enough to escape directly from the cave the moment Brian was caught, and when Shisha and 16 knights cleared the entire cave, they found some traces of people passing through the emergency escape opening. Lord Rimuru, do you need to solve all the people who escaped? It's up to you to decide, but it seems that there are more than just these scraps outside. There are other people. If it were Rimuru who decided, then he would have chosen to get all these people cleaned up. After all, these people have more or less evil beings in them, and they either don't do it or they do it at all. However, the group of people outside seems to be different. Walking out of the cave, Rimuru looked up at the other side of the forest. He felt a strange breath, but then he set his eyes on the hillside below the escape route. Several men with very different equipment from the horse bandits are tying up the horse bandits who have escaped from the cave, while behind them, adventurers dressed as priests are using healing magic to help their companions heal. It seems that these bandits, who were already about to escape, have fallen into the hands of others. Since it's just an ordinary adventurer, there's no need to start a conflict right now. Reaching out and touching Shisha's head beside her, barely suppressing her blood frenzy with rank magic, Rimuru looked at Sakiya beside her. Saki nodded knowingly, and then the three disappeared. And the horse bandits below who were bound by the adventurers suddenly had a knife on their bodies and lost their breath. After all, these are the people who have seen the appearance of the three of them and know the identity of Shisha's vampire. As for why he left so quickly, when he first came out of the cave, Rimuru felt an aura on the other side of the forest that was a little too strong compared to the natives. By comparing with past experiences, it is inferred that the identity of the other party is God-man. The current Nazarick is not suitable for direct exposure to the religious country, and Rimuru himself does not want to meet the people of the religious country. The little country hotel near the Chichland. Whew, it's finally solved. If there is no Ibarua here this time, we may really overturn here. Gigran, whose muscles are as strong as a giant man, wields a giant sword, a magical weapon that her teammate Ibarua supports her. Although she is better at using weapons such as two-handed hammers, after all, the weight of the sword is difficult to perfectly exert the power she holds. But this sword is different. This rumored masked twin took out of the secret realm magic sword can be turned into a weight suitable for the user. Even though the appearance is a large one-handed sword, it gives Gigran a feeling similar to his usual warhammer. Throwing the sword back in his hand to Ibarua, this is still a teammate's thing. I didn't expect it to be so difficult this time. This is already the limit of the task we have done. Not long ago, their Kangwei squad accepted the task directly sent by this guild and came here. Tia among the twin ninja opened her mouth to complain. After all, I thought that this time was just an ordinary exploration mission, but suddenly an undead person with a black chi was ridiculously strong. This may be the trial God has given us, especially for me, a young girl who serves the gods. Obviously they are tired and need to lean against the wall, but can they still say such handsome words? It's worthy of Lahis. After going back this time, I must rest for a while. Unlike his companions, who were discussing the task in their tongues, the little man named Ibarua, whose strength was praised by his companions, leaned against the wall and did not participate. Something is very wrong, this mission is really very wrong, even by the standard of stainless steel, the remuneration is too rich. Moreover, this is an adventurer's task directly issued by the guild, and it also pointed out that they can't wait to do it. Obviously this secret realm is not particularly close to the kingdom. It was as if they were deliberately luring them out of the kingdom. However, there are indeed enemies, and they are undead who are even stronger than her. But this thing is weird in this place. She once traveled the continent with her beloved with masked twins, where the undead drilled in, and she was confident that she knew enough about the undead. But this time they faced a strange undead person that she had never encountered before, looking like a zombie, but the magic was not a zombie at all, and the magic gave her a sense of déjà vu. Obviously, she had never seen this kind of black magic before. Oh! It seems that the mission has just ended, and our Ibarua can't wait to go back to find her princess. Perhaps seeing what Ibarua had been thinking, Gigran walked over and smiled at Ibarua. As if she had been poked at something, her face under the mask turned red and she jerked her foot and kicked Gigran's calf. She shouldn't have told the other person about it. Although, after everyone knew the rumor of her annihilation of the country, they all saw that this was just a rumor and did not care about this matter. Believing in their companions, their attitude towards Ibarua has not changed in any way, and Ibarua also feels warmth in this team. And, I don't know why, Captain Kalahagi was extremely attentive to her during that time. But once Larhigi and Gigran were very curious about her companion who had the name Max Disaster. After all, every now and then she would leave the team to visit Rimuru. And she didn't know what to think, and said some things to her companions that she had never declared. But after that, something like Princess Annihilation of the Kingdom was circulating in this world. This is outrageous. Princess Wang's words, isn't it the other way around? Obviously it should be masked Majin, but... Thinking of Rimuru's face that was even more delicate than his own, Ibarua sighed. What did this make her do? But fortunately the two of them were about the same height. This is the only place where the little lady can compare. If Rimuru wakes up, he doesn't know what to think when he hears this princess of the Annihilation country. However, when will he really wake up? Clearly. It is clear that it was only said for a short period of time, but it turned out that almost 60 years have passed, or is that a short period of time in Rimuru's eyes? I should be able to rest for a while when I go back this time, and then I will go to see how Rimuru is doing, and I don't know how long it will take him to wake up. As for whether there is a problem with this mission, you will naturally know after you go back.